It was the best luxury hotel in the city. He tried to contact her by writing her a message in the messenger, through which they used to communicate often. He knew that she was in this hotel. He sneaked there to finally meet and talk face to face. Sitting in one of the toilet cubicles, he tried to convince her to see him in order to finally talk. She replied that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't have time all the time. He began to sob, because he was gone for 100,000 years, and he was finally able to return to this world. But on the very day of his return, his girlfriend left him. His girlfriend's name was Lena, and she left him for a rich man named Jang. But Jang could not imagine that Lena was already pregnant at that time, and this child did not belong to him. It was at that time that he decided to destroy him, and for this he hired a professional assassin. After he was destroyed, he was reborn in another world, and luckily in this world he was able to obtain the stone of the 9 heavenly gods. Later in this world he ruled for 1,000 years. There were many difficulties and trials, but that did not stop him. He decided to force his way through the barrier to become stronger, but was destroyed by the demon. But still he was not destined to disappear forever because his soul longed for heaven. Eventually he was able to turn space back often and return to Earth. But besides the fact that he returned to the very beginning, the most important thing was that the stone of the 9 heavenly gods also returned with him, wiping tears from sadness that his girlfriend does not want to see him. He noticed that the toilet paper had already run out. It meant that it was enough to cry, and it was necessary to go out and do everything to see her at any cost. Meanwhile, she continued to have fun with her fiancé. She hugged him and whispered in his ear how much she loved him. He was very close to them and heard all this. He got the idea that she was a real hypocrite, and how could he love such a person in his past life? It seems that she noticed that he was following them. At that time, Fane came to the table and saw that there was a stack of money on it. She approached him and said that he no longer deserves her, and he should get out of here. Lena also added that this money was given by her new husband. It was $30,000, and he should take it and never get lost in it again in the future. While they were talking, Jung also came up to them and began to brazenly grab her by the body, as if she were his toy. He said that she was incredibly beautiful and charming, and no wonder this Smarkak fell in love with her. She was embarrassed, and said that she thanked him for these kind words, and that she was very pleased to hear it from him. Fane hid and said that she was never so nice to him. On the contrary, she always behaved very coldly. After hearing these words, Lena showed him her hand with a new ring on it. She said it was her new diamond ring that Zhao bought her, but it cost more than 100,000 yuan, and he could not buy her an ordinary ring even in a few years. Fane smiled and said, if she is so happy, then why is she trying to hurt him with her words? He thought why he was wasting time on them at all, since they were like ants to him, because in his past life he was almost a god, and now, thanks to the stone of the gods, he was extremely powerful. Suddenly, Jang said that Fane had no right to talk to his girlfriend like that and should immediately apologize to her. A stocky guard immediately appeared beside them. Jang was his boss, and the guard asked if there was any problem with this guy. Fane said that they are not worthy of him apologizing to them, and they can keep these 300,000 for themselves since they will still need them for medicine, and wished them long life and never to look down on others. Zhao turned to his bodyguard and said that he was starting. He immediately understood everything and gave his own answer. 2 guards immediately blocked his passage. Zhao said that he can't just pour after he insulted him. He said that he was insolent and should kneel before him, and also apologize and lick his shoes, and only if he is satisfied with that, then he will let him go. Lena smiled and said that this would be a good lesson for Fane. How dare he behave so insolently with them? She said that he should immediately kneel before her beloved groom. Fane, without looking her in the eyes, asked why she was so angry because he had not done anything. Zhao started to laugh evilly again. He took out some pill from his pocket and said that it was the essence of Lao Tzu, and he would give him a chance to eat it. Hearing this, Lena also began to laugh and say that her beloved is simply incredible. It was already starting to piss Fane off, but he could barely hold back his hatred and rage. But how different this feeling appeared so suddenly and disappeared without a trace. He took a deep breath and told himself that if he had been here, he would have been angry, but now he was a different person. He realized that they were not even worthy of him moving a hand. One of the guards asked Fane, did he not hear what his boss ordered him? After which he immediately grabbed him by the shoulder, saying that he advises him to just kneel down. Fane's eyes glowed with red rage as if he had turned into a demon, and he asked the guard if he wanted to be destroyed. Saw that his gaze, the guard felt as if he began to fall into the abyss, in the midst of which Fane awaited his soul. At that moment, Zhao and Lena also saw his gaze. They said that they had never seen such elder eyes in their life. Suddenly, she started shouting that they shouldn't be afraid of him because he was real garbage. She started pointing her finger at him and saying that he doesn't deserve her because he's just a loser and a slacker. Zhao hung up again and started yelling at Fane and demanding an apology from him. He was about to grab him with his own hands and force him to his knees, but clumsily tripped over his own legs and flew his pike straight to the floor. As he clumsily fell to the floor, a Lao Tzu pill fell out of his hands and flew into the air. While Lena began to mutter something scared, asking Zhao if he was okay, the pill went straight to her mouth. In a moment she was at her lips, but she immediately accidentally swallowed it. Her knees began to shake as if in a panic. Lena clutched her throat with her hands and began to cough, saying that it was disgusting. She was angry in seeing that Fane had already left, leaving them in such a precarious position. Her screams could be heard in the hotel. Then she said that they were still going to get even with Fane. Meanwhile, Fane paced the night streets of the city, his head filled with thoughts. He thought about the fact that he needed to start training in order to get in shape. Besides, he needed to earn some money. He knew that in this world, it was necessary to make a lot of effort to become omnipotent. And he was also worried about the question of whether he would be able to see his family again. But he decided for sure that if he has already returned, then in any case he will live a full life and will not adapt to anyone. He would surely surpass his past self and stand atop this vast universe, Fane thought. Suddenly he remembered his sister. She was very fragile and almost constantly sick. His biggest regret in his past life is watching his sister suffer and become defenseless. He went to one of the shops. The salesman asked what he was interested in. Fane said that he needed a multi-flowered Highlander. He took out several hundred from his pocket and said that this should be enough. The seller said that he needed to wait a little and immediately disappeared behind the shelves. Fane understood that for him now any human diseases were absolutely not scary. But he really needed a multi-flowered Highlander right now. He took his order and left the store. The fact is that if he adds the stone of the 9 heavenly gods and the knowledge he gained and using the key energy, he would be able to heal his sister. It was already deep night on the street. He told himself that he had finally returned and now he would be able to fix everything. Meanwhile, some scumbags were standing near their house. They demanded that the door be opened for them immediately. Fane was just approaching his old home when he saw them in front of him. He asked them what the hell they were doing here. After seeing Fane, the little girl ran out of the house and couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her little brother. This little angel was over the moon with happiness. Her name was Xiaoji. She immediately threw herself into his arms and began to cry, saying that she was very scared. Fane said that now there is nothing to fear and promised that now everything will be fine. One of the bald bandits turned to Xiaozi and asked her if this was the schmarkach she was talking about. Hearing his foul voice, Fane was filled with rage and a lust for destruction. It was as if his demonic essence was trying to escape from him, and he asked these bastards if they had insulted his sister. His soul was not like a terrible monster from another dimension, which wanted to destroy everything around. Without even waiting for an answer, Fane said that no one in the world has the right to touch him or touch his sister. Seeing Fane's face, the bandits were immediately frightened and were thrown into a sweat tower of terror. But finding some more courage and confidence, Bald, who seemed to be the leader of this gang, asked Fane if he really thought he could intimidate. The bandit just took a step towards him. But around Fane, red lightning immediately began to fly. This bandit did not understand that it is better for him not to climb, but something inside him told him to stop. But he could not do it in front of his henchmen. He began to shout and say that this feigned rage that Fane is trying to show does not frighten him. This bald thug's name was Lao, but he said that he warned Fane earlier to leave within a week, but he didn't seem to listen to him, and now he shouldn't blame him for being rude. Fane asked with surprise what it meant to leave. He remembered that it was his parents' house that they bought in the year of their marriage. But now the real estate company owned by Jiang is trying to demolish it. He was again overcome with rage at this injustice, because they wanted to demolish their house and leave them without compensation. Fane turned his terrible gaze on the thugs again and called them a bunch of scum that he would surely punish. He started looming over them and asking if they were abusing his sister. Suddenly he felt a small hand pull his clothes. He looked around and saw Xiao Ji's look as she asked him not to do this. Seeing this face, he immediately came to himself, and his rage seemed to dissolve. But stroking her hair, he still asked her if this bald man offended her. A little tear appeared in her large, innocent eyes. She folded her hands and said that he tried to take off her clothes with her, but he couldn't do anything. Hearing this, Fane almost exploded with rage. This gave him the confidence that he can now simply tear him to pieces and even remain at the same time with a clear conscience. Baldy again saw the Fane advancing on him. But this time he looked even more dangerous and fierce. He began to panic, and he even began to shout for him to stop. Suddenly his eyes turned red. Fane's hand rested on his face. He sealed it to the asphalt with all his might. Fane looked at him and asked, "Did he dare touch his sister?" He did not answer, after which Fane stepped on his hand and it was heard how his bone crunched. It was a long night near the Fane house that was happening. He held Lao by the throat and said that his words sounded unconvincing. Fane said that he should probably work on his teeth so that he would be more honest with him. Lao had already begged to let him go. Fane just smiled and asked why they came to his house. He fell on his knees before him and began to beg them to let them go because they were very stupid and did not understand what they were doing. Lao's henchmen were shocked by the behavior of their boss because they had never seen him crawl on his knees in front of someone, but they did not dare to intervene themselves. Fane asked him again if it was true. In the end, he let them go. They said for a long time that they regretted it and asked for forgiveness. Finally, he and his sister returned to the house. Xiao Ji made him hot tea. Fane asked how she was doing at school. She began to cough and said that she had not been there for a week because she had been very ill these days. Seeing her condition, Fane thought about the fact that in his past life his sister was also very ill, and he still could not get rid of the shadow of guilt that he could not help her then. He left her alone in such a difficult condition and stayed up late every day because of his girlfriend. But now he wants to make amends. Since he had every opportunity to fix it all, Fane smiled and said he had found a cure for her. She asked him what it was and what they gave. He replied that she would soon find out everything herself and asked her to turn her back. She turned around and asked if she was doing everything right. Fane took out a multi-flowered Highlander from his pocket. Unfolding the scroll, he raised his hand over it and directed his energy at it to give it the necessary properties, using the body essence spell for this. After that, he asked Xiao Ji to remove her hair to free her neck. He began to rub this essence into her, using other evils such as poisoned blood. Xiao Ji obediently sat and waited for her brother to finish. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain as the medicine began to destroy the disease within her. But Fane didn't stop. He knew that everything had to be like that, but she had to suffer. Suddenly, he felt that she lost consciousness and softened in his arms. Her little body completely ran out of strength and she fell asleep. But everything was in order. But she just fell asleep, falling into his arms. Fane exhaled and calmed down, saying that everything was successful. He put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. After she woke up, they had to go through this session again, and after that, she would be cured immediately. He bit his finger in order to make an amulet. He wrote the text using his blood. With this amulet, ordinary people will not be able to get close and harm her. Also, he will be able to protect her from any dangerous injuries. Fane left her room quietly, closing the door behind him. He said that his sister should be perfectly safe at home. The Night City continued to live its normal life. Having made an amulet for his sister, Fane with a calm soul could leave her alone at home for a while. Rummaging in his pockets a little, he saw that he had only 100 yuan left. This saddened him, and he realized that he needed to invent a way to earn some money, because soon there would not even be anything to eat. He decided that the only way to earn with such an amount is to gamble, after which he headed downtown to earn some money. He was happy because cultivators like him could see through everything, and once he entered the middle, he would be like a fish in water. The only thing he needed was not to stand out. The coolest and wealthiest restaurants and casinos welcomed their guests. One of the administrators saw Fane on the stairs near the casino. He thought what this guy was doing here, because this place was for the real rich, and they couldn't even get inside. Although, on the other hand, he was a regular visitor, but he couldn't miss him. From inside came the sounds of slot machines and the spinning of roulettes. Dealers were handing out chips and cards in the casino. There was an atmosphere of wealth and pleasure. Pretty girls in revealing dresses greeted the guests and offered to show them to the tables. Fane realized that this was exactly what he was looking for. Saliva began to drip from his mouth. He knew that he needed a pile of money as soon as possible so that his sister could not deny herself anything. But in this place they simply flowed like a river. He went to the nearest table and sat down. There were many people at the table so that he could afford to win a lot of money without even getting up from this place. There were many strange types among the players, such as a one-eyed man with a bodyguard, against which Fane looked like a child. The dealer who served this table immediately drew attention to him and wondered what this little guy had forgotten. A man with a cigar slowly exhaled smoke and watched as the dealer dealt cards. Suddenly he saw that Fane sat down with them and said that for 100 there can only be 10, but he is extra. Besides, he looked like some kid who lost his parents. He realized that he needs to pretend that he is an adult and has the right to be here. So he took out a pack of cigarettes to convince. He lit one of them and started smoking. He asked the man with the summons if he was sure there was no room for him. People sitting next to him at the gaming table began to say that he is very impudent and most likely deliberately rushes in. One of them said that at least 3 people at this table were important figures in Shanghai, but he chose this table not by chance. Suddenly a fat man pounced on him, calling him an illiterate ignoramus. Fane was already getting angry and asked why he was talking to him like that. Suddenly he thought that no one would dare to argue with him in the presence of the Taoist master. His strange behavior also attracted the attention of another man with glasses. He thought that this guy's inner strength exceeded his own. He crouched down and thought that he had never met such a young master before. Looking at this boy, thoughts arose that it is difficult to even imagine what heights he will be able to reach in the future. Finally, Fane asked what he had to do now that they would let him play with them. He said this in a completely calm and confident tone while putting out his cigarette. Suddenly, a man with a blindfold raised his hand and said that he can play if he has 10 million. And if he owns such an amount, then she does not mind playing with him. Fane closed his eyes and thought about this amount in his mind. After he said that he didn't have that kind of money, the men started laughing loudly. They made fun of him and asked why he was leaning at all. Fane moved away from the table. The others discussed why he sat down with them at all and assumed that he must be some kind of retard. They even said that if he continues to disturb them, the older brothers may even finish him off. The dealer girl said that he was stupid and uneducated, and why was it rude to the older brothers? She asked herself who let him in here in the first place. Fane made everyone nervous with his appearance. A man with a blindfold even started shouting at the administrator and asking if they have face control. The administrator, seeing that the respected customers were dissatisfied, immediately ran up to them. He began to make excuses and say that they will definitely solve this issue. The administrator took out the walkie-talkie and started shouting for the security to immediately remove this snob from the facility. Suddenly, a man with glasses told them to stop this circus immediately because this guy was his guest. He took out a check and placed it on the gambling table, asking if 30 million was enough for this guy to join them. Those present began to discuss why it was Wei Lao who was protecting this guy. Seeing Wei's reaction, the men immediately restrained their ardor and said if he was a guest of Wei Lao himself, then of course they wouldn't mind playing with him. And the man with the bandage said in a trembling voice that he couldn't wait to start the game. Fane looked at the check with surprise and suspicion at first, but without thinking long he grabbed him and thanked Wei, calling him old. His confidence was back and he was very happy with it. Fane said that Wei cannot worry, but he will pay him back for it soon. The man with the bandage said that Fane is too arrogant and she is confident that this money will soon become his. The girl who worked as a dealer at this table was also annoyed by Fane's insolence, but she said in her mind that she would make him feel all the cruelty of this world. Then she began to spread the cards on the table. The fat man was very confident, knowing that all he needed was a bit of card magic to ensure his victory. The man with the bandage was also pleased with his cards. Wei Lao was very reserved and showed no emotion. Fane carefully examined the cards of his opponents. His steam was very strong, unlike the others. He looked at the dealer's girlfriend. She announced that the last loser is eliminated from the game. Fane noticed right away that she was trying to play against him, but thought to herself that she wouldn't succeed because he was all over her, and all her little tricks too. The cards were back on the table. It was the last round. Wei Lao had very strong cards in his hands, but he decided to pass. After realizing this, the dealer was very surprised and did not understand why he did it, because his combination was the strongest. The man with the bandage realized that he had a chance to win, but it made no sense for him to pass because the next hand could make him a strong hand. He immediately made dep, thus increasing his bid. The fat man decided that they were bluffing and mentally told himself that no one dares to manipulate him. Fane was very happy to see how much the stakes increased and said that he too remains in the game. He knew that he had the best cards, but they still dared to continue the game. The man with the bandage couldn't wait for them to reveal the cards, and with his strong depots and bluffing, he wanted to knock Fane out of the game because he didn't have much money. The fat man also smiled and said that he remains in the game. Tension was rising rapidly. Someone took out a cigarette and lit it. It was Fane. Along with that, he said he decided to go all in and bet all his remaining money. The man with the bandage was a little surprised, but said that if the money ran out, they could open up. Almost the whole casino gathered to see the result of this game because the stakes were simply cosmic. Diller took her time checking the combinations and turned to the fat man and said that unfortunately he lost. He jumped up and, coughing, began to ask how this could happen. He gritted his teeth and was filled with rage. Had he been tricked, but they really had a strong hand? But he quickly calmed down and said that it's okay. But he just didn't expect that he could lose to such a snob. The man with the bandage started to get nervous and said it was time to show his cards. Throwing the cards on the table, it was clear that he only had a pair of jacks. He panicked. He knew that everything was in heaven's hands now, but he couldn't afford to lose to this pathetic snot in front of everyone. A smile appeared on Fane's face and he laid his cards on the table and informed the audience that he had 5 red aces. The victory was his. But he smiled joyfully, saying that it was a mistake to go all the way with a pair of jacks. The casino administrator was very excited because Fane's winnings were 280 million. He glowed with joy and satisfaction when the administrator announced that Mr. Fane was the winner. He grabbed the chips and said he was sorry, but he had to leave them because this money was now his, and he still had a lot of work to do. Lau started yelling for him to come back because he was just lucky, and he threatened to destroy Fane as soon as he left the casino. Hearing these threats, Wei told Lau that if he likes to play, he should know how to pay. But why is he making this drama in front of people? He asked Wei irritably why he was standing up for that snitch again. Wei ordered him to sit down and shut up. He, although displeased, listened to Wei and followed his order, sitting back on the chair. Fane meanwhile traded all his chips and was extremely satisfied. He returned to Wei to repay his debt. He put the money on the table and told Wei that it was the 30 million he had lent him. Wei replied that it was very kind of him that he decided to pay his debt right away, after which he gave Fane a business card and invited him to become friends, and added that if he had any problems, he could always find him in Tiandu. After hearing the name of this area, Fane realized that this old man was really difficult because there lived only distant officials and big cones of the highest level. Holding a business card, Fane smiled and said that he was very grateful to him, but now he was his debtor, and one day he would pay him back. Wei nodded his approval in return, after which he turned to his bodyguard named Nin and ordered to deliver Mr. Fane home. Nin replied that he would fulfill his task and bring Mr. Fane home safely. Meanwhile, scandal continued at the hotel after Fane left his ex-girlfriend there with her new suitor. Zhang screamed and said that he couldn't leave it like this. He was going to call his elder brother Nin, and he should take care of this snob. Lena said that this is a very smart decision, but they must take revenge on him. Zhang was satisfied that he could please his girlfriend with his cruelty. Meanwhile, Wei's car drove through the night city. Sitting in the car, Fane was very pleased with himself. He took out his cigarette again and lit it. Nin turned to Fane and told him that his master Wei thought very highly of him and even ordered him to learn from him. Fane laughed and said that you should just practice self-cultivation and there is nothing difficult about it. Suddenly Nin's phone started ringing. He pressed the button on the earpiece to answer. It was his brother Zhang. He said that one snitch dared to attack them, and he wanted Nin to help deal with him. Nin immediately changed his face and got angry, asking his brother what idiot dared to do this. After which he told Zhang to give him the address of this person and he would definitely deal with him. Zhang said that he had to hurry, and he also called a few more people to wait for him outside the house, but they did not dare to break into the middle. Nin asked what kind of delusion it was and why they were afraid to go inside. Nin said his boss just asked him to bring someone to the area, so he'll be there soon. Unsuspectingly, Fane enjoyed the trip and was waiting to finally get home to rest. He got out of the car and it was deep night on the street, but in a few hours the sun should have risen. Suddenly he saw that a group of people armed with bats was standing near his house. Among them was Zhao. He recognized him from the back. He turned and saw Fane. He pointed at him and said that today he contacted his older brother, so now it's over. Fane exhaled heavily and asked Zhao if he didn't have anything to do. Suddenly Fane saw something. He said it was a ghost that looked like a person. He said this about Lena because she was evil and cold like a ghost. She acted very sassy as usual and asked Fane if he thought she could destroy him right now. Someone approached them. Zhang looked around and saw his brother Nin immediately asked what was happening here. Nin pointed his finger at Fane and asked Zhao if this was the person who had beaten him and whom he had told him about. Nin started to say that the person they had guarded here and were going to beat was suddenly interrupted by Zheng. Fane told Zhang to shut up and give the contracts to his brother. He shouted that he would remember everything, but looking at Fane's reaction, he asked him in surprise why he wasn't afraid and why he didn't run away. Fane only laughed in response to his words. When Lena saw Zhao's brother, she began to tell him that he was very handsome, and turning to Fane told him to look at himself once more and realized that he looks like a clown. Fane did not understand what she was doing. Lena continued to say that Nin was an employee of a very popular agency, and today he will help them destroy him. He asked them if they had finished yet, because he was already tired of listening to them and he wanted to rest already. She replied that she still had a lot to tell him. Fane turned to Nin and said that he could continue. Zhao laughed and ignored Fane's words. Nin had already started rolling up his sleeves to give someone a hard time. Nin said he really should step in as he couldn't take it anymore. Zhang pointed his finger at Fane and laughed, saying that his brother would now show his strength and destroy him. Nin's hand was already raised in the air, preparing to strike. But unexpectedly, this blow went to Zhao. He immediately fell to the ground, a look of confusion and fear on his face. He complained and told his brother that he should have hit that boy, but instead he hit him himself. Nin asked Zhao how he dared to insult Mr. Fane in the first place. Clenching his fists, he stood in front of his brother and said that Mr. Fane was a very important guest of his master Wei, and Zhao must have been very tired and confused something. He was shocked when he heard this, but couldn't believe that this snitch was able to gain the trust of a person like Master Wei. Nin angrily stomped on his brother. You ordered him to immediately get on his knees and apologize to Mr. Fane. Zhang was overcome with terror. He felt as if he had fallen into a terrible dream. Lena was also very scared and did not know what to do. Fane turned to Nin and told him that he should forget about it. Besides, he was in no mood to talk to these dogs. Nin looked at Fane in surprise upon hearing this. But he was already on his way to the house and told him to let them go. Nin looked at his brother and his girlfriend with hatred and ordered them to leave immediately and not make him hurt them. Zhao said with a trembling voice that they were already leaving. Nin was getting worried because he was swearing at him on the phone when he didn't understand who it was, and he was afraid that Fane would take revenge on him for it. Nin turned to Fane and said that he was really very sorry and he didn't know it was him. But Fane smiled and said that everything is fine and he can come back and he shouldn't worry about such trifles. Nin was still standing confused looking after Fane. He smiled and said that among the large number of adults, the mind of this teenager was really impressive with its wisdom. Fane entered the house and saw his sister Xiaoji just drawing something. When she woke up, she saw that he was not at home and now immediately threw the pencil and joyfully rushed to meet him. She was very worried and sad when he left. Fane patted her and said everything was fine, but he came back. He understood that he won $2 million, and he may have many enemies, but even if the world is against him, he just wanted to save his sister's smile. It was Hulang Mountain, where the Tianqi villa was located. Fane was standing in the garden, and Xiao Jie was happily running next to him, enjoying the beauty of this place. She looked at him and asked if this is the house in which they will live. He smiled and said that she was absolutely right. Fane chose this particular place. He knew that it was better to spend several million to stay here because it was a good location for Xiao Ji to recover faster thanks to the surrounding nature. Xiao Jie said that this villa must be very expensive and they shouldn't spend so much money. He put his hand to his mouth, then pretended to think, but he reassured his sister and said that everything is fine. But now her brother earns money, and they can afford such a purchase. He was tormented by the fact that when all the children were still innocent, his little sister was already worried that they might not have enough even for food. She raised her big eyes at him and asked him if it was true. He stroked her head and said that he would never lie to her, and added that now she should rest. She said that her brother is the best and ran into the middle of the house. The next morning they were already meeting in the middle of the villa. Fane was cooking a delicious breakfast for her sister. They had plenty of good quality food and could enjoy breakfast. After breakfast and removing his apron, Fane said he had to go to the university. At that time, he was a student at Modi Medical University, although he did not need to study the Human Medical Knowledge Program. But still, there were things that could improve his cultivation. But because of that, he was interested in the university. Fane arrived at the medical university. As soon as he approached the main building, one of the teachers called him and asked him to help him carry some things to the classroom. He answered him that he did not have time for this. The man started shouting at him and saying that he was his teacher at the medical faculty and that he should help him. But Fane waved him off and told him that if he took his time, he could do it himself. He was very annoyed by the insolence of the student, and catching up, put his hand on his shoulder. He said Fane had to move today, and if he didn't, he would be kicked out. Fane sternly ordered him to let him go. The teacher began to shake his fists and say that he would not allow this to happen. He even wanted to hit Fane on the head, but he expertly dodged. This made him even more angry, and he asked him how he dared to evade. He tried to strike him again, but Fane grabbed his arm. Eventually the man ended up on the ground, and Fane steadily continued on his way. Then Fane stopped and turned to the teacher and told him that if he crossed that line he would be destroyed, and he had not yet done so only because of his great kindness. He lay on the ground and complained, demanding that he help him. But Fane cold-bloodedly left him lying there, heading for the middle of the university. He went to one of the offices and knocked on the door. In his past life, he had to interrupt his studies because of his relationship with his girlfriend. But now it's funny to even think about it, and he couldn't believe that he had dropped his studies then for those damn women. But now, of course, he wanted to continue his studies and return to the university. When he opened the door, he saw a man sitting behind a big table. It was the chancellor of the university, Mr. Chen. Chen was surprised to see him. Fane handed him a letter and said he was here to return to his studies. Chen said that Fane had dropped out just a few days ago and asked why he changed his mind so quickly. For Fane, this was an unexpected question because he could not tell the rector that he was destroyed. But he spent 1,000 years in another world, and now he has returned. A teacher with whom Fane had an argument in the university parking lot burst into the office. He had a broken arm and was telling the director not to listen to this young man. The rector looked at him in surprise, and seeing his injury, he worriedly asked what had happened. The professor started jumping up and shouting that the current students are real hooligans who allow themselves to beat the teachers, and that such people should be expelled from the university immediately. The principal turned to Fane and said that he would need to do something more, and he agreed with his request to return, and now he can go to the classroom. He was very happy to hear this and said that he was very grateful to him for this. He was about to leave the office when he saw in front of him the professor, whose arm he broke in the parking lot half an hour ago. He began to tremble when he saw his face, pointed at him with a finger, and began to mumble something in a trembling voice. Fane pretended that he did not know him and was seeing him for the first time. He said that, but this time he will not allow him to escape responsibility. Rector Chen confusedly asked the teacher what he was talking about. His name was Professor Liang. Liang began to wave his hands, trying to find words to explain the situation. He said that this student, pointing at Fane, was very rude to him, and he broke his arm. But he told the rector that he should be immediately expelled from the university, and in the best case, he should end up in prison altogether. Chancellor Chen still didn't understand what was going on and asked the professor to calm down, saying that as teachers they should be understanding and give students who make mistakes a chance to correct them. Also, it's normal for young people and they can often make mistakes given their age. But whatever he did, he should just apologize, the university chancellor said. Fane smiled and said that they are not going to apologize to them. After hearing this, Professor Liang was completely angry and began to ask the principal why this student allowed himself to behave so insolently. Rector Chen replied that the professor should not be so worried and that they would definitely resolve the conflict. But Liang, restless, pounded his fist on the table and told Director Chen that he should immediately expel him from the university. Chen understood that he could not resolve this conflict, but he could not ignore it either. He lowered his head and sadly said, because Fane beat the teacher, he is forced to suspend him from studies for a whole year. Professor Liang was extremely pleased to have been able to achieve what he believed to be justice for himself. Chen returned the statement to Fane and said that he should go home. But Fane was not going to give in. He slammed his hand on the director's desk so hard that he even released a statement from his hands. The impact was so powerful that Director Chen's office began to shake and the table nearly shattered into pieces. Fane's eyes flashed with red light, but he calmly but sternly told the director, looking into his eyes, that he did not agree with him. After hearing his tone and looking into his eyes, Chen was very scared but didn't show it and started shouting that he can't talk to him like that, let alone threaten him. Chen said that even the dean of the university does not allow himself to treat him like this. Professor Liang waved his hands and said that it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a tall young man. Fane only smiled when he heard this reproach in his direction. Fane threatened in voice that now they will find out what the real scandal is, and now he will deal with the procedure of returning to the university. Hearing this, the rector could no longer restrain himself, and was quite beside himself. He shouted that Fane could not return, and now he would make it so that he would not stay here a day. He did not answer him, but simply turned his back and headed for the exit, slamming the door loudly behind him. The rector and the professor were beside themselves with rage, asking each other who the hell this guy was and why he allowed himself to behave like this. Fane, meanwhile, left the university and went outside its gates without haste. He began rummaging through his pocket, but told himself that he hadn't expected to use up his connection so quickly. He remembered the number that was left for him. After that, Fane quickly dialed a number. It was Nin's number. Fane said he had a job for him. The working day was coming to an end, and the director of the university was in his office. Apparently, he was having a good time and wasn't expecting any guests. His expression was quite strange. Suddenly, his phone started ringing loudly, which scared him very much. He grabbed it and squeezed it tightly in his hand, almost crushing it. This unexpected call made him very angry, and he started shouting loudly into the phone. But the voice he heard made him immediately calm down, and after that, even more scared. With a trembling voice, he began to say Wei's name. Fane returned to the university again and walked its corridors. He was looking for the office he needed. It was Class A. He reached for the door handle and quietly opened it. It was a spacious and bright office. The windows were wide open and a fresh wind was blowing inside. Suddenly, Fane saw hair growing in the wind. It was a beautiful student who was sitting and looking carefully at some educational materials while fixing her hair. It was Xiao, Fane said her name in surprise. In the past, she should have become his first love. But unfortunately, nothing happened then, and he missed the opportunity to combine his destiny with her. He waved at her and said he was back. Her look was excited, and she didn't seem to expect to see him. She was very confused and excited when she saw him in front of her eyes, after which she suddenly rushed into his arms, joyfully saying his name. He stroked her head and said in a soothing voice that he was back. Hugging Xiao Fane, he chastised himself for being too stupid in his past life and hurting the people who loved him. But in this life he promised himself to make things right. While they were hugging, a guy ran into the office and asked what was going on here. It was a healthy and aggressive student. It seems it was a local hooligan. He was breathing hard and was somewhat angry. The other students said his name was Hen, and they didn't expect to see him today because he usually missed classes. The other girls smiled and gossiped that Hen was in love with Xiao. But now that he saw her in Fane's arms, he would destroy everything around him in a rage. He ran sharply up to Fane and began to stamp his feet loudly. Hen was enraged like an animal and looked at Fane like a lion at its prey and asked him what the hell he was allowing himself to touch Xiao. He barely restrained his huge fists so as not to let them attack. But suddenly he turned away from Fane and turned to Xiao. His tone changed sharply from aggressive to friendly and even sweet, and he told her that he wanted to discuss something with her alone. But Xiao was even more frightened and hid behind Fane, and replied to Hen that they could discuss it here as well. He started reaching for her and angrily told her that she should go with him, but Fane immediately repelled his attempt to grab Xiao. Hen was very surprised when he saw this, because no one had dared to interfere with him before. Fane went dark with rage and told him that he had to leave, and Xiao was not a woman he had the right to touch. Hen's face flashed a smile. He started threatening with his fists again and told Fane that he had no right to tell him what to do. He turned to Xiao again and told her not to disgrace herself, and added that he loved her because she deserved it. But she was already beginning to annoy him with her behavior. Xiao seemed to be very afraid of him and was shaking with fear as she held onto Fane's sleeve. Fane told her not to worry, but he would take care of everything since he would be there now. He smiled gently and looked at her with a warm look, trying to calm her down. Hen began to accuse Xiao of being a naughty girl, and now she would pay for her brazen behavior. Suddenly, Hen's eyes seemed to darken. He saw Fane's face in front of him. He was as angry as a demon, But this did not frighten Hen. He began to laugh and say that Fane would never be able to resist him. He waved his arms and asked Fane how he could think he could defeat him, but it was all a waste of time. And then Hen invited Fane to hit him. Hen laughed, calling Fane a wimp and a scary chicken. He kept laughing loudly and telling Fane to dare to hit him at last. Suddenly everyone heard a loud bang. Hen's body went limp, and he, like a feather, flew to the nearest wall. He hit her painfully and even screamed in pain. Fane asked him why he decided he couldn't defeat him. The blow was really powerful and heavy enough that Hen even grabbed his head and couldn't get up. Tears even came to his eyes, and he thought that he did not expect this boy to be so strong. But this did not last long, and in a moment he was overcome by a frenzied rage. Fane, seeing his gaze on himself, asked if he wanted to continue. But when Hen met Fane's eyes again, he said he was wrong and should probably just rest. Fane immediately answered him that these tricks would not work with him. Hen thought that this was his chance to attack his enemy unexpectedly. He lashed out at him, even using a technique called starburst, saying that he would destroy him now. But no sooner had he raised his hands than he received another powerful blow in the face. But this time Fane did not allow him to pass into himself and immediately grabbed his head, after which he struck him with a powerful knee. The blow was so strong that Hen almost fainted. Then he stepped on his leg, almost breaking it. Hen being on his knees, he screamed frantically in pain. He saw Fane above him, who threw his hands over him to finish him off, but Hen began to beg him to stop. His eyes were filled with fear, but he knew that Fane was unlikely to stop. The next moment, Fane delivered an extremely powerful uppercut with 2 hands, causing the cabinet to shake as if something had exploded. The walls and floor of the classroom were shattered where Fane had hit Hen. As Gang lay face down on the floor, Fane asked him who the weakling was now. Xiao asked Fane if he was okay, and she said that he scared her a lot. He smiled and replied that everything is fine with him, but you should not worry about him. Suddenly someone approached Fane and distracted them from Xiao. It was a young man with glasses. His name was Chong, and he told Fane to be careful because Heng's father was an influential person, and it could be dangerous for him and others. Fane started laughing and asked if this stupid big man had influential parents. Chong replied that his father was a big official. Chong said that as a class supervisor he could not ignore such things, and adjusting his glasses said that Fane should apologize to him. Fane was surprised and angry when he heard this, and asked what he should apologize for. Chong irritably began to speak for Fane not to argue with him and do as he says. Xiao was still frightened by being in such a situation. Fane hugged and to comfort and answered Chong that instead of forcing him to apologize to Hen, it would be better to have an educational conversation with him and fulfill his direct duties. Chong took his words as a personal insult, shaking with anger, and began to call Fane an insolent bastard. He shook his fists and said that this was not the end. Fane was surprised that before he had time to return to the university, he had already made a lot of enemies. Meanwhile, Chong went to another part of the classroom in displeasure. All the students were very surprised by what happened in the last 15 minutes, because usually everything was calm and sometimes even boring. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the office. It was Teacher Ching. She asked what was going on here. Chong immediately appeared in front of her and began to complain that Fane had beaten one of the students. She turned to Fane and in a calm voice asked what happened. Fane calmly leaned back in his chair and said that he did not understand what was being said. Chong began to point his finger in another part of the office and say that Fane had a terrible temper. He pointed to Hen, who was still lying unconscious against the wall, and Chong said that Fane had brutally beaten the poor student. Hen was in such a bad state that he could not even speak and could not confirm Chong's words. The other students began to look at Fane as if expecting him to admit his guilt. He looked back at them, but when they felt his gaze on themselves, they immediately plunged into deep fear. Teacher Ching sighed and said that they were like little children. She lowered her head and turned to Fane, telling him that they should go to her office and discuss something. He happily agreed and immediately set out to fetch her. On the way, he turned to Chong and called him a four-eyed loser. He started pounding his fists on the table and said that he would get to him. He was very angry and immediately took out his phone, after which he called someone and said that Teacher Ching went to her office with some man he called Beige. He was called the White Emperor, and he was the main figure in the magical medical university. In the hunting list, Beige had no peers of the same level, and even the university management treated him especially. Beige was a favorite of women, but his main passion was the Ching. Chong thus wanted to frame Fane, and counting on Beige's strength, he assumed that he would be able to teach him. Ching put a piece of paper in front of her and asked Fane how he was doing at home. She also showed concern and asked him how his sister was doing. Fane thanked her for her kindness and replied that the sister is much better now and is even ready to go to school. He also asked Ching why she decided to talk to him alone. She replied that since he decided to go back to school, he should make several tuition payments. Ta added that they didn't want to tell him about it because she knew they'd had money problems in the past. She was embarrassed to talk about it, but she said that it must be so difficult for them with her sister since housing prices were already very high. She blushed and even offered Fane and her sister to live at her house. Fane wanted to explain to her that this was unnecessary, but everything is fine with them now. But he did not have time to say it, because suddenly the bell rang loudly, announcing the beginning of the lesson. There was an awkward silence between them. She seemed embarrassed that she had invited Fane to stay at her house, and she got up from the table and said she had to run to class immediately. She slipped a note into his hand and whispered in his ear that he should come to her after the lessons at the address indicated in the note. Fane wanted to ask her what that meant, but she had already run out of the office. He felt quite strange, but he didn't understand what it was for. Maybe she really wanted to help them because she knew about their plight that was in his past life. After which he also left the office and went to class. At that moment, Beige was walking in the corridor, and he and Fane passed without meeting. The lock of the office clicked, but someone wanted to enter there. The office door opened, and Beige appeared in the doorway. He said disgruntled that he seems to be late, after which he took out some golden necklace from his pocket. It rose into the air and began to glow. He said that even if this boy tries to escape, he will still find out who he is. It was some strange, magical thing. She flew out of the office and headed through the corridors of the university. While Fane was on his way and did not suspect anything, some magical force surrounded him and trapped him like a net. This thing was controlled by Beige. When this necklace was surrounded by Fane, he was able to see his image. He understood that it was the same guy. He recognized him because he had met him here before. Beige began to get angry and say, "Why is he allowing himself to touch his girlfriend? And for this he will destroy him." He struck the wall with his fist in anger, after which some electric charges poured out of it. He walked over to the chair that belonged to Ching and wrapped both arms around it, after which he began to sniff it. Beige enjoyed her scent. He said that she smelled just incredibly nice and he couldn't enjoy it enough. Meanwhile, Fane visited the library. He remembered that in his past life he had read in the school newspaper about a professor at a medical university who was able to develop some medicines. It didn't bother him then, but now he understood that the strange effect that these medicines had was similar to cultivation. And now that the energies of heaven and earth were exhausted, cultivation was very slow. And if he manages to find this mysterious potion, it can be very beneficial to his development. Suddenly someone called him and distracted him from his thoughts. It was Xiao. She was also spending time in the library doing her homework. She was happy to meet him again. She immediately asked him what he and Teacher Ching were talking about. He was embarrassed and replied that they were discussing some academic issues. While they were talking, two hooligans broke into the library. One of them pointed a finger at Fane, who was talking to Xiao. This guy turned to the big guy and asked him, "Did this smirkhack manage to bring in the wife of their boss hen?" He replied that it was like that, but he could never beat him in a fight, and he would just crush him now. Xiao got scared and told Fane that two bullies are approaching them. A big man came up to Fane and wanted to grab him by the shoulder. They asked him if he is not the same Fane. Fane immediately grabbed his hand and squeezed his wrist tightly. He felt incredible pain and could not believe that he was doing it with only one hand. Fane looked into his eyes and said that he did not make mistakes. Otherwise, he is not responsible for his actions. The big man started shouting, "Does he want to be destroyed?" And his knee immediately flew into Fane's chest. He easily dodged this blow. But the big man, unable to keep his balance, flew face down to the floor. He began to shout, disgruntled, "What the hell is this?" But in a moment he received a powerful blow to the jaw. The blow was so powerful that it almost twisted him into a ram's horn. Fane didn't even put any effort into it. The big guy's partner started to shout in surprise and shock, but Fane told him to be quieter because they were in the library. Fane then asked the boy if he had any problems or questions for him. The big guy was passed out and the other guy was trying to pick him up to get out of here as soon as possible. Grabbing his partner, he ran away from the library in terror. Fane sighed in boredom. He began to complain that his good mood was ruined again. Xiao asked him when he managed to become so strong. He replied that he was just very reserved before, but even then he had such power. Xiao said that she did not believe him, after which she laughed, but offered him to have dinner together. He was uncomfortable to refuse, but he said that he already had plans. In fact, he had to visit Teacher Ching. She looked at him with her big eyes and asked if it was true. He replied that she should not worry about it, and if he's free tomorrow, he doesn't know if he has the right to invite a beauty like her to dinner, Fane said, hugging Xiao. She was embarrassed and started storming out, telling him he was a fool. After class, Fane arrived at the address given to him by Teacher Ching. He read the note carefully once more and made sure he didn't mix anything up, after which he went to the door and rang the bell. The door immediately opened and he saw Ching in front of him, who was busy in the kitchen in an apron preparing dinner. She told Fane not to be shy and sit down as the rice was almost ready. Fane sat on the chair and watched as Ching continued to consult in the kitchen, humming some melody. He remembered that in his past life he was the only person who was always good to him. But in that life, she unexpectedly jumped off the roof of a trade and economic building. Then the police treated it as an accident and did not investigate the matter. Fane promised himself that in this life he would not allow it to happen again. She called Fane and said that everything is ready. He was even a little embarrassed because no one cared about him like that for a long time. She told him not to stand around and sit down at the table, setting the plates. They started having dinner. She asked him what he thought about her proposal. While he was enjoying his home-cooked meal, he shared that he had recently found a job, and his new boss had even helped him with housing and allocated a staff room for him. So she has nothing to worry about, but she and her sister were provided for. It seems that she was even a little disappointed and said that if they have any problems, he can always count on her. Fane smiled and thanked her sincerely for that. After dinner, they decided to take a walk in the local garden. The weather was nice, and it was a great time for a walk, but Ching seemed to be upset about something. There was some rustling in the bushes near them. It was Beige who was following them at this time. He quickly ran between the bushes, hoping that he would not be noticed. But they noticed him. At this time, Ching laughed and said that the student who beat Fane was strange. Fane turned and loudly ordered to show himself to the one who was watching them. He bent down to pick up a stone to throw into the bushes. The stone powerfully flew to the place where Beige was just sitting. Fane managed to hit him right in the back, and he immediately jumped up and screamed in pain. While he was trying to get out of the bushes, he tripped and fell right at their feet. Fane said that they had just met, and he already wanted to run away, after which he ordered him to stand up and explain what he was doing here. Beige was furious that he had been exposed, and this guy had spoken so disrespectfully to him. He arose and asked Fane why he allowed himself to behave so insolently. When Ching saw Beige in front of her, she got scared and asked him what he was doing here. As soon as he saw her, a smile appeared on his face. He stuck out his tongue and began to behave very strangely, after which he said that he had come to see her, but did not expect that she would have guests. She began to worry and told Fane that he could leave if he wanted to. Beige asked him if he was going to leave, after which he came close to him, and taking him by the throat, saying that he would not allow him to leave them. Seeing this, Ching became even more worried. Beige ordered Teacher Ching to come over and satisfy him, and only then would he let this boy go. He seemed to possess hypnosis. His eyes became furious, but he ordered her even louder. Suddenly, Fane grabbed Ching's hand and led her along. They began to leave, leaving Beige alone. They completely ignored him. He heard Fane telling Ching that he was going to take her to an interesting place, as if they had never met Beige before. Beige began to curse loudly. He did not understand what was happening. He chased after them, and leaping, he wanted to strike Fane in the back. He shouted that no one dared to ignore him, and Fane would pay for it. Beige's hand had already almost reached the back of Fane's neck. But Fane, without even turning around, brushed him off, at the same time delivering a powerful blow. He flew a few meters away and hit the nearest pillar. Fane asked him if that was all he could do. Beige replied that he did not expect to meet a cultivator. While he was trying to get up, Beige said that no one in the entire university could even compete with him in strength. Ching was still very scared, but he told her not to worry and he would be able to protect her. Beige had already taken out his necklace and, holding it in his hands, asked if he was really sure about it. The red liquid that dripped from his face got on the necklace. Fane immediately understood that it was a magical artifact that usually belonged to monks and was rarely found in ordinary people. A strange energy began to emanate from this necklace. It was the ghost of an ominous scream. Beige was an unusual student. He was an evil magician who hypnotized and subjugated people to his will. He immediately sent this spirit to attack Fane. The spirit rushed towards him and almost reached his chest. It penetrated his chest and rushed out like the wind. Fane was amazed by this power, but a little confused as he had not expected to meet such an opponent. Beige was smiling with satisfaction as he thought he had managed to defeat him. Beige said that Fane forced him to use the 9 phantom beads, so being destroyed by this weapon should be an honor for him. He put his hand forward to show his necklace, and show off before his enemy while he was still alive. He said that this necklace was a birthday present from his old ancestor. But if it is soaked with the crimson liquid in this artifact, it is possible to awaken the secret ghostly fire, and with this, he has already managed to destroy many masters. Beige smiled and said that Fane couldn't blame him because that was his nature. Suddenly, Fane asked him if it was his trump. He was amazed that his enemy was still alive, and when he came to, he asked him about the weapon. Suddenly, he saw that Fane was holding his spirit in her hands. It was his Fane astral form that was able to capture the spirit and crush it. He said he was sorry to disappoint him or his spirit had come to an end. He then said that if he really planned to destroy the immortal soul, then he was a real fool. Big was seized with a frenzy of rage and he began to shout, "How is this even possible?" After which he immediately rushed to attack Fane. Fane beckoned him with his finger and said that now he would let him see true power. He was completely calm and self-confident, beckoning Beige with his finger. His body seemed to be enveloped by spirits. Fane said that this was true power. Beige could not believe his eyes. After a moment, these spirits surrounded him like mad dogs and wanted to attack. Fane only had to give the command and they attacked immediately. Beige was shaking with fear and rage. He shouted that it was impossible. He asked how Fane managed to control spirits that were much stronger than him. He only replied that a dead man does not need to know so much, after which he waved his finger and said goodbye. The spirits rushed to attack Beige, and he still continued to shout that it was impossible. These fiery spirits burned him to ashes in an instant. But nothing remained of him except pink smoke and a necklace. Fane approached this necklace to pick up. While he was scrutinizing it, Ching addressed him. She asked him in fear what he had done. He thought that the chi energy on Earth had almost run out, and it was not so easy to get such a magic necklace, although it was not very strong, but still, it was better than nothing. He smiled back at her and said it was a little secret, after which he said that he should go, but he shouldn't be seen off. Ching looked at his back in confusion. Then she screamed and said that she was very grateful to him for saving her. Fane just smiled and waved at her. She couldn't believe it was the same Fane she knew. Fane had already returned to his estate and opened the door. He saw that the door to Xiaojie's room was open. He went into the room to make sure that everything was in order and to ask her how she was doing. It seems that she was already going to sleep, and said that she still decided to wait until he returned. He smiled and patted her head, calling her a fool and saying that she deserves a date. Tired and sleepy, she went to her bed. Fane could not be happy for his sister because he missed her for 1,000 years. She tripped over a step and began to fall. Fane was not jokingly scared and shouted for her to be more careful, but she was able to keep her balance and not fall, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked out from behind the wall and said she had something to tell him. Fane asked her what happened this time. She said that there was a party in her class next week and asked permission to go to it. Fane pretended to think about her question, after which he smiled and said that she can go there after all. She was very happy and incredibly happy about it. Sitting on the sofa, he took out a necklace from his pocket and began to examine it again. Since it was a magical thing, he wanted to conduct some experiment on it, namely to purify it with the soul stone. The powerful energy of the necklace wanted to break out in the form of a spirit, but he managed to stop it, and with the help of cultivation to purify. Then let him out. Suddenly, this energy began to jump, hitting the ceiling and walls as if it was blindly trying to hit its enemy. Fane realized that there was still dark energy left in this necklace. It was strange that Beige didn't practice chi, but he could still cast spells with the help of this artifact. The world of cultivators was divided into 9 realms of chi purification: foundation building, Ningyuan, Dongsu, Nirvana, Sendai, destruction, mergence, and enlightenment. Sendai 9 large areas were separated from Sendai. What was below is Wang, and above Sendai is Xi'an. The kingdom of Sendai was called a magical country. In his past life, he was in that realm immortal names spread across the 3,000 worlds. He used his own Yan Taoist method and was able to defeat his opponents. He passed through all the immortal worlds then, without a single defeat. He was respected by everyone, including the Emperor and other immortals. However, after he obtained the 9 heavenly stones, he had to face the Xinjiang Alliance in a skirmish. And in the end, he had to fight on top of the magic mountain with 30 Xianzhuzongs at the same time. This battle did not end for a single day and took place for almost a week without rest. Eventually, the battle came to an end. All souls sobbed in pain. At that time, he managed to develop his power to the maximum. This force had no equal in power in the entire universe. This power was like a black hole that began to absorb the souls of his enemies. At that time, all 30 immortals were destroyed. But the price of this was that from that time, half of the immortal world became very dangerous. And after all these events, he also fell but ended up in this world, having regained his old life. Fane promised himself that in this world he would cultivate each kingdom to the limit, and after that he would destroy the world of immortals. Now he had to start all over again. But this was his first step in his new ascent. Meanwhile, the energy was still swirling around his room. He raised his hand and made an interesting gesture with his hand, bringing it to his chest. Seeing this gesture, the spirit seemed to be frightened, and it began to be sucked into Fane. This spirit merged with his soul and it absorbed him completely. He did it for the first time in this world, and these sensations were quite strange. But because he had absorbed this boy, it could now be considered that he had passed to the first level. It was part of his chi cultivation stage. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He should have started training a long time ago, but after returning to this world, he was busy communicating with other people and solving his problems. He communicated with the Soul Stone as if it were alive and asked it to allow him to be fully absorbed by it, which could be done through deep meditation and hard inner work. Meanwhile, Xiaojie was fast asleep in her room. Fane finally finished his training and exhaled heavily. He was satisfied with the result because it turned out even better than he expected. He said that currently with this immortal stone you can even cross the whole world. Meanwhile, in another space, one of the old masters sat in the middle of the mountains in the middle of the cultivator's circle and meditated deeply. Suddenly he felt a strong pain in his chest and it seemed to him that he would be destroyed now. He fell to his knees, resting his hands on the ground, and immediately felt that something was wrong with the necklace. Its energy disappeared. It meant that someone dared to destroy his grandson. The old master began to say that he would find and destroy this person and his entire family. He wrapped his arms around several skulls lying next to him, after which he closed his hands and the remains, which were scattered everywhere around him, began to circle in the air as if they had come to life. He began to use some spell to look into the other universe and understand what happened. He saw that his grandson Beige was destroyed along with his necklace. The next day Fane had already left for school. Although he was able to advance to a new level last night, he was still unhappy. He was worried that the guy he destroyed was quite unusual for this world, and to some extent even dangerous. And in the future on his way, many more such unpleasant characters await him, I know. Suddenly Xiao came up to him, said hello, and said that he came very early today. She smiled and asked how he was doing. They started laughing. Fane said he was fine. When Chong saw Fane, he was very disappointed and angry. He wondered and asked why Beige had not done anything to him, and why the principal had not expelled him from the university yet. He was approached by one of the bullies who tried to attack Fane in the library yesterday, and he told Chong that yesterday he had beaten one of the strongest fighters from their martial arts club. He said that most likely this guy practices kung fu. Besides, he was able to make the most beautiful girl in the university fall in love with him. He said that overcoming this guy is not easy at all, but they have to join forces to defeat him. He proposed the following plan. When Xiao is alone, they will kidnap her. But in this case, it will go to Chong, who said that he likes this plan. He hated Fane with all his heart, and was ready to do anything to harm him. Xiao poked Fane's shoulder in a friendly way, and asked him if he had forgotten about his offer to meet. He smiled happily and said that he remembers everything, but jokingly asked her if the restaurant was her home. And I suggested that we go to her restaurant and have dinner together. She said it was a good idea. But the next moment, for some reason, she was upset. The fact is that in the past, her parents had warned him to stay away from their daughter because he was known to be poor and unworthy of her. But now everything was different. It was a local tea restaurant. The first floor was where the owners welcomed guests, and the second floor was the Xiao family's house. They went inside, and Xiao said that they are already back. They were met by her mother, and she told her to hurry up because the food was already ready. Suddenly, she saw Fane and her look changed. Xiao was immediately startled by her parents' reaction. Fane stepped forward and greeted her mother. She came closer to her face, expressing displeasure and even disgust. She grabbed her daughter's hand and said that they should go away and talk. She started to say that she warned her that she shouldn't talk to this guy, and why did she bring him home? Xiao started to make excuses and say that she and Fane are just friends. Glancing at Fane, she said that it was just terrible, and he couldn't even be her friend. Xiao did not tolerate these insults and said that Fane is a very good person. Her mother began to wave her finger and say that she should not communicate with him, and this ban would only benefit her. Xiao exhaled heavily and agreed with her mother because she understood that it was useless to argue with her. She said that she is part of a big family, but that does not mean that anyone can join her, so she should not be fooled by the beautiful words of strangers. This time Xiao was already angry and told her mother to stop immediately. Suddenly they heard a strange noise that distracted them from the quarrel. Fane was also surprised by this and turned his attention to the door from which the sound of an engine motor was coming. Some goblin-like bikers appeared near the restaurant. They were armed with bulls and seemed to have come here to crush everything. Perhaps these thieves were hired by competitors to get rid of the Xiao family's restaurant. One of them went to the door and kicked it open. The door came off its hinges and fell to the floor. Most of the visitors got scared and started to run away. At this noise, Xiao's father came down from the second floor. And when he saw the thieves, he was very scared. The leader of this gang said that he came on the orders of his boss and asked when he will pay for the fact that his business is quietly flourishing in this area. Xiao's father tried to explain something. He stammered and said that he would pay everything. The leader of the gang approached him with a bat in his hands. He said that he has no money now, but he will definitely pay everything. The thug grabbed him by the throat and started threatening him. He laughed and asked him why he dares to borrow money and then not return it. Holding him by the neck above him, he asked him if his life was dear to him. He turned to his brother Ta and said that this old man did not want to return the money to him, after which he asked him what they were going to do with him. Xiao's father told him that if he destroyed it, he definitely wouldn't be able to get his money and asked him to give him some time. Xiao and her mother were very scared and didn't know what to do. The bandit paid attention to them. He said that his wife and daughter were very beautiful, and he even felt sorry for him, and offered Xiao's father to lend them to him for a few months so that he could play with them, and thus perhaps he would give him a few more days. He started shouting for the girls to run away as fast as possible. The bandit threw him on the floor, but he was hit hard and could not even get up. He told him to shut up and immediately headed towards the girls. He approached them and licked like a beast that saw its prey. Xiao's mother covered her with her for protection. He was approaching them and was already stretching his arms. He was already very close. Xiao's mother hugged her daughter to her chest while crying out of fear. Suddenly someone grabbed the bandit's hand and stopped him. He felt great pain and was even more surprised. It was Fane who looked him sternly in the eyes and told him to get on his knees and apologize, and then he might even spare him. Xiao's mother started shouting loudly and asking Fane what he was doing. The bandit immediately pushed aside Fane's hand and approached him for shelter. Shelter. It seemed that he was several times bigger than him, and asked who he was that allowed himself to talk to him like that. Fane told him it was none of his business. He began to laugh loudly in response. He turned to his brothers and said that it looks like some kind of prankster, after which he broke the bottle and made a glass rose out of it. He shouted that now his life would become unbearable and immediately attacked Fane. He shouted at him and said that he would now take his life. At some point, this bandit started to annoy Fane very much. Rage flared up in his heart and he threw the bottle away, knocking it out of the bandit's hand. When the bottle broke, its fragments flew straight into the bandit's face. He clutched his face and began to whimper. His brother immediately asked him if everything was all right. He yelled for them to destroy this guy immediately. One of them immediately put the sharp knuckles on his arm. Fane is calm and even kept his hands in his pockets, and these beasts did not scare him at all. One of the bandits began to wave his hands, preparing to attack. The next moment he charged, aiming his fist straight at Fane's face. The Xiao family was very frightened and feared that this bandit would probably kill the boy now. But Fane, putting out his hand, was able to easily stop this powerful blow. But he stopped him not even with his hand, but only with one finger. The bandit was frightened and started shouting that it was impossible. Fane snapped his fingers and told him to get out of here. But with this light wave of his fingers, he flew away several meters and crumpled to the floor. Fane said they were very brazenly ignorant and paid the price. It was hard to believe that this guy could easily overcome two very strong bandits who were several times bigger than him. One of them looked at his brother and could not believe that he was lying on the floor unconscious. Xiao looked at Fane Ta and said that it was just incredible. Her father was also happy and said that it was a beautiful blow. But the bandits did not give up. The senior one of them said that he would not forgive him for daring to hit him in front of his subordinates. He began to shout that he would destroy him at any cost, after which he immediately reached into his pocket for a weapon. He pointed the gun at Fane and said that he would now be destroyed. A moment later the gun went off, and the bullet flew straight into Fane's chest. But he was able to easily dodge this shot. After that he took several quick steps to get closer to the bandit and grabbed his face. He squeezed his jaw very hard, almost crushing it. He said he couldn't believe it and asked how he managed to dodge the bullet and asked who he was. Fane replied that it didn't matter who he was, and the main thing was that in his eyes this bandit was just nothing, who didn't even deserve to live. He gripped his jaw tighter and tighter. His brothers were very frightened but did not dare to interfere. Fane looked at them and ordered them to immediately kneel and apologize. They immediately said that they would immediately carry out his order as long as he let them go. They fell to their knees in front of the Xiao family and began to beg for their forgiveness. Fane turned to Xiao's father and said if he continues to gamble, then he might not be so lucky next time. He began to swear that he would never play again. Fane released the thug and threw him to the floor. He ordered them to leave immediately and never come again, or he would destroy them without a second thought. He said that he swears to take their lives, but it will be very painful for them. They limped out of the restaurant and said they understood everything. Fane, someone called. It was Xiao's mother. She said that he was the benefactor of their family and that it was a great blessing that their daughter knew him. But Fane didn't feel anything when he heard this gratitude, because only 5 minutes ago he heard what Xiao's mother said about him. He said that he should go and they would be able to deal with the rest on their own. Xiao looked at him and asked herself who he was, because Fane had become completely different. His henchman approached Chong and said that he saw Xiao invite Fane to her home. He called Chong the boss. This guy was restless and came up with various plans, such as he suggested to break into the house and take a picture of Xiao, then when she would not expect it, and then blackmail her with these photos if she does not refuse to communicate with Fane and does not agree to meet with Chong. Chong told him that it was a good idea. Walking through the streets, they just met those 3 bandits who were limping after meeting with Fane. Seeing them, Chong asked if it was Wang's brother. They also noticed him and asked him what he was doing here. He began to say that he needed help and that he was not going to leave this beauty Xiao in Fane's hands. But this Fane, he didn't know what to do with him. It will be very difficult to get rid of him, Chong said irritably, adjusting his glasses. When the brothers realized who they were talking about, they immediately broke into a sweat of fear. Elder brother asked him if he meant that guy from the Xiao family restaurant. He clarified and said that the guy has white hair. Chong happily nodded his head and said that it was him, after which he immediately received a powerful blow to the face. He fell to the ground and began to whimper, asking why he had been hit. The bandit said that he is not going to have anything to do with him, but he does not want to hear anything about this guy. After that, they continued to limp along the road. Chong and his friend were shocked and couldn't understand what kind of reaction it was on their part. He rubbed his face and said that they seemed to have lost their minds. His friend started fussing and saying that the situation was not very good. Chong asked him what else happened and why he was behaving so strangely. He pointed his finger in the opposite direction from them, from which side Fane was just approaching them. Fane was not in a very good mood and they had better not cross his path. Chong's friend immediately began to pull him along and said that they should get out of here immediately. Fane still noticed and said that they were running quite fast. Suddenly his phone rang and he was surprised because he was not expecting any calls from anyone. He picked up the phone. It was Nin. Fane immediately asked him what happened. He said that he had a friend who suffered from an unknown disease. Regardless of the diagnosis made by doctors in the country or abroad, there was no improvement. After which he said that the only hope remained for Fane, and he decided to call him. Fane was surprised that he was offered to help someone with a cure, as he had never demonstrated his healing abilities, and it was quite strange. He immediately asked Nin directly why he thought he could help with this. Nin explained that Master Wei told him about it. He said that Fane has powerful magical powers, and where the doctors were powerless, he could help. Fane smiled and thought to himself that it looked like Master Wei was planning to test him. Fane said that in that case he agrees and waits for Nin to pick him up. Nin was very happy that Fane agreed and said that he was almost there. He pressed hard on the gas and the car flew down the road like a bullet. In a moment he was at Fane. He got into the car and said he was ready and they could go. Nin asked him if he should take any tools with him. He smiled and said that there was no need for this. In 10 minutes, they drove up to some estate which was surrounded by guards. As soon as they got out of the car, they were invited to enter the middle. It was a prosperous area where there were some rich houses, various influential people. Entering the house, they went to the nearest room. Inside, they saw a doctor and a person who was connected to some devices. Seeing the man, Fane wondered if he could really help, because his powers were still at the initial level. It was an elderly man with some modern life support device hanging over him. When Likar saw Fane, his face showed irritation. Nin immediately asked him if he knew what kind of disease it was. Fane replied that it was nothing special and he should just examine him. The doctor angrily asked Nin where he got this little impudent child. "But why does this white-haired man say that it was a minor illness?" asked another man. They angered Fane with their words, and he too gave them an irritated look. Just as he started to approach the bed, the doctor started shouting for him to stop. But Fane ignored him, and he tried to grab him by the neck to pull him away. Fane simply reached out and punched the doctor in the face for daring to touch him, after which he ordered them to leave the premises immediately. The doctor received it well and could no longer interfere with him. Fane came even closer to the man to examine him more closely. He said that if he came later, nothing would have helped him, but at the moment the problem was not so serious. He raised his hands over the man. It seems one of his assistants begged him to stop, but Fane had already begun his rite. His hands turned into energy tentacles, and he quickly and pointedly pressed down on the man's chest. Suddenly the device showed that the man's heart stopped beating. Fane had only one last push to make. But when the assistant saw that the device showed that his master's heart had stopped, he started shouting that Mr. Kim was destroyed. His screams could be heard on the street, but he alarmed all the guards. They ran into the room and pointed their guns at Fane, but he was completely calm and did not express any excitement. Nin couldn't believe his eyes. The doctor and Mr. Kim's assistant were also impressed. The fact is that he came to his senses and, clutching his chest, began to breathe hard. The doctor ran up to the machine and announced that Mr. Kim's heart rate had returned to normal. Fane said that it looks like they don't really trust him, so they should forget about it. He said that this person has nothing to do with him, so he has no reason not to stay here. Suddenly someone asked him to stop and not to go. He stopped and saw a young man in front of him. He breathed heavily and asked him to stay and save his father. Fane again said that he did not want to do this. The young man immediately fell to his knees. He began to beg Fane to save his father. He called him a divine doctor. His family was blind that they did not immediately see his potential. But he asked to blame him for this insult they caused him. He beat his head on the floor with tears in his eyes and begged to save his father and forgive them. He pleaded with Fane as if his life were on the line. The doctor and Mr. Kim's assistant were amazed because it was they who always put people on their knees, and now their family found itself in such a position and was forced to stand on its knees and ask for salvation. Fane looked at him again. He said that now he is even more angry at them. He moved his finger, and the boy seemed to be lifted from the floor by some force. Another doctor ran into the room and said he was sorry for being late. He began to ask what happened to Mr. Kim. Another doctor was happy and said that he had finally come. He started pointing his finger at Fane and saying that this guy almost destroyed Mr. Kim. When Likar saw Fane, he was very surprised. He started mumbling something under his breath. He immediately ran up to Fane and started shaking his hand and saying that he had heard a lot of good things about him and he was very glad to meet him. Then he said that his name was Dr. Liang. He continued to shake his hand and say that he was honored to see him here. Seeing this from another doctor and a memorial, Kim's jaws almost dropped in surprise. Fane was also surprised and asked Dr. Liang how he knew him. Liang replied that Mr. Wei had told him about him. Fane smiled and replied that he now understood everything. He rolled up his sleeves and said that now is the time to save Mr. Kim. Fane turned to Liang and said that he should help him. The doctor said that he could rely on him. Suddenly he stopped and said that the others should leave the room. He said that these doctors were very bad, and they should not stay here. The guards immediately grabbed them and dragged them to the exit, after which it was immediately thrown out of the house as garbage. Fane turned to Mr. Kim's son and told him that everyone should leave the premises. He agreed and ordered the guards to leave. The door closed. Only Fane, Liang, Kim's son, and Nin remained in the room. Fane said they would work on acupuncture points. The doctor had to work with 2 of them by clicking on them. Fane worked with others. It must be done very quickly. Kim was in a lot of pain, but he had to endure because it was necessary for his salvation. Liang turned to Fane and asked if everything was going according to plan, because Kim didn't look too good. His body resisted and it was very difficult for him to keep pushing. Fane said that instead of distracting him, it is better to keep pressing. It was very difficult, but Fane did not stop, and the doctor did what he was told. He said that at his command he should let go of his hands. The man's body began to bend in different directions, and the oxygen mask flew off his face. Dark energy seemed to emanate from him, and the doctor asked what it was. Fane explained that it was an evil spirit that entered his body, and Mr. Kim's illness was called for this very reason. But now that the evil spirit has dissipated, Mr. Kim should be fine, Fane said. The man regained consciousness and was even able to open his eyes. He immediately saw in front of him the happy face of his son, who congratulated him on his recovery. Mr. Kim himself was also very impressed that everything went well and they were able to pull him out. His son hugged him tightly and said that now everything will be okay. Mr. Kim saw the people around him. He looked at Dr. Liang and asked if he should thank him for saving him. The doctor pointed his hand at Fane and said that it was the merit of this young man. When Mr. Kim saw this young man, tears welled up in his eyes, and he began to sincerely thank him. He even tried to stand up to personally shake his hand. Kim said that he will never forget it and will be grateful to him for the rest of his days. Fane said that it was good and immediately asked him how he was feeling. Kim said he's feeling much better, but his back is just a little sore. Fane said that in any case, he had been lying down for a long time, so his back hurt, and to improve his condition, he needed to move more, and then everything would be better. Mr. Kim turned to his son and asked him to bring something, to which he replied that he would immediately carry out his order. The son of the city, Kim, quickly returned holding something in his hands. It was a money card. He said it had 1 billion on it, and Ta asked to accept it as a thank you. When Nin and the doctor heard this sum, they were shocked. Fane was also amazed by this amount, but said that he had to refuse and that there was no need for this gratitude. He said that money was useless to him, and he only accepts medicinal herbs, jade, or magical tools, and if they have any of these, they can inform him about it. When Mr. Kim heard about the magical tools, he immediately said that he had been invited to participate in the auction of spiritual artifacts before, but was postponed due to his illness. Fane was surprised that such auctions were held. He immediately asked what exactly they were selling. Kim replied that he heard that it was organized by feng shui masters from the north, and their level was very high, and added that Yuan Donghan would participate in the auction. Nin was very surprised when he heard this name. Fane saw his reaction and immediately asked who it was. Nin explained that according to legend, Yuan Donghan possessed true supernatural abilities, and he could even control thunder and lightning in this world. But this man was known to be a famous feng shui master across the strait, and it was said that he changed the fortunes of the Li family when they were on the verge of bankruptcy. He was able to bring them to the highest level. Fane said it all sounds pretty interesting, and immediately asked when exactly this auction will take place. Kim said that he would definitely find out this information and then immediately notify him about it. Kim was very happy and he was in a good mood. He said that today he recovered from a serious illness and this is a great joy, so he wants to arrange a banquet at the Dynasty Hotel. But he definitely invites Fane and his friends to take part in it since he is his savior. He would very much like to see him there. But he had already returned and was heading for the exit. He said that unfortunately he did not have time for this. Nin told Kim that they should leave. They said their goodbyes and headed for the manor exit. They were heading to the car while security was circling the house. Nin turned to Fane and said that he was very grateful to Fane for his help, and one day he would personally express his gratitude to Fane for his kindness. Fane replied that it should not be done, but told Nin that he was free and could leave him. Nin bowed to him too, I scared. He had already returned to his home. While he was opening the door, he heard some commotion in the house. When he looked inside, he was very impressed. His eyes still lit up with surprise and the beauty that awaited him there. His sister was in a very good mood and wore a nice outfit. Fane only now realized that she really had grown up. Fane patted her head and asked if she would like to have dinner with him. Did he forget what she told him, she asked. Fane really forgot and didn't understand what she was talking about and asked her exactly what she meant. She said that today she was going to go to the school party that she told him about. Did he forget? Asked Xiao Ji. Fane scratched the back of his head and said he had really forgotten about it. She immediately suggested that he go with her, as he would regret it if he stayed home alone. He replied that he agreed to go together. After hearing this, she was very happy and said that she has the best brother in the world. Meanwhile, a car was rushing through the city at high speed. Inside it were many teenagers drinking alcohol and having fun. There were 2 boys and a girl, one of them was Chen Yan. The girl named Hugh was his sister and asked him when they would arrive at the Dynasty restaurant. He immediately suggested that she pick up her classmate Xiao Jie on the way. She said that it was the girl who lived in the slums, and why did they want her brother with them? Chen Yan replied that since this is her classmate, it wouldn't be bad to relax and spend time together. In fact, he liked Xiao Jie and considered her a gem that he would like to possess and possibly even split. They came to Xiao Jie's new address because you are very surprised to see such an estate in front of you. He said it wasn't much like the slums his sister was talking about. She replied that it was Xiao Jie who gave her the address, but she did not expect it to be a villa. The door opened and Fane appeared. Xiao Jie came out with him, holding his arm. Hugh began to scoff, saying that Xiao Jie had decided to take her miserable brother with her. These words made Xiao Jie very angry. She started shouting at them and asking how they got here because it was a closed villa. Hugh asked how it was possible that they lived in the slums a few days ago and now came to this luxurious villa. Xiao Jie said she doesn't need any lottery tickets, and it's all thanks to her little brother. Chen Yan told Hue that enough fighting is enough, and they have to leave. He turned to Fane and asked if they really lived here because he knew that the villas in this area were very expensive, and he himself dreamed of settling here. After which he said that they were heading to the Dynasty Hotel and asked Fane where his car was. He said that he would never believe that having such a villa, a person would not have a car. Fane smiled and said that he doesn't have a car, but he thinks that traveling by car is very boring. After which he asked if they wouldn't have a couple of free seats for them. Hugh started arguing and saying, "Doesn't he see that she has taken those seats?" She started screaming and saying that she couldn't believe that they were even living in this villa and that they had set it up on purpose to show off to them. Fane calmly replied that if they continue to behave like this, it is unlikely that they will be able to make it to the party in time. Xiao Jie almost exploded with anger when she heard Hue's words. Chen Yan told the sister not to cause trouble, then suggested that Fane and his sister get into the car. A moment later they were on their way to the hotel. Eventually they arrived and parked at the entrance. A bunch of guards met near the hotel. It seems that many noble people were resting there today. Fane immediately noticed that the hotel looked simply grandiose, but he wondered why he hadn't heard anything about it before. The guard immediately recognized Hugh's brother. His name was Chen. It seems that he often visited this place. He looked at him as if they were up to something. When Fane and her sister approached the entrance, a guard stopped them and told them to wait. He said it was a high-class hotel and ordered them to show their documents. Fane immediately pointed to Chen and his sister, whom he had passed without checking. And they were together, Fane said. The guard smiled and asked if he was young Master Chen's successor. Fane thought, what the hell? And he wasn't a follower of that snob. But he didn't say anything because he didn't want to spoil his sister's mood. He knew immediately that this boy wanted to make him feel ashamed, and he would have scolded him for it, but today was an important day for his sister. Eventually they got to the middle. It was a really fancy place. Suddenly Fane saw a familiar face. He wondered in surprise what she was doing here. It was Xiao. She didn't see him, and Fane watched her silently. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jie pulled his hand and asked why he was stuck. He said that he was leaving but still kept his eyes on Xiao, who was in the company of two unfamiliar men. They came to a large door that led to a hall. Chen said that they had come. He opened the door and said he was sorry, but they were a little late. There they were met by other classmates who were already celebrating in full swing. Xiaoji immediately saw her friend waving at her sitting at one of the tables. Xiaozi's friend, when she saw Fane, said that he was really very handsome. Xiaoji was embarrassed and started to laugh in confusion. Fane said that he was grateful for her compliment. Hugh was already drunk and began to philosophize about what beauty is for. Her brother said she better watch her tongue. Then he stood up and decided to make a toast. He said that he was very grateful to all of them and that they were here today. After that, everyone immediately started to have fun and celebrate further. Suddenly he laughed, looking into his glass. Chen Yan asked him what was so funny. He replied that it didn't matter and told them to keep celebrating and ignore him. Suddenly his sister Xiao Jie ran up to him and held out a glass and said that she couldn't drink at all. Hugh started yelling at her and saying that she was embarrassing them. Xiao Jie angrily answered her that she did not say that she would not drink, but simply said that she could not. Chen Yan laughed and said that this wine was more like an ordinary soda, but there is almost no alcohol in it if you cannot worry. Fane also told the sister that she cannot worry and he allows her to drink this drink. She looked at the glass of her wine for a long time before starting to drink, when suddenly Fane tapped her glass with his finger, and the liquid inside began to change color. He immediately understood that something was wrong, that the boy had planned something bad and most likely mixed some kind of drug in the wine. Fane realized that this party of classmates is not so simple. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the drugs didn't work on him. And this guy will get what he deserves, Fane thought. So he drank his drink without giving any sign. Xiao Jie also followed her brother and drank her wine. Chen Yan was very pleased and happy that everything worked out for him. This treacherous fiend had waited for the moment, and now Xiao Ji would be in his hands, he thought. Behind the walls of the hotel there was a noise. Someone was approaching them. It was a crowd of some guys. They said they were lucky to do business with Chen Yan. They were discussing what was inside. There was a crowd of little girls waiting for them, and they were all very pretty. One of them even stuck out his tongue and said that he wanted to take that little Xiao Jie for himself, and it would be nice if he made her his girlfriend. The fat man who was with them said that he might not even hope because Chen Yan liked her. Chen Yan made toast after toast, forcing everyone to drink more of his poisoned wine. Some boys and girls have already started to feel a headache, but did not control themselves. Fane told the sister to take her time with this wine and suggested that she pretend that they got drunk and fell asleep. She agreed with him. Fane started pretending and said that it looks like he got very drunk and wanted to sleep. Xiao Ji also pretended that she was already very drunk. They fell asleep and collapsed on the table exhausted. Seeing this, Chen Yan was very pleased. In general, all of their classmates also fell asleep, but they were really under the influence of the drug, unlike that sister's Fane. Hugh turned to her brother Chen Yan and said that this is the last time she is helping him to do such things. He told her to calm down. There is nothing like that here. But he said that after the end he would give her a reward for it. After hearing about the reward, she immediately forgot about her conscience and began to thank her brother. Chen Yan clapped his hands and motioned for his customers to enter. The door opened and the boys, invited by Chen Yan, entered the room, saying that they couldn't wait to have some fun. He pointed to girls who fell asleep under the influence of wine and said that they were already very drunk and would not resist. After that, a crazy smile appeared on his face, but he said that they can start. He himself approached Xiaozi and began to laugh. He began to reach out to her and say that he will take care of her now. He was already very close, and it seemed to him that now everything would begin. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand. Fear appeared in his eyes, but he did not expect it. Fane became very angry, broke Chen Yan's arm and asked what right he had to touch his sister. Fane told him that he felt something was wrong with him, but couldn't believe that he would turn out to be such a complete scumbag. Chen Yan looked pitiful like a child caught playing pranks and asked Fane why he had regained consciousness. Fane said it looks like it's not the first time he's done this. He was shaking with fear and said that he saw Fane drinking wine with his own eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Jieta also jumped up and started shouting at him, calling him a terrible person. She said that she thought they were friends, but they turned out to be very bad people. Then she went back to Hugh and said she was wrong about them. Suddenly, Chen broke out of Fane's hands and said that he underestimated him. The freaks he had invited immediately came to his aid, saying that in any case, Fane would not be able to do anything to them. He started laughing and saying if Fane wasn't on the switch, then he was going to abuse his sister right in front of him, and added that at the same time he wanted to see his facial expression. Fane began to stretch his neck and hands in preparation for the fight. Fane said that he didn't know what expression would be on his face, but he knew what expression Chen would have when he met his destruction. Of course, he did not take his words seriously and began to laugh even more and tell him to show him what he is capable of. Fane was immediately attacked by two invited freaks. Xiao Ji was very scared, but Fane told her to close her eyes because now there will be things that children should not see. She immediately listened to her brother and covered her eyes with her palms. These idiots were already an arm's length away from Fane. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that this attack was very cocky. The ugly fat man started shouting that only Fane is arrogant here, and immediately received a slap in the face for his words, losing his glasses and several teeth. Fane's fists seemed to bifurcate as they attacked enemies. The freaks could do absolutely nothing to him, and only received a lot of hits from Fane. A few more powerful blows, and they flew away from Fane as if from an explosion. Their bodies fell right under Chen Yan's feet, who was very frightened when he saw what Fane had done to them. He started asking him, scared and annoyed, who the hell he was. But say the sentence to the end as I also received. It was a well-deserved blow to exactly where Chen Yan was supposed to go with his friends. He writhed on the ground and screamed in pain, asking Fane how he dared to strike him. Then Fane pinned this cockroach or something to the floor. Fane smiled and asked why he didn't like it, because he liked violence against women, and Fane could make him a woman so he could experience it for himself. Tears flowed from his eyes. He shouted that he would not let it go because his father was Chen David. Fane pretended to be very frightened when he heard his name. But then he smiled and said he was sorry, but he didn't know who it was, after which he removed his foot from his face and stepped between his legs. He began to scream even louder from pain. In the end, unable to withstand this abuse, he disconnected. Then Fane looked at his sister Hugh and asked her what to do with her. She got scared and started waving her hands and telling him to wait. She tried to convince him that she had nothing to do with it, but her brother made her do it. She said she would follow him and do anything for him as long as he didn't touch her. Fane said she was young and fierce and had a great future ahead of her. He walked past her and said if he was a thief, he would definitely take her under his wing. She felt at that moment as if destruction had passed through her. His energy was so powerful that she could not even stand on her feet, and fell unconscious. Fane took out his phone and started dialing someone's number. He called Nin and said he was at the Dynasty Hotel, and then asked him to come in. He answered that it will happen now. Fane turned to his sister and said that it was time for them to go. She said it was fine. When they started to leave, she pulled his sleeve and asked why these people were so bad, because she treated them as friends. Fane gently took her hand and said that she should remember because there are not only good people, but also bad ones. And even good people aren't always that way, Fane said. She laughed and said that in this case her brother is 100% a good person. Fane looked at her meaningfully because he himself was not sure about it. He laughed emotionlessly and said that only time would tell. He had a long way to go in this world, but it will not always be possible to be a good person. They left the hotel and stopped at the door. Fane saw her again. She too had recently come out. It seems that Xiao also noticed him and tried to leave as soon as possible so that she would not be noticed. Fane was worried about her and decided that she most likely had some kind of problem. Xiao Jie saw her brother's worried look and asked him what happened. He replied that it was nothing special, but it was time for them to go. He said when they returned home, he would prepare a delicious dinner for her. Immediately after that, Nin's car drove up to the Dynasty Hotel. He and his colleague went to the middle and said that it was here. He carefully opened the door that led to the banquet hall where the school party was taking place. But what he saw inside amazed him. He saw more than a bunch of unconscious schoolchildren. Many of them were lying on the floor. He looked at it in confusion and asked what happened here. One of the guards picked up Chen and said that he is Chen David's son. This scared Nin, but he asked him if he was sure about it. He answered confidently that it was 100% him. Nin understood that because of this they could have problems, and said that even Fane could face them. Nin told the guards to look after them, while he needed to call Master Wei for advice. He called him and waited for an answer. Wei picked up the phone and asked what happened. He explained that Fane might be in trouble because he beat Chen David's son, and similar injuries were quite serious. Wei worriedly asked if he was sure about that. The Ning confirmed his words. Master Wei immediately put down his cup. He had just attended a celebration in honor of Mr. Kim's recovery. He apologized and said that he had to leave because he had urgent business. Kim asked him with a smile what was so special that could make him so nervous, and did his granddaughter run away again? But Wei was not into jokes, but he said that his granddaughter was not capable of such a thing. He said that one of his friends that he met recently, who, by the way, was a mutual acquaintance of theirs, was a very capable guy. But now he has very serious problems. Kim worriedly asked what exactly happened. One of the men who was resting with them asked what kind of problems he could not share with them. Wei said that this young brother beat Chen David's son. This shocked and frightened them. Wei said that now they have no cause for surprise his concern. The man asked Wei what kind of relationship there was between them, and if they weren't very close, then it's better for him not to take part in it at all. Wei said that he has a lot of luck in this business, but this time he thought that even he couldn't help him. And this test will be able to show how much luck and strength he really had. Suddenly the phone in his hands rang again. He saw the entrance number and it worried him. He was called by Chen David. He picked up the phone and answered, calling him Mr. Chen David. He called him from his office and asked him if he knew what had happened to his son, after which he added, saying that he has one request for him. He threateningly told Wei not to interfere in this matter. Wei answered him and told him to speak more quietly. Chen David replied that if you intervene, he is not responsible for the consequences, after which he immediately hung up. Wei was shaking with anger, but it was Chen David. His heart was filled with rage, and he shouted that Chen David thought he could do whatever he wanted. Wei said although Chen David was powerful, Wei also did not consider himself a weakling, and he intends to deal with this matter. Kim was very worried about his reaction because it could mean that a clan war could start. Wei said that he has already decided everything, but he will take care of this problem, because Chen David's arrogance has already caught him. His friends were obviously very excited and said that in this case they would not persuade him and would leave him. They left Wei alone with his thoughts. Wei thought about Chen David and was tormented by doubts about whether he could stand up to him. He was a very difficult and deadly enemy, and the only thing that surprised him was how he dared to go against such an enemy for the sake of the Fane. It was Chen David's office. The head of his security was standing in front of him, and he asked him what happened. How could this happen? He said that their only goal was to protect his son. And apparently they failed in their duty, said Chen David irritably. The security guard said his son told them not to follow him and to stay outside. He said that it is not important and they will talk about it later. He said that although his son was badly injured, nothing threatened his life. The only thing that could await him was some problems with the functioning of his body. Chen David stood up and began to walk around the office unhappily, after which he took out and smoked a cigar. He said that in any case there were cultivation methods that had been passed down through their family, and maybe with this he would be able to recover. He turned to the guards and said he wanted to see Fane on his knees today. He asked them if they could arrange it. Frightened, the guards said that they understood him and would do everything, after which they immediately ran out of the office, closing the door behind them. Chen David actually considered his son to be unfit and an idiot, but this incident could humiliate their family. He wished he didn't look like his older brother. Then he wouldn't have to worry about it. His eldest son, Chen George, entered the room and asked his father if the younger one was in trouble again. He exhaled heavily and said that someone dared to beat his brother. Chen George asked if it was possible to find out who it was. His father replied that he had already sent people to deal with it, but he shouldn't worry about it. Chen David said he called him for another reason. Chen George asked what he wanted. He replied that the case involved him and Wei's granddaughter, and said that the case had failed. This news excited him very much, but he asked how this could happen. Chen David explained that the person who beat his brother was Fane, but he was a friend of Master Wei, and he intends to protect him. His brazen behavior towards his brother was a challenge, and despite this, Wei is not even afraid to go against their family. Chen George said it was impossible because Wei didn't just get to where he is now, and he can't be that ignorant. He must know the strength of the Chen family and still dare to fight against them. Chen George asked his father if it could be that there are big people behind this Fainlin. Chen David hit the table and said that this cannot happen because their family was the most powerful in this city. As this thought entered his mind, he began to rush around like a beast and assume that his son was right, because if it wasn't, Wei wouldn't have dared to stand up for Fainlin so brazenly. Chen thought and said that the surname Fane was very familiar to him. He looked into his father's eyes and said that maybe he could guess where he could hear him. He also seemed to understand what his son was trying to say and asked if he thought his family belonged to the ancient Fane martial arts family. If he belongs to this family, Old Wei will even go against them to protect him without delay, Chen George said. Chen David sighed and reported that there has been no information about this family of ancient masters for the past 10 years. His son told him to leave the matter to him and he would investigate. He warned him, stressing that he had to be careful because even if he was a descendant of the ancient Fane, he still wouldn't let him insult his family. Chen George smiled and told his father not to worry because he had already reached the top of Neijing, and his master said that he was a martial arts genius who only appears once in 1,000 years. He raised his hand and said, if nothing happens, in 3 years he will be able to reach the legendary level of Qi energy cultivation. His father laughed and said that these are good results and he is proud of him, and thanks to him, their family will become invincible in the future. He patted him on the shoulder and told him to deal with his brother's affairs, and carefully deal with everything, and if Fane is a regular snob, then he should bring him here. His eyes burned with hatred as he expressed his desire to destroy the Fane in front of his younger brother. The eldest son assured his father that he could not worry, as he would do everything himself. He said that he was officially putting this matter in his hands. Chen George grabbed the door handle and was about to leave his father's office. It turned out that he was trying to guess who this Fane was. Then his eyes lit up, but he said that he would definitely find out and destroy him. It was already evening. Fane and her sister were already at home and getting ready for bed. Xiaojie was already fast asleep after a hard day. Fane quietly closed the door of the room so as not to wake her up. Suddenly his phone rang and he saw that Master Wei was calling him. He picked up the phone and asked what happened because it was already quite late. Wei asked him if he was free and they had to meet. Fane replied that he was free. Wei said that it was good, but he would send a car for him. As soon as Fane left the house, the car immediately drove up. As always, Nin was behind the wheel. He told Fane to get in the car. Nin turned to him and said that this time he really got into big trouble. Fane was even a little surprised when he heard that. Nin knew who Chen David was and was worried about his friend. He said that it was better not to contact him. Fane replied that Nin was probably exaggerating, and said that he arranged all this himself, but he will also get out of it on his own. Nin was glad to see such an upbeat reaction from Fane. Literally in a few minutes, they arrived at Master Wei's house. Fane got out of the car and was about to go inside, but Nin told him to go in without him. Fane thanked him for giving him a ride. Master Wei was waiting for him inside the house. He looked very tense. He thought about the fact that he very much needed to discuss with Fane and further actions. Fane opened the door to his room and greeted him, and informed him of his arrival. Wei told him to sit on the couch across from him. He immediately asked Fane if she knew whom he had offended. Fane smiled and said that this is probably someone not to be associated with. Wei said angrily that this person's name is Chen David. He also added that he is the biggest business tycoon in the city, and a fifth of the city's economic activity is under his control. Fane said he looks like a cool dude. Wei answered him that these are all trifles. The most terrible thing is that the legacy of this family is their elders. After that, Fane was already interested and asked Wei to talk about it in more detail. Wei complied with his request and said that the ancestor of the Shen family fought in the war 70 years ago. Fane was even more surprised. He said that it was just participation, but there was something more behind this war. It was also from that time that the Chen family began to refine their qi, and Wei once again looked carefully into Fane's eyes and asked if he knew exactly what he meant. Wei said he guessed that Fane was probably practicing kung fu now. Fane laughed because he realized that if he told Master Wei that he had already reached such a level that he became immortal, then he might just grind to death on the spot. Wei continued and said that in more than 70 years, the Chen family had been able to gain enormous experience in the cultivation of qi energy. And Chen David himself was a master of internal strength. In a little while, the whole Chen family will reach the stage of practicing qi. There are also rumors that the elder of the family has already practiced it, said Wei. Fane floated away that practicing qi, he was a little interested. Wei said that he noticed how Fane treated the subject with disdain and asked what exactly he was interested in and whether he was aware of the powerful power behind his qi cultivation. He was so tense and excited that even the cup cracked in his hands, and he shouted that even ordinary weapons against them were almost useless. He said that they could destroy anyone at any time, and for them there was no difference between the lives of humans and the lives of insects. But Fane ignored his worries and words. He carelessly said that he understood all this. Wei was already getting angry and asked him if he was sure about it. Fane replied that he was more than sure. Wei started to get even more annoyed at Fane's reaction. He couldn't stand it, slammed his palm on the table and shouted, demanding to know if Fane understood what he meant. Fane held out his hand and asked Wu Wei if he had a weapon. Wei was very surprised to hear this question and even a little scared. Fane said that he understood everything correctly and asked Wei to lend him a weapon. Wei put his hands under his kimono and began to search for something. He took out a gun but said that any weapon against them was useless, not to mention the thing he was holding in his hands. Suddenly he saw something that surprised him a lot. Lowering his eyes, he saw that the gun had disappeared from his hand, but he still felt it. It was already in Fane's hands. He smiled and turned it in his hands and wondered why it was real. Wei even got scared and asked him what he was doing. Fane put the gun to his neck, then raised it to his head and told Wei to look carefully. Wei started shouting and stopping him, begging him not to do this. Fane had already loaded his revolver, after which a shot rang out. Wei opened his eyes to see that Fane had caught the bullet. He could not believe his eyes. The bullet was still smoking in his fingers. Wei started shouting and asking how he managed to catch the bullet with his bare hands. Fane calmly answered him that he saw everything, and now he should not worry about him. Wei was still shocked, but Fane said he had one more business for him. Wei asked him in a worried voice what it was all about. He was amazed that this child turned out to be a strong qi practitioner and could even ignore firearms. For the first time in all time, he was convinced that he was most likely a Fane, a descendant of the Fane clan. He said that he has a younger sister and hopes for his help in protecting her. Since his current qi cultivation is not good enough, He worries that he won't be able to protect her from everything. Wei pointed at the weapon and said that he doubted that his chi cultivation was weak. Wei told Fane that he had guessed from the beginning that he was an unusual person, but he did not expect that he would turn out to be a master of energy training. He reassured Fane and said he could not worry about protecting his sister and promised to protect her personally. Just what Fane wanted to hear, he thanked Master Wei for his promise. Suddenly, a girl burst into the room. She was calling her grandfather. It was Master Wei's granddaughter named Wei Lin who burst into his qanat and demanded an explanation from her grandfather. Wei began to pour when he saw her, as she behaved very rudely in his presence. He ordered her to behave normally, especially since they had an important guest in their house. Seeing Fane, she straightened her hair and said that she had no idea that they had guests. Wei smiled and introduced Fane to his grandson, and Fane said that it was his time. He looked at Wei Lin, smiled, and said that frivolity is also a good trait. She frowned upon hearing this, and immediately started shouting at him, asking where his manners were. Master Wei couldn't take it anymore and slapped her on the head for her insolence. She started screaming and asking him why he was like that. Then he laughed and said that he has a very interesting granddaughter. Master Wei said that it was all because of him, but he spoiled her a lot. He angrily told Wei Lin that he had some business at the moment, but he would talk to her later. But she did not calm down and demanded to speak to her right now. She angrily asked him why he arranged a date for her. He started shouting even louder and saying that they will talk about everything later. She finally calmed down but was still very unhappy and waited for Fane to leave. Suddenly Fane's phone rang. He saw that it was a call from an unknown number and decided to hang up without answering. It was a challenge from Chen George. He was able to get his number but was very unhappy when he realized that Fane had dropped the call. But he did not stop and continued to call. Fane decided that he could not continue like this and picked up the phone, asking who it was. A voice on the phone said his name was Chen George. Fane was very surprised when he heard this name. Just next to him was Wei Lin. Fane pressed the speakerphone button and asked him what he needed. He replied that he should talk to him. Chen George asked why the hell Fane allowed himself to beat his brother. Wei Lin heard a familiar voice and ran closer to Fane's phone and called his name. He heard Wei Lin's voice and was very surprised. He began to get angry and wonder what Wei Lin was doing with Fane. Fane snorted because that was exactly what he wanted, to get him out of his mind and make him nervous. With a smile in his voice, Fane asked if Chen Yan was really his brother and noted that he had always been very kind to him despite his shameful behavior. He asked him if Fane knew who his family was when he did this and said that he would be waiting for him today in a private room at the Dynasty Hotel, after which he immediately hung up. Fane turned to Master Wei and said that he heard everything, so he asks him to fulfill his request while he goes on business. Wei was a little confused by this call. Wei Lin began to scream and say that she did not understand what was happening here. Wei sternly told her that it was none of her business, after which he said that he would go with him. Fane said it's unnecessary and he'll figure it out on his own, and Wei better take care of his sister and he'd better take her right now. He agreed and said he would do it immediately. It seems he began to guess something. She thought about who this young man was, and why grandfather was talking to him so respectfully, and how he knew Chen George. Wei Lin decided that she should find out about everything. Fane stood up and said he was going to leave. Wei told him to be more careful. It was almost morning outside when Fane left Master Wei's house. Wei Lin also said that it was time for her to go, although before that she demanded to talk to him. Master Wei ignored her strange behavior and blamed it all on her young age. It suddenly dawned on him that Fane didn't seem to have a girlfriend, and he could get him to start dating his granddaughter. He laughed, but his mood improved. After all, it would be very good if a descendant of the Lin family became his son-in-law. He started laughing loudly. At that time, Wei Lin was standing behind the wall and was looking for something on the phone. They had serious intentions to find out what was happening here. She dialed a number and said that she needed them to get all the information they have on Fane Lin's name. Her eyes lit up, and she said that she would definitely find out everything that was being hidden from her. Meanwhile, Chen George sat in the Dynasty Hotel and nervously smoked while waiting for Fane. He asked why he hadn't come yet. Usually it was his people who were waiting for him, but now everything was different. Suddenly the door opened and Fane walked in. Chen George was even happy to see him. Fane showed no emotion. He didn't even say hello, but just sat down across from Chen, after which he started looking for something in his pocket. Chen George and his bodyguard immediately thought that he wanted to get a weapon, but to their surprise it was only soda. Fane nonchalantly began to drink it while the guard Chen George passed out from the strain. He drank well and exhaled contentedly. then smiled, and asked Chen George what he wanted to talk to him about. He was very tense, but did not show aggression. He said that he wanted to arrange everything quietly and peacefully. Fane said he probably wanted to discuss the situation with his brother, after which he smiled and suggested that he might even be interested in Miss Weilin. This question immediately knocked the ground out from under Chen George's feet, and he became very nervous. Fane asked him what happened. Did he swallow his tongue? Chen George couldn't believe that this guy was talking to him like that. But still, he took matters into his own hands and continued the conversation. He said that he would first like to talk about his brother, asked him why he beat him, and emphasized that his brother was his dearest relative and friend. Fane didn't mind but smiled and asked if Chen George wanted him to compensate him for this. This question from Fane started to anger Chen again, but he asked if he could afford such an amount. Chen George said that he found out all the information about him, and according to her, Fane was just a poor teenager. And he was very curious how, being in such a position, he allowed himself to strike his precious brother. He held out his hand in front of him and suggested that Fane might have received some qi cultivation by accident. As he was familiar with it himself, he immediately felt it when Fane entered. He stood up and said that with cultivation like his, does Fane think he can create anything? He said that Fane should know that there are people who were much stronger than him. He put his hand out to his side and energy burst out of it, with the help of which he smashed the table that was standing next to him. He fell to the floor with a loud thud. After that, Chen George walked up to Fane and slammed his hand hard on the table. He grabbed him by the collar and, looking into his eyes, said that he was just an insect to him. Fane, looking at all the younger ones, started laughing and saying that he scared him a lot. Chen George immediately released Fane and said that if he agreed to join his family, he would forgive him, even though he beat his brother. Fane curiously asked him if this was true. He replied that it was true. He started to laugh again and said that it was an interesting proposition, then immediately proposed to talk about Miss Weilin. Chen George harshly asked him what kind of relationship he had with Weilin because she was his wife. Fane suddenly said because she was his mother, hinting that they already had a baby. Chen George was once again overcome with rage, and he asked him what he was talking about. Fane said that love affairs are nobody's business, and when his son is born, he invites Chen George to his birthday party. Chen George was so angry that it seemed as if a fire was burning around him from his anger. But he immediately guessed that Fane was trying to make him angry on purpose. He lit a cigarette and said that he would not fall for his tricks. Fane smiled and said that he doesn't seem as stupid as his brother. He began to laugh loudly and said that he could agree to his proposal, but he had one condition. Chen George asked unhappily what condition he was talking about. Fane had a creepy smile on his face, but he said that he wanted the Chen family to bow down to him and recognize him as their master. Chen's bodyguard began to shout loudly and call Fane head down. Fane smiled and said that his job was only to suggest. Chen George answered him that if he does not agree, then their further conversation will be cancelled. The conversation will be in vain. Fane continued to drink his soda nonchalantly and said that he was right, and without fulfilling this condition, their conversation could be considered over. Guard Chen George lashed out at Fane, shouting that Fane should pay for his insolence. His fist was inches from Fane's head. His bodyguard was a master of internal strength, and it took a lot of effort to neutralize his blow. Chen George wanted to see what Fane was capable of. Fane didn't strain at all and put out just a few fingers to repel this attack. His fingers clicked, and a loud explosion was heard in the room as if an energy explosion had occurred between Fane and bodyguard Chen George. And the big man immediately flew into the ceiling with incredible force. Chen George was truly amazed and surprised to see this incredible strength and power. Fane held out a finger in front of him as if it was a weapon, smiling. He said it was too weak for him. The guard lay unconscious against the wall, and Chen George's face showed fear and confusion. He asked Fane with horror how he did it. Fane said that he thought his family was a great family of energy cultivators, but they turned out to be very weak. Chen George suddenly started to laugh. This reaction surprised Fane. Chen Jie said that now he is convinced that Fane is a descendant of the Lin family, and he is a difficult person. Fane was surprised to see his reaction. Besides that, he bowed and said that he wanted to apologize for his rudeness, because he had no right to treat a descendant of the Lin family like that. He also said that he hoped that this would not affect their relationship. He immediately understood that it was very suspicious because Chen George had drastically changed his attitude towards him. This guy was very intelligent. Therefore, he should not be underestimated, Fane decided. But he had no idea why they thought he was a descendant of the Lin family, since he had never even heard of them. But if they thought so, he wasn't averse to playing along with them and pretending to be. Fane pretended that Chen George was really right, but Fane Lin was really a descendant of the famous family of Qi energy cultivators of the Lin family. Chen George was incredibly pleased because he believed that if he got the support of the Lin family, then because of this, their family would become even more powerful. He handed Fane an envelope of money and said that it was a small token of his gratitude. He said that it wasn't something a practicing cultivator would want to receive, but he might still need it. He also held a jade stone in his hand. He said that his master gave it to him, but now he wants to give it to Mr. Lin. Fane said that this is a very tempting gift, but he will still refuse it since he does not need it. Chen said that it was just compensation but asked to accept these gifts. But that was not all. He bowed and said, "What else is mine?" Fane was wary and asked what exactly. Chen George said he wanted Fane to help them destroy someone. He immediately asked him who he was talking about. Chen George replied that the person they needed to destroy was Master Wei. His look changed and it was clear that he was not kidding. This startled Fane and he tensed. Chen George said that they were both cultivators, and they both knew how important jade was in this era of aura qi depletion. Chen George said if he helps him, then he will give him as many as 30 jades for his practice. Also, he will be able to provide him with all the necessary things for future practice, and Fane will be able to get lifelong support from the Chen family. Fane asked him, why don't they do it themselves? Wasn't it a problem for them to destroy Master Wei? Chen George stood behind you and said that this is not quite the case. The point is that the people behind Wei were quite problematic, but for a person like Fane it should not be a problem. Chen returned with a smile and said that people like Wei are just insects for them. Fane said that it was true, but there was something else. His drink flew into the air. Fane exploded from his seat and smashed the table. Chen George felt that Fane might attack him. He looked at him with hatred and said that the Chen family were just insects for him too. Chen asked what he was doing. Fane angrily asked who he was to ask him such a thing. He repeated that the Chen family were also insects for him, but he is going to cooperate with some kind of moss. Chen George didn't swallow this insult and began to say that they were nothing to him just because he was a descendant of the Lin family. But to others they were a very respectable family because their master was also a qi cultivator. He said that their family master was not even inferior in strength to Fane himself, so he had better think about his proposal. Fane made no reply to him. It seems that Chen George was offended and said that he had nothing more to say, so if Fane does not want to cooperate, then they should settle their scores. He reminded him that Fane had beaten his brother and asked what they were going to do about it. Fane said that they should be grateful to him at least for not destroying this garbage. Chen George grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking him, saying that he is a member of his family and he will not leave it like that. Fane ignored his threats and asked him what they could do with him. Chen George let him go and said that there was nothing they could do with him, and added that instead they would be able to deal with his friends. He whispered in his ear and said that even with his strength, he still wouldn't be able to protect them all the time. This also applied to Master Wei. This scared Fane. Chen George put his hand on the tablet and said that it is better for his friends to stay at home and not come out because they might be accidentally destroyed. Chen George laughed and said that he heard that Fane has a girlfriend, and he would be very sorry if something happened to her. An image of Xiao immediately appeared in his mind, and he became very worried about her. Chen George was very pleased that he was able to scare him. He laughed and said that Fane should be very careful. He grabbed him sharply by the throat and squeezed his neck hard. It was so strong that Chen even tore off the ground. He trembled and begged Fane to let him go. Fane said that he hates people who threaten him. In his eyes, the Chen family was nothing. He said that Chen George did not test his patience, because otherwise he will simply destroy it. He pushed him away like a swarming insect and told him to go away. When Chen George landed, he was very scared. He felt that while Fane was holding him, his energy damaged all of his vital organs. He had never felt such power before. Fane looked at him sternly again and said that he advises him not to touch his friends because otherwise he will destroy his family. After which he turned and walked away, leaving Chen George sitting on the floor. He immediately pulled out his phone. He immediately called his father and said that Fane Lin was not a descendant of the Lin family. Chen David replied to his son that if Fane is not sick, then now he can do whatever he wants with him. But he decided to clarify and ask how Chen George knew that Fane Lin was not a descendant. He replied that his master once told him something about the Lin family. Their specialty was that they all had a special tattoo on their arm, but Fain Lin didn't have one. In addition, he learned a lot of information about him. He lived in a magical capital, and his parents were ordinary people, and the possibility of him getting into a foster family was very small. That all these factors now allow them to believe that Fain Lin has no relation to the ancient clan. Chen David said if everything is as he says, then he can do whatever he wants with it. He smiled and said that he would do everything as necessary. He said if Fain is not a descendant of the Lin family and he refused his offer, then now he will make his life unbearable. Meanwhile, a bald man received a call. A voice on the receiver asked how he was doing. He replied that he was fine. It seems he was a hired killer and was tying someone up at the time. It was a familiar girl, but her mouth and eyes were blindfolded. Chen George said it was a great job and he was very pleased. He began to laugh evilly and say that he wanted Fain to see his girlfriend suffer. But in the end, he will destroy her by causing her terrible suffering. Suddenly he felt someone standing behind him and a chill ran down his spine. It was Fain. He asked him if he would do it. He was very frightened and started shouting, asking him how he got in. He smiled and said of course after getting rid of all the guards. Fain told him that the people working for him were very stupid. While Chen George looked at him in confusion, Fain poked his finger in the face and said that now it was his turn. He smiled and told Fain that he was wrong. Chen George started taking off his jacket and saying that Fain underestimated him. He looked at him defiantly and asked if Fain really thought he could defeat him. After that, he smugly tossed his jacket to the side and said he would break Fain's limbs and make him watch him abuse his little friend. Fain smiled and said that Chen George's energy was at a good level, and he didn't mind seeing it in action. He held out his hands as if preparing for battle, and claws appeared on his fingers. He said that now, without further ado, he will teach him and show who is the best here. Chen immediately turned into a shadow and flashed past Fain, shocking him greatly. He was not ready for this, and his Chen's speed was too high. He was immediately behind him and grabbed his shoulders. He dug his claws into his skin, piercing his clothes, and struck him hard in the back. Chen said he would tear him to pieces. Fain answered him that he should try if he could. It was a difficult enemy, so it was worth making an effort to resist. Fain pushed him away with energy and said he was no worse than him. It was able to push Chen George hard, but did not cause him any damage. A veritable energy storm arose around Fain. Chen George seemed to absorb the surrounding energy into himself and shouted that they were not done yet. Their energies were to converge in a brutal duel. In a moment, Chen George seemed to be already carrying lightning towards Fain. He flew at it and shouted that he would destroy it. Fain put his head forward, but their foreheads collided. Chen George felt as if he had hit his head against a concrete wall. Fain laughed and told him to continue. Chen George shouted with a frantic look that he should not be underestimated, after which immediately tried to deliver another powerful blow. But not having time to do so, he immediately received a strong kick in the jaw. This blow was so powerful that he even turned upside down. Fain also absorbed the surrounding energy and used it for his attacks. Chen George managed to make him very angry, and he immediately continued to attack him, aiming to finish him off. While he was in the air, Fain managed to land another hard punch to his face. It felt like a real beating. Chen George felt as if he had been hit by a train and flew towards the nearest wall. He hit her hard and fell to the floor. Fain watched him intently and waited for the next attack. He sat by the wall and mumbled something, calling Fain a scumbag. Chen cursed him and said that Fain destroyed his Dantian energy center. Fain began to approach him and said that he was right. Approaching the shelter, he said that there are always those who are better than him, and this someone was a Fain Lin, and he was not lucky enough to meet him. Besides, he was the kind of person who gets things done, so he should forgive him for what he's going to do now, Fain said. Chen George held out his hand and shouted in a pleading voice that he couldn't do this to him. He shouted that if the Fanny had destroyed him, they would take his girlfriend's life, but he didn't know where they were keeping her. These words shocked and disturbed Fain. Chen George began to smile and said that if he wanted to save her, he should listen to him. Suddenly he felt a blow and severe pain. Fain hit him between the legs so hard that tears rolled down Chen George's eyes. He once again reminded him that he hates being threatened. Chen George dropped to his knees and started breathing heavily, muttering something under his breath. Fain smiled and said since they are members of the same family, they get everything the same. Chen George tried to stand up and said that it looked like Fain was not important to his girlfriend's life. Fain sat down closer to him and asked Chen George had he not heard of the soul-searching technique. Chen George was confused and asked him what it was. It's a soul-searching technique directly through Chen George's soul. Fane will be able to find anyone he wants with it, Fane explained. Then he grabbed it by the tail. Pulling Chen George closer, Fane asked him in a threatening tone why he should keep him alive. It seemed he still had some tricks up his sleeve because he started smiling again. Fane asked him why he was smiling. He started laughing evilly again. Chen George asked him how Fane thought Chen Gay was able to reach the level he was now, and added that he was much smarter than he appeared to be. His eyes became crazy, but he said that he himself did not know where his girlfriend was. Fane told him to have Chen George repeat his words, but it alarmed him. He laughed wildly and said that he had predicted that Fane was very dangerous and could resort to tricks, so Chen George specifically asked the killer not to tell him where he was keeping the girl, so that no confession could be forced out of him. His laugh sounded like he was crazy. Chen George promised him that his girlfriend would be destroyed in time, and the photos and video of her abuse will be distributed throughout the city, Chen George said. Defenseless Xiao was somewhere in the basement of an unknown place, and it was almost impossible to find her. Fane barely restrained himself from smashing Chen George's head. He also suggested that his enemy might be deceiving him. Chen George was very dangerous and tried to trap him. Fane was really cornered and told Chung to say what he wanted. Smiling, Chen Gay said that Fane was now in his hands and he had 3 wishes. He told Chen to finally say what he wanted. He slowly began to speak his conditions. And his first wish was that Fane would heal his wounds. Secondly, he had to teach him his practical skills. And the third was that Fane should work for the Chen family for 3 whole years. Fane was amazed at the scumbag's audacity. Chen George asked him what decision he made. Fane replied that Chen George really annoys him. Chen George laughed in response and asked Fane what Fane could do to him now that he was completely trapped by him. Fane said that 2 things annoy him. The first is when his loved ones are threatened, and the other when he is threatened, said Fane, extending his hand to him. Chen George continued to laugh and told Fane that he should just do what he was told. In fact, Fane knew several techniques that he could use to control the human soul, but now with his level of practice, he couldn't use it, and the only thing left for him is to ask Master Wei for help. Chen George once again told him that Fane had only one option left, which was to agree to his terms. Meanwhile, Fane was already dialing Master Wei's number to come to their hotel. Fane said he had only one way left. Chen George cockily and smilingly asked, "What kind of way is this?" Fane said that he could heal his wounds, but he would not agree to the other 2 points. Chen George replied that he had to do all 3 points and not 1 point less, adding that Fane had no choice. He quietly sent a message to Master Wei, saying that Fane was in dire straits and needed help. Wei received a message from Fane. When he read it, he was filled with anxiety. He jumped up and started calling his soldiers. Immediately, his soldiers appeared in front of him. They asked Wei what happened and said that they would carry out any of his orders. Wei said they needed to find the girl and bring her to his house so he could keep her safe. His soldiers said that they would certainly carry out this order. They disappeared as quickly as they appeared, leaving Wei alone. Wei understood that the situation was getting out of control and they should be very careful. Fane also understood that he had to bide his time while Wei looked for Xiao. So he told Chen George that he agreed to his terms. Chen told Fane that it was a good decision and ordered him to start healing him. Fane walked around him and sat behind him. He touched his palm to his back with a small thump. Immediately after that, a healing energy appeared around them. Chen George immediately felt energy flowing through his veins and restoring his body and spirit. It was an incredible feeling, and he began to feel even better than before. Amazed at this, he asked Fane where he learned it. Fane cryptically replied that it was only a drop in the ocean, and he should remain silent during this process. The energy of healing waves increased its effect, and in the end he completed it, and told Chen George that the process was completed. Taxi mountaineers were healed. Fane said that after that it will be necessary to heal a little more. Chen George said it was understandable, but it really struck him. Fane understood that there was very little time left, but there was still no news from Wei. Wei people ran around the city trying to find the girl's location. They combed all the abandoned buildings of the city. Among the searchers was Nin, who said that it was very difficult and that it could be compared to looking for a needle in a haystack. Nin understood that this was a very important task and time was limited, but he even began to get nervous. Being near one of the abandoned buildings, he suddenly heard a strange sound that attracted his attention. He called his assistants and signaled them to behave quietly, after which he ordered them to follow him. Armed, they moved cautiously through the abandoned construction site. Nin stopped at the gate of one of the garages and motioned for his men to stop. As this was where the strange sound was coming from, he listened carefully once more. In the middle of this garage, the kidnapper was sleeping on the sofa, and Xiao was tied to the handrail. Nin said that there is someone inside, but they need to break down the door. Meanwhile, the kidnapper unsuspectingly continued to enjoy his vacation. Suddenly, loud noises startled him and forced him to wake up immediately. 3 men were waiting for him outside the door and pointed their weapons at him. He cursed loudly and immediately grabbed his katana. He ordered them not to move or else he would finish this old woman, threatened the kidnapper, putting the blade to her neck. Nin only smiled at his threat. He asked him a question, asking him what he thought was faster, a knife or a gun. Bandit realized that his bluff didn't work, but he again ordered Nin and his men to stay still. Nin pointed the gun right in his face and told the kidnapper to drop his knife. The kidnapper got angry and started shouting that they did not leave him a choice, trying to stab him. Immediately a shot rang out and the bullet hit the kidnapper's palm, knocking the knife out of his hand. He immediately fell on the floor and began to complain that they had hurt his arm. Nin told him that he had overestimated himself. He ordered his men to seize him at once. They pounced on the thief and began to beat him well. After a moment he was already neutralized and bound. Nin released Xiao and asked how she was feeling. She was still very scared and said she was fine. He was very happy that they managed to find the girl and save her. Meanwhile, Chen George couldn't help but be happy that he was able to give up so quickly thanks to Fane's healing power. And it seems that he was already too tired to use this power again against his enemy. Suddenly Fane's phone rang, and he saw the message he received. Chen George said that Fane now had to teach him all the techniques he knew. Looking back, he saw his gaze, but it frightened him, because now Fane was smiling sinisterly, looking at Chen George holding the phone in front of him. He asked him why he was smiling. Fane said that he recognized his strength, but he was still better than him. Chen George tensed up and got into a fighting stance, asking what Fane was up to. Did he forget about his girlfriend? Fane showed them the message on his phone screen, and said that this issue has already been resolved. He began to scream in horror and surprise. Fane did not wait long and immediately grabbed him by the throat. Holding his neck, Fane asked, did he think that everything would go so smoothly, but he didn't foresee that he might be unlucky. Fane looked him in the eyes and said that it was all his fault, and he shouldn't blame him for everything he would do to him. Now Chen George's eyes showed animal fear, but he begged him not to do this. The next moment there was a crunch like a tree branch breaking, but it was Chen Jie's neck, his body lying limp in Fane's arms. He lowered it and it fell to the floor. Fane looked once more at his lifeless body. He said that it looks like he will have to destroy this Chen family, because it is unclear what they might throw out in the future. Nin called Fane and said that everything is fine with his girlfriend, but he cannot worry. Fane thanked him. Meanwhile, Chen George's body began to smoke. Suddenly, he felt as if something had ignited. Surprised, he looked around. Chen George's body was suddenly enveloped in a bright flame that exploded from within like a torch. Fane was dumbfounded, his eyes widened and his eyebrows raised in surprise. The flame seemed to have washed away the mask of his body. Fane said he used less than 10% of his strength to destroy it. And this guy was not Chen George, he used this person to impersonate her. Fane closed his eyes and said that the Chen family should understand something. One day he will destroy them all. Meanwhile, at the Chen family's villa, the real Chen George was sitting nonchalantly in the living room. He said that his doppelganger was at the peak of his power and couldn't even block Fane's blows. He said that the master should take care of this matter and set aside one of his fiery artifacts. The energy that came from him was dark and sinister, as if it had escaped from the depths of hell. Suddenly another person appeared in the room. He turned to his student, saying his name, and asked what happened once he decided to call him. Chen George respectfully greeted his master. He stroked his beard and said that it seems he summoned him for the sake of a man named Fainlin. He asked in surprise how he had guessed. His master replied that he would not have been able to hide it from him. Chen Ge said that the master was simply incredible, but never ceased to amaze him. The master said that judging by Chen George's appearance, he had lost to that guy. He turned to the master and said that he suspected that this boy might be a descendant of the Lin family. He took a sip from his cup and said that Chen Jie was wrong because Fain Lin was not a descendant of the Lin family. He asked where he had such confidence. The master replied that he wanted to tell something about him. When he began his story, an image of a man appeared behind him. He said that this person was a true descendant of the Lin family because he had a tattoo, but his name was Yan Lin. This young guy smiled and said that he was indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Chen George was immediately convinced of this because he immediately noticed the tattoo on this guy's arm. His master said that he and Yan Lin would come to the magical capital today, and until then, Chen George should not be careful. He said that when they arrive, they will discuss everything in detail. Chen George bowed to him and said that he agreed with him, after which the artifact immediately split open, and the image of the master and Yan Lin immediately dissolved. He was extremely pleased because now they had another powerful person on their side. He said that now the master and Yan Lin will personally take care of him, but despite his strength, he will not be able to defeat them. Fane has already met with Nin, who told him that Miss Xiao has been waiting for him for a long time. Entering the middle, Fane immediately turned to Xiao and asked her how she was feeling and if everything was okay with her. Tears streamed down her face, but she immediately threw herself into his arms and squeezed him tightly with her hands. He hugged her and said that he was sorry for the fact that all this happened and promised that now everything will be in order. She wiped her tears and said that everything is fine. Fane stroked her and offered to take her home. He once again thanked Nin for the work done. He smiled back and said that it was his duty. Fane hugged Xiao and they went home. Fane gave her his jacket to keep her warm. Then they said goodbye to Nin, who told them to be careful. Nin gave them his car for Fane to drive home. While they were driving in the car, Xiao turned to Fane and said that she wanted to talk to him about something. He replied that he was ready to listen to her. She immediately said that it seems that Fane was an unusual person. She said that she noticed since he returned to school, very incredible things began to happen, and they have not stopped for a moment since that time. She said that he always comes to her aid, and she is very grateful to him for that. Fane kindly called her a fool, but she didn't have to thank him. He said that no matter what happens, he will always be there because he is her Fainlin. She was immediately embarrassed and blushed. He was also embarrassed and started to smile, and for a moment he even lost control. Already in the evening, Fane returned home. He collapsed on the bed without strength because it was really a hard day, but he was very tired. He didn't have time to relax when his phone rang again. He was surprised when he saw that Teacher Ching was calling him. She was also about to go to bed. He picked up the phone and asked what happened because it was already quite late. She asked him if he was free tomorrow because she needed help. He replied that he listens carefully to her and is ready to help. But suddenly she changed her mind and said that it would be better for them to talk about it tomorrow. He smiled and said that he would be glad to meet tomorrow. She offered to meet tomorrow at lunch. He threw the phone on the pillow after the call ended and immediately fell asleep from exhaustion. The next day, near the shopping center, it was quite hot outside. Fane was already waiting for Ching. She said that the meeting would be during lunch, but she was not there. Suddenly, he saw a car parked near the entrance. It was Ching. She said that there were terrible traffic jams in the city and apologized for being late. He said that it was okay, but reassured her by saying that he himself had just arrived. He immediately asked her how he could help her. She blushed as if she was ashamed to tell him. She assured that it was not a very important matter, but there was a falseness in her voice. Fane frowned, trying to understand what was really happening and what she was leaning towards. Out of nowhere, with tires screeching, a car came to a sudden stop in front of them. It even scared them a little, but they were amazed by his appearance. The door of the car was opened. Then someone started to get out. It was a certain man on whose hand a gold watch glittered. It was a bald, fat, short man. He said that he was very happy to see Miss Ching, and added that she was much more beautiful in real life than in the photo. He was smiling and approaching her for a hug, but she curtly bowed at his intention to embrace and offered to enter the middle of the mall. He was not offended, but smiled and said that she was very shy. He also paid attention to Fane, who was standing nearby, and asked Ching who this young man was. Fane couldn't understand what he was even doing here and why Ching had called him. When he found out that Miss Qing was a teacher, he was even more happy and said that it was very cool. After which he himself invited them to enter the middle and was the first to step into the shopping center. Fane approached Ching and asked in his ear what was going on. She replied that it was a blind date, which the family also arranged. Fane uncertainly said that the quality of this man must be very high because he had a gold watch and a fancy car. She nodded in his direction as if asking for help. Her aunt had set up this date and she felt obligated to agree even though she wasn't interested. Now she needed a way to get rid of this guy. Eventually, they walked into the middle of the mall. There was a huge pile of different shops. The little man kept smiling and telling Ching that she could choose anything. He wasn't going to give up. His grip was getting stronger, and his hands were roaming more and more boldly over her body. Disgust and fear enveloped her, but she tried not to lose her temper. He was very pleased but did not want to miss such a girl. Seeing this, Fane approached him and asked if it was his hobby to touch girls, calling him Mr. Wang. He immediately became angry and called Fane a devil boy. But he put on the mask of a good man again when he looked at Ching and said that a nice shop had recently opened here, and said that he would gladly take her there. He said with a finger at the store, which was located a few tens of meters from them. He really insisted that they go there together. She didn't want to change anything, but Fane told her not to worry and agreed. When they entered the middle, they were immediately met by a saleswoman who said that she was very happy to see Mr. Wang. She showered him with compliments like a shower of gold, his eyes shining with pleasure as she praised his looks, intelligence, and talents. Fane looked at Ching, smiled, and said that it looks like this fat man is their regular customer. Then the saleswoman saw Ching and said that this lady is just incredibly beautiful. She ran up to her and started calling her daughter-in-law. Ching said that she was wrong, but she had her first meeting with Mr. Wang today. You started laughing and saying that Ching is very cute. He said that he was in a very good mood today and ordered to bring all the best bags they had. It seems that with this gesture he sought to surprise Miss Ching. Fane even covered his eyes, saying that they would still need them. He immediately grabbed a bag and began to say that this is the most expensive one they have, and suggested that she choose it and then look at the others. Fane also went to the shelves with goods, looked at the prices, told Mr. Wang that he was extremely generous. He took the purse and asked him if he could pick something for himself. Wang replied that of course he was, because he was Miss Ching's student. Fane said then he would happily choose something to his taste, and pointed his finger at one of the bags on the shelf and said he wanted it, and then a few more. In the end, Fane collected a bunch of different expensive handbags and put them on the register. Wang was overcome with rage. He decided that Fane wanted to embarrass him in front of Miss Ching because this pile of bags would be worth more than $1 million. Fane folded his hands and said that he had chosen his bags. The saleswoman looked at Mr. Wang in confusion, but with difficulty told them to pack everything. She quickly started packing her bags. Suddenly, Fane knocked on the table and said that this was not all. Wang asked him, is he not enough? Fane approached him and said that he had misunderstood him because he wanted all the bags in the store except the ones he had chosen. Wang got even angrier and called Fane an asshole. He started yelling at him and telling him why Fane was behaving like that and what he was counting on. Fane pretended to be very upset and said that he thought Mr. Wang was very rich, and if he cannot afford them, then why does he pretend to be rich? Wang began to shout that this was a delusion, but he did not pretend to be rich, but in fact, he was very rich, and his annual income was several million, and Fane cannot even imagine such an amount. He already started yelling at Ching and saying that her student was very insolent. Ching reprimanded him and said that he has no right to talk about her students like that. She made a remark to him and said that he was not behaving decently. Fane laughed and told the teacher that everything was fine and it was okay if Mr. Wang could not afford such expenses. In the end, Wang said that for Miss Ching's sake, he would agree to it. He approached her and said that she should not pay attention to this young man and should choose a present for herself. Ching pretended to be upset and said she could not accept his gifts. Wang became angry and asked her if she had decided to play with him. He said that he does not believe her because there is no such woman who does not like handbags. Ching told him to calm down and not to be nervous. Wang grabbed the first bag he could get his hands on and started shouting for it to be packed. The saleswoman immediately rushed to complete the order. Ching once again reiterated that she was not going to accept gifts and said that Wang's behavior offends her. She also added that maybe he had to deal with women who love money. But she is not one of them and is a completely different person, Ching said angrily. Wang took out her wallet and said she was just playing with it, then told her to name her price and he would pay her right away. Hearing this, Ching was actually very angry. She grabbed Fane's hand and told them to leave. Wang waved his hands and said let them go, and he would not hold them. He said that she pretends to be noble, although she is not. Hearing this, Fane stopped abruptly. He turned on him, his look which was filled with fury, and told him so if he had the courage. He said that he would easily do it because she was not as virtuous as she seems. He shouted that he understood everything immediately, and Fane was not her student, but he was her boyfriend. Ching was already furious and started shouting that it was delusional, but Fane stopped her and said that he would deal with it himself. He approached Wang and asked him if he thinks he can do whatever he wants if he has a few stinking dollars. Van said that it was true, but he couldn't do anything to him. Fane smiled and asked him, "Is the one who has the money the main one?" Van laughed and said that everything is like that, and whoever owns money owns everything. Suddenly, Fane agreed with him, saying that he understood everything, which in turn surprised Mr. Wang. Suddenly, Fane grabbed one of the bags that was standing in the window. But he told the saleswoman that he was going to buy everything they had. He told her to pack all the goods they have in stock. Wang and the shopkeeper were shocked when they heard this. Wang could barely contain his laughter, and then he started laughing loudly. Wang said that it all costs tens of millions, and he will never be able to afford to buy it in his life. And Fane will not have enough money even if he decides to sell his body. The saleswoman said that modern children like to say various nonsense when they are angry, but if he can really afford it, she will jump off the roof. Fane smiled and said that those were her words. He took out a black bank card and told her to count everything. She was very impressed and asked if he was sure that he would have enough money. Fane told her to do it quickly because he wasn't going to do it again. Her hands were shaking with excitement and she took his card, after which she immediately ran somewhere and said that she needed to talk to the manager. Ching asked Fane if he had lost his mind and where he got such money. He told her not to worry because he was already completely different and not the same as before. She spoke his name with a bow. Wang began to get very nervous, but could not believe that it was happening. Suddenly the manager appeared and started shouting the name Mr. Fane. He was breathing heavily when he stopped. Fane asked how he knew his name. The manager was very concerned. He said he was happy to welcome Mr. Fane to their store. He also said that this shop was owned by the Wei family, so they were happy to see him here. Fane did not expect that this shop belonged to his friend. The fat man started yelling at the manager, accusing him of not even greeting him, reminding him that he once helped him. The manager turned on Wang and accused him of provoking Mr. Lin and told Wang that from today, all the stores would stop doing business with him, after which he ordered him to get out of here. Wang was overcome with rage, but he said that they would still regret it. He started to leave and threatened that they will see how it all ends. The manager returned Fane's card and said they would deliver all the bags to his address. Fane told him to give all those bags to that lady, pointing at Ching. She was very impressed and thought that she did not recognize the old Fane in this boy, and mentally asked him what happened to him. Meanwhile, Wang was calling someone. He told the person on the phone not to ask too many questions, just come here. After a moment, some people appeared near the mall. They were some burly bandits. They asked their boss what happened. He said that soon a young man will come out of this shopping center, but they should look for him. After which he ordered to take him to some quiet place and break his legs. He said that no one has the right to go against him, and even if he had more money, he would regret what he did. One of the bandits said that he cannot worry, but they will do everything properly. Ching and Fane continued to walk around the mall. Then she asked him what just happened. She said that she knew the situation his family was in, and now she didn't understand anything. Fane spoke her name softly. He said that there are moments when you cannot judge a person by his appearance. The person you are today is not the same as when you were yesterday. She still didn't understand what he was talking about, but she hit him on the head, telling him to stop acting like a cool guy. He laughed and said that she saw everything herself. But then she added that if he doesn't want to talk, she won't ask him. After all, everyone has a right to their secrets, Ching said. Fane was incredibly impressed by her wisdom and sincerity. He agreed with her and said that she was absolutely right. And then she said that she doesn't need all these bags at all because she might get angry about it. Fane said that everything is in order and asked to accept them. He thought about the fact that she had taken care of him in her past life and all these bags were not enough to repay her for her kindness. She made a remark to him and asked if he wants to be the one who solves everything with the help of money. Fane smiled and said that sometimes it brings joy. Fane said that he still had a few things to do and he would not be able to keep her company, and told her to go out on her own after a while, but through another door. Ching asked worriedly why she had to leave through the other door. Fane told her to just listen to him and bid her farewell. When Fane left the mall, Mr. Wang's men were already following him, sitting in the bushes. They understood that it was him, so they decided to continue. Fane immediately understood that this was an ambush and decided to lure them into his trap himself. The pursuers tried to behave inconspicuously. Unexpectedly, they entered a dead end. One of the bandits was very pleased because they didn't even have to look for a place where there would be no extra eyes, and Fane himself brought them there. He came to a dead end and stopped. Armed bandits were already waiting for him behind him. One of them said that Fane insulted their boss and they should break his legs, but he shouldn't blame them for it because he himself is to blame for everything, said the bandit. Fane said that there are ants like them in this world, and there are a lot of them, so he does not take offense at such stupid creatures. Hearing his words, the bandits immediately attacked. Fane, with beastly fury, looked at them as if a hunter who drove his victim into a dead end. A few short and quick blows and the thugs were already unconscious. The physical strength they possessed was useless against the Fane, because the chi energy was beyond this world. He quickly dealt with them, leaving them lying on the ground. He let out a short smile after finishing them off with ease. Feign that he is the immortal emperor and he has to fight these gangsters every day, so he has to hurry up with his chi energy training. For surely the enemies would become stronger and stronger, and his main goal was to break through to the desolation and return to the heavenly kingdom. But first he decided to go and check on Xiao. Feign was already nearby near their house, which at that time was also a cafe. Suddenly he saw something that surprised him. It was a man who got out of the car with a bag in his hands and walked to Xiao's house. He was in a good mood, smiling and making his bed. Feign recognized him as the man he saw next to Xiao at the Dynasty Hotel. When he entered the middle, he greeted Xiao's parents as aunt and uncle. Xiao's parents seemed very happy to see him. His name was Zhao. He brought some kind of gift. Xiao's parents began to thank him and say that he is a very kind young man. He tried to be modest and said that it was nothing special. Zhao said that when he met Xiao last time, he realized that she was the love of his life, and today he came to them specifically to say hello to them. Xiao herself suddenly appeared near them, and she asked Zhao why he had come. It seems that she was unhappy with his appearance and said that last time her parents forced her to meet him, adding that she was not interested in him, and asked him to leave. Zhao started to laugh, and said that it was because Xiao didn't know him well, and it was too early to judge him. But she should give him some time to understand what a good man he is. Xiao's mother immediately began to scold her for being rude and said that Zhao was a very intelligent, humble, and handsome young man. She replied that she is not interested in him, but she does not want to deal with him. Xiao's mother began to complain again and accuse her of disobedience and childlike naivety. Xiao's father intervened in the quarrel and told her mother to stop it, because they know that their daughter loves Feynelin. She quietly answered him that it was true, and Feign helped them. But Zhao was the director of a famous company, and in her opinion, it was better for their daughter to choose wealth and marry such a person as Zhao. Zhao started calling them aunt and uncle again, and trying to convince them to stop fighting. He said he came to talk about the relationship between him and Xiao. He started bragging and saying that he was now the director of a listing company and that his schedule was very tight. But he hopes that this will get him married right after he graduates from the university, Zhao said, and began searching for something in his pocket. He took out some envelope who said he had already prepared a ransom and handed it to Xiao's parents. When they opened it, their eyes lit up, but they were very surprised. It was a note that said that after marriage, they will receive a yard in the Dragon House, as well as 5 branches from the Zhao Corporation. Xiao's father began to say that it was already too much. Suddenly someone snatched this note from their hands. It was Xiao. She shouted that they didn't need it and ordered Zhao to get away. He just smiled back at that. Zhao said with a smile that marriage is a big event, and he thinks that it needs the blessing of parents, otherwise this marriage will be unhappy. His look immediately changed. The smile disappeared, and he looked at her parents and asked if he was right, and then laughed again and asked what they thought of his proposal. Feign suddenly appeared in the house and ordered Zhao to stop carrying the delusion. Zhao's parents and she herself would search for his appearance. Zhao asked him who he was and what he was doing here. Feign answered him, how dare Zhao ask him who he was. Xiao was very happy to see him and immediately rushed to him. She began to worry and told Feign that she could explain everything. Feign answered her that beautiful flowers always attract the attention of bad bugs. Zhao jumped up and started shouting, asking how Feign dares to talk to him like that. Feign's eyes filled with hatred and rage, and he turned and looked directly into his eyes. He immediately felt fear and uncertainty. Zhao immediately fell to his knees in front of him, his body shaking with fear as if he feared his own destruction. He was out of control and had never felt so strange. Feign asked him when insects like Zhao found the courage to go against the tigers. Zhao was shaking with rage, but he could not endure such humiliation. He tried his best to get up, but he couldn't. He asked Feign if Hotch knew who the Zhao family were. Xiao's parents were scared. They didn't understand what was happening to Zhao and asked him if he was okay. Feign said he didn't care who he was, ordered him to get out of here immediately. Zhao said that he couldn't believe that Feign was a chi cultivator, but added that it wasn't surprising because he was too arrogant. He began to threaten and say that although he is not a cultivator, their family is on the same level as the Chen family. He said that he didn't care that he was a Qi cultivator, and as soon as the Chen family took hold of him, Fane would be destroyed immediately. Fane was surprised when he heard about the Chen family. Seeing Fane's reaction, Zhao began to laugh and say that he must have been scared, and ordered Fane to fall on his knees before him and beg forgiveness, and perhaps he would spare him. Fane's rage flared like a flame, and he asked Zhao what would happen if he refused. He immediately understood that his threats were in vain, and he was seized with an even greater panic than before. He felt that Fane's gaze was devastating, and if he continues to talk, he can really destroy him. Fane pounced on Zhao and pinned him to the floor. He gave him a very powerful blow to the chest. Zhao's heart was beating like crazy. Fane delivered an energy blow that lowered his enemy's entire body. Zhao felt that he was a moment away from his death. Fane said that now the word Chen annoys him the most. Fane said that Zhao started all this first, but I don't blame him. Zhao ran up to him. She tried to calm him down, but said that Zhao was not worth it. Fane ordered him to get away and never let him see him again. He began to run away and threatened that he would not let him go just like that, and the Chen family would make Fane be destroyed. He also shouted that Xiao will be his wife. When Fane turned his gaze on him, he began to move his legs even faster. Xiao's mother was very shocked by what she saw and asked Fane how it happened that Zhao bowed his knees to him. Fane smiled and said that maybe he just couldn't control his legs. He hugged Xiao Ta and told her parents that he wanted to invite their daughter for a walk, and added that they cannot worry and go about their business. They decided to visit the park and spend some time talking on the bench. Fane asked her how it happened that she met this Zhao He. She sighed heavily and said that her mom had arranged it all. She said she found an internship for her and it turned out to be a blind date. Fane stroked her and asked who made his Xiao so beautiful. She began to feel embarrassed and said that it was not true. She sat down closer to him and said that she had something to say. Xiao asked him why he had changed so much. She was nervous and said that although he had become very strong, he was not the Fainlin she knew before. Fane knew very well that it was true, but he really was different. He told her that later she would definitely find out about it, but it seems she wanted something else. She said that she guessed, but whoever he becomes, she will always trust him. And hugging him, said that she will always be by his side. He thanked her for everything. Almost a month has passed since those events. Fane continued to attend the university, and during that time not much happened. Sometimes he was even bored. There was no news from Master Wei either, and even the Chen family seemed to have forgotten about him. He sat at the desk and waited for the lecture to begin, but he lowered his head from the boredom that came over him. Suddenly there was the sound of heels stepping on the floor. It was teacher Qing who held a pile of lecture materials in her hands. She informed her students that today a student from a foreign university would join them. Everyone was shocked by this news because it was a rarity for them. The students began to discuss who it could be. Qing called the newly appointed student into the middle. He entered the audience like a whirlwind. His bold gait and bold look immediately attracted attention. His arm flaunted a tattoo that was impossible to ignore. Entering, he smiled and introduced himself, saying that his name is Yan Lin, and now he is their classmate. When the girls saw him, they were simply delighted. Because he was a real handsome man, Fane didn't even pay attention to him at that moment. But suddenly he felt the appearance of an extremely strong energy nearby that forced him to distract himself from boredom. He looked up and saw a young man in front of him with extremely powerful qi energy swirling around him. Yan asked his classmates to take care of him. Then he turned to Fainlin Ta personally and asked him to be kind to him too. Yak's appearance was like thunder in the middle of a clear day. Fane realized that with the appearance of this foreign student, his adventures could begin again. Fane even cheered up, but he said that it was very interesting. The first thing Yan did was head straight for Fane. He held out his hand and said that he was very pleased to meet you, and she introduced herself again, saying that his name was Yanlin. He asked Fane to take care of him because he was brand new. Fane replied that he would do it without any problems, but they shook hands. When Qing saw how they were interacting with each other, she was surprised and asked if they knew each other before this. Yan said that they were really old friends. Around them was an explosive energy that could destroy everything around. Fane also continued to shake his hand and did not let go. It would be better if nobody got between them at that moment. Fane confirmed his words and said that they were really old friends and they were also from the same clan, and at that moment he squeezed Yan's hand very tightly. He was very surprised when he felt such a powerful force, and yanking his hand out of his grip without showing, Jan immediately hid it in his pocket. He said that now they will be classmates, and he hopes that they can become friends. Fane was even a little surprised because he didn't make any effort. Jan once again thanked for introducing him and told the teacher that she could start the lesson. He was smiling and trying to pretend he was in a good mood, while his arm was in great pain as Fane nearly crushed it. Jan quietly took it out of his pocket to look at her. She was really in a terrible shape. During this handshake, he felt his energy flow into Fane and disappear without a trace in his body. He realized that Fane seemed to be really very strong and a powerful chi energy cultivator. Fane also behaved very discreetly but did not show it. He immediately understood that everything was not so simple with this Jan, and he couldn't wait to find out how many techniques the Lin family possessed. After the lesson, Fane was taking a break by the window when suddenly someone came up to him. It was Jan. He politely asked Fane if he was busy and offered to talk to him. Fane happily replied that he didn't mind. The girls continued to pursue Jan, but could not calm down because of his beauty. They went out into the courtyard and Jan was very confident. He said that he heard that Fane was pretending to be a descendant of his family. Fane smiled and asked why he would do that. Jan understood that he would not be frank with him. He said that there is no one here now. Jan created an energy storm around them, inside which they were, and nothing was visible from the outside. He explained that inside this barrier the sound is completely blocked, so no one will hear them. Jan said that his clan never gets involved in trouble, but Fane still managed to offend the wrong people, and that made them intervene. He said that because of this he will not be able to let him go now, and Fane should stop pretending to be the descendants of the Lin family. Fane yawned and said that he was very bored and understood everything. Suddenly, Jan stuck out 2 fingers and something seemed to click loudly. Fane immediately found himself in the middle of a circle. Jan said that this is called the secret of the universe, and in this space he will not be able to take even a step. Stone spikes began to emerge from under the ground. They surrounded Fane and locked him in place. After that, Jan immediately used the solar strike technique. Red-hot energy flames flew to attack Fane, who was encased in a stone trap. But he only smiled as this stream of devastating energy reached him. Immediately after that, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred. Jan had to spend quite a lot of energy to turn such a combination, and he immediately felt a strong case of strength. A voice was heard among the smoke, which said that this technique is worthy only to deceive children. There was no scratch on Fane. He was just shaking the dust off his clothes, and said that Jan clearly underestimated him. He answered, saying that it seems that ordinary techniques do not work on him, and frowning informed him that in that case they would continue. He lowered his hand down and summoned an earth technique. A gigantic stone golem immediately appeared from under the ground. It seems Fane was completely unfazed by these tricks and didn't even take his hands out of his pockets to defend himself. The giant golem immediately rushed to attack him, trying to strike him with its mighty stone fist. Fane pulled his hand out of his pocket and aimed his punch back, fending off the golem's attack with ease and crushing its limb. Fane felt completely superior and bored again. Suddenly a green flame appeared under his feet. This time it made him wonder, and he even had to use some effort to dodge it. But this strange green flame continued to engulf his body. Jan continued to use techniques and spells and said that he wasn't done yet. He used the thunder technique next. He caused a thunderclap, and lightnings began to appear in the sky, and one of them hit the place where Fane was standing with a powerful discharge. He used protective barriers to ward off these attacks but did not engage in combat himself. Jan made every effort to destroy it. He combined all the techniques to hit Fane with them at the same time. Fane was under the influence of electrical forces and could hardly move. But Yanai did not stop and continued to hold him. Fane hung in the air. It seemed that he could not resist it. After that, there was another powerful explosion. Jan hoped that at least everything would work and destroy him. But when the smoke cleared, Fane was back in only a slightly ragged form. Fane smiled and praised him and said that using the green flame was not bad for this mortal world. Jan asked him in surprise how he knew about the perishable world. Fane slowly approached him and said that he knew much more. Saw that Fane was approaching, Jan immediately used the tree technique against him, directing a forest hug at him. Tree roots erupted from the ground and flew towards Fane to impale him. The roots wrapped around his body, blocking his movement. Right after that, Jan used the water technique. Tons of water poured around Fane as if from a waterfall, trying to drown him. In the end, he said that it was enough. He easily freed himself from the roots and waved his hand away from the streams of water. Fane said that he has already seen all his techniques, but now he will show him his. Yan remembered how his father had said that they were descendants of the Lin clan from the world of truth on Earth, and only descendants can reach the truth and destroy the void. But even his father was currently at the peak of Qi energy cultivation, Yan thought. And even if he were able to unleash all his power now and use his family's secret techniques, it would not be enough to defeat Fane. Fane rubbed his fists and asked Yan if he could show him anything else. If not, now Fane would show him true power. But suddenly Yan waved his hand and the barrier dissipated. And the next moment he was carelessly waving his hand at someone. It was their classmates who followed them. The fan thought that this guy was very cunning and left the fight at the last moment. He began to approach Fane in the shelter. Coming almost to his nose, Yan quietly said that he was having a party at the Empire Hotel and invited Fane to visit. He said that the Lin clan never causes trouble, but they only needed him because the Chen family asked them to. Yan said that he is not Fane's rival, but he thinks that he will not be able to defeat him, but still hopes that they can become friends instead of enemies. Fane replied that they would never be friends, and Yan must be destroyed. Yan nonchalantly replied that it might be so. Fane told him that he was very cunning. He said that it was not so simple. He treated ordinary people like insects. Yan stretched out his hand. A stone lay in his palm. He said it was a gift from him. Fane took it and thought that Yan looked like a person from the immortal realm. He really did treat people like insects without any sense of compassion, Fane thought. This was the meeting room in the Chen family's house, where the meeting between Chen George and Yan Lin and his master was about to take place. When Chen George heard what Yan told him, he was extremely impressed. Yan warned him that he was forbidden to insult Fane, because in the worst case, even the Lin family would not be able to protect him. He couldn't believe his ears what that meant, he thought. He immediately turned to his master and asked what he thought about it. The master stroked his beard and said that Yan is right, but they should not take action against this person. He could not believe that even the master agreed to this, but said that he understood everything. Yan was about to leave. He stood up and said that he invited Fane Lin to today's treasure hunt. He said that when the time came, he would try to resolve the conflict between them. But in order to do so, the Chen family must be cleansed of blood. The master saw his students' disappointment and said that in this world, there are creatures that even they cannot fight, and Fane Lin was one of those creatures. Chen George nodded with understanding and said that he understood everything. Master and Yan were already leaving and told Chen George to prepare everything for the hunt. After this conversation, he was extremely angry and even hit the wall with his fist from impotence. He believed that Master and Yan had betrayed him. Meanwhile, someone was watching him from somewhere on the mountain. This person was smiling and was satisfied with what was happening. It was a descendant of Beige. His eyes glowed with red light, and he said that this Fane Lin was really something special. Then even these powerful people were powerless against him. He believed that now he had a good opportunity to use Chen George's hatred for his own purposes. Meanwhile, the Empire Hotel was waiting for its guests. Many people gathered at the entrance. They were interested in what was happening here and why the entrance was covered with a red tape. Fane arrived at the hotel. He believed that this place could be filled with interesting things, and tonight could bring a lot of interesting things. He approached the entrance. One of the guards immediately told him that Fane should get out, because today there is a closed party here. But Fane, as if I did not hear, continued to walk towards the door. One of the guards grabbed him and started threatening him, asking if Fane didn't hear what he said. Suddenly Chen George appeared from the hotel and ordered the guard to immediately release Fane. He looked sternly at the guard and said that Fane was their honored guest. He began to make excuses and say that he did not know. Chen George was very polite and invited Fane to the middle. They were walking down the corridor of the hotel together, and Chen George asked him what kind of person he was. Fane sternly looked at him and replied that he should not know about it. He smiled and said that his Chen family had insulted him before. But today his intentions are very sincere, and he hopes that Fane will enjoy the feast. But Fane didn't pay any attention to him at all, and went on his way. This made Chen George very angry because Fane treated him like trash. When they entered the middle, they saw that there were already a lot of people having fun and celebrating. Chen George was immediately approached by several people to say hello. Fane watched them from the side and behaved inconspicuously. Suddenly a man came up to him and held out his hand, asking him if he was Fane Lin. The man introduced himself and said his name was Zhao Bu. Fane confirmed that it was him, and we shook hands. Bu said that he was glad to see such distinguished guests here today. He asked Fane if he had guessed that today's banquet was not easy. Fane confirmed his words and said that he immediately felt a strong and powerful energy, and it seemed that there were many heavenly scrubs. Boo said he was right, and today there will be an unusual little auction of the highest level of rare treasures. Then Boo said that he had prepared some gifts for him, and he hoped he would like them. He presented him with some small box and said that it was a spirit stone. It was of good quality, and he had it for several decades. So now he is giving it to Fane. Fane was surprised by such a gift, but thanked and opened the box. I really thought there was some kind of stone inside. It was beautiful and like a diamond. He immediately felt that the aura of this stone was much stronger than that of the spirit weapon he received before. Fane smiled and said that in that case he could not refuse such a wonderful gift. Boo said that the axiom would start soon and invited him to go with him. They entered another hall in the middle of which there were tables, and in front of them was a big stage. Suddenly someone started shouting, calling someone a scumbag. Zhao He was standing in front of him, asking Fane if he remembered him. He said that he wanted to repay him for his humiliation. But it seems that Fane has completely forgotten who he is. Fane didn't pay attention to him at all, but Oh-He kept up. He came up and said that he didn't know how Fane got here, but he promised that there would be problems today. He began to call Chen over. Chen George heard this commotion and glanced in his direction with displeasure. He approached Zhao He and asked unhappily what was going on, and why was he shouting. He started poking his finger at Fane and tried to explain something. He said that this was the same guy who ruined everything and humiliated the Chen family. Fane began to laugh and say that it was true. He did it all. He asked why he is still so arrogant. He turned to Chen George and said that they should teach him immediately for this. Before He could finish his story, he immediately received a powerful slap across the face and fell to the floor, holding his head, whimpering loudly. Chen George shouted loudly at him and told him to get out of here. He could not understand what was happening and asked Chen why he was doing this to him. Chen George was not going to explain anything to him and repeated once again that someone was getting away. He immediately ran away to avoid causing more trouble. Chen George apologized to Fane, who said it was his fault. Master Boot Chen George continued to escort him around the hall. They led him to the VIP table. Fane grumpily asked what they were waiting for. Boo turned to Chenji and offered to sit at the table and wait for the sunset. While they were sitting at the table, another familiar guy appeared at the door. It was Yan, who immediately noticed them and strode over to their table. He said that everything will start soon and they should prepare. He approached Fane and said he was sorry for being late. Yan told Fane that the food and service at this hotel were great, and he wanted Dim to order something. Fane asked him if he was sure of that, and said that in that case he would take everything. Yan was surprised, but then laughed and said that it was fine, taking it as a joke. Yan assumed that Fane most likely did not have any magical weapons. Fane told him that he really did not possess such artifacts. Then he held out his hand, in the palm of which lay some ring, and he asked Fane what he thought of it. Fane looked at him with surprise and asked what kind of ring it was. He said that despite its cheapness, it was a beautiful thing, therefore he wants to give it to Fane as a gift. Fane took the ring and said he didn't mind. Suddenly he felt a powerful flame that began to envelop his body. He felt the power of this thing and put the ring on his finger. Yan was extremely surprised at how Fane was able to absorb the energy of this artifact in an instant, and even for an experienced chi energy cultivator, it would take several hours. Yan was incredibly impressed by this, and even began to think that Fane was actually more than just a person. Fane saw his surprised look and asked what happened. Yang replied that it was nothing special. Suddenly the auctioneer appeared on the stage and distracted them from the conversation. He said that he is very grateful to all the guests who came today and that it will start soon. He said his son to congratulate Mr. Chen George, who organized today's auction. Chen George stood up to receive his share of applause. He approached the podium and said today's auction is officially considered to have started. He clapped his hands and women began to come out holding various artifacts. Chen George said that they should be careful because they will open the first lot to them soon. He pointed to something, a box that one of the women was holding. It was a 20-year-old jade pendant from the Chen family's collection, and its original price was 25 million, Chen George announced. He said that the auction is starting and the guests can announce their bids. Some of the guests started announcing their prices. Yan asked Fane how his first lot was and asked if he wanted to buy it. Fane replied that there is nothing special about this column. I said that I understood, but I said that there are many more interesting things ahead of them. The gavel struck, and it was announced that the jade had been sold. It was taken by one of the invited guests for 40 million. Chen George said it's time to move on to another subject. He said that this pill would help fighters who practice chi energy and strengthen their body's true essence. The original price for it was 60 million. Fane was interested this time and was surprised that a pill of this level was sold for 60 million. Seeing his reaction, Yan asked Fane if he knew how such pills are made. Fane replied that he does not know much about it. Yan asked Fane if he was able to level up this pill. Fane replied that it would be very easy to do this, much to the surprise of his interlocutor. He even coughed and said that Brother Fane is really a very gifted person. Another man entered the hall. He laughed loudly and asked why he was not called to this secret auction. It was a man in a black suit, and he approached Chen George. Chen George replied that he did not remember inviting him here. The man replied that he did not need it for this invitation. He looked at the table where Boots' master Yan Lin was sitting and told them that they had not seen each other for a long time. He also turned to Yan and said that he did not expect to see him here, and immediately asked how his father was doing. It seems that Yan was not very happy to see this man, but he smiled and said that there is no need to worry and that everything is fine with his father. The man also paid attention to Fane and asked his old acquaintances who she was. Without going into details, Yan replied that it was just his guest. The man said that Fane must be very talented and capable if he could become his guest, after which he introduced himself and said that his name was Zhang Qi, and he was from the Zhang family from the city of Longchen. Fane looked him straight in the eyes. As far as he could remember, it was one of the few secular families that had been founded by a monk, and he had even heard of them in his past life. Yan turned to Fane and whispered into his ear that the Zhang clan was much stronger than the Lin clan in terms of family heritage, and added that because of the eccentricity of the Zhang family, many disliked them. Qi said that he came not just like that, but he had a certain purpose. Suddenly, he turned to the whole audience and said that there is no point in buying these things, as he intends to take them all for himself. He once again loudly repeated that he was taking everything that was here. People began to whisper and ask each other about the man. Yan turned to Qi and reminded him that he was in charge here, but did Qi consider him to be the place to run? Qi mockingly began to apologize to him and sarcastically call Yan his Lord Nam. Qi approached Yan and told him in his ear that he was nothing to him and the truth, and asked what he could do to him. Yan was already getting angry and ordered Qi to stop shaming. Suddenly Fane turned to him and asked if he was Zhang Qi. He said that it was true, but contemptuously asked what he wanted from him. Fane said that Qi could take away what he didn't need. Qi began to laugh and said that it sounded very arrogant from Fane. Faneg said that he didn't like people acting like idiots right in front of him, so he ordered Qi to get out of his sight immediately. Qi began to talk to him like a child, saying that he would not go anywhere and that Fane would not be able to do anything to him. Qi was starting to annoy Fane, but he again asked him to get away and warned him that this was the last time he was saying it. Qi responded by calling Fane a snot and added that he would be interested to see how Fane would make him leave. Fane gave him his ferocious gaze, and Qi immediately felt that his heaviness. Terror gripped him and he stepped back several years, fear and confusion in his eyes. Yan saw his reaction. He smiled and said that he better not make trouble for himself. Qi thought that this guy was too strong, and even one look was enough to understand that he was no match for him. He still felt very scared, but pretended that everything was fine and started laughing again. He said that in that case it was really his mistake and he should leave. Qi said goodbye and went to the exit, his hands still shaking with terror. Yan said that this is one of the most impudent people he has met. Suddenly, Qi stopped as if he remembered something. He said that Fane was quite unpredictable, but he could take advantage of that. He laughed again and said that it might work. Meanwhile, Chen George said that they can continue the auction. Yan offered Fane to buy the next lot, but Fane told him that he was not interested in it. Qi appeared again in the hall and said that he wanted to buy this thing for 80 million. All the guests were very pleased to hear such a large amount. Chen George was also surprised, but since no one offered the highest one, the lot was sold to Qi. Meanwhile, the third subject was presented. When Fane saw him, he was interested. He felt that this thing has a protective barrier, and he can buy it. To give her to protect his sister Xiaojie, Fane said he would take the whole thing. Yan was glad that his guest was finally interested in something. Yan said that he takes her and bets 100 million on this lot. Chen George immediately congratulated them on their purchase because no one dared to put the amount higher. It was the turn of the fourth lot. Chen George said it was something special. He said that this dagger was found in the tomb of the Qing family. It was a collector's item and its original price was 50 million. Jan turned to Fane and asked what he thought about this dagger. Fane replied that he was not interested in it either. Chi immediately said that he was buying this dagger and offered the initial amount, and this time no one could beat this bid. Chen George thought he was an old fool and thought that he was only spoiling their auction. He said with a strained smile that he congratulated him on the purchase. Chen George announced that it was the turn of the last lot and said that he would like to introduce him personally. He clicked the lock. The box opened and some light appeared from there. Chi immediately felt the powerful energy of this item. Chen George said that it was an iron scroll that contained an incredible Chi energy purification technique, and its value needed no further explanation. He said that this item was priceless, so it could only be exchanged for something of equal value. Chen George once again emphasized that this lot can only be exchanged. Jan, as always, looked at Fane to see his reaction, but he again replied that he was not interested. Jan saw that Fane wasn't interested at all, and he looked like he already had a lot of different techniques. Chi began to shout that it was a wonderful thing and said that he wanted to have it. He said he wanted to exchange some of his family's body cleansing skills for this Chi cleansing technique. Chen George seems to have been satisfied this time. He said that he trusted the Zheng family's techniques, so he was happy to hand over this artifact to Chi. After that, Chen George announced that their auction was over and said everyone could continue to rest and celebrate, and he wished them a good evening. Most of the guests who came here for the auction were very unhappy because they didn't even have a chance to participate because of the huge sums. Fane also said that he should go and stood up heading for the exit. Suddenly, Chi stopped him and said that he wanted to invite him to join them. Fane coldly replied that he was interested in it. Chi said that he was very firm in his refusals. Chi added that he had many more friends than he could imagine. Besides, the Zhang family was very influential in the Dragon City. He sighed deeply and said that he was very sorry. Chi then turned to Yan and said that there were rumors that the Mujan Imperial clan would arrive in the capital in the next few days. This information shocked Yan, but he told Chi to repeat his words. Yan seemed to burn with rage when he heard this. Information about this family from Chi's mouth seemed to cause an explosion. Fane overheard their conversation, and turning his murderous gaze on Chi, he asked him, "When he talks about the Mujan family, he means Mujan Qing." It seemed Fane's fury had never been at such a high level. Chi said that's what he meant, but he didn't understand what it was. Fane smiled strangely. Suddenly he started laughing loudly and saying that it was just wonderful. Yan suspected that Fane seemed to have some kind of conflict with the Mujan clan. Fane thought that the Mujan Qing had always been where the path to heaven lay, but they had their own scores from past lives to settle. Chi immediately ran up to Fane and asked if he had any problems with the Mujan clan. Fane answered that it was none of his business. He said that I understand if he doesn't want to talk about, but he is Zhang from Dragon City, so he also doesn't like the Mujan family, and added that if Fane needs help, he can apply. Yan smiled and said that Chi is only so cocky when he says it behind the Mujan clan's back. Chi began to mock him and say that he couldn't tell them such a face, but reminded Yan that his family was not on the best terms with the Mujan family either. After which he suggested that they all meet later to discuss this topic. Suddenly Master Bu began to laugh and said that it was a good idea. Bu turned to Fane and said that the Mujan family was quite authoritarian and had many enemies, but they were too strong and no one could handle them. He said, if he really had any problems with them, they could all band together to deal with them. Yan also approached Fane and confirmed that it was a good idea and he should consider their offer. Chen George also joined the conversation. He said that the Chen family also had a conflict with them, and if he needed it, they would be able to provide him with full support. Fane threw up his hands and said it was a good idea, and he agreed. Chi began to cheer and said that he recently bought a villa nearby and invited everyone to go to his place to continue the party. Everyone didn't really want to go, but for the sake of business, it was possible to tolerate the Chi company. Pleased, Chi told them to follow him. Some of the invited guests continued to rest at the hotel while Fane and everyone else headed for the exit. The villa was indeed nearby, and in a short time they were already in the middle of the estate. They gathered in the big room to discuss the future plan. Yan said that the Mujan family is getting stronger every day, and even if they combine all their forces, even this may not be enough to defeat them. Fane asked why all their clans together couldn't even shake them. Chen George said that with their current strength they really couldn't fight them. Fane thought that the similar Mujan family had risen even stronger than it had been in his past life. Yan said that everything was true, and the Mujan family possessed a large number of elite techniques, but their people did not even match 10% of their power. This clan posed a huge threat to all of them and could easily destroy them. Moreover, besides Mu Junqing, there were several other powerful people on his side. Yan said that in order to compete with them, they needed more elite expert qi practitioners. Fein understood that they needed a very good plan to add Mu Junqing, and before that, he needed to raise his cultivation level. Qi said that he had some news that he was going to keep to himself, but if everyone had already gathered, then he would not hide it. The fact is that this time the Mujan family will come to the city for the snow lotus of the 9 treasures. After hearing this, the boys were extremely surprised. Master Butej was very surprised and said that the appearance of a lotus in the capital was almost impossible. Yan said it doesn't bloom every 30 years, but now it's only been 10 years since it last bloomed. Qi smiled and said that it looks like they don't know anything. The fact is that this time the lotus of 9 treasures did not grow on its own, but developed as a result of a human-made catalyst, Qi explained. Yan smiled and said that Qi had a good imagination since the snow lotus was a spiritual artifact, and he was alone, and added that artificial inhalation was absolutely excluded. Booty also laughed and said that you can hardly believe the words of Qi. Qi replied that he knew they wouldn't believe him, but assured them that it was the pure truth. He said that even though the snow lotus was born by heaven and earth, there was a person who studied how to artificially grow a spiritual artifact throughout his life. And only in the last month, according to the Mujan family's secret spy report, the whole person managed to grow a snow loto, Qi said. The flower was indeed different from what was created by the earth and the heavens, but it did not change anything, and he was 92 years old. Qi told this very confidently, and Bu suddenly asked him who this person was. Qi said it was the old poor man. It looks like Bu knew who. He laughed and said that he couldn't even think that he would be able to do it. Fein asked who he was talking about. Bu answered that this guy comes from a family that practices martial arts, and he was very gifted from childhood. He was rumored to have reached the Qi energy purification realm at the age of 10, and he may have been the most outstanding genius of his generation 80 years ago. Bu continued, but said that he did not know what had happened. But at the age of 12, he gave up his martial arts training and took up the cultivation of earth and sky spiritual scrubs. Bu said that at that time everyone considered him wrong, and it turned out to be true. 80 years have come and the former real genius turned into a beggar who begged for food. It seems that Fein was impressed by this story, but he said that this person must be very purposeful. Bu asked Qi how he managed to find out this information about the Mujan family. Qi laughed and said that he had his own methods. Yan said that in that case, they just need to go and get the lotus of the 9 scrubs. Qi replied that it was easier said than done, and he had no idea what the old poor man's level of Qi energy cultivation was. Yan asked lightly in what level he was. He said that this poor old man was already able to build the foundation level. Hearing this, they were extremely amazed. Yan said that he would never have thought that such a poor man would be able to reach such a high stage of energy cultivation. But Qi said that was not all. He said that the Mujon family has now teamed up with the old poor man, and they all have the level of foundation energy cultivation. Qi said that he told them everything he knew, although before that he was going to steal the lotus by himself, taking advantage of the vulnerability of the Mujon family. Qi said that when they take the lotus from him, he will take it for himself, and his seed will be divided equally between them. Bu agrees to divide the seeds, but he does not agree to give the lotus to him. Qi said that he is the person who told them about everything, so you shouldn't be so greedy, that lotus should be his. Bu said that he offers to split the seeds and to process the lotus itself into pills and also split it, but he is ready to pay for all this with the resources necessary for this. Hearing this idea, everyone said they agreed, but Fein remained silent. Yan said that now they should plan how to turn the Mujon family members against each other, and when that happens, it will be their time to act. Suddenly Fein said that he refuses. He said that he would offer 1 lotus seed and 1 pill for each, and he would take the rest for himself. Qi began to get angry and said that it was delusional. Fein smiled and said that all they needed was to keep only 1 foundation stage cultivator, and he would deal with the others on his own. Hearing this, Qi became nervous. Everyone was extremely impressed when Fein announced his effective plan. He said that there was no need to turn them on each other. It was just necessary to restrain one strong chi cultivator, and he would deal with the others on his own. Jan asked him if Fane could really do that. Fane replied that it wouldn't take much effort. Everyone present in the room was extremely impressed with his self-confidence, but they also had no doubts about his strength. Jan said that everything suits him, but he agrees to this plan. Fane turned to Master Boot and asked him what he thought about this. He also said that he agreed, but there were some doubts in their eyes. Chen George also confirmed his agreement. Chi was confused. Ta didn't know what to say. He couldn't believe that this Fainlin was also a foundation stage energy cultivator, and felt that they were all united against him. Fane looked at Chi and asked what happened. Does he not believe him? Suddenly Chi saw how his finger began to freeze. Everyone else also saw that the room began to be enveloped by a mad cold. But it was an unusual frost. It was some kind of magical technique. This aura of cold came from Fane. Chen George said he couldn't even move. A real cyclone started around them, which gradually froze them. Fane asked if they believed him now. Chi was shaking with cold and fear and said that he believed him. Fane said it was great, followed by a cool finger, after which the cold immediately disappeared, but they could move again. Fane thought that the power he had just displayed was already quite close to its peak power, but it still wasn't even close to foundation level. He wondered how he could even compare the power of an immortal with the power of ordinary people. Fane said that in that case, tomorrow they can already leave to take the lotus. Everyone present agreed with him. It was a destroyed temple, and there was a heavy downpour on the street. A man was lying inside this temple. A loud lightning struck, which even shook the walls of the temple. From the side, it could show that he was not even alive, but after this loud thunder, he woke up with horror. He looked very exhausted and barely resembled a living person. The car sped through the night, cutting through a wall of rain. The light of the headlights reflected from the wet asphalt. Chen George was behind the wheel. He turned to Chi and asked if he was sure that the poor man was somewhere in this area. Chi replied that his information is always reliable. Fane and others were sitting in the back seat of the car. They stopped near the old temple, and it continued to rain heavily outside. Fane got out of the car. He immediately felt the powerful chi energy. But he felt it even far away from this place. Such energy could be released through the wall by a powerful foundation-level chi cultivator. But he also felt that besides the old poor man, there was someone else very strong. The chi cultivators from the Muchong family were also nearby, and their level was even slightly higher than the poor old man's. But he was sure that even with his level he could defeat even both of them, and everything would be fine. Chi approached him and asked when they would start. Fane said that we can start now, and smiled. They opened the door of the temple and saw in front of them a man in a dark hoodie sitting on his knees in front of a Buddha statue. Energy was rising around him. He quietly said that they are already here. When they approached him, he said that many years ago, this old man already understood the principle of responsibility. She started laughing and said, "If he already understood everything, then let him give them the Lotus 9 treasures or he will be in trouble." He smiled and said that it is unlikely that they will be able to create problems for him. After which he called a chi cultivator from the Mujan family to him. A girl with white hair appeared from behind the column. She was friendly and greeted everyone. Master Bu recognized her. This girl's name was Mujan Shu. The old man smiled and said that many representatives of all the big families had gathered here today. He stood up and said that he did not suffer from his poverty, but that the 9-treasure lotus was his life's work. His eyes flashed with rage, but he said that they would only get him through his corpse. Chi turned to the men and said that he was leaving Shu to them, and he would take care of the old man. Fane smiled and said he didn't mind. The old man was already furious and ordered them to immediately stop carrying the delusion. The old chi cultivator was very agile and quick despite his age. A fight immediately broke out between them. A powerful attacking energy began to swirl around them, trying to strike each of them. The old man ordered them to attack. Their fight moved to the street, and thunder came from there. Fane said that they were left alone and invited Shu to attack first since she was a lady. Shu said that in such a case she apologizes in advance for her rudeness. Fane laughed and asked her not to hold back. Fane didn't have time to finish the sentence as he received a powerful kick in the face. She told him not to get distracted from their business. He smiled and said it was pretty quick. Her other leg hit him in the face again, but he managed to dodge. The ball flying around her also started attacking Fane. Fane smiled as if he had been given a nice massage. The blows poured from her like a downpour. She again told him not to be distracted. But Fane this time managed to grab her arm when her fist was aimed at him. He smiled and said that she was quite strong. Shu said it's okay to joke. Suddenly something struck Fane. An energy circle appeared around them, and Shu said that she was going to fight him with all her might. She was able to pry her hand away from his rapture with ease, after which she struck him like 1,000 blows from which Fane only closed himself, covering his face. It seems that he was glad to meet a formidable opponent. She made a gesture with her finger, and these many hands struck Fane at once. It was an 8-handed technique. Then she spoke another incantation and ordered them to explode. While the old man was fighting with the boys on the street, he heard a powerful explosion inside the temple. He started laughing and saying that it looks like there was a good fight. The boys together could barely handle him. Jan said that this poor old man remained unhurt, and that was what they could expect from a foundation-level cultivator. He said that they will be able to defeat him only in their dreams. But he shouted as if mad that he would never allow them to steal the lotus from him. At this moment, Chi pounced on him from behind. He wanted to use this moment while the old man was distracted. But the old man reacted to this insidious attack and grabbed his arm. He delighted him and shouted for him to get away, after which he threw it several tens of meters. But judging by Chi's face, he was satisfied Towa did what he wanted. Suddenly, a sphere appeared near the old man which looked like it was about to burst. So it happened. A loud explosion rang out. Yu immediately ran to the old man and waited until the smoke cleared. He asked him with a smile how he got such an attack, and informed the old man that it was a secret poisoned bomb, and this technique belonged to his family. When the smoke cleared, he saw an old man who was quite badly hurt by the explosion. He was even more angry than before and cursed Zhang Qi. Qi immediately ordered the boys that now they should all attack at the same time. Chen George immediately pounced on him using the strongest technique in his arsenal. Yan also followed suit and used one of the Lin family's most powerful techniques. A bunch of elements and strong techniques began to simultaneously attack the old man. He was as angry as a hyphenated beast and used his defensive techniques with all his might. Shu also waited until the smoke cleared to make sure that she had overcome her opponent. She laughed and asked, "Is he still alive?" Fane was completely intact. He was smiling and dusting off his clothes, saying that it was pretty good. He said that by enclosing energy internally in the palm of your hand, you can multiply the explosive power of each of them. Smiling, he said that for someone who had just reached the foundation stage, it was a pretty good result and it was quite strong. She smiled and said he was strong too, as she couldn't defeat him even with these techniques. Her eyes were like the cosmos. She looked at him carefully and asked when such an energy cultivator like him appeared in the capital. He said that it doesn't matter, and if she's finished, now it's his turn to show what he's capable of. She told him to take his time and raised his hand near the flame, and informed him that now it will be really interesting. Looks like Fane was glad she had a few more tricks up her sleeve. The boys again heard a loud explosion inside the temple. Chen George asked worriedly what was going on there. As if pushing off from the air, Shu rushed to attack Fane, but he easily stopped her by taking her hand in delight but still complimented her on her good technique. He squeezed her hand tightly and said that, unfortunately, this is not enough. She immediately tried to throw another blow, but he also easily stopped it. He asked her, doesn't she know that the fist of the 8 tigers specializes in close and short attacks, and if she loses control, her opponent can control her entire body? She frowned and said that of course she knew all this, and immediately gave him a powerful direct blow. He jumped away from her and said that her fist of 8 tigers was really strong, but they had not gathered to show off fighting techniques. Fane said that he would use the Taichi technique for defense and offered to punch her with his 8-tiger fist. She jumped up and told him to watch out because she would. She delivered another powerful blow, but he missed it. Seeing these movements, she immediately understood that this was indeed the legendary Taichi technique. He saw the ride because they looked and said that it was really this technique. She was incredibly impressed by how his soft technique overcomes her brute strength. She jumped into the air to deliver a surprise blow from above. But he foresaw this and put forth his hand in time for a counterattack. Unexpectedly, Fane unleashed an incredibly powerful explosive hurrah. He even got a little scared and said that he must have overdone it. When she was falling to the ground, he flew to her like a shadow and managed to catch it so that it did not fall. He smiled and said that he did not expect her to have such a slender waist. She started to get angry again. Meanwhile, the boys were trying their best to defeat the old man. Chi told the old man not to resist, as he had no chance of winning as he had poisoned him with his Zhang family's poison. The old man shouted back at him so that Chi would not be so arrogant. He was filled with his rage as if he had discovered his second breath and began to fight with even more fervor. Even the ground cracked under his feet. He attacked Chi like a mad beast, saying that he would be destroyed now. Boo yelled at the boys that they couldn't afford to lose control of him. The old man wanted to destroy the Chi in order to get rid of his poisoned aura that was causing him damage, and he shouted that even if he himself was destroyed, he would take the Chi with him. Chen George and Boo blocked his way and told him that he didn't even dream about it. But the old man could not be stopped, but he shouted that he would take them with him to hell. Even Chi understood that the matter was serious, but he was not kidding. The sound of an incredibly powerful impact was heard, and Chi flew away from the point of impact like a bullet. The impact felt like Chi hitting a train at full speed. He landed heavily on the ground, falling on his back. The boys continued to try to restrain the old man. Boone's master used his strength to the maximum to break through his defenses, but said that the old man was protecting his body with an internal energy whose power was beyond bounds. While the battle between Shu and Fane continued, she held out her hand and told him not to come near. He laughed and told her to forgive him for being so gentle with her. She was very angry and called him a shameless desperado. Suddenly, she looked outside to see what was happening there. She immediately felt that the old man was at the maximum of his capabilities, and if he was destroyed, the Lotus of 9 Treasures might not survive either, so she should end it all as soon as possible. She told Fane that she was sorry, but she didn't have time to continue the battle with him. He smiled and said that he did not want her to go and offered her to play a little more. Suddenly, some disembodied spirits began to break out of her. They were very similar to her phantoms, and she sent them in Fane. But Fane only liked it because now she was not alone. There were many of her. Schwa ordered the phantoms to destroy him immediately. They rushed to attack him, beating him with their feet and hands. Fane laughed and said that despite the fact that there were many more blows, their force was the same. While he was talking, he managed to miss a powerful blow to the face, and Shu told him to finally stop carrying the delusion. The blow was quite strong, and Fane even flew into the air. He said with a smile that he thanked her for the fact that she threw him up. She was a little surprised and asked why he was so pleased, because in a moment Fane had already rushed to counterattack her. The battle between the boys and the old man was already on the verge. While Boot Chen George held him back, Yan was about to strike the final blow. It seems the old man even forgot that he was fighting not 3 opponents, but 4 of them. But before he could understand this, he was hit hard in the back. Yan said that he finally waited for this moment. The old man fell to his knees and was already defenseless because his defense techniques were disabled after such a powerful attack. Shu understood that Fane's goal was only to distract her, and then wait for the moment to finish off the old man. Fane said that now is his time to take care of the old man, but he seems to have gone completely crazy and did not believe that Fane would have the strength to finish him off. Suddenly the old man jumped on him and wrapped his arms and legs around a tree branch like a monkey. He dug his fingers into his body and said that Fane would be destroyed with him. Boo said it was too bad. Suddenly the old man heard a quiet and calm voice asking him to listen. Fane told him that he was not one of them, and suggested to the old man to unite and destroy them right now. The poor old man was shocked to hear this. This calmness and power of Fane stunned him. He stopped for a moment and asked Fane what he wanted. Fane said once again that he wants to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, a sphere of fire appeared in his hand, and he shouted, if he does not agree, he should not blame him. Whereupon Fane broke out of his grasp and delivered a powerful blow, who threw the old man away from him with his explosive force. The blow was extremely strong, and the old man immediately lost his breath. Without strength, he immediately fell at the feet of the boys. Lying on the ground, he coughed but could not move. Fane thanked the boys and said that thanks to them he was able to inflict a powerful attack on him. Boo said it was a good job and now they can take the Lotto of 9 Treasures. Fane smiled and said that indeed they can now take what they came for. Boo kicked him and told him to give the lotus, but he didn't react. He seemed to be unconscious. Boo said that it looks like he's seriously injured but should survive. Master Boo turned to Fane and said that first they need to capture Shu. Fane replied that he would make himself a problem. Shu, just at this moment, tried to attack Fane from the back and said that they will not be able to capture the lotus so easily. Suddenly her fist stopped as if stuck in a fire trap. Fane looked at her and said that the time for games was over and all she had to do was watch. She said that his accomplices do not understand anything, but she sees through him and asked Fane what the hell he is doing here. Fane praised and said that she is quite intelligent. He said that he is not like her family members and Mujang, and he can even let her live on if she agrees to just leave. When she heard Mujang's name, she was shocked. Hatred and anger appeared on her face. Fane felt that when it came to Mujangchi, a strong energy of lust for destruction began to flow from her. He decided that it seemed like this girl is not so simple, but she also has a conflict with him. They all realized that it seems that Shu was not on Mujang's side. The master sat down next to the old man's body and said that he did not expect that he would sink to such a level that he would have to decide whether he should live or not. While he lay unconscious, he quietly asked him if it was fate. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide. Boo was scared and surprised, and it looks like the old man was pretending all this time. While Boo was in a vulnerable position, the old man immediately grabbed him by the throat and started choking him. The old man had incredible strength, and it was almost impossible to escape from this grip. Seeing this, Jan was frightened and screamed in worry for the master. He immediately summoned a seeking aura attack to neutralize the old one. But he did not even have time to do so when the old man waved his hand and simply brushed him away like an insect. It seems that the old man broke the neck of the craftsman. He was lying on the ground, and the poor old man said that it was really fate. Jan asked how it was possible because he was struck by Fainlin himself and could not regain consciousness. The old man laughed and said that he was right, that Fainlin's blow was healing, and that it had taken all the toxins out of him. He said that he pretended to be destroyed, and waited for the moment when they would be vulnerable and come close to him to attack, and it was all thanks to Brother Fainlin, the old man said. Jan was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He asked how this could happen. Jan turned to Fain and asked if he had cheated. Fain smiled and said did Jan realize that he wouldn't be able to guess their plan. He said that unfortunately they are not old enough to play with him. Meanwhile, Chi came to his senses and turned to Fain. He asked him if there was some misunderstanding between them. He smiled and said that it is difficult to call it a misunderstanding. Fain continued and said, will he have to use mind control to finally get him to tell the truth? Hearing this, Chi's confidence immediately disappeared somewhere. He understood that there was no point in continuing to lie. Jan said that they still underestimated him, but he added that they will still see each other. Fain asked him what he meant. Suddenly a stone wall appeared between them in a moment. It seems Yang used the stone dungeon technique. Thus he created a stone barrier between them so that Fain could not reach them. Through a crack in the rock he said goodbye to him. But as suddenly as it appeared, the wall disappeared, and with it the traitors. Fain only smiled and said that he would definitely wait for their next meeting. The old man approached Fain and thanked him for his help. Fain told him that Tom should rest well, while he himself should talk to this girl, said Fain. She was still confused and asked him who the hell he was. He smiled and said if she could see through him so easily, then it would mean that he had lived his life in vain. Suddenly her look changed from annoyed to very surprised and a little scared. He also understood that she understood everything and said that there is no need to talk about it. Suddenly he grabbed her by the throat and said that the game was over. She shook his hand, who asked why he was so fast. Fain smiled and said that speed for a man is a rather dubious compliment. Meanwhile, Chi was on the territory of the destroyed temple. The traitors tried to deceive not only Fain, but also Chi himself. He was very frightened, and on his knees tried to answer from here so that no one would notice him. He just had it at the moment, while Fain was distracted by Shu. He sternly looked into her eyes and ordered her to tell what kind of relationship she had with Mujang. She said that if he wants to destroy her, then let him do it now because she won't tell him anything about the Mujang family. When Fain heard those words, it reminded him that he had heard it all before, and it was like déjà vu. Suddenly he smiled and said that he had changed his mind, and suddenly let her go. He said that instead of destroying her, he would destroy someone for her. She, holding her throat and breathing heavily, asked what he meant. Suddenly her eyes filled with fear and sincere surprise. Fain lifted her fragile chin and looked deep into her eyes. Then he quietly whispered in her ear that he could destroy Mujang for her. She smiled when she heard that, and said that despite all this, she still belongs to the Mujang family. And why does he want to help her with this? He said that when he spoke Mujang's name, a strong lust for destruction flew from her, and it betrayed her true intentions. He said that it doesn't matter how well she hides it, because it's impossible to hide her thirst for destruction. She immediately asked him if he had any idea what power Qing possessed. Fane severely kicked the ground and said that he did not know the level of his strength, but he could say something for sure. That he, Fane Lin, was much stronger than him. Suddenly the ground under his feet began to crack. Even the old man was surprised because it looked like a real earthquake. Looking at Fane, he thought about what kind of boy he was and where he got such power from. Suddenly he saw something, so he rushed after someone. Chi was horrified to see that the old man was chasing him. He started shouting for him not to do this. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, not the place where Chi was. Even Shu was amazed by this powerful energy. Chi fell to the ground unconscious. Fane stood over Shu and said that now she should understand everything. He said that there was a huge chasm in power between them. She weakly asked him what his energy cultivation level really was. He said that this is an inappropriate question because deep down she already knows. Chi lay on the ground and begged Fane to spare his life because he would do anything Fane wanted for him. He immediately ordered him to shut up. But he added that he forbids him to open his mouth without permission. Fane gave Shu an ultimatum. He said either he destroys her or destroys Mu Zhongqing for her, then she has to make her choice. He said his patience was limited, but she had a few seconds to respond. Fane was losing patience and started counting. I think she was so exhausted that she couldn't even answer. Fane had already waved his hand, ending his countdown. Suddenly, Shu shouted that she chooses herself. Fane just finished his countdown and said time was up. He was already putting his hand on her with the words that he was saying goodbye to her. She shouted for him to stop, and his hand froze over her head. Shu asked will he really help her destroy Mu Zhongqing. Fane said if he promised something it would be so. Trembling with fear, she asked what was required of her for this. Fane said that this is the right decision, and to begin with, he needs to finish one thing. Hearing these words, Chi was extremely frightened. He approached him, and Chi fell to the ground and started screaming in fear. He begged him not to do so, and as long as Fane would let him live, he would even be his slave. Fane said what to do if he is not interested in it. Chi fell to his knees in front of him, and began to say that this was all Lin and Master Boot's idea. He was useless here. Chi said that besides, Fane is going to deal with the Muzhong family, and he could provide him with full support in this, since Fane is the only person who can do it. Fane smiled and said that it seems that this is still not enough. Hope appeared in Chi, and he said that it was really true, and he started to take something out of his pocket. He took out the ring and said that this spatial ring he had already made Fane its new master, and everything inside it would now belong to Fane. Chi said that inside him are priceless treasures, each of which he gives to Fane as proof of his sincerity. Fane took the ring and said it was quite interesting. Chi smiled and said that everything is so, after which he immediately offered Fane to try it on. Fane put on the ring, and smilingly said that it looks pretty good. Chi began maliciously as if he was up to something, and added that it was really valuable. Suddenly the ring closed and began to squeeze his Fane finger hard. Fane did not have time to be surprised when the ring began to do something strange. Chi, seeing this, began to laugh loudly. A heavy downpour started again. Chi looked at Fane with fury and told him that he probably couldn't imagine this. He said that on the inner walls of the ring there were needles that were impregnated with poison. This ring was specially created by his family for their enemies, and said that in less than 15 minutes his meridians would be destroyed and he would turn into a red puddle. Fane calmly looked at his hand. At that moment a red-black liquid was leaking from the place where the ring was. At this time all this was watched by the old man who called you a real rat. He knew that if he sealed all the meridians in Fane's body, he would immediately feel incredible pain. Fane looked at Chi and calmly asked him if he really thought so. Chi was very surprised by his calmness, but could not believe that this time he would be able to get out of the trap. Fane showed him his hand and asked if he was sure his poison was that effective. Suddenly another drop of red-black liquid escaped from under the ring. All the drops gathered in a bunch, creating a small sphere. Chi started screaming and saying that he couldn't believe that he managed to get all the poison out of his body like that. Suddenly this sphere powerfully exploded, but it spilled over the ground mixing with the rain. Fane smiled and asked him if he considered it poison. He said that Chi is very funny and always makes him happy. The old man also began to laugh loudly when he saw Chi's reaction. He said that this guy was just incredible. After all, the Zhang family had always been famous for preparing poison, and even he wouldn't have been able to get rid of it so quickly. But this time, the similar Chi was very unlucky. When Shu saw what Fane was capable of, she was also incredibly impressed and said that it was simply incredible. Even Mu Zhongqing would not be able to extricate himself from such a trap. Chi fell to the ground and began to tremble and say that it was impossible. Fane told him to shut up and that his poison was garbage, and he even insults him with such a poor attempt at an attack. Fane said that he might need his poison in hell, and then said goodbye to him. He placed his hand on his face while Chi screamed in terror, as this was the last thing he saw in his life. Fane placed a hand on his head and with it a burst of energy. Fane seemed to vaporize Chi's soul as she cried out in pain, after which his lifeless body fell to the ground. Fane said that immortal energy was bubbling in his body, and he thought that some poison could harm him. An old man came up to him and asked how he was feeling. Fane thanked him and said that everything was fine with him. He said that its medical properties surprised him a lot, whereupon he turned to Shu. Fane said that she should not worry, but they have already decided everything. He turned to the old man and said that he would like to know something. Fane said that he would be interested to see the 9 treasures artificially grown in the lotus. It seems that the poor old man did not expect such a question from Fane. Fane once again sternly ordered the old man to show him the lotus. The old man also gave him a stern look and asked what Fane meant. And then he hugged him and said that, "Of course you can, because if it wasn't for his help Fane today, then this lotus would have fallen into bad hands." He told Fane that he was following him. He smiled and said that the safest place is always in the most dangerous. Suddenly Shu was enveloped in a green flame and she felt the healing power of its action. Fane did it with just one thought. He turned to her and invited her to follow them. They all went inside the ruined temple. The old man told them that they should wait a little. He touched the great statue with his hand, and a secret passage opened in it. The plan smiled when it saw this secret hiding place, and the old man said that they had to go down. While they were descending, they saw that in front of them there was a passage from which a bright light shone. It was as bright as the sun and could easily have blinded them. Fane said that this light was very bright. The old man told him not to worry because they were already there. Covering their eyes, they advanced through this bright cave. Walking a little further, you could see how green everything around them was. Once she opened her eyes, she was extremely impressed. They found themselves in the middle of some new world. There were green fields and mountains. Birds were circling the sky. The bright sun was shining, and little animals were grazing everywhere. The old man spread his hands and said that this is the same place where he grew his lotus. Fane looked around and said that it was unexpected to see that the dungeon could turn into a new, incredible world. The old man was very happy to see their sincere admiration for his work. He said that he spent many years here when he created this place, but still said that these 80 years were spent in vain. Shu was delighted and said that this is an incredibly beautiful place. Fane also thought that this old man had done all this by himself, and it was really exciting. And once he entered the immortal world, his future would be limitless. But there was something that did not give him peace, but his body was very weak. And if he had not met him today, most likely the old man would not have lived for 3 years. The old man turned to Fane and said that the lotus was very close and he needed to walk with it a little longer. Fane turned to Shu and asked if she would go with them. She said that they were also interested in seeing him. They came to a fountain. The old man pointed his hand at him, and a powerful energy began to emerge from it. This power was almost limitless and even managed to surprise them. Even Fane was quite impressed by it. He saw in front of him a lotus of incredible beauty. The old man held out his hand and the lotus hovered over his palm. He said that it was a lotus of 9 treasures of treasures that he cultivated for 80 years. Fane looked at him and said it was a beautiful piece of work. He was almost like the real thing. And if the old man had a more refined energy, then he would be real, Fane said. Shu could not believe that people were actually able to grow a lotus. He thanked them for their genuine admiration for his work, and then hid it away. Suddenly Fane asked him what his name was. The old man smiled and said that he had not been asked this question for a long time. And instead of answering, the old man turned to Shu and asked her how Mujandi was doing. She asked him in surprise how he knew their elder. He laughed out loud and said that they were more than just acquaintances, after which he removed his hair and revealed a tattoo on his forehead. The old man smiled and said his name was Mujanwu. Fane was extremely surprised and asked him if he was also from the Mujan family. He fixed his hair, hiding the tattoo, and said that he was a member of this family 80 years ago, but it is just a mark of this family that he cannot get rid of. He said that old Mujandi didn't even mention him until he was successful, but when he learned about the results of his work, he immediately sent him a gift. Wu said that he is actually his brother, and he thinks he is a good brother. Fane smiled and said that they seem to have a really complicated family relationship. Wu smiled back and said that if he had not left this family, he would be an elder now. Suddenly, Shu fell on her knees in front of him. She said, as a representative of the younger generation, she should express her respect and loyalty to him. She said that there were many differences between them, but she apologizes to him for this. He told her to stand up as he no longer had anything to do with their families. But she still continued to call him elder and thanked him for his forgiveness. Shu said that he is the real elder of their family, but she even once heard about the talented brother of her grandfather, but she could not even imagine that she would be able to meet him here. Wu turned to Fane and said that there must have been a blood feud between him and the Mujan family. Fane smiled and said that Wu was absolutely right. Fane said that he is from the Mujan family, and they did not share the same love at one time. Wu smiled and said that in that case he wanted to hand over this lotus to him, then said that before that he wanted to ask him for one request. Fane smiled back and said he could ask for anything. Wu asked Fane to destroy Mujundi, but he said not to destroy his family, but to leave his descendants alive. Fane smiled and asked if Wu thinks so highly of him that he thinks he can destroy Mujondi. Wu smiled and said that despite his young age, his energy cultivation level was extremely high. He said that according to his calculations, with his basic level of training, he could defeat him and Shu with ease, after which he said that they had little time left. Fane said that he would definitely fulfill his request. Ta asked Wu if he wouldn't want to destroy Mujondi with his own hands. Wu lowered his head and sadly said that he was hopeless in this life, and his body was too weak for it. Wu said that his body is really like a candle in the wind. Fane smiled and said that all is not lost, and asked Wu what he would say if Fane offered to extend his life for 10 years. Wu was extremely impressed by this. Shu was also surprised and asked how one could prolong life in such a time. Wu spoke to Fane and told him that he shouldn't joke like that, telling nonsense because each person's life scale has its own limit, and said that even if Fane was a great wizard, he still wouldn't be able to do it or change it. Fane laughed and said if a person with powerful supernatural powers can't even change the fate of his life, then why are they called great powers? Fane said that if Wu wanted to extend his life by 10 years, he could easily do so, and for this, he would only need 9 Snow Lotus treasures. Wu said that this was impossible. Even assuming that the 9 Snow Lotus treasures could be found once every 1,000 years, they would still not have any effect on prolonging life. Fane picked up the lotus in his hands and said that there was no point in talking about it anymore. But since none of them believed him, he had to demonstrate it to them, Fane said confidently. Wu took out a ring of some kind from under his robe. Fane began to gather some herbs. Wu was extremely surprised and asked what he was doing. Fane said he gathered some herbs and asked if he had any peas. Wu uses his spatial ring to retrieve various items and ingredients that Fane ordered him to obtain. Then he took out a golden vat in which the potion was to be prepared. Fane said that the quality of this chan was not the best, and asked Wu if there was anything better. He just laughed back because he didn't have that many things. Shu said she was a little better, and as if from the sky, a huge chan landed right in front of them. She smiled and said that this one should fit. Fane said it looks really good and will fit them. He dismissed the poor Chan Wu and said that they would no longer need it, after which he said that they had better leave. He began to gather spatial energy into his hands, but the boiler began to bounce and shake. Suddenly, a blue magical flame lit up under him. Preparing such a potion could take a lot of strength, but Fane was ready for it. Meanwhile, a veritable energy storm formed around the vat. Wu was shocked as Fane managed to tame and combine 2 different opposing fires. Fane smiled and said that Wu would be able to do it too if his energy cultivation level was as high as his. Wu could not even imagine what kind of creature in this world could mix 2 completely different fires, and what power it must have. Fane told them to stop talking as it was distracting him. Wu listened to his request and Fane continued his work. He started throwing the ingredients inside. The potion bubbled and shimmered with different colors. Fane said it was time to add the Snow Lotus seed. He placed it in a sphere and began to spin it in his hands. Seeds immediately began to jump out of it, and Fane immediately added it to the potion. When the seed got to the middle, it created an amazing reaction. Fane watched the cooking very carefully. Suddenly, the potion changed its color and became yellow-hot. It seems that he was surprised and he did not expect this. Suddenly, the potion exploded as if lightning had burst out of it. Fane could barely contain the power of this energy that arose within. Wu worriedly asked what it was. And when he saw this, he was extremely surprised and could not believe his eyes. It was some amazing sphere inside which was a yellow pill. They looked up in fascination watching her. Wu said it was just incredible. Shu said that even in the Mujan family no one has such abilities. Fane raised his hand. This sphere began to approach his palm. They could not believe that an ordinary mortal could create an elixir of immortality. Fane turned to Wu and said that this pill could extend his life by 10 years. Then he smiled and thought that they still had 8 lotus seeds left, and he could use them to improve many more things. And as for the 9 treasures of the snow lotus, he could use it to break through to the next level. He tossed the pill into Wu's hands, who looked at it enthusiastically but still didn't believe it. Wu held her in his hands like the most precious treasure, and asked will she prolong his life. Fane smiled and told him to try and see for himself. Wu swallowed it and was immediately overcome with strange sensations. A great pain gripped his body, but it was unusual and it was like a cleansing. He fell to the ground without strength. His body began to vaporize. He had never felt such strange feelings in his life. Fane said that this pill was similar to Shenmai. It was able to restore the damaged meridian and strengthen his dantian. He said it would hurt, but he had to be ready to deal with it. Shu saw his suffering and was frightened and immediately asked Fane how long this would last. He reassured her and said that it will not be long, but everything will pass soon. The old man twisted in all directions. His hair stood on end. He looked as if he had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning at once. It seems that all the energy of the world passed through his veins. A real storm arose around him, but it was felt that it was subsiding. The gentleman smiled and said that everything seems to be over. The old man stood up immediately. He took a deep breath as if reborn. He examined his body and could not recognize himself in it. He asked with surprise if it was him. Fane smiled and said he could believe it. Wu said it was simply incredible. He jumped on the rock and pushed back sharply. Wu became as fast and powerful as lightning. He laughed and said that now his body has become incredibly strong. An incredibly powerful energy filled him from the inside, but he wanted to enjoy it. Wu said that now all his meridians were in order. Fane smiled and said that not only them, but also his dantian became much more powerful than before. Wu bowed to Fane and said that he would always be grateful for his kindness. Fane just smiled back and said that these are small things, but immediately asked if he could take the lotus. Wu said that of course Fane can take him because now they will fight side by side. Fane smiled and thanked him for his generosity. Wu was still kneeling before Fane, thanking him for his help, but Fane asked him to finally get up. Shu said that Fane's power is unquestionable, and it looks like he will indeed be able to destroy Mujandi. It was some musty and old cave. Someone could be heard walking along its dark walls. Yan leaned against the wall, completely exhausted. He complained that Fane was able to guess their plot. He was also still amazed by the power of his cultivation. But before continuing, Yan needed to take care of his body. He took out a spatial ring. With the help of it, he took out some golden pill, after which he immediately swallowed it greedily. He said that the matter with Fainlin was out of control and he needed to report it to the Patriarch. He sat in the lotus position and absorbed in deep meditation. He called to the Patriarch with the aim of contacting him. The Patriarch was in his office and immediately felt a familiar aura trying to communicate. The next moment he saw Yan in front of him, who turned to him and said that he had important news that he should report to him immediately. The elder saw Yan's condition and asked him why he was so worried. Yan is right about Fainlin. The elder asked if this was the same young man who claimed a place in their family. Yan said that he was, but it turned out that he was much stronger than they thought. And her level of energy development has reached that of the Foundation, Yan said. He once again anxiously repeated that Fainlin had built the foundation of energy cultivation, letting the old decisions know that the matter was very serious and required urgent action. The man asked him if Yan was sure about it. Yan said that it was the pure truth, and Master Boot Chi was annihilated at his hands, and if it wasn't for his defense techniques, he wasn't sure he could survive himself. The elder said, if this is true, then they can no longer underestimate him, but they need to act urgently. After which Yan said that he needed to return home so that they could deal with this situation together. Yan said that he agreed and assured that he would be home soon. After which, breaking the connection, continuing his way through the cave, he said in his mind with hatred that he and Fainlin would definitely meet again. Meanwhile, at the Chi family residence, there was some kind of party going on in the middle. It was loud and fun. It was the patriarch of their family, Ben Dao. He was sitting surrounded by women and having a good time. Suddenly he felt the approach of a strange energy that brought with it disturbing news. He stood up abruptly and became worried. He felt that the spiritual weapon Chi's aura disappeared. It could mean that he was destroyed. He immediately summoned the messenger, but he said that Chi was destroyed, but they have to find out how it happened. The envoy carefully listened to his order and said that they would definitely find out this information, after which he immediately ran out of the room. Bendayo was very excited because he did not expect such news and could not even imagine who could be capable of this. He sat down in a chair and decided to forget about it, because counting on Chi was a mistake. He said that Chi was garbage from the beginning and that destroying it would not affect anything, and added that an interesting battle awaits them ahead. Meanwhile, Fane brought Wu and Shu to his home and treated them to tea. Shu said that she was curious to see where a master like Fane lived. Fane asked her, was she disappointed? She laughed and said that it is very nice here. Wu was also in a great mood and laughing loudly. Suddenly he asked if Fane had any extra clothes, for he was ashamed to come here in rags. Wu smiled and said that these torn clothes disgrace his reputation. Fane laughed and said that he thought Wu was too saintly to worry about his appearance. Wu said that he used to think that his life was over, so it didn't worry him much. But now he had a whole 10 years to live, and now he should take better care of himself. Fane smiled and said that he would be happy to prepare something for him. Unexpectedly, Shu asked him if he had a butler. Fane was confused by the question and said he never even considered hiring him. She said that she would suggest that he hire a good butler to help organize the daily affairs. And it was even better to move to the second house, although this area is also nice, but the area of the house is too small. Besides, she heard that he had a little sister, said Shu. Fane said he would think about her suggestion, but she was right because he needed someone's help and he couldn't rely on Xiao and Master Wei's help all the time. After drinking tea, the guests even started yawning and asked Fane if they could rest a little. Wu said that he would not mind soaking in the bed because he had been sleeping on the ground for a long time. Fane agreed and said that they really should rest. Meanwhile, he took out his phone and started calling someone. He called Nin and said he needed a little help. At that time, Nin, as usual, was on the road. Fane said he needed a butler and asked if he could help him with that matter. Nin replied that it is not a problem, but he will help organize everything right now. After which he also called someone and thought that it looks like Fane decided to organize his life in order to have time for important things. Meanwhile, Fane also decided to rest a bit and take a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw that he received several messages on his phone. In the message, there were several resumes with potential candidates for the role of butler or housekeeper. Fane was pleased because these people all graduated from good international schools and had good references. The first candidate's name was Li. He was 75 years old and had 55 years of work experience. But suddenly he saw a more interesting candidate for him. Her name was Lu Sinu, 26 years old. She graduated from a good college for butlers in London, and she was tall and had a good personality. Fane called Nin again and asked if he could invite them to an interview at his estate. Nin replied that he would fulfill his request without any problems. He was very pleased that he was able to solve this issue. He received a few more messages on his phone, but he said, "Did Nin agree so quickly?" Fane was happy because Nin, as usual, did not let him down and solved everything very quickly. He decided to wait for them at home because there was time. Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up to his estate. Liu came out and thanked the taxi driver. She was amazed and intrigued by the beauty of this villa. She pressed the bell and informed the owners of her arrival. Fane was surprised by how quickly candidates arrived for interviews. He opened the door and invited Liu to sit on the sofa. She was very surprised when she saw Fane because he was very young, and Liu thought that he must have had wealthy parents. Or it was something else, but she didn't know it yet. Fane was in a great mood. He smiled and asked if she knew what requirements were expected of her. She said that according to her information he needed a well-rounded person. Liu said that she studied in London and has many skills. She was also one of the few who managed to join the Butler Association before the age of 30. Liu behaved quite high-minded. Fane smiled and said that was great, then asked her what her salary requirements were. She raised 3 fingers up and said that her salary should be 3 million. "This is the amount she wants to receive per year," Liu clarified. Fane's smile immediately disappeared, but he seemed to be thinking, "Liu be sure that he will not be able to afford a high-class butler like her." Suddenly Fane asked if she had experience in managing a company. In response to this, she put her resume on the table and told him to look. Liu said that she managed a company with only 500 employees. This was also indicated in her profile. Fane said it was really impressive, but she was a really talented person. Fane put her resume aside and said that she might be the only one like her in the whole world. After which he casually laughed. She too responded with an unwrapping smile, delicately adjusting her glasses. Fane said he needed her to be available 24 hours a day and asked if she could handle that. It seems she was unpleasantly impressed by this demand. Fane said he doesn't think it should be a problem for a personal butler. She excitedly asked what exactly she would have to do and what kind of company he was talking about. Fane said that there was nothing special about this work. And as for the company, he hasn't started it yet, Fane said. She decided that he was behaving quite strangely, and most likely he was really only the son of rich parents, who did not represent anything on his own. Suddenly, she stood up and said that she was not interested in his proposal, and that she should resign from the position of butler. A moment later, the doorbell rang again. It was Lee, and he too had already arrived for the interview. Liu was shocked because she did not expect anyone else to arrive. Fane said the door was open and he could come in. In the doorway stood Li Huden. He was the first butler of the magical city. He smiled and said hello. Fane said that he was very glad to see him and that he had finally arrived, for they had been waiting for him. Liu was very surprised and shocked when she saw Mr. Li. Li laughed and asked her if she recognized him. She was delighted and said how could she not know him because he was the only one who was called Butler Number 1, and she had been his fan since childhood. She immediately ran up to him, forgetting about Fane, and started asking for his autograph. But he apologized and said that he always prefers work, and they can talk to her after he finishes the interview. Fane smiled and said that it looked pretty cute. Lee said that Mr. Wei told him everything, but he knows what his requirements are, after which he asked Fane some questions. Fane replied that he had no questions and trusted Lee completely. Lee said that was fine and immediately offered him a look at his contract. Fane said that he was very interested to look at him. He saw the amount that was stated in his contract, and it quite surprised him. Meanwhile, Lee said that he would be happy to work for such a gentleman as Fane Lin. Fane twisted the contract in his fingers and said that he agreed to these terms because Mr. Lee was the best butler in the magical city. But he added that he hopes Lee will not let him down. They shook each other's hand, sealing their agreement. Seeing this, Liu was extremely impressed. Lee said that it was an honor for him to serve Mr. Lin, and now he is his butler, but he even had several proposals that he wanted to implement immediately. He said that he offered him to carry out a comprehensive modernization of his house, which included optimization, improved security, and the introduction of an intelligent system into the house. Fane was amazed at such rapid innovations. But Fane was not against his proposal and said that he leaves it all to him, and Lee can spare no expense on it. Lee said that he understood everything and will do everything in the best way. Liu was all shocked and couldn't understand who Fane Lin was and how he could afford the best butler in the magical city. She thought it was just incredible. Suddenly Fane said that he would most likely need an assistant. Lee replied that he had no assistants before, so he was a little surprised by this. Fane snapped his fingers and pointed at Liu. She was extremely impressed by this, and was even more surprised. Liu could not believe that she would have the opportunity to work with her idol. She turned to Lee and said she wouldn't let him down if he gave her a chance. Lee sighed and said that he was unlikely to need help. Fane, after hearing Lee's answer, said that in that case he could not help her. She panicked, but didn't know how to react to it. She said goodbye in disappointment and left the house. Fane smiled and said that it looks like she really lacks experience. Liu was very confused. But she was not in the mood. She called someone and said that she offered to go and have a good drink today. She was talking to Qing on the other end of the phone, and she asked how the interview came. Liu asked Qing not to even remind her about it because she was interviewing some rich son who turned her down and offered to discuss it when they met. She called a taxi intending to meet Qing. Qing smiled and said that she would be waiting for her at their place. Lee and Fane still continued to discuss new innovations. Lee asked him what Fane wanted him to call him now. Fane was surprised to hear this question. Fane said that Lee could just call him by his first name, and that would be fine with him. Lee said that it would be a bit rude and offered to call him Mr. and when they were in public, then President Lin. Fane said that President Lin really sounds good. Lee said that the first step would be to improve the living conditions and modernize his house. Regarding this, he gathered all the necessary information and provided it to Fane by placing the plan on his table. Fane was very impressed with how Lee managed to prepare everything so quickly. Lee said that there was nothing difficult about it, and invited Fane to go with him to Longdu Tianfu, which was located in the center of the magical place. He said that there you can find good transport and the latest security system. Fane smiled and said he wouldn't mind going there together. He enthusiastically accepted this idea, and pulling the tip, said that they could go. After a moment they arrived at the place. Fane said that this place really looks impressive. In front of the entrance, there were many guards who stopped them, and as soon as the guard saw who was standing in front of him, he immediately regretted his decision. He immediately saw Lee was extremely impressed by his visit. He said that he had not visited them for a long time, and kindly invited them inside. He said that his visit was because he had come to find a good home for Mr. Lin. The guard kindly invited them inside once more, realizing that Lee had arrived on a business visit. Lee said that he was very familiar with this place and invited Fane with him. In the end, the mouth was opened and they went inside this place. They were immediately greeted by a parking lot filled with elite sports cars. Lee said that these cars are specially used to transport the owners, and they can choose anyone to get to the desired place. They chose the car. Lee sat confidently behind the driver's wheel. Fane turned to him and said that it looks like he is really familiar with this place. They drove up to one of the large estates. Fane got out of the car and was very impressed by its beauty on a scale. Lee said that its area is 1,600 square meters and it had 5 floors. He said that this estate looks very nice and suggested going to the middle. Lee said it was a good idea and immediately invited me in. When Fane entered, he was extremely impressed. The interior and beauty of this place was top-notch. Fane said he liked it a lot, and Lee chose a very good option. He also emphasized that the environment was also beautiful. Lee smiled and said that this villa was worthy of his personality, so his choice fell on her. Fane ran like a little child and looked at everything with interest. He really liked this house very much. He said it was exactly what he wanted and was completely satisfied. Lee said he was very happy to hear this and assured Fane that he would take care of all further organizational matters. Fane said it was great and warned Lee that he wanted to go for a walk in the area. Lee told him to be careful. Wang went out and decided to take a short walk to see the area. Suddenly someone called him, but he felt the vibration of the phone in his pocket. Looking at the phone screen, he saw that the incoming call was from Teacher Ching. He picked up the phone and immediately asked her what happened. She was at a local restaurant at the time and replied that she was fine. Ching asked him if something was going to happen, but she decided to call her student to ask how he was. Lee smiled and said that of course she can call at any moment, but added that she probably wanted to tell him something anyway. Ching said that one of her best sisters, who had returned from abroad, was a real talent and invited him to meet her. Fane, hearing this, began to worry and asked her why he should do this. Her sister sat opposite, sipping a cocktail through a straw, and Ching revealed that she used to run a financial company in another country, and that getting to know her would be good for his future. Fane wanted to politely refuse, but smiled and said that it would be better to do it another time, because he was very busy right now. Ching was worried and said she didn't want to distract him, and said that in that case it would be better for them to meet another time. Liu smiled slyly and asked Ching if he was her boyfriend. She assured her that she was wrong, but it was just her student. She smiled and said that she wanted them to meet because everything could be beneficial for both of them. Liu said that she talked to him like she liked him. Ching was embarrassed and told Liu to drink her cocktail instead of asking stupid questions. Fane continued walking around the area and looking at other estates. He was amazed at how many wealthy people there were. If you take all the cars that were parked outside, it would be possible to organize an elite car fleet, Fane thought. His phone rang again. This time he saw that it was Nin's brother. Fane immediately picked up the phone and answered by asking how you were doing. But what did he want? But there was Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone, and he greeted him kindly. Fane was confused again because he didn't expect to hear Mr. Wang's voice. Nin thought that Fane must not have recognized him and explained that he was the man that Fane once saved. Fane smiled and said he remembered him and then asked how Mr. Wang was doing. Mr. Wang thanked him and said he was feeling much better, adding that he wanted to let him know that the auction would be held soon. Fane replied that it was fine, but he didn't know why Mr. Wang had decided to call him for this. He said that he received this invitation from the Northern Association of Spiritual Instruments. They say that there are many spiritual weapons at this auction, and most likely there will be many incredible treasures. Mr. Wang convinced him. Fane replied that he was interested in it and asked to send him the address and time of this auction. Wang was glad that he was able to interest Fane, and said that he would definitely send him the information. The only thing Fane would need to do is remember his name. He replied that it was not a problem for him. He immediately received a message on his phone which indicated the address of the auction and the phone number by which they could be contacted. Fane smiled. It was a pretty interesting auction according to this information with 3 days left. Fane thought about making a real effort this time to get the spirit weapon that would be auctioned. because it can be useful for him and can allow him to move to another level of energy cultivation in one fell swoop. While he was reading information about the auction, someone called him. He looked around in surprise as he didn't expect anyone to be around. It was a young girl in an interesting outfit. She asked if he was new here. Fane replied that she was right and asked her the same question. She replied that she had just arrived here today, and she was also unfamiliar with the area. She had a suitcase in her hands. She said that she saw him and decided that he was in the same situation. She smiled again and asked if he felt the same. Fane replied that he was really here today for the first time and introduced himself by giving his name. He once again carefully looked at her and felt that she was not as simple as she seemed. She looked 17 or 18 years old, but the power of her energy was extraordinary. She approached Fane for a reason because she felt his strong aura, and although she did not see inner strength in him, next to him she felt her weakness. Her father told her to go to the magical capital, but warned her to be careful. Her name was Yulin. He said that this city harbors a dragon and a tiger and should not be underestimated. After a short silence, she asked Fane where he lived and suggested that they might become neighbors. Fane immediately pointed a finger at his estate. He added that this place is easy to remember because his house was the biggest. She was extremely impressed by this and said that he must be very wealthy because the rent of a house in a magical city was very high. She said that by spending such money you can even build your own castle. Fane said that there was no need for this, because the houses in the magical city were already almost like castles. Suddenly she sighed loudly and Fane looked at her in surprise. Yulin smiled and said that she had a good idea. She said she just moved here and offered Fane to give her a tour. Fane was a little confused when he heard what it was, but he didn't know what to answer. But she already grabbed his hand and asked him not to refuse. Fane knew right away that she was up to something, but he still didn't know what it was. She said that first she would like to put her luggage. They walked along one of the streets that led to the exit from the town. They stopped and Fane asked her where she wanted to go. She pretended to think. She smiled strangely and asked, why don't they go on an excursion? She emphasized that she had heard that the excursions in the magical city were very good. Fane also smiled strangely and replied that he did not mind. Judging by her look, she was extremely happy about it. They took a car and went to one of these places. They stopped near some mountain. The girl looked at the top and said that the mountain was very high. Yulin asked what they were waiting for and offered to get up immediately. Fane said that he agreed to go and warned her not to complain that she was tired later. After 10 minutes of climbing, her legs were already shaking, but she begged him to stop. He asked her in surprise what had happened. She replied that she could not go any further. Fane asked her in surprise, didn't she climb the mountain before? Unexpectedly, she replied that he misunderstood her, and they rise too slowly. Fane was surprised and wanted to deny her. She proposed a competition and said that they can climb the stairs by going around the mountain on both sides, and whoever reaches the top first will be the winner. Fane enthusiastically accepted this offer. He once again clarified the rules with her and asked if he understood correctly, which means that the one who reaches the top first will be the winner. Yulin replied that everything is correct and added that if they want to compete, they need some kind of prize. She said if he wins, then she is ready to fulfill any of his requests, but if she wins, then he should also fulfill her request. She asked Fane if he agreed to such rules. He smiled and replied that he was afraid that she would lose. Yulin said that it was enough to waste time and immediately rushed to the mountain. Fane, seeing how she ran to the mountain without warning, only smiled. He took off his jacket and carefully folded it on the ground. He said that he would even give her a little head start, after which he immediately rushed to the mountain. She saw that he was flying as if through the air and was incredibly impressed by this, because she did not expect that he was capable of such a thing. She thought that this guy's speed was the same as hers, and she wondered who he was. Fane looked at her and thought that this girl was quite young, but her energy cultivation level was quite good. With all that, she was very talented. They were both rushing to the top of the mountain like the wind. Suddenly, Fane saw that she stopped. He also stopped and asked her what happened. She laughed loudly, holding onto a pebble, and suggested that he use their power to the full to determine the winner. Fane said that was an interesting idea, but warned her that she still wouldn't be able to defeat him. She looked at him defiantly and told him to talk less, after which she jumped high and immediately ran up again. Fane recognized her as a technique of the Udan school, which was called hovering above the clouds. She said that even though he couldn't figure out what spell it was using to move it, still wouldn't let him overtake her. She flew through the air and told Fane that they would meet at the top. He was still very impressed that she had this technique, and smiled and said if she wants it that way, he also has several magic tricks for her, after which he jumped up into the sky. Seeing this, she was shocked. Fane ran through the air like a staircase, after which in a moment he landed on the top. She immediately followed him. Fane looked at her and smiled and said that he had won. She smiled confusedly and said that she seemed to have lost, and immediately asked him how he managed to run through the air. He laughed and said that he calls this technique volleyball simulation, and explained that the secret is to take a step through the air with such force as to create an airflow. She folded her hands and said that such a magical thing really hides many secrets, and asked what he wanted her to do because she lost to him. He said not so fast and he would let her know about it when he thought about it. She started shouting and asking if he had any dirty thoughts. Fane called her a fool but said of course not. She calmed down and said that she was very hungry and offered him to have dinner together. Fane smiled and said he wouldn't mind having dinner either. They returned to his estate. She had already eaten the 7th plate of noodles. Fane wondered if she was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. She smiled and told him that he didn't understand because she was an energy cultivator and needed to get a lot of energy to improve. Fane replied that in this case he understands everything. Meanwhile, a man was trying to do something using magical artifacts. It seems that he spent 1 hour on it, but nothing came of it. This combo didn't work and he couldn't activate it. He could not understand what the problem was because he had already tried so many times. His wife came to him and brought him a cup of coffee and asked how he was doing. He didn't even notice her appearance right away because he was so focused. She put the coffee on the table and asked if he managed to see anything. He looked at her in confusion and explained that he couldn't see her. He said that she closed information about her location. She said that it was really very strange. He sighed and replied that he still did not know what the matter was. She put her arms around his shoulders and told him to relax. She said that when the child grows up, he should be independent and have his own destiny, so you should not worry so much. He said that she has a really big heart, but he's sometimes surprised that their daughter does not look like her. She folded her arms and started laughing, after which he was offered to try together. He asked her in surprise what she meant. She explained that if they combine their energies, they can succeed. He immediately cheered up, but he said that it might work. They did so by joining forces. This time something changed, and the combination of artifacts began to crack loudly, until suddenly they exploded and split into small particles. They were very surprised when they saw it. They were very excited but could not believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Fane and Yulin continued to eat dinner. Fane was just tasting the steak. Suddenly his knife hung on a piece of meat and he stopped. The fact is that at that moment he felt that someone was trying to follow him with the help of special artifacts. He immediately destroyed this tracking, leaving Yulin's parents with nothing, which they were very excited about, because it was because of Fane's powerful protection that they had nothing going for them. And Fane did not stop there. He wanted to immediately punish those who followed him. Lin's father immediately felt a lot of pain and felt very sick. His wife was very frightened by this, but did not understand what the problem was. He said that this time he faced a very strong person and they will no longer be able to test their child. He said that his wife is right, and when the child grows up, she will have her own destiny, but they should not interfere. After which he said that they should better prepare for the auction. She said that they should be more careful because a lot of dangerous people will come to the auction. He just smiled back hearing her words. But he said that he is still not afraid of Yuan Donghan. She said that at this time a lot of powerful forces appeared and they should not be arrogant, but should take the future challenges seriously. Besides, many powerful people from other countries will come to the auction, and they don't know what to expect, she said. He said that he understood everything and asked her to heal him. Meanwhile, Fane and Yulin's dinner continued. She placed another empty plate on the table and said that she had finally eaten. Suddenly she caught Fane's strange look and asked, "What happened?" He replied that it was nothing, but said that he had just given certain people some advance. It said it sounded pretty creepy, after which she got up from the table and said that it was time for her to go. Fane said it was time for him to go home too, as he should check on his sister. They parted ways, and the Foundation returned to their old estate to pick up Xiaojie and bring her to the new villa. When she went inside, she was extremely impressed by the beauty of this house. She ran everywhere and said that this house was simply incredible, but her little brother was the best. Fane also took Wu and Shu with him. They said his butler did a great job, but this new house was incredible. At that time, Li entered the room and said that new cars had just arrived at his friend's shop, and suggested that Fane go there to choose a suitable one for him. He asked if Fane wanted to go there together. Fane said to send him all the necessary information and later he will collect the car from the showroom himself. Lee said that he predicted his answer and already sent all the information to his phone. Fane took out the phone and praised Lee and said that he was really incredible. Xiaoji grabbed her brother's hand. She told him that she wanted to sleep. He stroked her head and said that he would now go and put her in the crib. Suddenly, she said she wanted to sleep with Mujon's sister. Fane was very surprised when he heard this. He did not expect to be so attached to Shu. She was hugged and said that she wanted to gossip with her. Shu smiled and said that in that case, she would put her to bed herself. Fane even became jealous and asked when they didn't have time to get so close. They smiled back and said that the relationship of women was very special and he would not understand it. They went to the second floor and Xiaojie waved Fane and said that they would see it tomorrow. Wu saw his confusion and said that Fane needed to cheer up. It seems that Fane was upset and thought that they were drifting away from Xiaojie because he was always busy with things. Wu said if the girls had already left then they should discuss something. Fane asked in surprise what it was all about. Wu said that the matter was serious, and in fact he had just felt that a large number of masters from the Mujon clan had appeared near the magical city. Fane asked him how he found out. Wu said that it wasn't difficult, but after all he was practicing the Mujon clan's technique. He said that as soon as a large amount of the same energy appears, he immediately feels it. Fane pondered and said that the Mujon clan's technique was indeed original. Wu replied that because of this, it was at this time that Fane should be very careful, because these people did not just appear here. Fane said he understood him and Wu could not worry about it. Wu said that he is calm now after warning Fane about this, and now he will go to rest for a while. Hearing the information that the Mujon clan gathered near the magical city, Fane smiled. He was glad that a large number of masters of this clan had come to one place by themselves, and counted on the fact that they themselves would decide to attack him. The next day, the car pulled up to a large shopping street. Fane got out of the car. It was the place whose address Lee gave him. Walking inside, Fane was very impressed. It was indeed a very modern and beautiful salon. Suddenly he heard a very familiar voice, and immediately saw two girls in front of him. It was Qing and her sister Liu. Liu told her sister that since she was going to live in a magical city, she couldn't do without a car. And she also heard that this store had new models, and she would like to buy one of them. Qing laughed and said how nice it is to be rich. It looks like they were in a good mood, but they were having a great time and didn't even notice Fane. Fane understood everything. It turned out to be the girl who was with him at the interview and who was Qing's sister. He was very worried about this, but he needed to settle his affairs first. A presentation was taking place in the salon, and there were many people inside. Fane was once again convinced that this was exactly the place that Lee had told him about. Suddenly he was surrounded by a bunch of people who were running somewhere. People were clamoring and saying that the new Moselle was simply gorgeous. Everyone was so impressed that they were ready to spend all their money to buy this car model. People tried to outrun each other to be the first in line. Fane managed to see a new car among the crowd that blocked everything. It really was a luxurious sports car that could not fail to impress. The presentation just started. A girl got out of the car. She said that she wanted to present to them one of the 6 examples of these silent machines. Fane thought that this car was too flashy, but he liked it. He decided to stay and watch the presentation to the end. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and said that she was a salesperson in this store, and asked how she could help him. Fane also introduced himself and immediately asked to call her boss. Hearing this, she was frightened, but said that she would definitely call him now. A man immediately followed them and asked Fane if he was Mr. Lin. He said he was glad to welcome him to their store, and he was the director and his name was Lao Wan. Fane greeted him politely. He said that he was very glad to meet him. Lao Wang said that the car he saw at the presentation was brought especially for him. The girl seller, whose name was Lisi, thought that he looked like the same young rich man for whom this car was brought. She immediately thought that it would be nice to become his girlfriend. Fane said that it seems that their shop does not specialize in selling cars. Lisi jumped in front of the director and said that they had an unusual store, but an elite one, and they specialized in getting anything for their customers. She looked into his eyes with a smile and said that they could get anything he wanted. Fane took her words ambiguously. She put her arms around his shoulders and invited him to go and look around the interior together, and she would be able to tell him in detail about this car. Fane pushed her away from him and said that he was not interested in her, and it was better for her to stay away from him. She was very shocked when she heard his refusal. Fane once again sternly repeated that he was not interested in her, and that she had better leave. She left almost with tears in her eyes and said that she understood everything. Fane asked the director what other interesting things are in their shop. Lao Wan said they are all in stock and he can take him there. Lao Wan looked at Fane and thought that old Li was right, and this guy was the source of funding that they could use to sell various high-end items. Meanwhile, Ching and her sister were enjoying the presentation. They were looking at the new car and were extremely impressed with it. Liu was delighted and said that she did not expect to see such a car here. Ching said that she is probably very expensive. Liu explained that it was a limited edition Koenigsegg 1 and it was priceless. Liu said that such things could only be found in a magical city, but it would probably go to a very rich person. Liu turned to Ching and said if she hadn't quarreled with her father, this car could have been hers. Ching said that she would never reconcile with him because they had very different views on life. Liu said that Ching was a rich woman in the second generation, but she took up teaching only to learn about the lives of ordinary people. But Ching said she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Meanwhile, Fane and the director arrived at the warehouse. Lao Wan told Fane not to be shy and feel free to inspect anything he wanted. A handbag immediately caught Fane's eyes. The director grabbed her and said with a smile that Fane had good taste, but it was the handiwork of one of the best craftsmen in the world. He immediately asked how much it cost. The fact is that the material of this handbag contained spiritual power, although there was very little of it, but at the time of energy depletion, it was worth it. Surprisingly, among these things, there were many different items that contained spiritual power. Fane said that he also wanted to purchase a box of cigars that was lying on the shelf behind him. The director understood that this was his golden vein and said that Fane could take whatever he wanted. The handbag cost 75,000, and a box of cigars cost 16,000. The director, holding in his hands the product chosen by his guest, asked Fane if he wanted anything else. He said that they also have French wine here that has been aged for 73 years. Fane said that not yet, but asked to pack the things he had chosen. The director immediately ran to make purchases. Fane paid and left the salon. The director said that they would definitely wait for him again. When Fane came out, the girls stood on the street and immediately noticed him. They were very surprised and pleased with such a meeting. Ching could not believe that she met Fane here, and Liu was surprised to see the guy who refused her a job here. They asked each other where they knew each other. Ching smiled and said that this was her student. Liu still couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. She said that it was the same rich man who rejected her at the interview that she told her about. Liu asked how it happened that this rich man was her student. Ching said that she must have confused him with someone. Fane pretended to see them for the first time but said he was very glad to meet her here. Suddenly he saw Liu's gaze on him, but it confused him. He was waiting for such a meeting, no less. Ching walked up to him and grabbed his cheek, telling him that he was a real good man. She said that she did not expect that he had already become such an adult, that he even conducted an interview with her best friend. Fane smiled and said that the world is really very narrow. Liu looked at him suspiciously and said that he must have come here to buy a car. Fane smiled and said that it was true, pointing to the same luxury car in the cabin. The girls were shocked when they realized this. He said that it was a trifle for him. But I immediately asked Ching, perhaps she also came here to get the car. Ching laughed and said that she would like to, but could not afford it. Liu also said that even for her this car is very luxurious, but she would like to buy at least a simpler one. Ching looked at him suspiciously and asked how many more secrets he had. Fane was embarrassed and replied that he had nothing to hide. Suddenly Liu asked if he would allow them to ride this car because they would not have such a chance again. Fane replied that of course it is possible and they just need to wait until they complete all the documents. In this, the director watched Fane and said how nice it is to be rich. Because before he had time to leave, he already met two beautiful girls who were not indifferent to him, and he was very jealous of him, the director complained. Fane saw him standing behind him and told him to hurry up with the paperwork. He assured him that everything would be ready very soon. The director immediately called someone and ordered to complete the registration as soon as possible. Fane made all the necessary signatures. The director said that now this car completely belongs to him. Fane was very pleased that everything was resolved so quickly. Liu immediately approached the car and told them to sit down, and she promised to show them what real fast driving is. Fane turned to Lao Wan and told him to send all the other things he bought directly to his home. They got into the car and sped away at great speed. Liu couldn't be happier that she had the opportunity to drive such a cool car, but regretted that it would be difficult to test it at full capacity in the city. Ching said that there is a racetrack nearby, so they can go there. Liu was very happy to hear this and said that in that case they would go there. Ching looked at Fane mysteriously. He was embarrassed and asked why she was looking at him all the time. She said that she would like to know how many more secrets it has. He laughed and said that even if she tried her best to look, she would only see it by pointing to her nose. She said that he always reduces everything to jokes. Liu asked them, "Are they flirting?" They immediately fell silent and pretended that nothing was happening. Half an hour later, they found themselves on the road at the foot of the mountain. An employee of this auto drama immediately ran up to them and said that this is a closed area and they need a reservation. Ching rolled down the window and greeted the worker who recognized her. But he said that they can stop by. It seems that Ching was a frequent visitor to this circuit. Liu and Fane looked at her in surprise, but she laughed and replied that she too had her secrets. She said that it was a big autodrome and there were different racetracks. She offered to take them to one of her favorite racetracks. Suddenly, a guy came up to them and said hello to Ching and said that he didn't expect to see her today. She asked him what his business was with her. He straightened his hair and said that if he had known that she would come, he would have met her at the entrance. Liu started to laugh and said that it looks like this is another fan of hers. She said that this is another representative of the golden youth that she was not interested in. Fane sat in the car and waited for the girls. This guy immediately noticed Fane sitting in a luxury car and asked Ching who he was. She said it was none of his business. The guy said that now he understood why she was so cold to his courtships, because it turns out that she already had some innocent boy. Ching snapped back fiercely that he had better show some respect, but he did not calm down and continued to mock and say, did he touch her alive? Fane said that he was Master Ching's student and said that he knew his name. His name was Zhao Lan, and warned him that he had better apologize to her. He started to laugh even louder and said that it looks like they are doing forbidden love between teacher and student. Zhao Lan said that he didn't expect that from her. Fane could not listen to this any longer and realized that he would have to explain in a different way. He got out of the car and said he would explain to him one last time and ordered Lan to apologize. Lan slapped Fane in the face and asked what he should apologize for if he told the plain truth. Fane was already clenching his fists while Lan continued to mock Ching and said that he knows many more like Fane and he can introduce them to her. He upset her very much with his words and spoiled her mood. He stuck out his tongue and said that these boys would be happy to entertain her. Before he could finish, he received a powerful slap on the face and flew away for several meters, after which he landed hard on the asphalt directly face down. Almost crying, he began to ask Fane how he dared to hit him. Fane once again sternly ordered him to apologize, after which he immediately got up and began to run away and call his friends and complain that he had been hit. He fell into his brother's arms and cried that he had been beaten. His brother had a huge gang that immediately surrounded Fane. Liu became worried and asked her sister if they should call the police. Meanwhile, Ching was already clinging and said that everything is fine, adding that Fane is a very unusual person and she even sympathizes with these guys. Liu smiled and said that they both seem to have a lot of secrets that she doesn't even know about. Ching spread her hands and laughed, saying that they are what they are. Zhao Lan became bolder again and began to threaten Fane. They ask if he even understands who he hit. Meanwhile, Fane was surrounded by a bunch of armed thugs. Fane smiled and said that he was the one who was hit. Talan immediately ordered the boys to attack. They immediately attacked him in a crowd with fists, knives, and clubs. Suddenly, Fane loudly commanded them to kneel, and they all fell to earth at once. Fane looked at An with a smile and asked him why his people knelt. Lan said that now he understood that Fane is a Jaegerji cultivator, and because of this he behaves arrogantly. He began to shout that he knew other cultivators and threatened again with his connections. Fane slapped him again and said he was fed up with Lan. He clutched his face in his hands and began to whimper. Fane said that he came here to ride and relax with his girlfriends. Instead, he should spend time on him. Lan fell to his knees and in a trembling voice began to say that he saw himself. He said that this is enough for now, and eventually left him and returned to the car. He said that he had taken care of everything, but now they can go. Leo turned to Fane and said that their conversation, but she had no idea that Fane was an energy cultivator. He asked her in surprise, "Does she know about energy cultivators?" She said that she had no dealings with the local cultivators, but when she was studying abroad, she accidentally encountered someone with supernatural abilities and assumed that Fane was one of them. Fane smiled and said that it was similar to that, but Fane added that he was not a cultivator nor a person with superpowers. She said that perhaps he wants to deceive them. Meanwhile, Lan's bewildered friends asked him who that guy was and where he got such power from. He immediately found information about him on the internet. They read that his name was Fainlin. It said that he was a cultivator, and it scared them a lot. They said that now everything is clear. No wonder why they all fell on their knees in front of him at the same time. Lon told them not to worry, and despite the fact that he was a cultivator, he still wouldn't let him get away with it. He counted on the help of one person who was at this autodrome today. The boys asked him worriedly if he meant Anderson. Lon said they were right, and it was him. He began to laugh loudly and already imagined how Anderson would finish Fane. Anderson was the strongest superhuman in the country, possessing tremendous strength and speed. Lon said that if Anderson helps them, Fane will surely end. His look was crazy, but it seems that he could not think about anything else except revenge. Meanwhile, Fane and the girls finally found a place to ride. Fane smiled and asked Liu why she was driving slowly there and told her to speed up. She immediately put her foot on the accelerator, and they were immediately pressed against the back seats from the speed. The car was really extremely powerful, but they rushed down the road like lightning. Having had enough rides, they decided to go to a restaurant for dinner. They sat down at the table and Liu said that she was very tired. Fane and Ching were still not impressed after the ride. Fane said that she really has a talent for driving, and Ching said that no one else would let her get behind the wheel. This trip was very difficult for its passengers. Liu said that she simply did not expect that this car would be so difficult to drive at high speed. Meanwhile, several more cars drove up to the restaurant. Anderson came out of one of them holding a cigar in his teeth. Lon and his friends were delighted that Anderson agreed to help them. Anderson said that Lon should know the language he was speaking. It was the language of money. Anderson asked what exactly Lon wanted from him. Lon explained that someone had beaten him, but now he wants this person to beg for his destruction. Anderson put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry and that he would take care of everything, but warned that he would like to get paid first. Lon said that he too cannot worry and 5 million is waiting for him. He also warned Anderson that Fane will be with 2 girls. He said that when the time comes, he will take one of the girls for himself and the other will go to him. They entered the restaurant, then immediately saw Fane and the girls. Lon pointed at them with his finger and said that this is the guy he was talking about. Anderson said that he likes these girls, but he doesn't mind having fun with them. Lon said that the time will come and they will definitely be theirs. Lon scornfully called Fane and said that now he will get it. Fane turned to him and asked if he had had enough. He told Fane that his end was near. Fane looked at Anderson and asked if this was his girlfriend. Anderson began to reach for Fane's hands, trying to grab him, and telling him that he should talk to him while standing. He put his huge hand on his shoulder, but he felt as if he had been electrocuted. He grabbed his hand. Fane said that he was not worthy to stand before him. He immediately tore his hand away from Fane and swung it in preparation to strike, asking if Fane was seeking his own doom. Fane, as always, was completely calm and did not even get up from his chair. When Anderson tried to hit him, he ran into a protective barrier. He was very impressed by this and said that this cannot be. He couldn't even get close to him, whereupon Fane made a slight wave of his hand. Anderson was immediately struck by something similar to lightning, but he flew several tens of meters and landed in another part of the restaurant. Lon was extremely shocked and frightened when he saw how Fane easily dealt with Anderson himself. Fane asked Lon why he was still here. Suddenly, Anderson stood up and rushed back to Fane. He said Tom would not be able to surprise him with such tricks. Anderson said that Fane's pathetic techniques couldn't hurt him, but they didn't end their conversation. Fane turned to the girls and told them to continue with dinner, and he needed to leave for a while. He got up from the table and said he would be back soon as the girls looked at him in confusion. Liu looked at the big man and told Fane to be more careful. Ching smiled, and on the contrary told Fane to be gentler with these guys. Fane turned to Anderson and said that it would not be comfortable here and suggested that he go outside. They left the restaurant. Lon was very scared and already regretted getting involved in this. Anderson stood in front of Fane and told him that he had never had to destroy energy cultivators before. He said that his attack methods were different from theirs, and they were less powerful. Some energy began to gather around him. He said that the most powerful in this world are superpowers. He found Anderson cocky. Anderson wasn't going to learn. He just wanted to show off his meager knowledge of skills. Fane told him to attack and show off his superpower. He was overcome with rage and said that he would now make Fane apologize for his insolence. Lon began to say that Fane Lin would be destroyed today. His henchmen said if outsiders see this, they may have problems. Lon hit him in the face and said that he had already thought about it and made sure that there was no one extra here. His main goal was revenge. Fane is ready to do anything for it. Anderson sped up and ran towards Fane, saying that he would destroy him now. When he was an arm's length away, his fist collided with the protective barrier, and the shockwave from that blow even destroyed the asphalt around it. Fane asked Anderson, was he so stupid that he still didn't realize that normal attacks don't work on him? He smiled evilly and said that of course he knows about it. He said that everyone thinks that his superpower is extraordinary strength and speed, but they don't know the essence of his true power. He said that he can actually control lightning. The girls followed this fight. Liu was worried about Fane and asked her friends if he would be okay. Qing said she can trust him and he will be fine. After a lightning strike, Fane's protective barrier was enveloped in smoke. Anderson laughed and said he could already smell the roasting meat. When he got distracted, he saw Fane in front of him, and he said that it looked like his order was already ready. He stood with folded hands, and there was not a single scratch or burn on him. Anderson was shocked and asked how he did it. Fane said if he likes to play with lightning so much, he will now show him something interesting. He raised his hand up and summoned a spell of punishing thunder, after which a powerful bolt of lightning struck the place where Anderson was standing. Liu was extremely impressed with his abilities and strength. The girls continued to watch him with delight. Anderson was barely alive after that lightning strike, and asked Fane who the hell he was. Fane smiled, asked why he was still conscious, and hit him with another bolt of lightning. He raised his hands and began to beg him to stop. Fane asked why he would do that. Anderson said he would admit defeat and also admit that Fane was stronger. Lan and his henchmen were shocked that Anderson lost and conceded defeat. Fane said that in that case he gives them 10 seconds to get out of here. He began to run as far as the eye could see, away from Fane. He turned and exhaled wherever he was. Some telepathy always inconvenienced him. Meanwhile, Anderson turned around and said he had fooled him. A loud shot rang out and reached Fane's back. Everything around darkened, as if the clouds had converged on this place. Anderson smiled evilly and said did Fane think that he would admit defeat so easily? He said that he received a special poisoned bullet. This bullet was highly toxic, and in 10 Fane would pass out. His body would begin to rot and he would be destroyed, Anderson said. But he was at a great distance from Fane, and did not see that the bullet stopped a few millimeters from him, resting on the protective barrier. Fane said that he still did not understand the difference between them. The bullet fell to the ground without reaching its goal. Anderson began to shout that it was impossible. No human would be able to resist the power of this weapon. Fane told him that from the beginning he wanted to just let him go. But now he had lost that opportunity, said Fane, in a moment as if a ghost had approached him. He put his hand in front of his face and a strange power appeared around him. His eyes were instantly filled with darkness and his soul was extinguished in his body. The last thing he felt was how hellish hands were tearing his soul apart. Crying loudly, he fell to his knees. Landing face down on the asphalt, he lay unconscious. Fane looked emotionlessly at his body standing over him. Then he turned his attention to his shoulder. There was a red spot. He felt that the bullet that contained the toxin even managed to hurt him a little. A frightened Lan ran up to Anderson and began to scream and accuse Fane of destroying the man. Fane smiled and told him not to worry because he just switched off from intense fear. Fane turned to Lan and said that now the matter should be resolved with him. Lan began to say that he could not finish him because they were in Manhua City and he would be made to answer by law. Fane told him to calm down and he wasn't going to just destroy him. He was going to make him pay. Lan begged him not to, but it was too late. Several days have passed since then. At that time, on the territory of a secret place in the city of M, 3 people were sitting in masks and looking at the screen, a person who was badly hurt by something. One of them said it was Anderson, but he was badly damaged by an unknown person from Manhua. The masked woman also added that this attacker was able to resist after using their poison bullet on him. The bullet they produced was specifically used for cultivators because it could destroy their Dantian root, but it proved useless against this person named Fane Lin. He said that it is necessary to meet with this guy. He also said that after years of research, the association had finally created a poison that could completely destroy cultivators, and they couldn't let this person ruin everything. These 2 in masks said that everything was clear. At this time, Fane made an appointment with Master Wei. He wanted to talk to him about the bullet he had met. Wei examined it carefully and said that it looked like Country M was able to develop this weapon. Fane asked him what it was and why they were doing it. Wei said that the system in Country M was very different from their system in China, and they practiced cultivation through the energy of heaven and earth. But in Country M, scientific and technical methods were used to continuously develop the human body. He also said that in Country M there was an association of people who had superpowers, and it was extremely secret. He said that this secret association was developing various technologies and methods that could counter Chinese cultivation, and this bullet was one of those technologies. It was imbued with a new kind of poison that could sever cultivators' connection with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And at the same time, it reacted with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating a very powerful toxicity, Wei explained. He said, if they really start mass production of this technology, then it will definitely be a huge blow to all the cultivators of their country. Fane said that this is a serious matter and he is glad that Wei explained everything. Wei assured him that most likely they are already watching him and he should be careful. Fane told him that he understood everything, but Wei cannot worry. He thought that the technology used against energy cultivators was something interesting that he had not encountered before. At the same time, a meeting was held in one of the country houses. 3 people were sitting inside the house, and it seems that they were waiting for someone. Suddenly the door opened and 2 people in masks and robes entered through it. One of them said, "Are they 2 people from Country M who have superpowers?" These 2 replied that there was no need to worry, but they came here without hostile goals. The man with the bandage answered them that they broke into Mujon's house and still have the audacity to say that they came without hostile intentions. One of the men smiled and said that he advises them to leave this place as soon as possible. But in the end, they still decided to listen to him and understand why they came. The person in the mask said that they came because they know that they should know a person named Fainlin. The members of the Mujon family were unpleasantly surprised when they heard this name. Another person in a mask said that according to rumors, strong masters appear in the Majin family from generation to generation. She assured that as soon as she saw them, she immediately understood that these rumors were spreading for a reason. "And they came here to ask them for help," said the masked woman. A blindfolded man asked what kind of help they wanted to ask for. She said it was related to the destruction of Fainlin. But she added that if they have the same goals, why not unite? One of the representatives of the Mujon family laughed loudly and said the people from Country M are not worthy to unite with them. They said that what happened between them and Fainlin is their personal matter and it does not concern them. The man in the mask replied angrily that he guessed that they were not only stupid, but also very stubborn, and when he saw them today for the first time, he immediately understood it. One of the members of the Mujon family, hearing this, squeezed the stone handle of his chair out of anger, and it immediately cracked. They asked, "Do they seek destruction?" They immediately sprung up and were ready to engage in battle. The man began to take out something from under his robes. He called them a bunch of fools, and said that they had no idea of the horror they could unleash on them with their Tianxi. He pulled a device from his pocket and pointed it at them, saw that they were very impressed, after which immediately directed this thing in their direction. This thing opened and some kind of strong energy started coming out of it. One of the Mujon started shouting, trying to stop him, but the man in the crowd said that it was already too late. Falling to the floor, this thing began to emit a powerful electric current around. Mujon were as if paralyzed but could not move. The man in the mask said that it was a new technology that was made by their country. It can release a specific magnetic field that reacts with their so-called power of heaven and earth. He explained that as long as they are within this magnetic field, they will not be able to offer any resistance. They sat and watched as Mujon tried to resist. Suddenly, one of them started laughing very loudly. His demonic eyes were now visible through his bandage, and he said that the people of Country M seemed to greatly underestimate them. The ground around him began to shake and the floor to crack. Suddenly, the device that was intended to hold them exploded. The man in the mask was very scared and could not believe that they managed to break him. Mujon said that he had heard that Tianxi was secretly developing technology for their country, and it seemed that this was one of them. But their main problem was that they underestimated their power. Mujon flew towards them like a shadow. One of the brothers grabbed the masked man by the throat, and the other had already grabbed the woman by the throat with a dead grip. In this way, the people from Country M could not move in the hands of the Mujon family, after which he immediately ordered how to destroy. The masked man began to beg him to stop. One of the brothers asked if he wanted to say something last. He said that from the beginning, they had no bad intentions, but they all had only one goal, which was Fainlin, and once again suggested that they join forces since this guy had already reached the foundation level and was too dangerous. Hearing this, Mujon said to tell more about it. The woman said that the union would only benefit them. After hearing the information that Fainlin was developing rapidly, he was already thinking about accepting their offer, after which he ordered the brothers to let them go. He asked what the dispute was between them and Fainlin. The masked man said that Fainlin dared to destroy their person. Mujon smiled evilly and said that it was Fainlin's style. They once again reiterated that in this way they have a common goal. Mujon said that he can cooperate with them, but they should perceive it only as an exception to the rules. The man said that they agree on this, but they already have a plan, after which he instructed them in detail in the action plan for the liquidation of Fainlin. The woman asked if they were okay with the plan and if they had any objections or suggestions. Mujon said that he did not expect them, but the plan was really good. The man in the mask said that it was still a rough plan, but in any case they were glad that they were able to come to an agreement, and he wished them success, after which they agreed and shook hands. After they agreed with the Mujon family that before Fainlin was eliminated, they went to the area of the mountain path. The man mocked the members of the Mujon clan and called them very much because they believed them. The woman disagreed with him and said that the Mujon family had been able to hold their ground for many years and they should not be underestimated. The man in the mask said that they should use this opportunity and destroy all the Chinese cultivators who will participate in the auction. Suddenly something alerted them. They felt the presence of unknown energy cultivators near them. He turned to his friend and said that there were some Chinese energy cultivators nearby and suggested that she use their new invention on them. A certain warrior cultivator was training on the top of the mountain. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly he saw unknown people watching them. After a moment they were at his side. They looked quite menacing and their faces were hidden by masks. Suvaro's husband asked them what they were doing here and what they needed. The masked man blurted out with hatred and cruelty that they had come here to take his life. But with his threats, he could not scare this warrior. But he smiled and replied that they attacked the wrong person. He was even the first to attack with the words that he would destroy them. The masked man only smiled at his audacity. Suddenly the warrior landed with his arms crossed, preparing for another attack. He turned to them and said, "Do they think they can defeat him?" Suddenly he felt a strong pain and a red liquid came out of his mouth. This warrior seemed to be torn from the middle, but he was immediately destroyed by an unknown weapon possessed by people in masks. His body immediately gave up life, and he fell to the ground covered in strange red dots. The man in the mask said that it looks like their new weapon was Diva. Those red dots that were on his body were like small devices, and carried a deadly danger to those on whom they were applied. The man said that their association spent 10 years to develop this technology. The woman smiled and said that they had a good time, but it was time for them to go. They approached the rock, looked down, and then, saying it was time to go, jumped off it. They disappeared like shadows, as suddenly as they had appeared. This man's body continued to vibrate. These little robots looked like spiders after draining the last of his life juices out of his body. Fain and Master Wei continued to sit in his living room, and there was silence for a while. Suddenly Fain stood up and said that it was time for him. He said that in that case, he would not waste his time anymore. Wei smiled and said that in that case they would see each other the day after tomorrow. Fain politely replied that he would wait for a meeting with him. A day later, a huge crowd of people gathered near the Pearl Hotel and the city of M, and a red carpet led to the hotel itself. A chic limousine arrived at the hotel entrance. From that limousine, Fain got out, accompanied by his old friends Wu and Mujon Shu. Fain smiled as usual and said he feels a very strong energy here. Wu tensed and carefully looked around. He told Fain that a person from the Mujon family was already here as he could clearly sense her presence. Fain said he felt his presence too. Shu clarified and said that it was Mujon Shan. Fain asked her if she knew him. She replied that they did not know each other in person. Shu said that Mujon Shan, Mujon Feng, and Mujon Lin were present here, and they had all almost reached the foundation level. But all together, they will be able to release energy that will correspond to the fundamental level, Shu warned. Fain said that sounded pretty interesting and suggested they go inside. They were immediately met by the hotel manager who said that he was very happy to welcome Mr. Lin. He also added that the auction was held on the top floor. The doors of the elevator opened in front of them and they saw a large hall. Inside there were many seats, and in front of them was a large stage with a tribune. Fane said that he did not even expect that there would be so many people here. He didn't have time to look back when Master Wei came up to him and said that he was very glad to see him, and even managed to take a seat for him. Wei looked at the friends who came from Fane and said that they must be members of the Mujon family, and he had heard a lot about them. Shu also said that it was very nice to meet her. Wu politely corrected Master Wei and said that he was no longer a member of this family. Wei said that they can now take their seats. All the guests have already arrived and they are just waiting for Yuan Donghan to arrive. Let's decide to kindly escort them to their seats. Their seats were next to each other, with Fane sitting next to Shu. Suddenly someone loudly entered the hall. Fane immediately looked around to see who it was. It was the Mujon brothers. They were already almost behind Fane, and Mujon Shan asked him if he could sit next to him. Fane looked at him and smiled, and politely replied that of course he can sit next to him. Mujon Shan turned to Shu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She replied that it had actually been a long time. He said that he did not expect her to betray the family, after which he asked if she remembered the consequences that would await her. She sat in silence and did not answer him in response to this provocation. He started to say something of no value until suddenly he was interrupted. It was Yulin who flew at them, joyfully shouting Fane's name. She really wanted to sit next to him. Fane cheerfully asked her what she was doing here. She replied that she saw him as soon as she entered. Fane smiled and said that fate itself had brought them together. She said that after the end of the auction she would invite him to have dinner together, and she really wanted to introduce him to her father. Fane asked in surprise who her father was. She enthusiastically replied that her father was Yuan Donghan. The Mujon brothers were very surprised to hear this. Shang thought about the fact that if Fane was related to Yuan Donghan's daughter, it could complicate their business. Fane immediately remembered the occasion when he dispelled the tracking charm and understood why it all happened. Yulin Milo was smiling and in a very good mood. Shu turned to Fane and said she didn't expect him to know Yuan Donghan's daughter. She looked at him curiously and said he seemed to have a wide circle of friends. Fane said it was a casual acquaintance. Suddenly he felt a very strange feeling of strangeness and the presence of something alien. Fane began to shake his head in different directions to understand the reason for the appearance of these feelings. Behind him stood a man and some woman who caused Fane's premonitions. The man asked if he had bitten them, meaning Fane. It was the same mysterious man and woman in masks. The man was called Jin, and the woman was Yin. But since they had never shown their true faces before, it would be difficult to recognize them, Yin said. Jin said that Fanelin's intuition terrifies him. Fane already understood the source of these premonitions and looked away. He thought that these two had absolutely bad intentions. Suddenly the door to the hall opened loudly. The guests of the auction saw in front of them a person who clearly stood out among the gray crowd. It was a man in a strict black suit and a black hat, which added mystery to him. Yulin, a little girl, was overjoyed to see him, and immediately invited Fane to go and meet him. Yuan Donghan's face expressed calmness and confidence as he walked down the stairs to get closer to the stage. On the way, various people greeted him and said they were glad to see him today. People were extremely impressed by his personality, and they also noticed that 3 more feng shui geniuses had arrived with him. It was 3 men in black glasses. They were also easy to distinguish from the crowd because their appearance was quite unusual. Those present emphasized that it seems that this auction will be very unusual. Meanwhile, Yulin was running at full speed to meet her father, holding Fane's hand. He stroked her and said that he was very glad to see her here. Fane stood behind her and felt a little awkward. Suddenly they met Yuan Donghan's eyes, and it seemed like a surprise to both of them. Yuan Donghan looked at him confused and thought that maybe it was the same person, but he was unsure. Fane thought that it was Donghuan. He felt a little strange next to him because it was a person who tried to follow him. He hoped that Donghuan was doing it in order to know how his daughter was, and not because of evil intentions towards him. He held Yulin close to him so that no one could hear them, and asked if she knew that young man, pointing to Fane. She smiled and said that you can say that, and told that they competed with him. But she lost to him because he was very strong. She took her father's hand and pulled her along, saying that she wanted to introduce him to Fane. Suddenly a man jumped in front of Fane, almost knocking him off his feet. It was a man with long hair. He pushed his daughter away from Donghuang, and began to say that he had long dreamed of meeting him. He introduced himself as a member of the Yu family. Yuan Donghan seemed to be very happy about this meeting, and asked the young man if he was Yu's son. He wanted to shake his hand and said that he was very glad that Don Juan remembered him. But Dong Hun ignored him and did not shake his hand. He dryly apologized and said he had important business. Yu continued to stand with his hand outstretched, but seemed shocked by this disregard. Yulin told his father that he must meet Fanalin. Yui was extremely angry at this treatment of his persona. Fane folded his hands and introduced himself, saying that he was very pleased to meet them. Dong Juan said that he was also very happy to meet him, and added that he was very grateful to him for taking care of his daughter when she arrived in a new city. He smiled and said that he hoped his daughter did not cause him any problems. Fane said that he had a wonderful daughter. She was very smart and strong, but rather he inconvenienced her than she inconvenienced him. Yulin said that it is true, but she's like that. At this time, Jin smiled and said that even 3 geniuses from the east had arrived here. Yin said that this is an unexpected advantage for them, and they will be able to organize a roundup for everyone. But he reminded her that if Fainlin suspected something, things might not go as smoothly as they hoped. She said even if Fainlin is at the foundation level, he still won't be able to stop them. But she reminded him that no one can stop the association. He agreed and replied that even strong energy cultivators like him would not be able to resist science and technology. Meanwhile, Fain heard everything perfectly. He could overhear any conversation, even if these people were talking in a whisper and were in another part of the hall. He realized that the association and the Mujan family were working together and counting on the surprise factor. Yuan Donghan politely offered to talk later as it was already time to start the auction. Fain told him that he would look forward to it. Yuan Donghan signaled to his assistants that it was time to begin. They immediately closed the large door that led to the hall. Yuan Donghan himself climbed the stage leisurely. He and the 3 geniuses took their places at the table on the stage and said that the guests must have already waited. While many eyes were following him, he made a short speech. He said that he was sure that today's auction would be unusual, so he decided to invite all the dignitaries of the magical city. Suddenly he said that today's auction was just a cover, and their real goal was something else. When Fain heard this, his mood even improved because everything looked rather boring so far. Yuan Donghan clapped his hands as he signaled to bring out the first lot. A man came onto the stage holding a box in his hands. He said what they must have already guessed what this thing is. The box opened, and they saw a plant lying in the middle. This plant began to radiate powerful energy to the entire hall. Even the Mujan brothers were amazed by this artifact. Wu was also very surprised when he saw it. He asked if it was the herb of immortality. Wei asked where they were able to get her. Yuan Donghan took the herb in his hands and said that it is indeed the herb of immortality, and it is a miraculous medicine for martial arts masters when establishing the foundation level. He said that it can also help purify the minds of ordinary people and help them open the door to qi cultivation. He said that this herb was very valuable, and as everyone knows, in the last 10 years, only 10 people had the opportunity to use it. Suddenly his look became stern, but he said that there was something else. He put the grass back in the box and called another assistant. A large box on wheels was rolled onto the stage, which was covered with a white cloth. Shan immediately felt that the aura of this thing was much stronger than that of the grass. Dong Huang removed the cloth of the box with a sharp movement, and they saw a rack with several dozen bundles of immortal herb in it. Wu was extremely surprised because he did not expect to see such a large amount of such a rare artifact. Wei even burst into tears and asked Yuan Donghan why he was keeping them so tense and what his true purpose was. He said that a month ago he discovered an ancient town and this grass was growing near it. He said that more than 1,000 such herbs were growing in that area. Everyone was extremely shocked to hear this information. Fain thought that he would definitely have to visit this place because it could be very useful for him. Suddenly Yuan Donghan started to take off his jacket and said that there was one, but it seems that her father's performance was also a surprise for Yulin, but she was very scared when she saw what happened next. Dong Huang turned his back and showed all the spectators his torn back. He said that this place was filled with a huge number of various unclean things that fed on this wonderful herb. That's when he got his injuries. Yulin ran to the stage and hugged her father tightly with tears in her eyes. He stroked her head and reassured her, saying that although he was not seriously injured, he was still able to get a lot of use for himself. He said that around the secret town roamed several dozen modified creatures. Among them there was one very strong. Dong Huang said that according to their standards, he could match a fundamental level human, but he received all these wounds from this creature. Suddenly he snapped his fingers and a scroll flew off the table. This scroll turned around and on it could be seen the image of the great tiger. He said that this is the ferocious beast of the fundamental level that inflicted these severe wounds on him. Dong Huang said that these ruins hide great wealth, so he invited everyone here today to invite them to go there and explore the place. The three masters confirmed his words and said that Yuan Donghan was telling the truth. Wei immediately asked him where exactly these ruins were. He said that this place unfolded 300 miles north of the magical city on Linshan Mountain. Everyone present began to whisper and discuss what they had just heard. Suddenly a voice came from the hall and one of the men turned to Dong Huang. He said that this place was definitely a great fortune for them. But he also reminded that according to Yuan Donghan, there were many ferocious fundamental level beasts moving outside the ruins. In that case, what was waiting for them in the middle? The man asked with horror. He replied that they are absolutely right and this city is in mortal danger. But if they can survive, then they can quickly climb the social ladder and achieve unimaginable success, Yuan Donghan said. Suddenly, someone made a greeting sign and turned to Yuan Donghan. It was Mu Zhongshan who first volunteered to go on a trip to the ruins and said that his honor would not allow him to refuse such a deed. When the other guests of the auction found out that the Mogan family was going to explore the lost city, they too enthusiastically volunteered to join. Meanwhile, Jin said that he could not think that they would have an unexpected bonus from coming to this auction. He said that when they reach the ruins, they will be able to destroy all cultivators and take the treasures. Yin said that this is great news and she must report it to the association. The presentation ended, many guests agreed to go explore the city. While Fein was silent, suddenly Yuan Donghan approached him and asked what he thought about it. Fein replied that he too would definitely join them. He smiled and said that it was simply wonderful. In the end, he said that summing up all the invited guests volunteered to go to the ruins. Yuan Donghan said that in that case, he proposed to gather here in 3 days and set off. He also pointed with his hand to the herbs of immortality and promised to distribute them to everyone who was present today. These people started cheering and chanting. He said it was great and suggested everyone sign up. Guests lined up to put their signature and write their name and surname. When Mu Zhongshan stood up from his seat, he turned to Fein, but he smiled and said that he would let him live for a few more days. Fein smiled back at him and sarcastically thanked him for it. He said that there was nothing to do and waved his hand and left to sign up among those who would go to the ruins. While the auction guests signed up to volunteer, Don Juan left to exchange a few words with Fein. He said he and Fein wanted to talk, but suddenly someone interrupted them. It was Yui again, and he shamelessly interrupted their dialogue again. He insisted that he wanted to invite Yuan Donghan to have a drink with him. He kindly smiled and refused, saying that it would be better to do it next time. Yuan Donghan continued the conversation with Fein again and asked if he had some free time, as he himself wanted to invite him to drink together. Fein replied that he had come from afar, but of course he could not refuse him, and he himself wanted to treat him. They were happy to spend time together, so agreed to have a few drinks together. Fein turned to Shu and said that he will leave a little early. She smiled and nodded in response. Yui was once again angry that he had been refused. He was madly offended by the fact that they treat him like an empty place, and he promised himself that he would destroy them. After some time, they were already in the restaurant of the hotel and loudly celebrated the meeting. Clinking mugs, they greedily sipped delicious beer, settling their business after the long auction. Meanwhile, Yulin was sitting nearby drinking juice, wondering why she couldn't drink beer. Fein smiled and said that it was a very delicious beer, and thanked Yuan Donghan for inviting him to drink together. But Fein said that perhaps he called him not only for the sake of drinking. He said he was sure Don Juan wanted to talk to him about something else. He smiled and said that Fein was absolutely right, as he had one more matter for him. He took another sip. He wanted to say something, but at first he didn't dare, and eventually said that he believed that Fein was a person from another world. Fein was extremely shocked when he heard this. He couldn't understand how Yuan Donghan guessed this. He said that Fein must have belonged to the legendary clan of immortal energy cultivators, then laughed loudly as he took another big gulp of beer. Fein's heart sank, and he realized that he had something else in mind. He smiled and said that Yuan Donghan is right about him. Yulin said that now it was no wonder why he was so strong, because the immortal cultivator clan was legendary and famous for the strength of its members. Fein pretended it was true and asked Yuan Donghan to keep it a secret. He said that of course he would keep it a secret, because he had met many people from the Immortal Cultivator clan before, so he was familiar with their rules, Yuan Donghan said. He said since Fane was made up of immortals, there was no point in him hiding his intentions anymore. Donghuang said that he hoped Fane would instruct his clan to send masters to explore the ruins with them, then asked Fane if he could do so. Fane asked, were those mysterious ruins so terrifying that even Donghuang was afraid of them? He sighed and said that only from the outside were very strong and ferocious foundation-level beasts, then the monsters inside could be so terrible. He was afraid to even imagine, Yuan Donghan said sadly. He said that this is why he hopes for help from the Immortal Energy Cultivators clan. Also, he said all the valuable things they would find in these countries he proposed to divide equally, after which he held out his hand and asked if Fane agreed to such terms. Fane decided that he wasn't going to make him a deal, but 50% of the loot was a good offer, so it was hard for him to refuse. Fane decided to say that since he would not be alone, but together with his clan, he needed more than 50%. Yuan Donghan worriedly asked how much he wanted in that case. He raised his hand and, snapping his fingers, said that 80% would suit him. He was struck by such terms from Fane. Even Yulin started to say that it was too much and it was unfair. Yuan Donghan sadly said that it was indeed too much, but he offered 70%, and that was the most he could give them. Fane smiled and said that he agreed to that, after which he held out his hand and said that in this case they agreed. They sealed their agreement with a firm handshake. Yuan Donghan said that with the support of the masters of the Immortal Cultivator clan, this time they would have a lot of loot, and he was relying on them. Fane said that everything will be fine, and he is sure that they will be successful. After that, they drank another glass each. They ordered 2 more glasses each and enjoyed the delicious beer, thus marking their deal. He said they were leaving in 3 days and asked Fane if he would have enough time to prepare. He replied that there was no need to worry because there was plenty of time. Fane thought why Yuan Donghan decided to invite his so-called family to this trip because he actually knew nothing about them. At the same time, Yuan Donghan said that he traveled a lot and met many people. Because of this, he learned to see people through. And looking at Fane, he sees in him diligence and honesty, so he fully trusts him. Fane thought about the word righteousness that Yuan Donghan applied to him. Fane smiled because he would never have thought that, being the god of destruction, he would be able to get the title of righteous. He convinced him that he was never wrong about people. Fane drank beer and said that he was right, and he would never let him down. 3 days passed, and it was time to go to the ruins, and the meeting place was the same Pearl Hotel. In the middle of the hotel, many masters and cultivators gathered. They animatedly discussed the upcoming adventure. Yuan Donghan's voice suddenly sounded, but he said that the time has come. He turned to the crowd and said that it was worth getting ready. They couldn't wait any longer and asked him to start. Among the crowd was Fane, dressed in a black cloak. He closed his eyes and felt that there were only 3 strong foundation-level cultivators among this crowd. It seemed that 100 people had gathered inside this hall, but he doubted that most of them would be able to return from there alive. Yuan Donghan found Fane in the crowd and immediately approached him to talk. He asked how his family was doing and how they reacted to his proposal. He replied that everything is fine there, you cannot worry. Fane convinced him that he arranged everything and his family secretly took care of everything. He replied that it was good news and he was glad to hear it. After which, he stretched out his hand and said that they were starting. About 12 hours had passed. It was Mount Fulin. Old Wu and Shu were among those present. They were looking carefully around. Fane looked calm and confident. The Mujan brothers could also be spotted in the crowd. The 3 feng shui masters were also there. They gradually began to enter the forest at the foot of the mountain. When they advanced a little into the thick of the forest, they saw that the air was filled with a strange purple mist. It was called miasm, and it was poisoned. Yuan Donghan said that they cannot worry because he has prepared pills that can counteract this poison. He emphasized that given their strength, this poisoned mist should not harm them. But he said that it is better to take a pill just in case. Yuan Donghan's assistants went around giving out antidote to people. One of them approached Fane offering to take the pill, but he refused, saying he didn't need it. Among them, you could see a man and a woman in masks. They were Jin and Yin. Yuan Donghan also took the antidote pill. Also, he suggested Yulin pill. One of the men standing behind Yuan Donghan said that this poison was a common thing for this area. He said that he was here last year and he could not find this secret city. He smiled and said that it only meant that he was luckier than him. The boys burst out laughing, appreciating his joke. He said that at 2 o'clock from here there were magical caves near the mountain range at the foot of the mountain. And as soon as they pass through them, they will find themselves on the edge of mysterious ruins. They had already been walking for about half an hour, but the poisoned fog was getting thicker. One of the men said that Yuan Donghan was so cautious that he was worried about this poisonous mist. He was showing off that he didn't even take a pill and he was fine. Suddenly his eyes became round, and he screamed as he was overcome with great pain. Yuan Donghan gave him an excited look. The man immediately fell to the ground, but everyone looked at him in confusion. One of the feng shui masters immediately rushed to help him. He took out some needles from his pocket and stuck them into the man's body to save him with acupuncture. A red-black liquid immediately poured out of his mouth. It seems that he was saved, but they said that he will not be able to continue the journey, so he should rest. He said that the poisonous fog was much thicker than the last time he was here. He turned to the cultivators and said that they should be more careful. 2 hours have passed and they have reached the mountain range. He said that ahead of them were caves through which they would be able to pass, and on the other side they would find themselves in ruins. Suddenly he saw something strange and asked what it was. His eyes immediately filled with terror. Someone started pointing to the sky in which the black bird was flying, until suddenly he was struck by lightning and he began to fall. Everyone was very scared because they could not understand why it happened. Some travelers began to suffocate. They coughed violently, clutching their chests. Yuan Donghan ordered everyone to stop and not take any more steps forward. In front of the cave stood a very thick and dense plume of poisoned fog. Fane asked him when Yuan Donghan was here last time if there was so much poison in front of the cave entrance. He replied that there was a fog, but now it has become much more. Fane noticed that the fog was getting bigger and bigger, and this meant that something bad could happen soon. He said that one antidote for such a large amount of fog may not be enough. The feng shui masters confirmed his words and said that they did not have enough elixir. Everyone began to discuss what to do next, because they could not continue their journey. Some began to suggest going back, stocking up on more antidote, and coming back again when they were ready. Everyone wanted to get to the ruins, but they also had no intention of risking their lives. Suddenly Dong Huang ordered everyone to immediately stop panicking. He addressed everyone and said that those who want to return should share their antidote with those who want to continue the journey. Some cultivators turned to him and said that they had to leave him on this trip. Meanwhile, masked people were imperceptibly circling the crowd. Eventually, half left, and Yuan Donghan said that he was glad that those who dared to continue the journey remained. They divided among themselves all the antidote that was left in them, but he said that they should continue on their way. All who remained followed him further. It was much worse inside the caves than outside. Yuan Donghan told everyone to be very careful because there was a thick fog ahead of them. Suddenly, there was a flash. He flew past him, and Yuan Donghan told everyone to dodge. But unfortunately, he had already hit one of the travelers in the throat. But he immediately fell to the ground. In a moment, he turned into a mummy, as if all life had been drained from him. Seeing this, the travelers were even more frightened, because it was really a terrible destruction. Some terrible creature like a purple scorpion ran past the cave. It moved incredibly fast, but Fane was able to spot it. And just as the creature tried to hide, it received a powerful fire attack, and after frying fell to the ground from the hands of Fane. Many of the cultivators already regretted agreeing to this trip. Many of them began to run away and say that life was much more important to them than treasures. Fane took this creature to get a better look at it, and curled up to Yuan Donghan said that this scorpion was unusual. Yuan Donghan himself understood that something strange was happening here. But everything was not the same as when he was here last time. But he decided to go back. He can't, and they only had a way forward. He said they needed to keep moving and be very careful. They continued on their way, treading carefully through the cave. He said that the arrival was still far away, and that there would be many dangers on the way. Yuan Donghan was right, and Fane immediately sensed her approach. A huge number of scorpions began to descend from the ceiling of the cave. Everyone was very impressed by this, including the 3 masters. They immediately used their powers to protect themselves from the insects. But the scorpions ignored this barrier and seeped through it. Fane called them little monsters and was already preparing to deliver a powerful blow to them. He hit the floor with his hand, and powerful energy sparks started coming from it. Immediately after that, there was a small explosion, the shockwave of which hit the swarm of insects. All the scorpions were immediately fried and destroyed. The travelers began to praise Fane and say that he had done a good job. While everyone was applauding Fane, suddenly a beast appeared out of thin air. He pounced on one of the men, grabbing him with his huge mouth. Everyone was shocked to see this creature. It was very big and had incredible speed. It was a fiery lion, but no one expected his appearance. Yuan Donghan said that it was the same creature that injured him. Everyone was very surprised when they saw him. The fiery lion growled furiously and began to attack. This creature looked very menacing. It was burning like an infernal demon. He said that this creature has lightning speed and attacks with fire. The beast rushed to attack by making a jump. He rushed like lightning, scattering travelers in parallel, inflicting severe injuries on them. It seemed the fury of this creature was boundless, and it was about to stop. Yuan Donghan understood that he should act and stop the monster. He immediately used the technique I used to chain the beast. The three masters also made efforts to bind the beast. Thus, it was possible to stop him by wrapping his body with strong chains. The Mujan brothers said that they could leave the rest to them. They combined their forces to deliver a ruthless blow to the beast. Shan smiled and said that he will destroy this monster now. A powerful attack immediately flew towards the fiery lion. It seems that the beast felt a great pain, and the fire in his eyes immediately went out, and it seemed to be torn apart by sharp blades after Mujan's attack. The brothers continued to destroy the beast's body, after which he began to be sucked into the fiery funnel. And a moment later there was a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, it was possible to see that the destroyed beast was lying in the crater after the explosion. Shan said it was a good job. Another part of the travelers, after what they saw, said that they also decided to go back, but were not ready to continue their journey, after which they immediately fled, drowning Yuan Donghan and other brave men. He stood and looked ahead with a confused look, saying that it was all strange. Fane approached him and asked, "Did he find something?" He fixed his gaze on the beast's body and said that his body was partially drained. He said that most likely it was a young animal. Shan said that for a young beast he was very strong. Dong Huang took notice of his skin and said that it was not like the older ones. He said that even if the beast were an adult, they might not be able to handle it. All stood and remained silent, awaiting further orders from their guide. He said that it was necessary to continue the journey, and they went on. After a while they came out of the cave and came out on a green meadow. He pointed forward and said that this was the outer border of the ruins. Yuan Donghan emphasized that it was even more dangerous here than in the cave, so everyone should be on the alert. Fane sensed the danger of the strong energy, which was coming from the cave they had just come out of. In the middle of the cave, over the body of the destroyed beast, stood another. Perhaps it was a relative. This beast was very angry and began to growl loudly. Half an hour had passed since they had left the cave and were making their way to the center of the ruin. Suddenly they saw in front of them a huge stone gate with towers. It looks like it was the entrance to the city, which was hidden among the rocks. They were admiring this gate. Yuan Donghan was very surprised and asked if that was it. He saw in front of him frescoes on which the red dragon was depicted, and a fiery tiger that seemed to descend towards them through the air. Yuan Donghan asked if they were the same dragon and tiger from the legends. Fane wondered why he had never heard of this place in his past life. Masked people also stood nearby and asked each other, could there be such creatures inside? Jin said that this country had thousands of years of history and you could expect anything from it. Yuan Donghan said that there were murals of 2 adult beasts, but the one they met in the cave was a young one. Suddenly something scared him badly. Shan said that 2 more strong and dangerous beasts were waiting for them. Suddenly they felt that they were covered by a shadow. Raising their heads up, they saw that it was a flying dragon. Wu asked in horror what it was. He was blinded by the sun and did not have time to see it, and after a moment the beast landed in front of them, crying loudly. Yuan Donghan said, will they have to face the power of the dragon? And as soon as he spoke these words, a lion immediately appeared behind him. This time it was an adult growling loudly and angrily at them. Jin said that it looks like they were surrounded. The fiery lion rushed to attack them without waiting, simultaneously flooding everything with its flames. The Mujan brothers also immediately rushed to attack, taking on Liu. Meanwhile, Yuan Donghan faced the dragon, together with Fane and 3 feng shui masters. The ferocious dragon also rushed into battle without waiting. Yuan Donghan said that they need to use divide and conquer tactics. Shan said it was a good idea, but he would use his advice. The people of Country M believed that if you did not allow these beasts to finish off the Chinese masters, then they would be able to take the treasures of the ruins for themselves. Meanwhile, the dragon emitted flames trying to burn its enemies. The flames seemed to be everywhere, and it was impossible to hide from it. Yuan Donghan told Fane to be careful and ordered him to move away and applied a defensive technique. Even Shang, after seeing the power of the dragon, was not so confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, the lion also rushed into the attack, attacking his enemies with flames. He growled furiously and showed with all his appearance that he wanted to destroy people on his territory. Even the three glorious masters were frightened by these monsters. One of them ordered his brothers to prepare to catch the beast and trap it. A five-pointed star appeared in front of them, inside which they wanted to close the beast. The brothers immediately understood what his plan was and followed it. One of them immediately charged in, using his needles to try and neutralize the monster. As they approached, the jackdaws turned into huge columns. They almost nailed the beast to the wall, but the lion still ended up between them, after which it was immediately wrapped in chains. Meanwhile, Yuan Donghan was running out of strength, because the dragon's power was out of bounds. He and Fane stood in the crater left by the dragon after its last attack. He asked Fane if he was okay. Fane replied that everything was fine and warned his friend that the dragon would attack again. The monster did not stop for a moment. Each attack was immediately followed by another. It was like a mass barrage of fire that could barely be dodged. While Fane dodged the monster's attacks, he had an idea. Fane told Yuan Donghan to distract the dragon as he had a plan. He replied that he could rely on him and closed his hands, preparing to strike the dragon. Meanwhile, the monster rose into the air, waving his powerful wings, and released a strong stream of flames that rained down on his enemies. Seeing Yuan Donghan's attack, he sent a powerful stream of fire at him. Yuan Donghan used the Golden Tiger Formation technique against him. The dragon was amazed by the audacity of the attackers, became even more angry, and roared. Light erupted from Yuan Donghan's lower limbs and formed a protective field above his head. It seems the monster was struck by the appearance of a power unknown to him. The field created by Yuan Donghan served as a mirror and reflected the dragon's attack by aiming it at himself. He received a powerful blow, and for a moment he was in great pain, which he was not used to in his long existence. Yuan Donghan turned to Fane and said that his maneuver worked, but he can act. Fane said that he understood and immediately rushed to attack. In a moment he was above the dragon's mouth, about to deliver a powerful attack. While above his head, Fane delivered an extremely powerful energy blow to the dragon. This blow was so powerful that the dragon was nailed to the ground like a nail. When the dragon filled the ground, it immediately received another blow from Shu. Wu immediately joined in as well. Their goal was to mold the monster. Fane understood that while the dragon was vulnerable, they had to inflict as much damage as possible, and charging the power of 1,000 lightning bolts in his hands, he directed this attack at the monster. The dragon immediately felt the punishing thunder technique on him. Yuan Donghan also understood that this would be the only chance to destroy the monster and used the explosive rain technique on it. The dragon didn't even have time to come to his senses, as one attack after another fell on him. Eventually, combining all their forces, they caused a powerful explosion. Yuan Donghan nervously asked, did he manage to destroy the monster? But in a moment they saw a mighty tail burst out of the smoke, which sought to cleave all its enemies around. The terrible dragon was whole and unharmed. Fane was extremely impressed by this and assumed that the dragon was able to repel all attacks with its mighty tail. The monster growled furiously at them and was not going to give up. The purpose of his existence was destruction, and he proved it in battle. Meanwhile, the lion was caught in a trap and signaled to the dragon that he needed help. He growled loudly and snarled, trying to break free from his shackles. Eventually, the beast managed to break free, breaking the shackles. Breaking free, the lion immediately rushed towards his attackers to take revenge on them. He, enveloped in hellish flames, jumped out above their heads and was preparing to cling to their throats with sharp teeth. The brothers were defenseless before his power, but one of them said that everything is still unfinished and just beginning, and ordered the brothers to form a line. They obeyed his order and immediately began to summon their techs. Their strength and confidence was at a high level, yet they were about to surrender, just like the monster in front of them. They used magic threads and once again immobilized the beast. Shan told his brothers that now it was their turn, and they needed to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the monster. The brothers immediately used a joint force for the coming devastating attack. Like needles, lightnings immediately flew into the lion, trying to pierce his hardened skin. One of the brothers turned to Jin and Yin and told them to kill the lion. He laughed at his request, but said that they can leave it to him. Feng laughed and said that today will be the last day this beast is alive. Like an arrow in the air appeared a hand carrying destruction. But instead of attacking the monster, she backstabbed and pierced Muzhong Feng's chest. Seeing this, Shan shouted loudly, shouting his brother's name. The three feng shui masters were also shocked when they saw the insidious attack of the masked people. The beast was pleased when he saw that a discord had begun between his enemies. The three masters could no longer hold the lion, but in a moment he was able to break free. And so it happened that in the next moment, he easily broke the restraint technique from the three masters, and immediately gave them a strong energy attack. He proudly landed on his paws and growled loudly in their direction. His growl was followed by a bolt of lightning that struck the Muzhong brothers. Shan tried to strike the lion one last time. He was able to release a fiery blast and hit the monster, causing an explosion. This attack from Shan was quite strong, but the lion was disoriented and seemed to be barely able to stand on its feet. In the end, he collapsed to the ground without strength. Brother Feng was also lying on the ground. Shan ran up to him and fell on his knees in front of him. He stretched out his hand to his body and asked how this could happen. He turned to Jin and Yin and asked why they did this. The three masters were also angry and asked what the hell they were doing. Jin laughed again in response to this, and said that even though they had been in the culture for 5,000 years, they were still too primitive. He said that they are the servants of the apocalypse, and it should be an honor for them to be destroyed by their hand. The three masters asked what kind of apocalypse it was and what it was about. One of them angrily turned to Shan. He said that it was their family that brought these people here and accused them of treason. Shan got scared and began to make excuses and say that they are not traitors. Shang turned to Jin and Yin, telling them that they didn't agree. Jin answered him that they are too stupid. Shan was seized with a frenzy of rage and his bandage immediately burned, covering his demonic eyes. He and his brother stood in a combat stance and said that now they would be sent to hell. This was immediately followed by a powerful fire attack directed towards Jin and Yin. He took out a sphere, calling it his new toy, and said he wanted to try it out right now. He threw up this sphere. It hung in the air and, opening, began to release powerful energy. This thing pulsated and seemed to change the space around it. Shan felt the effect of this artifact and said that it is impossible. Small robots appeared in the air and began to attack the cultivators. They were charged with electricity and rushed towards Shan like a swarm of bees. They released super powerful energy, creating a vortex around them. Jin stood and watched his weapon in action with pleasure. Shan fell to the ground and could not even move. Three masters also fell to their knees but could not resist. Yin smiled. You said that this gift was too strong. She said that they need to destroy these people, and as for Fein, they need to deliver him to the association. Jin said it was a good idea and they would do it. The three masters said that they finally understood what their plan was. He showed them his cultivator killer robots, and directing them towards the Chinese cultivators, said that he would gladly send them to hell. The masters of feng shui saw how terrible weapons were approaching them, created to destroy them. The people of Country M enjoyed watching their technology destroy their enemies. Suddenly, Jin was distracted by something. There was a powerful flash in the middle of the sky, and as if fiery lightning struck in front of them, in the middle of this stream appeared the shadow of a man. From the energy field that arose due to the appearance of this person, robots began to malfunction and fall to the ground. He was extremely amazed at this, and asked what power could have caused it. It was Fein who turned to Jin and told him that he was wrong. He said he wouldn't let him take her life. Fein raised his hand menacingly and said that he was interested to see what he was capable of. Jin asked how he managed to survive after fighting the dragon. While they were talking, he reached into his pocket and tried to get something. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Fein, after which he said that at first he was interesting to them, but now they realized that he is not for them. A shot rang out and the bullet flew straight into Fein's chest, but Fein easily grabbed her hand. It seems they were the same bullets poisoned with destructive energy. He threw them on the ground and said that everything is over. Jin started laughing and calling Fein stupid. Fein was surprised to see his reaction. The bullets began to release a strange energy that poisoned him. Fein tried to close his airway to protect himself from it. Meanwhile, Jin was laughing loudly. He said that these bullets were specially created to fight energy cultivators. He explained that red immediately blocks his aura and blue completely destroys his dantian. Unexpectedly for him, Fein began to smile and say that he seems to like to talk a lot, but he is tired of it. Like a ghost, he immediately closed the distance between them and tore off his mask with his powerful grip. Jin didn't expect this, but there was no way he could counter Fane. Fane said that perhaps he did not know the saying that the lion always fights the rabbit with all his might while the rabbit tries to outwit him. He said it was impossible. That power of Fane had to be blocked. Yin also pulled out a gun and pointed it at Fane, frightened. But Fane managed to cover herself with her friend's body. He liked her. He looked, not understanding what she wanted to do because the bullets did not affect him. He stopped them in front of him using a defensive technique. The bullets quickly began to circle near his palm. Fane smiled and said that now he will let and taste it, the weapon to taste. Jin got scared and started to worry about Yin, after which Fane threw him away with a mighty blow. He felt this powerful blow and almost lost his breath. He fell heavily to the ground a few meters away from Yin. She was very angry and wanted revenge on Fane. But she didn't even have time to react when Fane was already in front of her and shouted that now it was her turn. Inflicting a powerful blow on her, she also flew away several tens of meters and powerfully hit the ground, which even raised thick dust into the air. Fane smiled looking at them and said that now he will arrange a personal apocalypse for them. Yin barely got up. Jin also knelt down and clutched his chest, calling Fane a scumbag. He took something out of his pocket again and told Fane not to be too happy. He threw himself on the ground, after which everything was covered with a green mist and their shadows hid in it. Fane immediately sensed some kind of threat. Jin said that their inventions in the apocalypse were little more than ordinary weapons. He held the bullet in his hands and said that he was not going to use it, after which he sent her to the gun, and said that he would gladly do it for his sake. After which another shot rang out. The bullet flew straight into Fane's head. The bullet even managed to catch the ends of his hair, but he was able to evade and said that it was already much more fun. Another shot rang out and Fane dodged it this time. Jin continued to shoot at him non-stop. This time, several Levde bullets missed his face, but he stopped them with the help of protective equipment. Jing Ti held the gun pointed at him and smiled, but the bullets did not lose their kinetic energy, and after they stuck in him in the protective field, they were able to break him and flew further in the direction of Fane, and eventually hit his body. Fane couldn't believe that he had been hit by an ordinary weapon. Seeing this, Jin began to laugh loudly. He said that this is the technology of the apocalypse. Suddenly, Fane waved his hand and pulled the bullets from his body, but immediately I felt a strong pain in my chest. He felt his heart pounding wildly, and it seemed as if it would jump out of his chest. He felt an incredible pressure of energy. Jin began to scoff loudly, saying that now his meridians would be destroyed. Fane started calling him scum. Fane was very angry and said that he underestimated him. The stone of the 9 heavenly gods was always by his side, and his soul was immortal. Still, M's people were the first to force Fane to turn to her true power. They looked at him in surprise and asked each other what it was. A powerful vortex of fire energy appeared around Fane. This flame blinded and surrounded them with hot fire. Fane took a few steps forward to meet them and smiled. He said that Apocalypse's technology was really powerful. But if it wasn't for the 9 heavenly godstones to restore his meridians, it might have taken him a little longer. Jin looked at him confused and said that it was impossible. Fane smiled and said that it was a bit more than his technology. Jin started shouting that this is impossible. Ta started shooting him with a gun again. Fane, like a ray of sunlight in a mirror, jumped in different directions and easily dodged his bullets. He came close to him and said that he was absolutely right. He whispered in his ear that he really wasn't quite human. Jin fell to the ground in surprise and asked if it was true. Fane smiled and was about to tell him something before destroying him. He pointed his hand at him and said that he was the immortal emperor, after which, inflicting a powerful attack on him, took his life. Jin let out one last loud cry in excruciating pain. Yin screamed his name in fright, but Fane told her that he was over, after which he said that now it was her turn. He made several years to meet her and sense her fear. Fane asked her why she was afraid. She fearfully asked where he got such strength from. She fell on her knees in front of him and began to say something indistinctly. Fane smiled and pointed his hand at her and said that you should not be afraid because everything will end soon. She saw a bright light coming from his palm. It was mind control. She sat on her knees and stared into the void. He gently touched her chin, directing her gaze into his eyes, and said that now he will ask her a question. She must answer. She said that everything is clear. He asked her, how long has the Apocalypse Association been around, and who is behind their secret developments against the energy cultivators? She slowly began to speak, but she didn't have time to say a word when a shot rang out that hit her right in the heart. She screeched loudly and fell to the ground. Fane was amazed by this. She was lying on the ground with red liquid dripping from her chest. Yin was trying to say something. but eventually her body began to dissolve into the air, leaving her with only her earrings. Fane was very angry about this because he was not able to find out the information he needed. He raised his head up and saw a helicopter circling above him, the one from which the shot was fired. Inside the helicopter sat a masked man armed with a rifle. He said that no one has the right to know about them. Then he targeted Fane and said that he must be destroyed. Another loud shot rang out. Fane sensed danger and expected this attack. He managed to jump back and the bullet fell right under his feet. But this time she caused a super powerful explosion all around. While the masked man was reloading his rifle, the pilot turned to him and said that their task was to protect the secrets of the association, not to cause more trouble for it. He replied that he was just curious to see what this Fainlin could do. The pilot replied that he would still have a chance to do this, and for now it was time for them to get out of here. Fane smiled and said he wasn't going to let them get away just like that. He started charging energy to attack and said he wouldn't let them go, after which he immediately struck a powerful blow, directing a jet of fire at the helicopter. The man in the mask was immediately frightened when he saw a lightning of fire rushing towards them. The pilot tried to turn the helicopter to avoid it, but it seems it was already too late. A loud explosion rang out in the air. Only one tail of the helicopter remained, which fell in the thicket of the forest. Meanwhile, Fane approached the dragon lying on the ground. He asked the dragon if he still had any strength left. A lion also flew up to the dragon and began to growl. Fane said he could still easily destroy them, but he said that he hopes they will behave quietly because otherwise he will do it without thinking. The monsters immediately understood that he was not joking and immediately bowed their heads to him as to their master. Fane told them that it was the right decision. Now he had to check on how Don Juan and the others were doing. At this time, Yuan Donghan was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. Fane picked him up and said that he was only unconscious, but thankfully not seriously injured. His meridians and aura were intact and he could easily recover, but first he needed a good rest. He looked at Shu and Wu. They were also unconscious, but they were fine too. Nor should the Mujon brothers be forgotten. It was more and more difficult with them, and Fane had to decide what to do with them. Fane healed them and said that he helped them survive, but because of that they had to sacrifice their energy cultivation. He warned them never to cross his path again in their lives. He decided that it was necessary to look at everything that was behind the gate. He held out his hand and directed a stream of energy to open the door. When they opened, he saw something that interested him. In front of him was a mysterious corridor on the walls of which hung torches illuminating the way. He said that the ruins were quite mysterious because they resembled ancient tombs. There were frescoes on the walls that showed the struggle of people and monsters that guarded this place. Fane, of course, immediately recognized them as the monsters they had just fought. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared near him. He looked at it with surprise and asked if it was a fragment of a soul. This soul spoke to him and asked if he knows what he is. Fane took him by the hand and said that he wanted to inspect everything here without further ado. This soul fragment seemed to want to stop him, but Fane continued on his way forward without listening to him. After passing through the corridor, he found himself in the great throne hall and saw a large statue in front of him. Fane smiled and asked this fragment of soul if this was his tomb. In front of him stood large chests that were closed with powerful locks. Looking at them, Fane asked why people always like to play such tricks. Suddenly, the soul escaped from his hand and flew towards the statue. She flew inside her and seemed to merge with this stone sculpture. Fane looked at this action with interest. Then this soul assumed human form and spoke to him again. Fane, as if knowing his question in advance, immediately said that he was indeed an immortal cultivator. This ghost was immediately very surprised and could not believe his eyes, after which Fane showed him his true form, and he was even more shocked. The ghost knelt before him as if before God and asked who he was. Fane said he was the god of destruction. He even cried out in surprise when he heard it. Fane was tired of him wondering at every word he said, but he said he came here to see what he had here. He asked if these were the same treasures he had heard about. He raised his hand and opened the chests, which contained many jewels. As soon as he opened the chests, something attacked him. Several arrows flew past him and hit the wall behind him. Fane sighed and said that people like to do such sneaky tricks. The ghost was even embarrassed because he did not warn Fane about the trap. He stood and looked at the chest, which was filled with jewels, but he was interested in something else. He took out a notebook. Fane studied him carefully and asked the ghost what it was. He smiled and said it was the Immortality Sutra. He said that there were collected all the results of his research that he conducted throughout his life. Suddenly Fane hit him right in the face with that notebook. He asked what kind of delusional person this is. Will he get this fool after all this journey? He asked if there was anything else of value in this treasury. The ghost scratched his head and said that was all. Fane turned around in disappointment and said it was time to go. The ghost stopped him and told him to wait a bit. He asked what he needed. He replied that he had forgotten to say something. He said his name was Wei Wang and he was a true monarch. He was betrayed by his disciple and it led to the destruction of his kingdom. He said that it was because of this that he left a fragment of his soul here. Fane asked him if he was like a kindred spirit. He said if Fane is here, it must be his fate, and standing on his knees began to beg him to fulfill his request. Fane told him that he was on his own and Wei Wang had to take care of it himself. He sighed and said that he could not do it because he was only a fragment of the soul. Fane said he shouldn't say that, but if they met, then it was fate and he will lend him a helping hand. Fane did hold out his astral hand to him, which was filled with soulstone energy. Wei Wang was extremely impressed by this, but did not expect this. He saw in front of him a stone of the gods that radiated powerful energy. The energy of the stone hit his spirit with a strong beam. He screamed in pain and asked Fane what kind of power it was. Fane stood and watched it calmly. A strange smile appeared on his face. Suddenly a man appeared in the midst of the flames. He looked young and looked in wonder at his hands and body. He could not believe that he had a body. He asked what kind of divine power is capable of restoring the physical body. Fane said that he had done all he could, and now Vale had to avenge his enemy himself. He knelt before Fane and began to thank him. Also he assured Fane that he would now follow him and serve him. Fane watched him in surprise. Young Vale begged Fane to give him the opportunity to serve him and promised that he would never let him down. Fane, seeing his sincerity, said that he would allow him to follow and serve his will. He was very glad to hear this and thanked Fane for his kindness. Meanwhile, the men from the association who were in the helicopter managed to survive and limped, leaning on each other, through the forest. The masked man asked, "Were Chinese energy cultivators able to achieve this level of power?" The pilot said that this information must be transferred to the headquarters as soon as possible. He also added that this Faneland could become a very serious problem for the association in the future. They gathered their strength and went on. Fane turned to Vale and said he wanted to make a soul contract with him. Fane raised a hand over him as he prepared to cast a spell to seal the deal. It was a rite of passage for the soul contract, and Vale meekly closed his eyes. Fane said he was asking him one last time if he regretted his choice. He confidently replied that he would not regret it. Fane smiled and said it was very good. Both of them were surrounded by magical flames. This agreement was carried out with the help of the Soul Stone, so it will be impossible to break it in the future. A stone mark immediately appeared on Vale's forehead. Fane said that the matter was done and asked him what his revenge would be. He addressed Fane as his master and said that his real name was Shu Wang. He asked him if he was from a family that existed 300 years ago. Shu asked him if he knew about his family. Fane thought that it was similar to the rumors that he had heard in his past life about the family about this family. At that time they were a family with superpowers. But one of the disciples of the family took advantage of the fact that the head of the family was in a vulnerable position and raised an uprising and was able to destroy this family and establish his Mujon family. Fane told him to continue his story. He said that his family was so powerful 300 years ago that they had no one equal to them in strength. He said that at that time he managed to break through the void return sphere, but he was going to take control of the family, but his disciple betrayed him. He said that people's hearts were sinful, and it was hard to believe that his family had been destroyed by such a scoundrel. Shu said that Mujon Hell was just a young student at first, but he saw his talent and took him under his wing. He said that he treated him like his own son, but he could not imagine that he was feeding a tiger that would eventually betray him. His gaze became very harsh, but he said that the Mujon family should pay for this. Fane, after listening to him, said that it was time for them to go. Shu said that he agreed, and they went to the exit of the tomb. For the first time in centuries, Shu was finally able to see the light of day. The dragon and the lion began to shake their tails with joy when they saw Shu in front of them. He said that he was very happy to see them too. He happily waved at them and said that now he had new friends. He hugged them to him and embraced them like old friends. Fane looked at them in surprise and asked if they were friends. Shu said that these two little creatures were grown by his soul power more than 300 years ago before they reached their current form. Shu pointed at the Fane and told the dragon and lion that he was now their master. The little animals came up to him and bowed. Fane smiled back at them. He thought and said that they both surrender, after which he held out his hand to them, which was filled with the energy of purity, until suddenly they turned into two cute little puppies. They joyfully jumped into their master's arms. Shu hugged them in delight and said, "Was the master ready for such miracles?" He said that it was just one of the energy cultivator's techniques. Then he looked around and said that it was time for others. Someone began to regain consciousness and opened his eyes to see Fane in front of him. It was Yuan Donghan. He seemed unable to understand what was happening. Fane asked him how he was feeling. Yuan Donghan confusedly asked Fane if he had saved him. Then he saw Shu in front of him and asked who it was. He thought with admiration that everything looked like that secret person about whom Brother Fane spoke. He greeted Shu politely and expressed his respect. He said that he was very grateful to him for their help. Shu was confused and did not even understand what was being said. Fane smiled and said that his people didn't like to talk about it. Shu looked at him with surprise but decided that his master was hiding something from this person. Fane told Yuan Donghan that they found a book inside. Shu immediately demonstrated his manuscript. He was delighted and said that this was the immortal cultivator's method. Yuan Donghan said that it is a very valuable thing, but he cannot accept it. Fane said that of course it won't be free. Yuan Donghan was a little surprised, and then laughed loudly and said that he understood everything. Two cute dogs caught his eye, and he asked where they came from, and feeling their aura, he guessed that it was the same dragon and lion. Fane motioned for him to be quieter. Yuan Donghan smiled uncertainly and said that they were terribly cute. Wu and Shu were all unconscious. They were too exhausted and could not regain consciousness. Wu began to open his eyes and look around in confusion. Shu also regained consciousness and asked what happened. Yuan Donghan approached them and said that he was very glad that they were doing well. He confusedly asked Fane and the boys what happened here, after which Yuan Donghan briefly explained to them and told them about all the recent events. He also told them the story of Shu Wang and how he joined them. Wu thought about his story and tried to remember something because he had heard this legend before. Shu was still very exhausted and they needed to rest. Meanwhile, Wu said that this story with the Muzhong family could become important in their future path. Yuan Donghan said that they need to collect spiritual herbs and then get out of here. Fane said it was true because they didn't come here for nothing. It was an imperial city in the center of which was the Muzhong estate. In our time, the head of the family was Muzhong Song. He was just negotiating with one Eastern Japanese Ichiro Kishimoto. It seems they could not agree on something for a long time. Muzhong Song sternly told him that he must leave his house. Ikaro said he didn't even announce his terms. Song immediately interrupted him and said that it was not necessary, and again asked him to leave. Ikaro asked him why they Chinese are always so stupid and ignorant. Song grabbed him by the collar and told him to hold his tongue, and said he didn't want any trouble. But the old Japanese was going too far. He said that before making any conclusions he should listen to his information. He ordered his bodyguard to provide Mr. Muzhong with all the necessary information. When he saw this piece of paper, he was extremely impressed. Ikaro smugly asked him what he would tell him now, but would he refuse again? He seems to have left Song in a hopeless position. Ikaro got up and was about to leave. As he approached the exit, he said he hoped the Muzhong family would give their answer by the end of the day. Song silently stared at his back as he left. He was shaking with rage, but he hated this old man. He left the estate and got into his car. His assistant asked if he thought Muzhong would agree to their terms. Ikaro smiled and told them not to worry because he would do it. He ordered his assistant to contact Golden Flower Nijia, tell them to start preparing and arrive in China in 3 days. His assistant replied that he would definitely do everything. Fane returned home and happily told his sister that he missed her very much. She threw herself into his arms. Hugging him tightly, she said that he had finally returned. Fane patted her on the head and said he wanted to take her to the best restaurant. She said that yesterday an old man came and left a letter for him. He asked her in surprise who it was. She began rummaging through her pile of toys looking for a letter. Finally finding it, she gave it to Fane and said that he looked. Fane picked up the letter and saw a mysterious seal on it. Wu immediately recognized this sign and said that it was a symbol of Japanese ninjas. Shu curiously asked Fane what was inside. He carefully opened the envelope and examined the contents. He said that it was a challenge thrown to them by ninjas from the East. Fane laughed and said that first there was the Apocalypse Association, and now it looks like it's the ninjas' turn. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Yuan Donghan, and Fane immediately asked him what happened. He also received the letter and asked Fane if he received a rank from a ninja from the East. Fane was surprised that Yuan Donghan received a similar letter. He said it was very important and they needed to meet and discuss it. Fane understood that the trip to the restaurant with his sister would have to be postponed. She worriedly asked him, "Has something bad happened?" He reassured her and said that nothing terrible happened, but said that he had to go now, but in the evening they would definitely have dinner together. Soon Fane and his friends were already at Yuan Donghan's house. He said that he is sure that many people received the same link. There were also 3 feng shui masters next to him. Fane listened carefully to his thoughts on the matter. He said that he could not believe that Nizia sent a message from the east at such a time. One of the brothers said that they always knew how to choose the right moment. Yuan Donghan said that he heard that the Muzhon family had agreed to join forces with the Eastern Nijia to hold this convention. Before this family had joined forces with the Apocalypse Association, and now they have agreed to join forces with the Japanese, Yuan Donghan said. One of the brothers said that it was a real shame for them. Fane remembered that in his past life he had already heard about an invitation to a competition called the Ninja Gathering held in eastern Japan. Named as a martial arts exchange tournament between the two sides, the Nijia tournament was actually a qualifier. Once every 3 years, both sides sent 13 men to compete with each other, and if the East won, then they had to agree to open 10 ninja dojos in China. He remembered that in the past in his life, all the Eastern Japanese lost the tournament, and the main force that defeated them was the Muzhon family. The Muzhon family then won without a chance. Fane wondered how they had agreed to cooperate with them this time. Yuan Donghan saw that Fane was thinking and asked what happened. He replied that it is not important, but nothing special. He said that before they came, he inquired about the details of this gathering, and the official time of the meeting was changed to half a month later. He said that his current physical condition would not allow him to take part in these competitions, and added that this time the main forces that will participate are the Imperial Capital, the Dragon City, and the Devil Capital. They will unite and conduct an internal selection. The brothers also said that they would not be able to participate. Yuan Donghan said that it was because of this that he called, so that they could decide who would be the participants. Fane suggested that they be honest and tell the truth. Donghan said that all the members from the East were Nijia of the Golden Flower Group. One of the brothers was struck by this information, but he asked if it was true. He said that it was true, and a Golden Flower level Nijia was equal in strength to a Foundation level cultivator. Fane remembered that it was true, and everything was the same as in his past life. He still remembered the time when Muzhon had personally defeated the 6 Golden Nijia and the Flower alone. As for the other battles, China lost only 1 as a result. East Japan could not match China and was forced to retreat, Donghuan said. He turned to Fane and said that this time the meeting for the competition was not so easy, and their internal enemies should not be underestimated either. Fane only smiled in response to this warning. He continued, and said that the head of the family, Zheng Bendao Muzhon Qing, they will all participate. And the one who wins as many Golden Flower Nijias as possible will get the right to participate in the next Chinese martial arts tournament. Fane asked him what he was implying. He began to laugh and say that he must have already guessed. Fane pretended that he did not understand what was being said. Yuan Donghan began to smile and said that he wanted to ask him for a favor. Fane said that it seems that he treats it as the best tool for achieving goals. He said that he would deal with everything himself, but a dozen or so Golden Flower Nidya would not be able to defeat him. He said that the Fane underestimated their power. He said that according to rumors this time, the Golden Flower Ninjas were the strongest generation in the last 30 years. Fane said that everything is fine, but he can leave it to him, and if there is a problem, then he will use the power of his family, which he actually invented. Yuan Donghan said that in this case, he is very grateful for his help. The 3 masters looked at Fane in confusion, because they did not know that he possessed such strength that he could single-handedly win the tournament. He said that their internal qualifiers were scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and the venue was the Magic City. He said that he was leaving these days for preparation. Fane smiled and said that was fine, but of course he wasn't going to prepare for them. Someone dropped a letter from a ninja and a table. It was the head of the Chen Bendao family. He said that this game was too boring and asked to call someone else. His assistant informed him that the Muzhon family would also be participating and would be one of the leaders. He said it would be too easy, after which he laughed out loud. He said that Jizai and Qing Min can be sent to this tournament. Besides, according to his information, they were recently in the magical city. His assistant said he would let them know about it. This was the Lin clan's estate. Yan Lin held the letter from the ninja. He was surprised by the audacity of these Eastern people, and the fact that they take themselves so seriously and dare to send them letters inviting them to such tournaments. This made him angry, and he wanted to show them that they were not worthy to compete with the masters of China. 2 days later, the invited participants gathered in the martial arts hall of the magical city. Fane asked Yuan Donghan if they had come too early because there were very few people in the hall. It seems that he himself was surprised and answered that he is probably right. Suddenly he saw 2 young men heading towards the hall. He said that they were representatives of the Wang family from the imperial city. Fane was interested in seeing different representatives of clans and families, and competing with them by assessing their strengths. There were 2 young brothers, one named Wang Feng and the other Wang Fan. When they saw Don Huanto, they greeted him respectfully. They said that they were glad to meet him, but they had heard a lot about him. He said that he was also glad to meet you, and added that he immediately felt that they had improved their energy cultivation. Suddenly they heard someone's loud laughter. It was some kind of giant. He also recognized Yuan Donghan. This giant was called Master Lu. It seems he never stopped eating. He was very happy to see Yuan Donghan and said that he was expecting him to come. Lu immediately generously offered him a piece of meat. Yuan Donghan politely declined. Lu hugged him and said that he could not show his politeness with him. Fane said that he had seen such a great monk for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, masters continued to gather in the martial arts hall. They entered one by one, and after a while there was already a large crowd inside. Suddenly Fane saw a familiar face. It was Yan Lin accompanied by some girl. Yan smiled and thought about what he was sure would meet him here from the beginning. Among the participants were many representatives of rival families. It was Jizai and Qing Min. They were not very happy to see the members of the Lin family. Yuan Donghan said that it seems that everyone was already in the meeting. Fane looked around and said that he did not see any martial arts master from the Magic City. Yuan Donghan said that they had not come yet. Suddenly several interesting figures appeared on which everyone immediately paid attention. He smiled and greeted them. A young man with long hair said hello and asked if they were late. It was Wenhu from the Heavenly Ruins sect, but it seems he got sick but still came to the tournament. Also with him was his creepy brother Wenjui. He said he wanted to introduce him to his brother. Juedi said that he was glad to meet the glorious Yuan Donghan. He thanked them for participating in the tournament and wished them success. Don Juan turned to Fane and said that these 2 were their assistants from the capital. He said that they were the Heavenly Ruins sect. Fane was interested in looking at them, because in his past life he had heard that a powerful sect called the Heavenly Ruins sect was hiding in a magical place, but he had not had the opportunity to meet them. Wenhu approached Fane and asked if he was Fane Lin. He said that he was very glad to meet him because he had heard a lot about him, after which Silno began to cough hard, barely standing. Fane said that he was also glad to meet them. He even started to worry about him because his cough was too strong. Yuan Donghan said that everyone is finally gathered and they can start. He addressed all those present and announced the beginning of the qualifying competition. Suddenly a strong energy vortex appeared in the sky. Fane immediately felt a strong and dangerous aura. From the thick of this vortex, Mujan Song appeared and said that they were starting a qualifying tournament. He said that he suggests starting with his Mujan family. Fane sternly looked at him and called his name. Yuan Donghan smiled and politely greeted the head of the Mujan family and said that he was glad to see that he had decided to come in person. Song said that he was glad to meet him because he had heard a lot about him. Yan was also surprised to see the head of the Chinese warriors, and he threw an unfriendly look at him. Master Lu approached Song and said that he did not expect to see him here, and immediately offered him a piece of meat, but he did not seem ready for an early dinner. Song discreetly said, if Master Lu continues in the same spirit, he can dislodge him. Lu started laughing and said that he would never allow himself to do that. But Lu did not spare the opportunity to prick him, and said that Master Mujon was subordinate to the outside world and was famous for the fact that he liked to fight against his own masters. Song said that these talks are enough. He turned to all those present and said that it seems that there was a misunderstanding between them, but he came personally to explain it and to tell why everything turned out that way. He said he also wanted to take this opportunity to tell them that their Mujon family had never betrayed their country. Yan began to shout that it was delusional and that the Mujon family betrayed them 300 years ago. Song immediately recognized Yanlin's voice. He was immediately filled with rage, but he asked Yan if he was looking for death. Yan said let him try to do it if he can. Suddenly he pulled himself together and said that he did not have time for this. Song said he wasn't going to mess with him. He said that he came here today to explain something to them all. Everyone briskly began to discuss something. Song started shouting that they should all know the Ego family. Yuan Donghan said that the Ego family was the most powerful Nijia family in Japan to date. Everyone knew that Nijia of the Golden Flower under their command was not to be trifled with. Song confirmed his words and said that they are very ambitious and powerful, and they have harbored a grudge against the Chinese land for the past decades. He said that the Ego clan is secretly planning to find an opportunity to completely destroy China, and their first step towards this will be to destroy their Chinese energy cultivators. Yuan Donghan said that this is not news, and everyone knows about their plot. But how will they be able to implement it, he asked. Song said that he himself was skeptical about this before, until he got his hands on some information. Saying this, he took out a scroll from his pocket. It had different names on it. Don Juan asked what that meant. Suddenly he was seized with terror, and it was visible in his eyes. He said that this cannot be. Song showed this scroll to all present. It took longer to understand that his words were very serious. Master Lu immediately said that this list was fake, and he did not believe it. Song hid the list and said that they should judge this for themselves. Fein asked Yuan Donghan what it all meant. He replied that it was a list of all the great families of China. He said that it was a list of the best, but all these people were pawns in the hands of the Ego family, which had been developing in their country for decades. Fein asked why there were so many. Song said that this list was given to him by the Sato family in Japan, and the Sato clan also holds such a tournament. He said that he was offered to fight them in a fair match, and if they win, the Sato clan will intervene and reveal the Ego clan's conspiracy. But if they lose, China will only allow the Sato family to open Daijo in their country for the next 10 years, and they will help them solve the problem with the Ego clan, Song said. And if they do not agree to this tournament, Song spoke sternly. Then the Sato clan and the Ego clan will start a war against them, and when it all starts, there will be a lot of casualties. Yan said that he does not believe any of his words, but it is all a lie. Fein thought that this Mujan song didn't look like he was lying, but it felt like he wasn't agreeing to something. Yuan Donghan said he thinks Mr. Mujan is telling the truth. The fact is that the Ego family and the Sato family have been feuding for a long time, so it seems to be true. Song thanked him for his support. He said that he was able to explain everything clearly to them, so he leaves it to them to hold the tournament, after which he left the training room. Yuan Donghan said that he believed the words of the head of the Mujan family, so now they should start the selection. Participants happily agreed and were ready to begin. He said that the rules of internal selection were simple. Whoever is the strongest is the best. He said that they can learn about additional rules in the notes that he prepared in advance, and a random opponent will also be indicated on them. Each participant approached and took his note. Eventually, it was Fein's turn. He put his hand into the box and took out a note reading his opponent's name on it. When he saw him, he smiled. He read the name Wenhu on the note. It was the same guy who kept coughing, and he still stood and continued to cough. Fein told him that Tom should take care of his health. Yuan Donghan addressed the contestants and said that now they know each of their future opponents, and they can begin. The participants themselves couldn't wait to test their strength and find out who was the strongest. Yuan Donghan said that they can choose who will fight first, but no one wanted to go out. Master Wu asked why they were shy, and A said that in such a case, he would be the first. His opponents, according to the note, was Master Jizai, and he kindly invited him to fight. He replied that he was happy to accept his challenge. Jizai and Lu entered the arena, while all the other members stood around and watched the upcoming battle. Everyone was intrigued, and asked each other who would be the winner in the first match of the tournament. Yuan Donghan also asked Fein who he thought would win. Fein quickly assessed these warriors and said that Master Lu would win. Lu always smiled kindly even before an important battle. Fein realized that Master Lu was very strong, but Jizai was much weaker than him. Jizai signaled that he was ready to begin. His battle aura immediately appeared around him, but he used the storm hail technique and directed it at Master Lu. He calmly continued to stand and was not even going to dodge. He smiled widely and caught all the needles directed at him by Jizai. He was very surprised when he saw that Lu took the entire blow. He was taking the needles out of his body and smiling as if he was being tickled. He asked if Master Jizai wanted to give him acupuncture. He said that Lu should admit defeat because those needles had a strong poison in them. Lu said that he doesn't see anything wrong with it because it's a little poison. Fane said that the chicken leg that this great monk was chewing had more poison than the handful of needles that Jizai used on him. Yuan Donghan said that it was hard to even imagine that Master Lu's poisoned body had reached such a level. Meanwhile, he took a fighting stance and said that now it was his turn. Jizai attacked again and said that this is not the end. Until suddenly he received a powerful blow to the chest from Lu. The blow was so strong that it almost pierced him through. The other contestants and his brother were very impressed because Lu managed to win with only one shot. Lu picked him up and asked if he was okay. He said he didn't mean to hit him that hard. Jizai said that he is not as strong as other masters and admits his defeat. Master Lu officially won the first battle. The next match was involving Qing Min. He told his opponent that he was ready to begin. He only took a few quick steps and immediately knocked him down, gaining a quick victory. Yan Lin won the third fight. In the fourth, Wen Jui defeated his opponent. In the fifth match, Fan confidently won. Master Feng easily won the sixth match. It was Fane's turn to take part in match number 7. Wen Hu was already continuing to cough loudly, but he didn't look ready at all. He told Fane in a tired voice that he was ready to begin the duel. Fane smiled and told him not to be shy and beat him with all his might. Suddenly Fane felt his cheek prickle. No one had managed to do this before. Wen Jui's speed was simply phenomenal. Fane could not even imagine that he was so fast. He turned into what looked like a tornado of fire and was able to wound Fane once more, this time in the shoulder. Fane realized that appearances were deceiving and that this warrior was extremely strong. He landed in front of Fane, glanced at him. The element of flame filled his body. He said that Fane should be more careful. Who turned into a ball again and flew to attack him. Shortening the distance, he delivered a powerful double blow, stunning his opponent. But while he was disoriented, he used the technique of 1,000 blows. In battle, Wen Hu was incredibly fierce. He delivered another powerful blow to Fane's chest, causing even the arena to crack under the force of his force. Fane bent down after his blow and lowered his head. Wen Jui smiled and asked if he won. Suddenly the Khan grabbed his hand and said that it was too early, after which powerfully pressed him to the ground so that he broke the concrete arena with his body. When Fane lowered his gaze, he was horrified to see that only Wen Hu's mantle remained in his hand, and that was gone. He once again marveled at the dexterity and speed of this young man. He was already circling the arena around Fane like the wind. He was like a sunbeam that could not be followed. He flew around Fane, creating a ring of fire around him. He said that he has great speed, but he lacked something. He only smiled when he heard Fane's words, after which he immediately struck him with a powerful blow to the chest, from which Fane could not dodge. The blow was very strong and Fane almost lost his breath. Wen Hu shouted that it was not the end yet. When Fane flew into the air, he hit him with a powerful lightning attack that was supposed to stop his heart. It was truly incredible, and hardly anyone could resist such a force. The arena was immediately flooded with bright light and energy, which spread around and even touched the audience. Wen Hu shouted that everything was over. He jumped up once more to deliver another blow to Fane and make sure he could no longer fight. Fane, meanwhile, fell backwards onto the arena. And after Wen Hu dealt him the final blow, there was a powerful explosion. He stood and waited for the smoke to clear. Yan, watching the fight, smiled mysteriously. Brother Wen Hu said, and it was a good job. Tia Yan said that they are stupid if they think that Fane Lin will lose. Wen Hu started coughing again and said it was the end. Suddenly a fiery hand burst out of the smoke. It was Fane, his rage burning from within like molten metal. He grabbed him by the throat and squeezed tightly. Fane said that Wen Hu had phenomenal speed, a great angle of attack, and his thunder was just perfect. But his only problem was that it was all wasted against him. Fane told him he lost, after which I threw him on the floor, and he started holding his throat and coughing even harder. But Wen Hu admitted his defeat. Fane Lin was announced as the 7th winner. Yuan Donghan said that they can continue on. The fighting continued for the next half hour, and the tournament found out its winners. In the end, they managed to identify all the winners. Yuan Donghan said that now they are waiting for the next part of the tournament. He said that now ninja tours are waiting for them, and he will wait for them in 3 days there. Yuan Donghan said that he will also go there with them and will support and help them. He said that the Nidya of the East should feel their power. The winners bowed and said that they would definitely show them their strength. Several days passed. Meanwhile, events unfolded on the Eastern Sea. A large ship was sailing the sea. A man was standing on the nose. He said that finally people from China had already arrived. This man was one of the Japanese masters. His assistant confirmed his guesses and said that people from China were already there. It was an old man. He turned to this young man and said that he should do well in the ninja tournament. This young man's name was Sato Kim. He said that he promises not to let his master down. The old man said that he managed to perfect the art of ninju in his own family, but there is a master in China named Yuan Donghan who specializes in the same technique, and he should be careful when he meets her. Sato Kim said that he would take this into account and be careful. He even got angry and wondered how some Chinese could compete with him in his technique. The next day, a group of people gathered at the top of the nameless mountain. It was the Chinese masters who qualified for the tours in China. Among them was Fane. Master Lu, as always, continued to ask why there are still no so-called ninjas. Yuan Donghan said he was wrong, but they were already here. Lu laughed and said that he did not expect anything else from Master Yuan Donghan. Suddenly he saw a puddle of water appear in front of him, and a masked man armed with a katana jumped out of it. He told his men that they could leave. A fire broke out, and another warrior appeared from there. And out of the storm appeared a woman enveloped in frosty air. A man also emerged from the ground. Each Nizia warrior had their own element that helped them hide from prying eyes. Fane said it looked very interesting. Among them were Sato Kim. All Nizia were in the assembly. They announced that they could start. Yan said that they were not impressed by these tricks. Mujon Song also appeared on the spot, surrounded by Japanese heads of families. Yan immediately called him a traitor as soon as he saw him. Mujon Song said he wanted to announce the rules of this tournament. Song said that the rules were very simple. There are 3 types of duels. The first duel is a dual technique duel between Eastern and Chinese Dao. These soldiers represented Japan at the first stage. He said that the match will take place in a round-robin system. Whoever is eliminated first will lose. The second phase was a battle, continued Song. They were ninjas from the east side. When he reached the third stage, he said that it will be a team battle. The 5 players who will remain will take part in the team battle, and the one with more people left will become the winner. When he finished telling the rules, he turned to Yuan Donghan and asked him what you thought about these rules. Yuan Donghan replied that the rules were very interesting. Fane immediately noticed that the rules had changed from his past life, and his similar rebirth did cause some changes in the world. The organizers and the players agreed on the rules and decided to start. Yuan Donghan asked Fane what he thought about the rules. They should have discussed the strategy and plan of action to defeat the Japanese. He said if they can win 2 of the 3 stages, they can win the tournament, so in that case, he wants to take part in the final 5-man team battle. He said he thought so. Yuan Donghan said that in that case he, Yan Lin, and Qing Min will participate in the first stage. As for the second stage, Master Lu will be the main one, and brothers Feng, Wang, and Fan and others will also be with him. Fane said that if the masters successfully pass the first 2 stages, then he will take part in the third stage. It seems that Song was satisfied with everything, but he was satisfied with the selection of teams. Song asked Yuan Donghan if they were able to resolve everything. He replied that everyone was ready and they could start. After which, Song immediately announced the start of the tournament. The ninja warriors got some strange black balls and threw them at their feet. It looked quite strange. Yan said he would be the first. He went to the improvised arena, which was a circle for the battle. His opponent was already waiting for him. He was in a black mask. He greeted his rival and asked him to show him his art. Yan told him to start first. The masked warrior immediately used the smoke miasma technique and charged at Yan with insane speed and fury. Thick smoke appeared around them, in the middle of which the ninja moved like a ghost. To neutralize his opponent's technique, Yang used the fire layer technique. He returned to Niji and said he was sorry, after which he immediately applied the earth technique. His opponent immediately found himself in a difficult position and tried to use wooden bars against Yang to bind him and restrict his movement. Tree roots immediately burst out from under the ground and rushed towards Yan. He said that this trick was too pathetic and immediately burned those roots with a burning fire. Nijia tried to use the water technique to extinguish the flames, but he didn't even have time because the flaming spear had already pierced his chest. Yan dealt him a crushing blow. Yan said that the techniques used by the ninja were too worthless and weak against him. The first Nijia warrior was destroyed at the hands of Yan in the first stage. He smiled and defiantly said that he was inviting the next one. The Japanese were impressed by his strength and called him a cheeky scumbag. The ninja with strange eyes was to fight next. Yan said that it would be better for them to fight together so they would have more chances, and it would be easier for him to destroy them both at once. Hearing his defiant challenge, they went completely mad with rage. and immediately launched an attack, combining their techniques. The first thing they decided to do was use air blades against him. Around them rose a veritable storm of energy blades that circled around and tried to aim at Yan. Yan raised his hand and unleashed an imperial lightning against them. At the same time, a powerful lightning attack fell on the ninja warriors. She fried them well and they screamed in pain, after which they immediately fell to the ground. Yuan Donghan and the other guys were extremely pleased with Yang's work. Yan sarcastically asked if this was all that the famous Japanese ninja were capable of. The heads of their clans watched the results of the battle with displeasure. They thought Chinese martial arts were really that strong, but it was not the end and the real battle was still ahead. Song announced the start of the next stage of the tournament. Lu smiled cheerfully and said that now it was his turn. One of the stout Japanese soldiers came out in front of him and grabbed his katana and said that he would fight him. This warrior looked quite menacing, but Master Lu was no ordinary man. He smiled and folded his arms and told him to teach him. He began swinging the katana using the divine sword technique. Lu was a little surprised when he heard about this technique. Fane had also never heard of it before and asked Yuan Donghan what it was. Then he replied that it was an ancient fencing technique in Japan. He said that it was a technique and a sword that was passed down from generation to generation, and after the destruction of the enemy, the sword only became stronger. This warrior said that he wanted to dedicate this destruction of his opponent to his ancestors. Lu scratched his head and said he didn't have a gun, unfortunately. And realizing that he had a difficult opponent, he bit off a piece of chicken. And he had a large bone left in his hand, which he wanted to use instead of a sword. The Japanese warrior took this as an insult and a mockery of him, and then furiously rushed to attack him. A bunch of sword energy blades immediately flew towards Lu, and one of them even hit him in the chest. They were very sharp and could easily cut through anything. This warrior, along with his sword, passed as if through Lu's large body and ended up behind him. He was able to injure his thick skin. The Lu guys were immediately worried. The man with the sword proudly declared that he had won. But Lu stomped his foot loudly, making it clear that he hadn't lost yet. Lu just let out a loud sneeze after this deadly attack, striking his opponent very hard. Lu said that this scratch he left him was quite painful. He used the power of fire to cauterize the wound, leaving only a small scar. The Japanese master couldn't believe his eyes. How anyone could stand after his frenzied attack. Song was delighted and thought that the divine sword was very strong, but Master Lu's defensive technique was superior to it. Lu, as always, was in good humor and said that now it was his turn to attack, after which he immediately flew towards the Japanese warrior with his fists. He was very surprised when he saw his insane speed. Lu desperately grabbed the blade of his sword with his bare hands. Locking the sword, he struck an extremely powerful blow with his other hand against the blade, and the sword cracked like ice. Leaping back, Lu delivered another super powerful fire attack, but the Japanese soldier fell unconscious. Lu smiled and said, "What's next?" A warrior named Futakata appeared before him. He said that he planned to enjoy his destruction. Lu just smiled after hearing these words and told him to try. The masked ninja immediately rushed to attack him with his sword, but he did not even have time to take 2 steps, as Lu powerfully nailed him with his face to the earth. Lu looked very angry, but he didn't seem to want to stop, after which he immediately called the next opponent. Japanese ninjas were very impressed by the power of this monk. It was the turn of other warriors who were no longer so sure of their strength against this giant. But this time, too, the Japanese soldiers were defeated, and it seemed impossible to defeat this Chinese monk. Lu raised his hand, smiling, declaring himself the winner. He laughed and said that the ninjas of the East were too weak. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes when he saw a ninja in front of him, which interested him because his aura was very strong. This silent warrior stood in a mask and calmly watched him. Lu was surprised because the Japanese were very calm, despite the fact that many of their warriors lost, but they were 1 step away from defeat in the tournament. The masked warrior he spotted in the crowd stepped forward and entered the arena. He turned to Lu and greeted Lu with a traditional greeting, asking him to teach him. He immediately took out his dagger and got into a fighting stance, preparing to attack, until suddenly it dissolved in the air and turned into a purple mist. In a moment he was near Lu. The monk said that this ninja has great speed, but it will not help him. The ninja made a swing to drive the dagger into Lu's body. He stuck it with 2 hands right into the monk's stomach. Lu expected this lunge and looked down on him, smiling, and as if not feeling any pain. He laughed and said that it wouldn't hurt him in any way, but this ninja's efforts were in vain. until suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, he felt his breath catch and he felt a sharp pain in his body. A stream of red liquid erupted from his back, as if he had been pierced through with a huge spear. Red liquid also flew out of his mouth, and his internal organs were badly damaged. This dagger was unusual. It was able not only to pierce the skin of the great monk, but also to poison him badly. Lu couldn't understand how he was able to poison his trained body. The ninja carefully looked into his eyes and said that the monk understood everything correctly. He charged again, while Lu was barely able to stay on his feet. After another attack, the monk fell to the ground with a huge crash. The masked ninja was already standing on Lu's body, but wanted to finish him off using his blade. But Lu cleverly managed to dodge, and the ninja was so fierce that he even lost his balance when he tried to strike. The monk used this time to get to his feet. Lu was extremely angry and asked the ninja why you wanted to finish him off when you almost won. Yuan Donghan looks very bad, but this is the first time he has seen him in this condition. Suddenly he felt a cold sweat running down his back. He and other Chinese warriors felt a great pain in their hearts. He immediately looked at the heads of the Japanese families who were smiling smugly and said that they had decided to poison them all. The heads of the Ego and Sato families had a crazy smile on their faces. Chinese cultivators could no longer even stand on their feet and fell to their knees, feeling very weak. Fane said it wasn't poison at all. He looked at his hand, which was covered with strange red dots. It was the same deadly technology used against them by the Apocalypse Alliance. He said that these were technologies used to destroy cultivators. Fane looked at the Japanese ninja with hatred and said that they were worthless insects. The true wrath of the god of destruction gripped him. The little robot began to be destroyed by the energy it radiated. Fane took a deep breath after clearing himself. Yuan Donghan stared at the Japanese and said he couldn't believe they were so repulsive. They pretended that they had nothing to do with it, but did not understand what was being said. Yuan Donghan was overcome with rage because of their lies and arrogance. Lu sat on his knees, his body shivering with chills. He felt his life slipping through his fingers. Eventually he fell face down on the ground in a pool of his own red liquid. His opponent looked at him disdainfully and said that he was finally destroyed. Murong nonchalantly said that Master Lu could no longer fight and asked whose turn it was next, as if nothing strange had happened. Yan started shouting and asking Murong why he wasn't poisoned and calling him a traitor. He ignored his words and said that he was challenging the next warrior to a duel. The masked warrior said that it seems there was a problem with the masters from the Chinese side, so the victory in the tournament should be awarded to the Japanese ninjas. The Chinese cultivators got yelled at and accused of fighting unfairly and unfairly. Yuan Donghan stood up in power and turned to Creed. He asked him if he was really going to help these Eastern people who behaved so treacherously. He looked worried and said that he really didn't understand what was happening, and he didn't know why many Chinese cultivators felt suddenly sick. He began to laugh and say that Murong Creed is a very good actor if he can pretend so well. Yuan Donghan told them not to dream of victory, but even if they were destroyed today, they would still be made to pay for everything. After his words, there was a powerful explosion. This greatly shocked and frightened the ninja. Ichiro began to shout loudly and say that now the end will come. Suddenly, Fane's calm voice rang out in the midst of this commotion. He turned to Yuan Donghan and said not to rush. Fane said that he intended to take care of everything himself. Yuan Donghan asked him in surprise if he was poisoned. But with a sigh, he said that this situation would be too difficult even for him. Fane said that he does not see anything difficult here for himself. He waved his hand and a golden energy began to swirl above him. It rose in strong currents passing through the bodies of the Chinese cultivators. He used mass healing and freed their bodies from the parasites that were destroying their meridians and dantians. In a few minutes, all the working parasites that poisoned their bodies were destroyed. They felt how their bodies recovered, and they began to be filled with incredible power even greater than before. It was the effect of mass healing. Japanese heads of families looked at it with horror and couldn't believe how this was possible. Fane turned to the Eastern ninja and said if they decided to win the so-called tournament using dirty games, he would gladly play with them. But he said that in this game they will now play by his rules, and in the final stage they will have to gather 5 against him. Hearing this, Yuan Donghan was very excited and asked him what he was up to. Within Fane, his true nature as a god of destruction was revealed, but he desired revenge. Fane challenged all his comrades to show how strong they really were. Ikaro was extremely enraged at his impudence and ordered all his warriors to attack. He also ordered to demonstrate to China the true power of Eastern martial arts masters. A warrior jumped out in front of Fane to attack him. 3 more were behind him, and 2 warriors in front. He was surrounded on all sides. Sato-kun decided to use the dragon formation technique against Fane. It was a strong flow of all-consuming energy that fell on its enemies like a deadly waterfall. Fane was calm and expected an attack from his opponents. Along with this deadly stream of energy, he was surrounded by phantoms. The chains that were supposed to bind him came out of their terrible mouths. They clung to his arms, wrapping them tightly around them. Fane calmly and nonchalantly asked if this was all they could do. While Fane was chained up, Sato-kun took out his katana and said that this was not all. He said he has a demonic sword that wants to feel his insides, after which he looked into his eyes and spoke his name as if they were already acquainted. Fane was immediately able to see his astral form, while his body controlled this terrible energy. Fane stood while his body was stretched by chains. Sato-kun said that he will take his life now, after which he immediately began to attack, holding a sword in front of him. Fane waited patiently for him to reach him. He said that it was all just boring tricks. The god of destruction was calm and reserved. He did not care about these tricks. Fane smiled and said he could handle him with just 2 fingers. Sato-kun stopped, shaking with Fane's rage and arrogance. His strange form stopped his opponent's sword blades with ease. Sato-kun was horrified. He asked, "How is this even possible?" He said that now it was his turn. His eyes widened in horror. Fane only raised a hand and made him fall to his knees and draw his sword. He could not believe that he possessed such an extraordinary technique, and used teleportation to escape Fane's influence. He pointed his hand at him and said that it was all in vain. Sato-kun felt some force grab him and start pulling him. It was Fane. He controlled it like a puppet. He felt something start to squeeze his neck, and it became difficult for him to breathe. His allies were horrified and did not understand how this was possible, because they had never seen such a thing before. A moment later, he was in Fane's hand, a veritable storm of fire around them that no one could approach. As soon as she calmed down a little, they immediately rushed to attack him from all sides. He looked around and loudly ordered them all to kneel immediately. While everyone fell to their knees, Fane continued to squeeze his opponent's throat. The heads of the Eastern families screamed in horror, but could not believe what they were seeing. They understood that it was necessary to get out and started to run away. But suddenly someone stepped forward, blocking their way and stopping them. It was Yang. He said if they wanted to leave, they would have to defeat them first. He said that now they will feel all their wrath because of the injustice they committed. They realized that they had serious problems. An armed warrior who defeated Master Lu immediately appeared in front of them and ordered them to get out of the way. He started throwing sharp metal shuriken at the cultivator, until suddenly a protective dome appeared in front of them, which reflected all his attacks. It was Don Juan. He asked them if they would guess that they would be able to get out of here alive. Ikiro started shouting at Morong Creed and asked him why he wasn't doing anything. Creed sighed and reluctantly said that he would do something now. He used the ghost technique to move quickly and stealthily, and immediately found himself behind Fane, who was still holding Sato-kun's throat, followed by a powerful energy wave attack. The unconscious Sato-kun immediately flew out of Fane's hands and hovered high in the air. Creed immediately created a barrier in front of him. He tried to hit Fane with several more wave attacks, but he failed to do so because he jumped away. He was finally convinced that this guy was a traitor. Another powerful attack flew past. Suddenly he turned into a stream of light and flew to attack, trying to reach him in the air. A moment later, their fists collided. The force of this blow was so powerful that a shock wave began to flow from them. Fane said he is not Mujin Creed. When he heard this, he began to laugh loudly. At this time, the cultivators surrounded the Eastern ninja to teach them. They rushed to attack their own. The heads of the Eastern clans screamed in horror and said that they would be cursed. They were surrounded by a terrible deadly storm filled with various techniques that sought to destroy them. One of the cultivators gave the order to send them to the other world. Meanwhile, the battle between Fane and Morong continued. Fane asked him why he was pretending to be Morong Creed. He asked him when Fane had time to notice. Fane said that his disguise was very good, and if Morong had not come so close, he would have managed to fool him. He grabbed his face and began to tear off the mask, laughing loudly. A woman's face was hidden behind this mask. When the mask finally disappeared from her face, she said that China is indeed full of tigers and hidden dragons. Her name was Sato Kyoto. He told her that she had clearly breathed her last and should give up her resistance and surrender. She motioned for Fane to be silent and said that he must surrender. A bunch of helicopters appeared in the air and fighters armed with firearms began to descend from them. She stood and continued to laugh loudly. While the cultivators dealt with the Eastern ninjas, they saw behind them another enemy from the Apocalypse Alliance. Among them was the same man in a mask who survived the fall of the helicopter in the territory of the ruins. When Fane saw him, he wondered why he was still alive. He turned to Kyoto and said that he was right, but without their help, they would not have succeeded. She told him the answer so that he would not forget her agreement by calling him Mr. John. He said that the bodies of these cultivators would belong to him, and he will give all wealth and resources to Kyoto. He waved his soldiers to start. A bunch of rifles were immediately sent towards the energy cultivators. He turned to Fane and said that they were already too exhausted, so they had better give up. Jan said that things were bad for them because they were surrounded on all sides. Something caught fire and the eastern heads of families disappeared. Once near Kyoto, they smiled and said that the situation seemed to have changed in their favor. Yuan Donghan started shouting what scum they are. Fane turned to Kyoto with a question. He asked her if Murong Creed was still alive. She smiled and said that of course he is alive. He said it was very good and immediately drank the fire. She was very surprised when she saw it. He said that Creed can only be destroyed by his hand. The might of his essence was not going to give up. She protected his body and his friends by always keeping the immortality stone at the ready. John was extremely impressed when he looked at Fane. In his hand was the stone of immortality. He said that he wanted to show them his true power, and immediately dissolved into the air, leaving behind a trail of fire. John looked around in confusion, wondering where he had gone. How could this be possible? Realizing all its danger, he ordered his men to immediately destroy Fane. Fane transformed into his true form. The Alliance men immediately opened fire on him. Kyoto understood that weapons would not be enough here, and decided to use the shadow strike technique against Fane. He was immediately surrounded by blades from the shadows that tried to tear his body apart. He said that all their efforts were in vain. He raised his hand in front of him and stopped the bullets and shadow blades with ease. Such a powerful energy came from him that simply burned everyone around. John saw the fear in the eyes of his warriors and ordered them not to stop and continue to attack. Fane made a wave of his hand and a fiery blade flew out of his body, which in a second cut down some of the fighters who attacked him. He said that they are just ordinary mortals. He said that they are not worthy to fight with him. All the bullets flying at him stopped, after which they turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Fane directed them back at his attackers. Their bodies began to be torn apart by their own weapons. John found himself one-on-one with Fane, filled with terror and the hopelessness of his position. He dropped his weapon and lowered his hands. He asked in horror if it was the same power as the energy cultivators. Fane flew up to him and said that their association was just a miserable bunch of self-satisfied frogs sitting at the bottom of the swamp. He pointed a finger directly at his forehead. He was numb with terror. There was a powerful energy shock. Shocked, Kyoto started shouting John's name. She attracted his attention with this, but he said that now it was her turn. Fane was close to her like the wind in an instant. He waved and said that it will now be destroyed. Suddenly she raised her hands up. It even surprised him a little, but he stopped for a moment. She held her hands up, was shaking all over, but said what she thought. The heads of families could not recognize their Kyoto in this frightened girl. All the Eastern ninjas didn't expect this from her either. She said she wanted to give up and begged him not to destroy her. He emotionlessly replied that he was sorry, but he is not in the habit of letting his enemies go, after which he immediately grabbed her by the throat. He saw that a poisoned thorn was visible from her sleeve and smilingly said that everything was clear now. Fane said that she wouldn't have anything left anyway because those poison needles don't work on him. She repeated that he could not finish her. He said to name at least one reason why it should not be done. She said if he destroys her, the clan will respond with all their might, and the war will destroy his entire country. And if he spares her, she promises that in the next 10 years they will not enter their territory. Suddenly he let go of her, but she fell to the ground. He held up 2 fingers and said that it looked like she had a high status in the East, and this led him to an interesting point. In my opinion, she fearfully asked him what he was going to do. Everything around shone with a bright golden light. Fane touched her forehead with a finger. The mark of the immortal stone appeared on her forehead. He said that he made a master and servant contract with her, and from now on she would serve him for the rest of her life. She began to say that this cannot be, and said that she would rather be destroyed than become his slave. Suddenly, a strange energy seized her hand and squeezed it tightly. Fane gently touched her chin, but she fell silent immediately. He smiled and said that she would no longer be able to leave without his order, after which he released her and turned around, leaving her sitting on his lap. His feet left the ground, but he flew into the air. He found himself in front of the heads of Japanese families and said that now it is necessary to deal with them. Fane raised his hand and pointed it at them, dryly announcing that they would be destroyed. Ikaro began to shout that they needed to retreat, but now it would be the best decision for them. They dissolved into the air, turning into 3 beams of blue light. They wanted to use the teleportation technique to escape. Fane said, "Do they think they can escape from him?" They tried to descend from above, but Fane blocked their way, much to their surprise. Fiery blades immediately appeared in the air and began to circle above them and pierce their bodies through and through. This deadly weapon left huge holes in them. Fane directed his powerful attack, slicing the ninja to pieces. When he finished, he exhaled nonchalantly and turned back to Kyoto. She continued to sit on her knees and shake with fear, saying that grandfather was right. She said with tears in her eyes that he said that China was a sleeping dragon, and she wanted to destroy it. Fane closed his eyes and sighed, his form blowing away in the wind. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still shocked by his true power. They looked at him with open mouths. Yuan Donghan said that it was just unbelievable. They bowed to him and said that they were incredibly grateful to him for his help by calling him their master. Fane turned to them and said that defeating this group of ninjas was just the beginning, but it was only a matter of time before people from other countries would pay attention to them. He said that he hopes they will be able to unite and together face any challenges that may await them in the future. Yuan Donghan said that he fully agrees with his words, but it is their duty. Fane said it was good, but they had other things to do. He pointed his hand at Kyoto and pulled her close to him. He sternly asked her where Mugan Creed was now. Meanwhile, Fane returned to Yuan Donghan and said that he wanted to leave other matters to him for now. He replied that he could completely rely on him and trust him, whereupon Fane immediately dissolved into thin air and disappeared. He said that now the future of all energy cultivators completely depends on Fane. It was a secret place hidden between the mountains. Fane and Kyoto landed near one of the caves. He asked where Creed was. She replied that she locked him in one of the caves. He smiled and said that he understood everything, after which he said that they could leave because Creed was no longer there. She worriedly asked him, how could this be? She said he wouldn't be able to get out because she destroyed his meridians and sealed his dantian. Fane asked her if she still thought she was in control. She said that her only mistake was that she could not predict his strength. She said that she took on too much. He said that if she doesn't believe him, she can go herself and make sure with her own eyes that he is not there. Fane smiled and thought that he had underestimated Murong Creed. She ran to the door and tore off the chains, and saw that there was no one inside the cave. She shouted loudly, "How can this be?" She picked up the note left by Creed, and the eyes began to run in surprise over the text that was written there. True rage seized her, and she uttered the name of Murong Creed with hatred. She clutched this note in her hand. It twisted in pain, and a red liquid came out of her mouth. She fell to the ground without strength. At this time in Japan at the Sato estate, the guards in the estate were attacked. The person who did it dragged one of them behind him. They dropped to their knees, Creed asking them why they were such a pitiful bunch of scum. He said that from this day the Ego and Sato families will cease to exist. He again struck one of the family members, taking his life. He destroyed everything around him that he could touch. Mujonlan turned to him and said that it was a group of high-ranking ninjas for sure, and could not imagine that they would be able to circle them around their finger. Mugan Creed said that these fools would never be able to grasp their wisdom. Creed said that now they need to hurry and gather everything they need to get back home. Several days passed and Fane returned home. He gave some bad news to Shu and said that Mujan Creed was still alive. She said that she understood this because it was not so easy to destroy him. Wu said that this time the Mujon family took advantage of the situation and was able to destroy the IGA and Sato families, which gave them enormous power, and they really became a serious opponent. Mujan Creed was able to lure the fighters of Eastern Japan with the help of a tournament and lead them into a trap. Fane asked Wu how Xiao Jiedzie was doing. He laughed and said that everything was fine. She even started calling him Grandpa. He said that she went on a school trip yesterday and he even arranged for her to be undercover. Fane was glad that even in his absence his sister could be safe and live a full life. Suddenly Shu entered the room and said that he was very happy to see Fane. Fane said that he was waiting for him and asked how he was doing with the work he had entrusted to him. He did everything you asked for and he did it in the best way. He said that it is good, but soon the whole country will rise. He also asked about the artifact that he ordered to be created because it was supposed to protect his sister. Shu sadly said that it was secretly implanted in Xiaojie's body, and because of that they suffered a lot. This artifact was shot with the power of a dragon and a lion, and they managed to sacrifice a lot of their auras to create it. When they finished creating the artifact, Zhu ran over to check if they survived. Fane understood that with the presence of such an artifact, even a strong master would not be able to harm his little sister. Wu said there was another important news. Fane asked what he was talking about. He said that he had received some news about the country's hidden forces in the past few days, and asked him if he had ever heard of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts Hall. He replied that of course he had heard about them. The fact is that the Martial Arts Hall of the Sacred Heart still looked like an ordinary training hall, but it was actually secretly founded by Li Shen. Li Shen in Fane's past life was the only person in the country who could achieve immortal power. He asked what exactly Wu wanted to say about the Sacred Heart Hall. He said that now they have united with many families, and it seems that they are up to something. Wu also suggested that they plan to attack the Apocalypse Alliance. He said that several of his friends had received invitations from the Martial Arts Hall, and Fane should probably receive one soon as well. He said that it is quite interesting. His phone rang and he put his hand in his pocket to answer it. He asked who it was. The person on the other end of the receiver shouted loudly at him, and he even dropped the phone from his hands. It was Teacher Ching. She was asking how much longer he planned to miss classes. He said he took an academic leave and asked why she decided he was skipping classes. She said that he should come immediately to the university tomorrow because she has to tell him something. He said he would come and asked her to calm down. His friends looked at him in confusion because they could not imagine that someone could talk to Fane like that. But that was not the only thing that struck them. Shu confusedly asked Fane if he was a student. Fane sighed and said that he had almost forgotten about it himself and told him that he was a medical student. He told his friends that they could go and rest for now. He himself was quite tired, but he wanted to catch his breath a little. He folded his hands on his chest and thought about something. The next day Fane arrived at the university. He held in his hands an invitation to the first medical college in the capital of the empire for work. The son smiled and said that she was really invited to teach at this educational institution, and she agreed. He said it was great news and it was much better than her current job, adding that it should be celebrated. She got up and blurted out in displeasure. Was that all he would say because she was going to go to another city? Fane was really embarrassed because he really didn't know what to say to that. He asked what else she wanted to tell him. She said that he was a cheeky boy and it was not fun to be with him at all. She put a piece of paper in front of him with something written on it. It was a quota for exchange students at an imperial medical college. She said she enrolled him in the exchange program and said that they could go together. He looked at her confused. He wanted to ask how she thought about it but changed his mind and asked when she was going to leave. She said that the exchange training starts next week and will last 6 months. Fane decided that he could use this opportunity to get to the capital and look at the Hall of the Sacred Heart. A man suddenly entered her office and addressed Teacher Ching. He was holding a bag of food in his hands and seemed to want to invite her to drink tea together. She looked at him disapprovingly and said that there was no time. He said that it was a special dessert that he bought especially for her. Fane immediately looked at him suspiciously. He felt that acacia powder had been added to this special dessert. Although there was not much of it, acacia powder remained in the body for a long time, and when it accumulated enough, it could explode. This guy kept insisting that Teacher Ching try it, but she said that she was very grateful to him, but she was on a diet. Fane decided to check him. Perhaps he did not know about the presence of the powder, but said that he did not mind trying the dessert because he was very hungry. He quickly snatched a bag of sweets from him that he didn't even have time to react, and immediately swallowed everything. He stood displeased and looked at him. He said it was quite tasty and thanked him for the dessert. Fane felt that he had a fairly high level of development and it was interesting. He asked Fane who he was. Ching introduced Fane to him and told him that this is her student, and he will participate in the exchange program. He was very angry with Fane for eating the dessert that was meant for Ching. When he learned his name, his mood suddenly changed. He friendly tapped Fane on the shoulder and said that this is a good opportunity to study at the capital college. Fane sternly ordered him to remove his hand immediately. He immediately pulled his hand away, feeling great pain. He began to say that since Fane was a student, he should have manners and respect his elders. He started yelling at Ching and saying that her student needs to learn good manners before going to the capital because he might get her into trouble. She said that he is her student, but she will make remarks to him on her own if necessary, and she does not need his help in this. His mood changed sharply again, but he said that he was too abrupt, after which he said goodbye and said that they would see each other in a week when they would go to the capital. As he left, he could barely contain his rage at Fane. He said that he must show him how cruel this world is. Fane felt this negative energy coming from him. He even tried to attack him from a distance, but it didn't work. It seems that this man was also a cultivator. Fane thought that something was wrong with him because he tried to attack him with an aura that was very low level. When he saw that he didn't succeed, he realized that Fane was a difficult student. He was able to recognize his plans and repel his aura attack, but he thought it didn't matter because he would destroy him anyway. Fane asked Teacher Ching who this man was. She said that he is still an idiot who relies on his father's reputation, and as a teacher he has a very bad reputation, and it is difficult to count how many female students have suffered because of him. Fane curiously asked who his father was. She said that he was Zhou Bintian. He was the boss of a big capital group. He smiled and said that he understood everything. She said that the father and his son in this family were still those scoundrels. He smiled and said that she could not worry about it. She asked him what he meant by that. He said that she cannot worry, but he will not dare to touch her. He created a protective aura for her, and he would deal with them later in the capital. Besides, he could use their resources in the future, Fane thought. After which he said goodbye to her and said that it was time for him, because this week he should prepare to leave for the capital. She looked in his direction and caught herself thinking that she was already used to his mysteriousness. A week passed. It was the capital airport. One of the guards checked the time to make sure everything was going according to plan. Ching walked through the airport surrounded by Fane and Zhou. He opened the door for her and invited her to get into the car. He wanted to put Fane in the front and himself sit with Ching in the back seat, but Fane ignored him and got into the car to Ching. He asked him what he was waiting for because it was already time for them to leave. He smiled and said that he was right. He was torn with rage, but he hid it with all his might. After some time, they arrived at the capital's palace hotel. Zhou had prepared numbers for them in advance. Fane smiled because he felt that this boy could no longer hold back and he was on the edge. They went to the reception where they were given the keys to their rooms. Zhou said goodbye to them and said that today he will not bother them anymore. But if they need anything, they can contact him. Ching smiled and turned to Fane, saying that she wanted to offer him something. She said that she had a presidential suite and he had a regular room, so she offered him to rest at her place. He decided that she was playing a joke on him, but told her to go rest and not worry about him. She said that I wasn't going to joke, but took offense and said that whatever she wants. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the hotel, Zhou met his bodyguard and asked if everything was arranged. The guard said that you cannot worry about anything, but he was able to do everything in the best way. He gave him the key and said that this card is from the Ching number. He stuck out his tongue and said that tonight he would make her his wife. Fane was resting in his room. He decided to call Wu and said that he had already arrived in the capital. He replied that they had also arrived in the capital and were already in the Sacred Heart Martial Arts Hall, after which he asked Fane when he would be able to join them. He said that he needs to solve a few things first. He had prepared a little surprise for Zhou tonight. It was already night. Ching just came out of the shower. Ta was humming some melody. Suddenly she heard someone knocking on the door of her room. She quietly approached the door and peeked in. Zhou was standing outside the door holding a bottle of wine. She said why he came at all because he didn't like her at all. She decided not to open it for him and let him walk under the door. She listened and heard that there was no more noise behind the door. She calmly exhaled, but decided that he must have already left. But suddenly, he found himself in her room and asked her why she ignores him. She was very frightened and asked him how he managed to enter. He showed her the room key and said he just opened the door. He said that he bought a bottle of good wine and put it on the table next to him, after which he adjusted his glasses and told him not to offend him with a refusal. She was very scared and irritated by his insolence. She said that she just wanted to rest and would invite him tomorrow. He smiled and said if she wanted to rest, she could keep him company. He began to take off his jacket and said that they would be able to have a good rest together. She said that if he does not leave immediately, then she is not responsible for herself. He threw his jacket on the floor and asked her why she was so inhospitable. He asked her, does she think that this weakling Fane can protect her? He saw Fane standing behind the door and told him to come out. Fane smiled and asked him what was the matter. He closed the door and asked did Zhou miss him so much. Zhou returned to Fane and asked him if he thought that if he learned a couple of tricks, he could save the beauty from the thieves. Fane said why not, it's a good thing. Joe said that Fane must be able to do something and offered him to become his follower, because by doing so, he would be able to gain wealth and prosperity. But he added that he can share this woman with him. He asked what Fane thought about going after her tonight together, saying that he was probably hanging around her too, just for her body. Fane said it was a good offer and offered to come out and discuss it. Joe smiled and said that it looks like Fane is a smart little one, after which they left the room together. Fane smiled wildly and said that now you can talk frankly. Ching heard some loud noise outside the door. She grabbed her head, realizing that Joe was over. The one with fried brains fell to the floor. He tried to crawl away to save himself, but Fane was very angry because he had not seen such insolent scum for a long time. He asked him, maybe he still wants to try. Joe said that he did not expect that he would be such a strong master of inner strength at such a young age. Fane stepped on his face, silencing him. He asked, why the hell is Joe talking so much? After which he took out the phone and told him to call his old man so that he would come and buy it. He waved the phone under his face in front of him, told him to do it immediately. He called Fane a snob and said he wanted too much. Immediately after these words, Fane struck him with a powerful knee in the chest. Then he kindly flew into the nearest wall, leaving a mark on it. Fane said he had little time, and if he does not, he must face the consequences. Joe seems to have felt immortal and said that Fane is provoking someone who should not be provoked. Fane smiled and said that Joe is a real fool if he thinks like that. Joe's father was sitting in his office somewhere on the top floor of one of the capital's skyscrapers. He picked up the phone and angrily asked what happened. Fane told him that he had half an hour, and after that his son would have to be put together piece by piece. Joe Bintian listens carefully to Fane's conditions. His assistant named Lau asked the boss if he should go there and deal with everything. Bintian said yes. Bintian said that no one dares to blackmail his family, but whoever this Fane is, he will make him regret it. Fane was sitting in his room on the floor with Zhao sitting across from him. He was sitting tied up and a gag was inserted in his mouth. The window to his room was open and Fane immediately felt the appearance of an alien energy. Lau immediately appeared behind him. Fane said if he was another 3 minutes late, he would be very disappointed. Lau was surprised that Fane could sense his presence and asked what his name was. Fane stood and invited him to talk about the case first. He walked up to Zhao and patted him on the head, asking Lau how much is this junk worth. Lau immediately tried to attack Fane. Fane easily stopped him without straining. Lau said that he is worth as much as Fane's life. He felt its incredible power and did not know how to react to it. When Fane's energy was so powerful that red liquid came out of his mouth from the heaviness of his aura, Lau said that Fane was at the peak of the Foundation's Rin. Fane asked him if they could talk in peace now. He said that it was his family's fault, and he did not expect to meet the Grand Master. Lau said that he expressed his respect and asked how the Zhao family could fulfill his conditions. He said that to start he needs 2 things. The first is money, about 1 billion. He replied that they can arrange it without any problems. Also, Fane said he needed Ningyuan Jade. This struck Lau, and he worriedly asked Du Fane how he knew about him. Ningyuan Jade is a valuable thing that allowed one to practice martial arts and enter the realm of Ningyuan. In the past life, this Joe Bintian got a jade in his hands, which allowed him to break out to a new level in one fell swoop. Fane said that most likely this issue was not in his competence, and said to call his boss. Bintian picked up the phone. He was very pleased because he thought that Lau managed to solve the issue with his son so quickly. But he called for another reason. He told his boss that they had contacted a very strong opponent, and he was at the peak of the Foundation level. Bintian was furious when he heard this information. He said that he could not believe the impudence of this snot. The fact that he wanted to get the jade shocked him. Lau said that he is not joking and really wants to get this jade. He shouted into the receiver and said that it was impossible. Fane took the phone and said that jade is his prerequisite, and if he doesn't get it, then he could say goodbye to his son right now, Fane said. He thought that his son was an idiot because he contacted such a dangerous person as Fane. They could waste jade. But what worried him even more was how he was able to find out that they had Ningyuan Jade. He decided that he would not mind playing this game with Fane. He said that the Ningyuan Jade was a very valuable thing, and then suggested that Fane meet and discuss it face to face. He said that he did not mind, and offered to name the place and time. Bintian said that tomorrow he will arrange a reception at the family estate and will wait for him there. Fane hung up the phone and said that now it's up to the little ones. He imposed a restriction on Zhao's body that only he could remove. Fane said, if he doesn't get the jade, Zhao will turn into a pile of dirt in 3 days. Fane turned to Lao and said that he can take him now. He grabbed his arm and said that in that case they would go, after which they dissolved into the air and disappeared from the room. Fane returned to the Qing room. She worriedly asked him how everything went. He said that she can rest easy and the Zhou family will never bother her again. But he warned her that tomorrow he had some business, so that she would have to go with herself to the college. She calmed down a little and said that she was fine and would go on her own. It was the Zhou family's secret room. Bintian sat inside it and asked if anyone could handle it. His assistants said that they cannot remove this curse, and only the one who imposed it can do it. He was very angry and asked why. He could not believe that he would really have to give the jade. He sat on his stone throne and held it in his fist for possibly the last time. The next day, a red sports car drove up to the Zhou estate. Out of him came a self-righteous Fane. He was received respectfully by the servants of the house. They said that they were already waiting for him and asked him to follow them. He entered the house, and the servant told him to go straight down the corridor. An open door was waiting for him in front of him, and he went inside. There he saw Zhou Bintian in front of him, who kindly greeted him. He offered him a cup of tea and said this was his favorite. He took a few sips and said that the tea was really not bad. Bintian said that his son is really very stupid, and he would like to apologize for him to the respected brother Lin. Fane ignored him and immediately asked what he had decided about his jade. He said that the jade was too important to his family and asked if it could be replaced with something else. He said that he collected various rare treasures for him and asked to look at them. Lao appeared in the room holding a box in his hands. Inside it were various precious artifacts. Fane folded his arms across his chest and said that he had warned that he only needed the jade. Bintian had already stopped pretending to be a benevolent host and asked Fane if he wanted to quarrel with the Zhou family. He said he knew Fane was a foundation-level peak and warned him that they weren't weak either. Fane smiled and asked, "Is he threatening him?" He started yelling loudly at Fane and saying that although they wouldn't be able to handle him, other people definitely could. He said that he has been friends with the masters in the martial arts hall for many years, and he is still close to his heart, so he is ready to ask for their help in dealing with Fane. A man appeared in the room. Fane looked at him, and he seemed familiar to him. So when he came out of the shadows, he saw that it was Wu. Wu asked him what he was doing here. Bintian greeted Wu kindly. Wu asked Bintian if this was the person he asked him to deal with. Bintian pointed a finger at Fane and said that it was a mean and insolent man who blackmailed his family. And since his family had always been on good terms with the Sacred Heart Hall, he asked to punish him. Wu got very angry and said that he is a real fool. Bintian said that Fane was really a fool who only relied on his power level. Wu grabbed Bintian by the collar and started saying that he is the real fool. He looked at Wu in horror, not understanding what was happening. Wu calmed down and exhaled heavily. Wu turned to Fane and said that he had a good relationship with the Sacred Heart Martial Arts Hall, so they asked him to solve a small problem with Zhou Bintian's son. Fane smiled and said that now everything is clear. Frightened Bintian asked what was happening here. Wu shouted at Bintian, pointing his finger at Fane, and said that the whole person should not be attacked, not only him but also the Hall of the Sacred Heart. He fell on the floor in despair and said in despair that this could not be. Fane approached him, took him by the shoulder and told him not to be afraid, because he would not do anything to him. He said that the only thing he had to do was give him the jade. He got up and ran somewhere with the words that he would bring him now. Fane stayed in his office to wait. Fane and Wu could barely contain their laughter at this situation, and couldn't stand it, hugged each other and laughed loudly. After some time, Bintian appeared in the office again. He was holding a box in his hands and said that the jade was in the middle. He opened it and showed it to Fane. He took the jade and said that it was indeed a valuable thing, after which he said that one more condition remained to be fulfilled, and that was to give him 1 billion. Fane said that he hoped he would collect it quickly, but he would send someone to collect the money, after which they said goodbye and left Bintian, leaving him with nothing. He was extremely angry and could barely control his emotions. When Fane and Wu left his office, he started shouting loudly. He said that even though he was in the Sacred Heart Hall, he couldn't do anything with him, but he wouldn't just leave it like that. He said that if no one in his country could help him, he would seek help abroad. Meanwhile, in the Reception Association Apocalypse, the secretary received a call. Zhou Bintian was on the other end of the phone. He asked if their offer was valid. The man in the mask replied that, of course, everything is still in force. He said that he agreed to everything. The only thing he needed was help in destroying a few people. Wu and Fane were just leaving Zhao's house. Wu said that he was just planning to take Fane to the Sacred Heart Hall. Fane got the keys and said that they can leave right now. They got into his new car and rushed to the hall at full speed. The hall was located in the very heart of the capital of the empire. The guys arrived at the place and carefully looked at the beautiful architecture. Fane said it looked impressive. Unexpectedly, some artifact appeared to Wu. It was a red ring. He said that in order to get to the Hall of the Sacred Heart, it was necessary to follow some rules. To begin with, one had to change into a martial arts uniform. He gave Fane a uniform to change into, and he gladly accepted. 2 guards stood in front of the gate leading to the martial arts hall. They saw that 2 people were approaching them. Fane had already changed into a special uniform, and they were confidently heading to the hall. Guards bowed to them and said that they were glad to welcome the elder. They opened the gate and the boys entered the middle. They looked at the new guest with interest and discussed who he was because they had not seen him here before. Besides, he was too young, and they decided that Master Wu had brought his apprentice. It was the first floor of the martial arts hall, where training was in full swing. Fane carefully examined everything from the sides and said that it looked good. He saw a man in front of him who shouted that his older brother's technique was getting better and better. In the middle of the hall, a young man was practicing the tiger technique. When Fane saw his technique, he snorted in displeasure. He noticed it immediately and looked at him with displeasure. When he saw Wu, he said that he did not expect him so early. He pointed to Fane and asked him what kind of young man he was. Fane immediately said that there are several flaws in his striking technique, and if he continues to train like this in the future, he may damage his bones. He angrily looked at him and said to repeat his words once more. He dissatisfiedly said that his teacher's father had taught him this technique, and he had already mastered it 90%. Fane said that he did not mean to offend him and only pointed out the shortcomings. He took a fighting stance and told Fane to show him in action where he was wrong. Wu said that this young man's name was Li Hu, and he was a senior student in the Sacred Heart Hall, and was the most outstanding of them all. Fane said that in this case he can attack him, and during the fight he will give him his instructions. Li Hu immediately pounced on him with fury. He struck him with a powerful blow, and Fane seemed to dissolve into thin air, leaving behind only a shadow. In a moment, Fane was already near him and kicked him, knocking him off his feet. He said that his first problem was the uneven pace. Li Hu became even more angry, but he again rushed to the attack, trying to hit him in the head. Fane, as always, was completely calm and in complete control of the situation. He easily blocked his attack and said that Li Hu's strikes were too open and the opponent could easily read his intentions. He emphasized that this was his second problem, after which he flashed his eyes and gave him a very powerful and strong blow, turning away from him. Li Hu was able to land on his feet but was very angry and amazed by the strength and technique of this young man. But he stopped, exhaled, and took himself in his hands. He said he was very grateful to Fane for his guidance and thanked him sincerely. A woman came down from the second floor. She said that she had heard a lot about Fainlin, and now she saw it in person and realized that the rumors were not lying. She said that it is hard to believe that such an outstanding person came and just gives instructions to her students. He smiled and said that he is always happy to help, but it seems it was sarcasm on her part. Wu introduced her to Fane. He said her name was Litzen and she was Li Shen's granddaughter. Fane was shocked when he heard her name. In his past life, he heard that Litzen was a proud, heavenly genius who reached the peak of the foundation level at a young age, but unfortunately she passed away unexpectedly. But no one knew how it happened. Some people said that she fell in battle, and others said that she was poisoned, so there was no accurate information. Fane looked at her once more. But he couldn't believe that it was her, and he managed to meet her in this life. She saw his surprised look and was a little confused. She asked why he attacked her. He saw her true form. It was just madness. This girl was rushing towards rapid success, and because of that, her foundation remained unstable, and even now her body was accumulating a large amount of damage. And there was a possibility that after 3 years, she might not be able to stand it, and this was the cause of Fane's confusion. As Fane examined her, Wu decided that he must be a young man. She continued to scream and ask if he had seen it yet. He calmly replied that he had seen enough. She looked at him sternly. She then grabbed Wu's hand and told them they needed to go to the 3rd floor to talk. They all started to climb to the 3rd floor of the hall together. As they climbed the stairs, Wu turned to Fane and said that he was very Li Qin. Wu started to laugh out loud when he saw Fane's reaction. Fane said he didn't understand what he was talking about. They entered her office, and she poured them fragrant tea. She said that the tea was very tasty, and suggested that they try it. Wu turned to Li Qin and asked if she was 25 years old. She did not expect this question and confusedly replied that it was. Wu started laughing loudly again and saying that this is a good age to get married, referring to her and Fane. She and Fane were both embarrassed after Wu's words. Suddenly, she abruptly stopped him. Li Qin said that she devoted her life to martial arts and vowed that she would not even think about personal relationships until she reached the Ningyuan realm. But Fane folded his arms and confidently told her that she would not be able to reach the Ningyuan realm. She got angry and started shouting why he thinks so. Wu gave Fane a thumbs up and said if he is the first to aspire to reach this level, then that is good. He looked at her sternly and said that due to the fact that she sought to achieve rapid success in development, she greatly harmed her body. Fane said that in less than 3 years, she will go mad with pain and be destroyed, so no kingdom should be dreamed of. She did not accept his words but said that according to rumors, Fane possessed an outstanding talent. But she warned him that there was always someone much stronger than him and told him to be humble and not make foolish assumptions. Fane calmly took a sip of tea and said that lately she feels a strange sensation in her dantian when performing great sacred movements. She felt as if she had been doused with cold water. Her eyes widened, and she was very surprised how he knew this. He said that this feeling appeared in her a long time ago, but it has been increasing for a long time, and she always uses her inner strength to recover. He said that this feeling disappears immediately, but after a while it appears again, but she is forced to repeat all this again. He said if she continues to do that, the only thing that awaits her is destruction. She anxiously asked him if he had a solution. He said that others definitely don't have a solution, but it doesn't concern him either. She angrily asked what to do in that case. Fane said she didn't look like she was asking for help. A joyful young man named Zheng Hu burst into her office and said that he had invited Dr. Wang. He did not expect to see Fane and Wu in her office, and confusedly asked who they were. She immediately grabbed Wu's hand. She introduced him, saying that he was a good friend of Mu Junwu's grandfather. While ignoring Fane, he felt all her arrogance. He said that he is very happy to meet you, and it is an honor for him. Zheng Hu was her older brother. Zheng Hu introduced the doctor to her and said that he was a brilliant master, and he had already told him about her symptoms. She happily greeted him and said that she hoped he would help her. The doctor said that he had spent several years alone in meditation, and if it had not been for her brother's sincerity and persuasion, he would not have left his place of meditation. She bowed to the doctor and said that she would never forget his kindness. After which she left the office with her brother and the doctor, and told Wu and Fane that she would pass on the news of her visit when he returned. As they stood in the doorway of the office about to leave them, Fane sighed, and smilingly said that the one who does not want salvation will not be able to survive. Her brother heard his words and looked at him angrily. Li Qin also gave him her concerned look. The doctor contemptuously asked him what he meant by this. Fane laughed and said he didn't want to say anything and added that they could go where they were going. Eventually, they left the office and left. Wu worriedly asked Fane what he meant. He said that this outstanding doctor was a habitual liar. Wu asked him what would happen to Li Qin in that case. Fane sighed and said that she was too arrogant and a little pain would only do her good. They entered a quiet room. The doctor turned to Li Qin and told her to sit down. He took out needles and said that now they will do acupuncture. She closed her eyes and said that she was very grateful to Dr. Wang for his help. He started sticking needles into her. He threw them at her back and even hit her hands, after which he started hitting her with his hands on the back. It was not like a treatment, but a beating, and she was in a lot of pain. Her brother had already begun to worry about her sister. He asked the doctor unhappily what was going on. He replied that there was no need to panic, but it was just a little thing and she would get better soon. But after a while she felt even worse than before, until suddenly she felt a strong and sharp pain. She began to cough violently, and a red-black liquid came out of her mouth. Seeing such a reaction, the doctor was very frightened and said that he did not know what was happening. Zheng Hu grabbed him by the collar and said that if something happens to his sister, he won't just leave it like that. The doctor started muttering something in fear. Fane appeared in the room and said that they are real fools. Zheng Hu looked at him in confusion, still holding the doctor in his hands. Fane turned to him and said that he had gone too far in trying to destroy his sister. He said it was very clever to give the knife to someone else so that person would do the killing for him. He dismissed the doctor and said that he did not understand what Fane was talking about. Fane asked him, "Does he need to express himself more clearly?" He sternly looked at Fane and said that now his congestion is being treated, and he asked them to leave the room. Fane ignored him and walked past him, asking what he would do to him if he refused. Jung-hoo started poking at him and saying that if he didn't leave, he would have to use force. Leekin felt so bad that she couldn't even say anything. She trembled all over and began to plead with Fane to save her life. Fane said if she asked him himself, he would do it for her. Suddenly, Jung-hoo grabbed the knife and jumped with it, trying to strike Fane. But Fane had foreseen the whole miserable attempt at attack. He launched a wave attack at him, and Jung-hoo immediately released his weapon and fell to the floor. He was lying face down, lifeless. The pseudo-doctor saw this and began to scream in fear, and Fane ordered him to get out of here immediately. He immediately jumped out of the room. Woo looked at Jung-hoo lying on the floor and said that he was just a jerk, and he found it hard to believe that Lee Shun could raise such a scumbag. Fane said that not always good people can raise good children. He said that from the very beginning he felt that something was wrong with this story, and added that it is not important now. The main thing now is to save Litzen, and they will deal with Jung-hoo later. She was already passed out. Fane came and picked her up in his arms, after which he carefully laid him on the bed and, gathering healing energy in his hands, began to work. He should have cleared her aura to begin with, after which restore all damaged meridians. It was quite a difficult and long process because the damage was very serious. But eventually Fane finished his treatment. She regained consciousness and began to cough loudly while holding her hands. Suddenly she felt very strange, but this surprised her very much. She had not felt such elation and good health for a long time, and said that she felt her dantian had recovered. Fane exhaled and said that everything is ready. He said that he had restored all her meridians, but he still hoped that in the future she would not be in such a hurry to perfect herself and would first strengthen her foundation. She thanked him profusely and called Fane her master. Then she looked at her brother. Who was lying on the floor, and said that she could never have thought that he was capable of such things. Fane removed the spell from him and brought him back to consciousness, saying that he had to explain everything himself. Jung-hoo flew into the air under the influence of Fane's power. He did not understand what was happening, and confusedly asked what it was. He saw that everything was fine with his sister and asked why she was still alive. He began to get very angry and say that he was so close to his goal. He began to scream and turn to God, asking why he did not help him, after which he immediately received a powerful blow to the face. After being hit by Fane, he flew several meters and fell back to the floor. Fane raised his hand and told him to shut up. He held his face and she said that it was very painful. Licken came up to him and said that she couldn't even imagine that there was such scum in her hall. He began to say that since childhood he felt injustice towards himself. He shouted that he always surpassed her in talent and diligence, but all the glory went to her alone. But it was only because she was Li Shun's granddaughter that she was able to inherit the Sacred Heart Martial Arts Hall, and he did not consider her worthy of this because he considered himself the best student. She said that she could not even think that the matter was such a trifle. He shouted that it was not trivial and that it was easy for her to say. He said that for him the Hall of the Sacred Heart is everything, but he wanted to strike her imperceptibly, but did not have time to do so as he received a powerful blow to the head. Fane nailed him to the floor and he lost consciousness again. He said that Jung-hoo talks too much. One of the students of the hall ran into the room and informed Litzen that the master had returned. She was very happy and said that at last my uncle had returned. The students of the hall reported that he was waiting for them in the reception hall. They saw Jung-hoo lying unconscious on the floor and asked what happened. She sternly replied that he was no longer a member of the Sacred Heart Martial Arts Hall, and to begin with they should kick him out of here, and then he would be banished forever. They were very surprised and stood silently, not understanding what it was all about. She started shouting at them and saying, did they not hear her order? They got scared and started saying that they will do everything now, after which they picked him up and dragged him to the exit. She turned to Fane and said that she wanted to introduce him to his grandfather. He smiled and said he would be very happy. It was the main reception hall of the martial arts hall. In the middle sat Lishan carelessly drinking tea. A joyful Litzen ran there and said that she was very glad to see him back. He stroked her and said that he missed her very much. Wu approached him and said with a smile that he doesn't seem to notice anyone except his granddaughter. They hugged in a friendly way and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Litzen approached the grandfather and then told him in his ear that she wanted to introduce him to whom and where. He was surprised because he had not heard his granddaughter speak about someone with such admiration for a long time, after which she told him that this person was able to heal her. He bowed before Fane said he would never forget his kindness. Fane said that he should not be thanked because he could not refuse in such a situation. He said that Fane was very young and so talented in various fields, he should be an example for all martial artists. Suddenly he asked if Fane had a girlfriend because his granddaughter was not married. Litzen was very embarrassed and began to say that the grandfather did make it up. Fane said that he was free. He laughed loudly and said that in that case he advises him to communicate more with his granddaughter because she was a very good girl. Fane said that he would like to talk about business first. Wu laughed and said that it looks like he is changing the subject. Lishan said that he did not mind, but asked his granddaughter to leave them alone. She said that she understood everything. She left the reception room, leaving Fane and Wu with Grandpa. He said that he gathered various representatives of the great families of China. It was an important matter, and he was counting on support. Fane asked him what was the matter. He began to tell how suddenly someone ran into the reception room and interrupted him. It was one of the students in the hall, but he said that there was a problem. Fane and Wu looked at each other warily. Lishan told him to calm down and tell everything in order. The student said that there was a group of people on the street who were going to attack them. Lishan said that the martial arts hall still exists for many years, and many people challenged him and asked why they are panicking now. He said that this time everything was different. It was people from abroad, and they demanded to hand over a person named Fainlin to them. Fane was surprised and asked who could need it. Fane saw an aura of rage in Lishan, and he said that Fane had helped them a lot, and they were not going to betray him, and these people would not be able to intimidate them. Lishan said he would go out and talk to them now, but Fane stopped him and said that if they came for him, he would take care of everything himself, after which Fane dissolved into thin air and instantly disappeared from the reception room. Lishan was very impressed by this. Wu put his hand on his shoulder and said that you cannot worry and this young man will handle everything himself, and they can have a cup of tea for now. Li Hu, meanwhile, fell heavily to the floor after receiving a powerful blow. They couldn't handle these people and took a lot of damage from them. They were people from the Alliance, and they scornfully asked if this was the Sacred Heart's glorious martial arts hall. He said that they were real weaklings. Li Hu asked them who the hell they are, what they need. The masked man scornfully replied that he didn't need to know that, but they should tell them where Fainlin was. Fane suddenly appeared near them and said that he heard someone was looking for him. He landed like a meteor unexpectedly and spectacularly. Everyone was very surprised when they saw him. He asked them, are they new, because he had not seen them before. He said that he did not need to know them. It was enough that he ran into the wrong people. Fane just smiled when he heard his cheeky answer. He approached him like a ghost, but he didn't even have time to react. Fane struck him with a powerful blow, and he flew several meters away. He said he hoped they would show their strength. The man in the mask immediately jumped to his feet and said that Fane was too insolent. He immediately rushed to attack him at full speed. He tried to hit him with his knee, delivering a powerful blow. Fane appreciated his speed and said that it was impressive, but he deflected this attack by covering himself with his hand. He tried to throw another punch, but this time with his fist. Fane dodged once more. Fane caught himself thinking that he did not feel his inner strength, but the physical strength and speed of this man was inhuman in power. Fane said that now he understood who they are. The masked man said yes and asked him who they were. He said that it doesn't matter because they will destroy them anyway. Fane said that it seems they never guessed who they were dealing with, after which Fane approached him in a second and struck him hard in the stomach. He said that from below, there are already many people from the Apocalypse Alliance, and they will not be an exception. He was very frightened and asked how he knew about this. Looking around, he saw that his men fell to their knees and some were already unconscious. Fane calmly moved away from him. Confused, he asked him how he managed to do it. Fane just smiled back at him. After that, he suddenly appeared from behind and grabbed him by the neck, and Fane told him that he was very weak and that he would probably leave him alive. Fane told him to come back with someone stronger next time, after which he left him sitting on his lap and left. He reached into his pocket for a gun but didn't even have time to pull it out. Fane immediately warned that it was useless against him. He was even more surprised and felt real horror, not understanding who this person was. He looked back and saw his unconscious men behind him, after which he grabbed them by the arms and took off. They stopped in one of the walks. He threw them to the ground and said that they were weaklings. He took out his phone and started dialing someone's number. He took out his phone and started calling Binti and asking him who the hell is this Fainlin. He said that Fain was an energy cultivator, and added that he was quite dangerous. The man in the mask said if he wants to destroy it, it will take much more strength and resources. He said that he understood everything and would do everything necessary. He decided that in such a situation, it was necessary to call Jin and Yin because only they could help. But no one picked up the phone. But he said that they were lost because they were unavailable at such an important moment. He took out some kind of flask with a green liquid and poured this liquid on the heads of his men. Their bodies immediately dissolved, leaving behind only a pool of slime. Fain turned to Li Shen and Wu and told them that they were people from the Alliance. He said that they did not even have time to announce the war to them as they came by themselves. Li Shen asked Fain why he left one of them alive. He said he wanted to use it to go fishing more. Li Shen said that they actually know very little about the apocalypse, but if he succeeds in carrying out his plan, it will be of great benefit to them. He also said that Fain can stay in the hall as long as he wants. He thanked him for his kindness and said that he had some important business to attend to. He said that in that case he would not detain him. He said that in 3 days the representatives of the martial arts schools that were invited by him will arrive. He said he hoped Fain would be able to finish all his business by then. He went to the door, intending to leave it. After returning home, Fain continued to practice and improve his cultivation. For this, he actively used his Stone of Immortality. His cultivation rapidly reached a new level. Fain's main goal was to reach a new level. He collected and absorbed the surrounding energy into himself. In addition to working on the body, he also strengthened his consciousness and concentration. The Stone of Immortality shone with new colors and became much more powerful than before. Eventually, Fain managed to reach the Ningyuan realm. He said that he could not even imagine that the 9 heavenly gods' immortality stone would turn into Ningyuan in his body. Fain was in a high mood. He said that he was really proud of himself, and he became 10 times stronger than even in his past life. He knew that this time with the stone of the 9 heavenly gods, he was destined to surpass his past achievements and achieve greatness. Fain stretched out on the bed and was finally able to rest. He was very tired, so he immediately fell asleep easily. The next day, Fain and Qing went to the medical college. Qing said that today will be the first public lectures of college professors, so the best representatives of medical universities will gather here. She said she hoped Fain would behave well and not make her blush. Fain reassured her and said that she should not worry because everything will be fine. There were already quite a lot of people in the middle of the university. A young man appeared among the crowd who stood out among the others. His name was Xu Yin. People discussed his appearance but could not believe that he appeared at the university. Qing turned to the young man and asked if he was Xu Yin. She said that he was considered the capital's genius of the first medical college. He smiled and said that these were just jokes invented by the students. Fain watched him closely. Xu Yin also noticed him and asked if he was the same exchange student. He smiled and said that Fain could contact him with any questions, after which he said that he was glad to meet them, but he already had to hurry to the lecture. Fain was immediately able to appreciate his high level of energy, and was convinced that the capital of the empire really impressed its inhabitants. Fain and Qing came to the assembly hall where many students had already gathered, waiting for the professor's speeches. They took their seats and began to wait for the performance. A man appeared on the stage and introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhang. The students were delighted when they saw him because he was a professor of modern medicine and said that his operations always ended in success. One of the students said that he did not make a single mistake in 30 years of his medical practice, but he was considered an excellent example to follow. Loud ovations immediately followed his introductory speech. The professor said that they had their first lesson today, and added that he hoped to become friends with them. One of the students asked if he could ask a question. The professor smiled and replied that of course. The young man said that he was born into a family that practiced traditional Chinese medicine, and had been learning it from his grandfather since childhood. And in recent years, he felt that fewer and fewer people trust traditional medicine and prefer modern medicine, the young man said. He said that he would like to know the professor's opinion and what he thinks about it. The professor sighed and was about to say something. He said that there are no such concepts as traditional Chinese medicine and modern Western medicine, but it all boils down to the fact that if a doctor can cure a patient, then he is considered a good doctor. Xu Yin, who was sitting in the audience, began to laugh expressively after hearing the words of the professor. The entire audience of students immediately paid attention to him. He started laughing and apologized, explaining that he just thought it was a very funny question, but he couldn't help himself. The professor looked at him sternly. He knew that this student was famous for his arrogance, but at the same time he had a huge talent. But most of all, he did not like Chinese medicine. The student who asked the question to the professor started shouting at Xu Yin. He said that he heard about him and that he was known as the pride of the university. Xu Yin smiled proudly and said that it was true. This guy asked what would be funny about his question. He adjusted his glasses and said that the question itself was ridiculous because he considered traditional Chinese medicine to be a common scam, and explained that the body itself can recover from diseases that can be cured with the help of Chinese medicine. He said that only modern medicine is considered real medicine. Many students who heard his words were very angry because they devoted many years of their lives to the study of traditional medicine. The professor said that Xu Yin was wrong because Chinese medicine was a very extensive and profound science. Xu Yin adjusted his glasses again and said that he disagreed with the professor and believed that traditional medicine should disappear and become a thing of the past. He confidently said that traditional medicine was a common fraud and some people still used it, but it must be eradicated and put an end to it. He continued to say that students should focus on modern medicine and not rely on fake Chinese medicine. Fein suddenly stood up and turned to Xu Yin. He said, "If he thinks traditional medicine is a scam, why don't they test it in practice?" He approached him and asked if Xu Yin would dare to prove his words with action. He said that he is ready to confirm his words. He stood and spread his hands and said that Chinese traditional medicine is just a farce, and asked Fein what kind of competition he wanted to arrange. He replied that if Xu Yin despises Chinese medicine so much, then he should decide for himself so that no questions arise later. He confidently replied that it would not be a problem and offered to compete in the very basic foundations of Chinese medicine. Xu Yin said if he loses, he will apologize to all Chinese medicine practitioners. Fein smiled, hearing his confidence in his words. But if he wins, he will tell every university that Chinese medicine is just rubbish. All the students in the audience were very surprised when they heard the terms of this competition. There was an uproar in the audience. All the students began to discuss where this guy had such confidence in his knowledge. Some shouted that it would be very cool. Some asked if Fein had any qualifications to represent all practitioners of traditional medicine. The professor started yelling and saying that they don't respect him at all, and if they want to compete, they should do it somewhere else and not in his lecture. The boys just now paid attention to the professor, who was shouting displeasedly. Xu Yin said that the conditions here are really not the best, and offered to meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock in front of the college laboratory. Fein said that he is ready to meet him without any problems. They clapped hands and agreed. When the students realized that there would be a real battle, they started voting and cheering for Fein even louder and asking him to demonstrate and prove that traditional medicine is the best. They shouted that the whole college, when they found out, would gather tomorrow to see how these two would compete. The professor could not stand it and said that the lesson was over. Qing was upset, then turned to Fein and said that he is here for the first time and has already decided to cause trouble, and asked if it is true that he is going to compete with this guy tomorrow. He smiled and told her to come and see tomorrow too. When Fein left the auditorium, he saw a large group of students on the street who were actively discussing something. With him was Qing Ta. She was quite nervous, unlike Fein, who, as always, was very confident. They were just passing by the laboratory in front of which the competition was to be held tomorrow. A girl in a white dress and long braids stood out from the crowd. She approached Fein and asked if he was the same new student. Fein replied that he was. She started yelling and accusing him, saying how dare he represent traditional Chinese medicine, and if he loses, he will cast a shadow on her. Some students supported her and said that this is wrong because who is he to be responsible for everyone? Fein looked at her and asked what she was up to. She got even more angry and started shouting that he was an exchange student. And why did he decide that he could represent traditional medicine? She thought he didn't deserve it. And if he wins, it will be good. And if he loses, they will not be able to look into the eyes of other students studying modern medicine. He said that maybe she is right and suggested that she go and compete with Xu Yin herself. She began to say that the competition made no sense because these two types of medicine were very different. Fein glanced at her and said that it looks like she doesn't believe in traditional medicine herself. He told her to come and see for herself what she is capable of, after which they left her and went about their business while that unsatisfied and dull leg stood. She turned to some guy and said that he checked this Fane because she wanted to know who he was. Fane turned to Ching and asked if she would come to watch the competition tomorrow. She said she wasn't interested in it. Anyway, she had an appointment with her sister tomorrow. Fane smiled and said that she really has friends all over China. She smiled and said that her younger sister is an unusual person, and she will introduce them. Fane smiled and said he didn't mind. The next day, Fane came to the laboratory. A group of students had already gathered inside, waiting for the upcoming battle. Some of them chanted and cheered for him, and some, on the contrary, were skeptical and scoffed. The girl who shouted at him yesterday and accused him of competence ran up to him. She addressed him by name, but Fane ignored her. She became even more angry. She huffed and said that no one dares to treat her so disrespectfully. Fane was surrounded by a bunch of students who surrounded him from all sides. Shu Yin met him. He said that he already thought that Fane would be afraid to come to the battle. Fane said if he thought that, then he underestimated him. Shu Yin said he was ready to start at any moment. He said that the first round is dedicated to the review. To make everything fair, he had to wash one of the students and they will start. Fane immediately chose the girl who got him. She was very surprised by this and asked if he had recruited her. Fane confirmed his choice and said that he wanted her. Her name was Zhaoqi. Shu Yin asked her if she agreed. She replied that she agreed and wanted to see what they were capable of. Fane turned to Shu Yin and said that he probably needed equipment, so he suggested that he start first. He put the girl inside the apparatus in order to conduct a complete examination. He took tests on her and made some notes while investigating her condition. Shu Yin exhaled and said that everything is ready and now it is not Fane's turn. He walked over to Zhaoqi and looked at her intently. Fane decided to start with the usual visual inspection. She asked irritably how much longer he was going to stare. Fane turned around and said he had seen enough. She looked at him meaningfully, but did not answer anything. Shu Yin handed Fane some paper and said that each of them should write their conclusions. Fane sat down at the table and began to actively write. Meanwhile, the students divided into two groups. One cheered for Fane. It was the practice of traditional medicine, and the other for Shu Yin. It was those who recognized only modern medicine. Shu Yin approached Fane and asked if he was ready. He replied that everything was already ready. He said that he will then start the first and tell about the results of the examination and the diagnoses. He said that Zhaoqi's body was generally healthy, but there were some traces of inflammation, but he thought it was a mild cold. Then he sternly looked at Fane, who said that now it was his turn. Fane smiled and said that he also thought she had a slight cold. And indeed she began to cough. Also Fane noticed dark spots on her face, but this could mean that she was poisoned. Shu Yin shot an annoyed look at Fane. He said that the results were not bad, and in the first round he declares a draw. The second and third rounds soon followed. These two rounds also ended in a draw. Some could not verify that traditional medicine went side by side with modern medicine in terms of the correctness of diagnoses, and believed that Fane was just lucky. Everything should be clarified in the last round, and they will finally be able to see what traditional medicine is hiding. Either it is really effective or it is just like Shu Yin said, it was an ordinary fraud. He said it's time to start the last round. Suddenly, one of the students who was following Zabatlam fell to his knees. He fell to the floor and writhed in pain. Shu Yin was surprised and asked him what happened. He replied that he had a severe stomach ache. He said that they have two simple equipment here to check what is wrong with him, and said that it is better to send him to the hospital. Fane touched the student's hand, and then said that he had acute appendicitis. He took a set of needles from his pocket, after which he took one of them and said that he would now conduct an acupuncture session. The student said that it should not be done and simply asked to take him to the hospital. He shouted that he did not believe in traditional medicine, but he was very sick. Fane immediately grabbed his shirt and stuck the needle into his stomach. Shu Yin started shouting that Fane would lose him. Fane in turn told him to shut up. He did several head tappings. The student began to feel how the pain passes, and said in surprise that he feels much better. Fane said that a little later he will write him a letter that will take several days to fully recover. He smiled and said that now there's no need for any hospitals and operations. All the students were extremely amazed when they saw such an effect from traditional medicine. Zhaoqi was also impressed that acupuncture could help in such a case. One of the students started shouting that it was a scam, but it was an acting performance and this guy was not hurt. Some of them believed his words but began to doubt. This guy said that this is not true and that acupuncture really helped him. Fane said that it should not be taken into account and offered to continue and conduct the last round. Shu Yin thought that what is wrong with this guy? And how did he have such techniques? Suddenly, several teachers burst into the laboratory and began to shout and ask the students what they were doing here, because now it was class time. They said that the students made a real mess, doing all kinds of bullshit during the study time. Yu Yin said that it was similar to the last round. Nothing would work. Fane said that he was not feeling well and wanted to spend it. Shu Yin told Fane that he knew that he was an energy cultivator, and added that in 3 days they would be able to compete seriously. He said he hoped Fane wouldn't be scared. Now Fane understood his true intentions and said he agreed. Meanwhile, teachers were kicking out students for classes. Everyone was very disappointed because they could not find out who won. Suddenly, Zhao Qi ran up to Fane and grabbed his jacket and ordered him to stop. He asked her what else she needed. She said that he was lucky today, but he would have lost 100% in the last round. Fane said that she studies traditional Chinese medicine but does not believe in it at all, so she is not worthy to practice it. He turned around and said that he had nothing to talk to her about. She was very angry about this and could barely contain her rage. Fane began to feel how bored he was, but this competition was the only thing that entertained him in any way. Suddenly he saw a girl running towards him. She rushed to him and shouted that it was him, after which she ran up and asked him to stop, pointing her hand at him. Fane immediately grabbed her wrist, but she broke free and turned around. He asked her what she was going to do. She winked at him and said she thought he was an energy cultivator, then started jumping around him, Fane watching her in surprise. She said that in fact she needed something from him and asked her to help. She said that this was not the place to talk, but she really needed his help. He asked me what kind of relationship she had with Shu Yin. Fane felt that this girl's inner energy was the same as Shu Yin's. She grabbed his hands and said that she was not wrong in her choice and promised that she would tell everything. Only he had to go with her. Fane said it was quite interesting and agreed to go with her. They set off together towards the exit from the university. Zhao Qi started to jump up and say that he ignored her and went somewhere with Huaifei himself. They came to one of the houses in the capital. When they entered the middle, she began to scream loudly and beg him to save her divine medicine sect. It was one of the popular medical sects of the capital of the empire. Fane remembered how once the old head of this sect had handed him one valuable artifact and said that when he met his descendants he should take care of them. Fane looked at Huaifei in surprise and asked her, was she the head of the divine medicine sect? He said that he did not expect to meet such a person. She looked at him confused, and said to be more precise that the current chairman was her father. Fane said that she was asking him to save the sect, and asked how she had confidence that he would be able to do it. She said that she saw his competition with Shu Yin, so she believes that he has enough abilities for this. Fane decided that this girl was pretty stupid. She continued and said that she believed that Fane was gifted with a unique energy. He asked her what kind of relationship she had with Shu Yin. She said that he was her father's adopted son and a traitor to the divine medicine sect. Fane asked why Shu Yin comes from the divine doctor clan but hates Chinese medicine. She replied that it was because he was a scoundrel. She said that he was an adopted son and had a great talent for self-development, but at the same time he did not understand anything about traditional medicine. She said that because of this, he could not rise high in the sect, but despite all his ups and downs, he was always treated well. She said that even her father said that in a few years he wanted to hand over the post of head of the sect to him. But unfortunately he refused and turned out to be a heartless dog, and for his own personal interests he betrayed the divine medicine sect, she said. She said he had joined some mysterious group that was trying to degrade traditional Chinese medicine. And that was not all. He privatized 1/3 of the pharmaceutical industry of the imperial capital. He sold many medicines and received a lot of money. With these medicines he treated only the symptoms and not the diseases themselves. She said that because of all this her father had a stroke, and he fell into a coma, and Shu Yin is currently organizing a medical competition at the college. However, his ultimate goal was to degrade her skill in Chinese medicine and eventually destroy the sect, Huaifei said angrily. Fane listened to her carefully, but said that even if he betrayed the divine sect, they must have many talented students. The master asked, where did they go? She said that he pressured their students and they decided to leave. She spread her hands and said that besides her, there were only a few newbies left in the divine medicine sect. Fane said if he managed to expel most of their disciples so easily, it meant that their sect was in trouble. Fane asked if Shu Yin's medical skills were superior to her own. She said no, but something was different. She said that at the competition itself, each organization should be represented by 3 people. Fane said that in that case he is ready to help her. She was incredibly impressed and surprised by his kindness, and asked him whether he would agree to this. Fane said yes, but he had one condition. She said she was ready to do anything. He said that they should have many herbs that were rich in spiritual energy. She said that herbs with spiritual energy were very expensive, but she was not sure that she would be able to get them. Fane told her not to rush to give up, and he can help with that. He said that he will ask for payment only in case of her victory, and if she loses, then he will not take anything from her. She thought about his proposal. He said if she loses nothing, and it was a good deal. She agreed and said that in case of victory she would give him 10 spirit herbs. Fane said he needed 30. Although she did not want to give so much, she agreed. He extended his hand to her and said that I hope it will be a profitable cooperation. They shook hands and sealed their agreement. He said that she had very soft hands, and you would not immediately say that she was from a family of doctors. Fane said that they agreed on this, and it was time for him. He waved and headed for the exit, saying that in order to be sure of victory, he needed to prepare a little. She said that she hoped he would really help her win. It was one of the central metropolitan streets. Fane was walking down the street and thinking about what he needed to get some materials for the competition. These materials included a silver needle and a portable stove. Suddenly, someone jumped out in front of him. They did not notice each other and bumped their foreheads. This guy stopped and said sorry to him. Fane said it's okay, and immediately grabbed him and said that stealing is very bad. He started shouting that Fane was lying, but nothing of the sort happened, and he himself thought that he had messed up and that Fane had no money with him. Fane said he would probably break his arm. The little boy started screaming and saying that he didn't want to be left without a hand. Fane let him go and said that judging by his age he cannot work, so he uses his hands to rob. The boy grumbled and said he had no choice. Fane asked what had happened to him, that he was in such a predicament. While he looked at him, he felt that this little one had innate abilities. Fane asked him if he needed money. The little one nodded in response, after which he asked if he knew the capital well. The little boy was happy and said that he grew up on these streets, but he knows the whole city from the river to the outskirts, and even a small alley, so he can show everything. Fane said that in that case he would like to know if he knows where the old antique shop in the capital is. He said that of course he knows, and Fane turned to the address. He told him in secret that non-locals think that there are only 4 best antique shops in the capital, but it was not so. He said that only the locals know that it was just a cover, and in fact valuable things could be bought only on the black market. Fane told him to take him there. The little one even said that just to get there you need a lot of money. He said that you cannot worry about it. He gave the little card and told him to withdraw as much as needed, and added that there was no password on it, and he would wait for him here at this time. The little one asked if Fane was afraid that he would run away with his money. Fane smiled and said that he wouldn't dare to do that, after which the boy agreed and immediately ran to the nearest ATM. A moment later, he was already inserting the card in order to withdraw money. He smiled and said if Fane thinks he won't escape, then he is wrong. When he opened the card, he saw that there were more than 120 million in the account. His eyes widened because he had never seen so much money in his life. He pressed to withdraw only 20,000, after which he took the money and ran out of the store. He returned to Fane and said that he had done everything. Fane said they could go now. They continued their journey together. They and the child went to some alley. In front of them was a large door guarded by 2 guards. The little one rushed to meet them and called them Lord Tiger and Lord Ray. The guards were happy when they saw him and asked if he wanted to buy something on the black market. He told them not to laugh at him, and this time he brought a rich client. They said they were ready and reminded them to remember the rules. They went inside and got to the trading yard. Fane hugged him and asked what his real name was. He said he had a big name and his name was Zulin. A mysterious man in purple clothes appeared in front of them. He greeted the guests. Fane immediately sensed that this man was a cultivator who had serious inner strength, and Fane decided that black market traders were not that simple. He invited them inside so they could evaluate the goods. They began to descend to some kind of basement. The man in charge of the guests was very friendly and told to follow him. When Fane saw the local architecture, he was very surprised and clearly did not expect this. The man told him not to continue to follow him. They found themselves in the great hall where there were many people. This man asked Fane if he wanted to participate in the regular auction. He also had the option to participate in the martial arts auction. Fane said he would like to take part in the second option. He immediately understood that the little Tut knew everything well, and it seemed that he knew about energy cultivators, Fane decided. They continued to walk down another corridor that led to another part of the building. They entered another hall where there was an elevator. They approached him and called the elevator to the lower floor. When they arrived downstairs, they saw that there were many people inside. The man who accompanied said that you need to register first. She approached the reception desk. There was a woman sitting there who asked Fane to inject some of her energy. Fane confidently touched this device and channeled his energy into it. This apparatus lit up strongly and almost exploded, which greatly surprised the attendant and the woman. Little Shulin immediately understood that Fane had a foundation level. Fane thought that it was strange that he had never heard of the existence of the entire place before, and here even the workers were cultivators. He heard some people discussing and asking when the auction would start. Suddenly Fane met his old acquaintance, who was very frightened when he saw him. The attendant turned to Bintian and asked if he knew Mr. Lin, and turned around and left, saying to himself that he was seeing him for the first time in his life. He immediately called someone and said that Fane Lin was on the black market. The masked man replied that he understood everything. He began to smile gloatingly. They went to the room where the auction was held. Inside there were people sitting and waiting for the lots to appear. The man kindly offered them to sit in the places they liked. Fane told Shu to sit next to him as well. The attendant was very surprised that Fane kept the child with him. He said that the auction will start soon and it is time for him to go. He thought in surprise when this young master of the Lin family found such a strong master. Does he want to come back and take revenge? A man entered the hall. He greeted everyone present and said that probably everyone had already waited in general. When Fane saw him, he was very impressed because he felt that this man was able to reach the level of duns. This man also noticed Fane and was equally surprised when he found out that he had reached the level of Ningyuan. Then he saw young Master Shu with Fane. He cast his gaze upon him. Fane was once again convinced that this little one is not simple at all. The man once again congratulated everyone and said that the auction has officially started. He called his assistant, and a man in a mask appeared on the stage and took out a table covered with a red cloth. Fane immediately felt that the first lot was already good. The auctioneer opened the box and said that these were the needles of the god of medicine. They constantly received blessings from various treasures of the earth and heaven, and the starting price of this set was 70 million. People began to offer their prices. They ranged from 80 to 100 million. One man offered 120 million, which greatly impressed those present. The presenter smiled and said that a representative of a large pharmaceutical company was present here, and he understood why these barks were of such great importance to them. Fane immediately understood that it was a person from the Shuyin company. Fane decided to spite him and said he wanted to buy them for 200 million. Those present at the auction were simply shocked when they heard such an amount. The boy turned to Fane and said that he had never seen such a large amount of money. Fane smiled and replied that he had more than one card. And the man from the pharmaceutical company decided not to fight for this lot further, because he knew that the main lot today was the cauldron of the last king of medicine, and it would be better to wait for it. The presenter said that in this case the first lot goes to the young Mistress Lin. The auction continued and featured various valuable artifacts. And finally the last lot appeared on the stage. It was something big. Fane was very surprised when he felt this incredibly powerful aura. The cloth that covered this lot was torn, but he saw in front of him a big, beautiful cauldron of the last god of medicine. The presenter said that the origin of this cauldron was unknown, but the spiritual power contained in it could nourish the meridians and strengthen the foundation. Besides, any medicine that was placed in it began to act 120% stronger. This was exactly what the representative of the pharmaceutical company had come for. Fane said that this cauldron would definitely be his. In the past life he had to hear about him. The legend said that once the world turned upside down and a medical cauldron fell from the sky. But it was him. He promised himself that he would get it by any means. The auctioneer said that this item was very valuable, so the auction rules will be changed. He said if people were interested in it, then they should make their offers. Also, the additional price for this lot was 300 million. One man raised his hand and said that he was ready to give away 10% of his company's shares. The auctioneer shook his head and said that this was not enough. One woman offered a part of the jade pendant used by the ancient alchemists. The presenter said that this was also not enough. A representative of a pharmaceutical company said that he wanted to offer 10% of their company's shares. The presenter said that this offer suits them. He was very pleased and expected that no one would be able to break through this wall. All the other bidders were very disappointed. The presenter asked if there would be more bets, but everyone was silent. Fane said that he has a cultivation method that is suitable for strong Dun's masters. Fane said, "If these people have even some talent, then they can easily reach nirvana level." Silence reigned in the hall, and the auctioneer asked if it was true. Fane said they could find out for themselves. The host immediately understood that Fane was not lying because he himself possessed such a high level at his young age, and thus the host wanted to break the shackles of his level himself and reach nirvana. A representative of a pharmaceutical company stood up and said that he wanted to offer 20% of the company's shares. But the host stopped him and said that compared to the young man's rate, this was not enough. He was very angry and could not believe that someone could beat his bet. Fane just looked at him and smiled. He said he also wanted to offer 100 tablets of foundation strengthening pills. The presenter again lowered his head, letting him understand that this was not enough. He said that the breakthrough to nirvana was much more valuable, after which he announced that in this way the cauldron goes to the young man, and said that the auction was officially completed. He thanked everyone for their participation and invited everyone to go to the hall where a festive dinner would await them. This man looked at Fane with hatred, but it seemed he didn't want to just give up. The host approached Fane and invited him to go with him. They went backstage. It seems that his office was located there. He poured them tea and kindly invited them to have tea. He said he represented this black market and asked if he could find out more about his guest. Fane introduced himself and gave his name. The head of the black market was very surprised when he found out that he had the same last name. He asked him about the improvement method he was talking about. Fane smiled and asked for a pen and a piece of paper. He was immediately brought everything he needed. Fane took up the brush and wrote the symbols. He finished the manuscript and said that they looked at it. The head of the black market looked at him with admiration. Fane said that this method would allow not only to reach the level of nirvana, but also to go further. He said that having outstanding abilities, he can continue to develop, but his foundation has already been established. Fane said that there are many dark wounds on his body, and he unfortunately fears that nirvana will be the pinnacle of what this man can achieve. The man fainted and said that Fane was right. Fane said he could heal his body, though even considering that it was unlikely he would be able to break through any further, but also said that it could extend his life by about 30 years, and with the right attitude he could reach the peak of nirvana. The man once again looked at the method and asked if he was telling the truth. Fane continued to write with a brush. He told the man to prepare for him all the necessary herbs that he indicated in the list, and in 10 days he would be able to cure him. He said if Fane really succeeded in healing his wounds, he would repay him with faithful service. Then he asked how he managed to meet Shulin. Fane smiled and said it was a coincidence. The man immediately understood that Fane was hiding something, and he thought that this time Shulin managed to meet a real, outstanding master. Meanwhile, outside the auction hall, a man from a pharmaceutical company was calling someone. He called his boss and said that this time there was a failure at the auction. Shuyin flipped through his notebook and said that he understood everything. He said that the fact that Fane got the cauldron was no big deal because Chinese traditional medicine was useless anyway. Shulin approached Fane and asked him what you wanted to know. Fane decided to ask him who he really was. Shulin said that he would like to know the same thing from him. Fane tapped his fingers on his forehead and ordered him to answer the questions. He started shouting and saying that this place was his family's property from the beginning. Fane said that he understood it, but he wanted to know more because he was interested. He said that he did not want to tell anything more because it was a secret, and Fane's look made him change his mind. He said that in general he is trying for him, but because of these tricks he may have trouble. Fane said that the person who can cause him trouble has not yet been born. Shu said that he is a real Havalko. He said that from the very beginning he was counting on the fact that he was just a rich man, but he turned out to be a cultivator as well. He said that if Peizin was already involved, then he can tell everything. He said that his grandfather was a member of the Lin family. His name was Lin Tai. Fane looked at him intently, but said nothing, and did not even express his surprise. Shu once again shouted that his grandfather was Lin Tai from the Lin family. It seems he expected some kind of collective reaction from Fane, but there was none. He only asked him what it meant and what it meant. He said that it looks like Fane really doesn't understand anything. Shu explained that their family was divided into the main branch and the side branch. He said that during the day, the main branch is engaged in business, and at night it does nothing. Fane thought that it looked like Yang Lin belonged to a side branch. and it seems he underestimated the power of the Lin family. Shu continued and said that his grandfather had two sons, his father and his uncle. Only that his father possessed a rebellious spirit and he ran away from the family together with his mother. And then he was born to them, Fane asked. Was he a direct descendant of the Sloth family? Fane asked him if he had given up his inheritance and decided to engage in petty crime. He scratched his nose and said when his father was still alive he called the Lin family a cage because he too decided to choose freedom. Shu said that the only thing he did not expect was that Fane was so powerful. And if his uncle's sons find out that he is dealing with Fane, they may decide that he has decided to fight for the inheritance. Shu continued. He said that his cousins were already at the peak of elevation to the foundation level, and the eldest was even able to reach the Ningyuan level. Fane was quite surprised when he heard about the power of his relatives, and said that someone who had reached the initial stage of Ningyuan was not a problem for him. Shu turned to Fane seriously and said that this was not just a matter and got involved in a serious game. Fane slapped him once again for talking to him so defiantly. He fell on the floor and began to complain that it hurt a lot. He pointed his finger at him and said that there were only two options. The first option is to learn from him, and with him, Shu will be able to reach a level he never dreamed of, Fane said. But the second option is to remain a petty thief forever. Shu happily jumped out and said he wanted to choose the second option. Fane said if he chose the first option, he would make him his follower. Shu heard this with wide eyes and began to shout that he chose the second option. Fane shot him a maddened look and said he chose the first option. Shu was immediately very frightened and decided that it was better not to argue with this guy. Fane reached out to him. Shu pulled back and asked what he wanted to do. Fane put his hand on his head and told him to stand still. His hand seemed to start to heat up, and Shu felt a powerful energy pass through his body. He began to complain, but Fane said that he must endure. Suddenly everything lit up. A bright light of purification appeared around them. Shu flew into the air. Fane controlled it, and a divine stone appeared in the middle of the room. Shu felt intense pain, and a powerful energy seemed to tear him apart from the inside. Fane said if he had innate abilities, then once he got on the development path, he would be able to quickly advance through the level of chi cultivation. And with the help of the stone of the 9 heavenly gods, he will only have to take a step to create the foundation. Fane made another wave of his hand and all the heavy energy disappeared. Shu felt simply wonderful. He enjoyed his new sensations and asked Fane what it was. He said that Shu has taken the first step on the road to development. Now he needs to practice. Looking at his hands, he asked if it was chi energy. Fane said that it was a blessing from the gods that would allow him to evolve to the Sendai stage. But first he needs to strengthen his body, Fane said. At this time, a strange mark appeared on Shu's forehead. He immediately sat down in a meditative posture to conduct the cultivation stage. He took a deep breath and exhaled, and suddenly found himself in some unknown place, and came back a moment later. Fane said it was fine, but he would have to train at home on his own. Fane said that he still had some work to do, but when he finishes them, he will definitely find Shu, after which he waved and left the room. Shu realized that he could not cheat fate, and in the end, unexpectedly, he took the path of cultivation just like his parents and ancestors. After some time, Fane was already in his room in the hotel. In his room there was a large golden cauldron. He looked at him and said it was time to work. He put his hand on it and began to fill it with energy. It began to swirl like a vortex in the middle of a cauldron. Fane lifted the cauldron above him and continued to clean it. Suddenly he felt that consciousness was born in this cauldron. He got the stone of the gods, and after all, they can cope with such powerful artifacts without a stone. The cauldron filled even more and began to rotate at an incredible speed. It was exactly what Fane needed, and he was very surprised by it. He said it was time to add a little fire. The cauldron again hung in the air, and a fire appeared under it. Fane smiled and said that now everything was ready. With the help of the stone of the 9 heavenly gods, he made this cauldron now able to communicate with people. But Fane warned him not to call him father, but master. Cauldron immediately responded and called Fane the master. He laughed and said it was good. Suddenly the cauldron hit him on the leg with its leg. Fane laughed and said that while he doesn't speak well, he will definitely make him stronger. The next day, Fane came to the sect and was already waiting for him. Hui Fei was very pleased to see him and immediately greeted him happily. A young man was sitting next to her. He was surprised when he saw Fane. He already expected that it would be some old and respectable master. Fane specified the date of the competition and asked when it would be. She answered that the competition will take place tomorrow. Then she introduced Fane to her friend whose name was Mojan. They shook hands and said they were glad to meet each other. He said that he was glad that Fane had joined them and hoped that everything would work out for them. Fane immediately suspected that this young man had the same aura as Xu Yin. His aura looked strange, but one could assume that this person was up to something and was a double agent. But Fane said nothing about it and asked if Hui Fei knew the terms of tomorrow. She said that the competition will consist of 3 stages, namely acupuncture, medicine-making, and complex diagnostics. Mojan said that complex diagnostics is precisely his specialty. He said that acupuncture is better left for Hui Fei. He asked if Fane knew how to make medicine. Fane smiled and said of course. Mojan said that Xu Yin was an expert and should not be underestimated. And for Hui Fei this was a very important competition, so they should take it very seriously. He carefully looked at him and said that he hoped that Fane would show his maximum. He replied that he may not even doubt it. After which Fane said goodbye to them and said that they will meet tomorrow. Mojan looked mysteriously in his wake. The next day, many people gathered at the competition. Fane was surprised to see so many spectators come. He brought Hui Fei and Mojan in his car. Hui Fei said that almost all those who practiced medicine in the capital gathered here today, but they cannot afford to lose. A satisfied Xu Yin appeared in front of them and said that he was glad to see her. She looked at him with hatred. He said that he would show them today that times have long since changed. She walked past him and said she was not afraid of him. Xu Yin said that he heard that Fane bought the Medicine King's cauldron and asked him if he really thought it would help them avoid losing. Fane smiled and replied that if he didn't try, he wouldn't be able to find out. Said that they will definitely lose today, but he will do everything for it. Fane walked into the great hall and saw familiar people in front of him. They were also surprised to see him. Lishan said that he did not expect to see Fane here today. Hui Fei was very surprised when she realized that Fane was familiar with Lishan. Fane said it was true, but he would represent the divine medicine sect today. Lishan said that they will probably have an exciting spectacle today. Bintian was also at this event. He was extremely angry when he saw that Fane was still alive. He saw him too and smiled. Seeing his look, Fane immediately got scared and tried to hide somewhere. Also at the event you could meet the head of the Peizine black market. He also came to greet them. He shook Lishan's hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and both were surprised that their mutual acquaintance was Fanilin. Xu Yin was very impressed by the fact that Fane had a bunch of acquaintances among the most influential people in the capital, but he calmed down and said that he would still win. Some pretty girls also appeared at the event and approached Fane. Fane was surprised to see them because Qing said she was not interested. Qing introduced her sister to him and said her name was Selena. Fane shook her hand. He felt that she had no inner strength and that she was an ordinary person, which was rare for him because almost all of his new acquaintances were energy cultivators. But the feeling that something was wrong with her did not leave him. Qing sternly asked Fane if he was sure that everything would go well today. He said that he was absolutely sure because he couldn't lose. Qing said that her sister was a senior medical researcher in Country M, and her father was the founder of a large technology company in the United States. She said that her father's company mainly makes money from medical exoskeletons that help people regain their ability to move. Qing enthused. Fane said it was very interesting. Selena said that her sister talked a lot about him and added that she considered him her best student and she was interested to know if that was true. A voice rang out announcing that everyone should take their seats and the medical conference was about to begin. Some respectable people appeared in the hall. They said that today's event was different from the usual ones. It was a difficult exchange of knowledge, and it was a competition between traditional and Western medicine. Hui Fei pointed at these people and said that they were the judges of the conference. They were respected elders in the capital. Then they introduced the participants and said that today the heiress of the genius doctor of the capital, Hui Fei, was here. And her opponent was a man everyone knew well, the executive director of Shu Pharmaceutical, the judges said. They began to announce the rules and said that the competition will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is puncture, the next is complex diagnostics, and the third most important is the production of medicines. After which the head judge concluded his announcement of the rules and wished everyone good luck. Some people began to ask why acupuncture is considered only Chinese medicine. Someone started talking about the impracticality of such rules. Xu Yin said that acupuncture is not unique to traditional Chinese medicine, and their pharmaceutical company developed portable sets of needles that could be used for many ailments. He said that they could also prevent most chronic diseases, and this was one of their best developments. And he added that, unlike traditional medicine, the effect of their technology can be confirmed scientifically. Fane smiled and said that it looks like Shu Yin wanted to promote his new project. Lishan looked down at Shu Yin and said that he was a brat puppy. The judges were already in their seats and ready to start. The head judge said that he was announcing the first stage of the competition between the Divine Medicine sect and the Shu Pharmaceutical Company. The judges invited 2 people and said that they were selected by them for these competitions. Also, these people had almost similar diseases. He said that they were sick with type 1 diabetes. Shu Yin said that it looks like Chinese medicine will lose because he has never heard of acupuncture treating diabetes. Huai Fei said that she will definitely participate in this stage. He turned to his assistant and told him to compete in the first stage. A young man came on stage and said that he would now show everyone their new development. Li Shen was approached by one of the judges and asked how he thought they would be able to win. He replied that Chinese traditional medicine was very deep and voluminous, but Shu Pharmaceutical was well prepared for the competition. He said that it is difficult for him to predict who will be able to win. He took out a device for injection and said that he wanted to be the first to demonstrate its effect. He approached the man who was lying on the couch and began to insert needles into his back. He looked at the clock and said that in half an hour it would be possible to conduct a sugar analysis, after which he suggested Huai Fei to start. She took out her acupuncture needles. There was a patient in front of her and she was very serious. He asked her if it was true it would help him. She said that he could trust her and promised that everything would be fine. She started the needle pricking. Without hurrying, she carried out the procedure. The man said that he feels much better. She exhaled and said that now it is possible to conduct an analysis for sugar. The audience was very impressed by such speed and said that she really seemed to be a descendant of the genius doctor. Someone said that it might not be true, but she could just be bluffing since the effect was not yet confirmed. The man took a few sips of water, after which they took tests to check his sugar level. The results showed that now this man had a normal sugar level. But he was extremely impressed because he felt much better and said that traditional medicine really works. Huai Fei was also very pleased and smiled happily. Fane emphasized that she is really very good at acupuncture. For the next participant, the test results were also ready and normal, after which it was announced that in the first stage, both teams coped with the task. Shu Yin adjusted his glasses and said that if they continue the acupuncture course using their technology, the sugar level will always remain normal. The judges began to look at each other and discuss something. In the end, they agreed that there was a draw in that round and said to continue the competition. Now came the stage of diagnostics, and other test subjects appeared before the participants. Mojan said that he will now take care of it. She wished him success, and he replied that she could not worry. He began to make an examination, checking the patient's pulse and condition. He carefully examined each patient, after which the assistants checked the research results with the help of technological devices. Shu Yin said that this is the latest development of their company, which will completely replace diagnostic devices on the market. The audience was very impressed when they heard about such devices. Fane thought that this guy's main goal was advertising for monopoly, and this competition was not important to him. Shu Yin's priority was to allow his pharmaceutical company to capture the entire market and expand beyond the country. Huai Fei was curiously angry with him and hated him with all her heart. Selena watched the competition with interest at this time. Fane understood that this device was quite perfect. After some time, the results of the study were printed, after which they were immediately handed over to the judges. She asked Mojan how everything went. He said that she cannot worry, but everything worked out. The judge announced that he was going to announce the results. He said that Shu Pharmaceutical won in the second round. Mojan displeasedly began to shout that this cannot be. Fane looked at them suspiciously and felt that something was wrong here. He immediately understood that it was done on purpose. The judge announced the beginning of the last round in which it was necessary to prepare the medicine. 2 people appeared. The judge said that these 2 suffer from the cold and their hands and feet are always cold, and they're also afraid of wind and water. The judges said that the participants should prepare medicine that will effectively improve their physical condition. Fane got up and left to start cooking. Huai Fei told him that he must win. Fane confidently said that she could not worry, but he would do it. When Mojan saw Fane, he began to say that it seems he was not as professional as he thought, and said that now he only hopes for Fane. Fane walked up to him and smiled back. He approached him in the shelter and whispered in Mojan's ear that he couldn't fool him. Mojan was quite frightened by this because he thought that they did not guess. Shuyin was very pleased and enjoyed the results. He said that finally Tepper will be able to finish this game. Fane smiled and said that he didn't look particularly happy about being able to compete with him. He adjusted his glasses as usual and remained silent. Fane said if it wasn't for the skill of Shu Fei, the score would be 2-0 and it would be over. Shu Yin said that in that case he should thank her. Shu Yin added that if the score was 2-0, he would still not give up the opportunity to teach Fane and defeat him. Fane laughed and said that he probably wouldn't turn down an opportunity to promote his business one more time. The referee gave the command to start the third round. Fane immediately conducted an examination of his patients to understand exactly which medicine should be made. He asked them what their parents looked like, which also took into account the influence of genetics. Fane decided that this man's problems could be related to the fact that this man's mother did not take good care of her health during pregnancy. Meanwhile, Shu Yin also checked the condition of his patient. He found that his heartbeat was normal, but he had low blood pressure. Fane summoned the divine cauldron to his aid. He immediately filled it with energy and lit a fire, while Shu Yin was mixing various substances in beakers at the table opposite. Both of them took it very seriously, and it was a matter of honor. People who watched Fane use his cauldron asked who uses alchemy in modern times but said that it was more like fraud. As for Shu Yin, on the contrary, they admired him and said that he was a professional. But Fane ignored it and continued to prepare the medicine. Suddenly he ordered to finish. The cauldron shook and a ball of fire jumped out of it, which Fane immediately caught. He was satisfied with the work because everything went as it should. Shu Yin also just finished mixing the reagents and the medicine was ready. He handed the cone to the judges and said they could check. It was a nerve fiber enhancer that was developed by their pharmaceutical company. It could chemically disperse the activity of neural receptors, Shu Yin boasted. He gave the medicine to his assistant and ordered it to be given to the patients. The patient immediately took the medicine. After he received them, his eyes immediately became round, but he immediately threw off his jacket. He rejoiced and laughed, saying that he was no longer cold. Shu Yin was very pleased and said that this drug was developed by their company, so it works very quickly. He said that it helps not only from frostbite, but also from other problems such as headache, heart failure, and vascular diseases. People started applauding and chanting and calling his work simply incredible. He too applauded with them and enjoyed the results. Behind him appeared 2 crimson guards holding something in their hands. He said that this was the latest development of their company. It was a drug for tissue repair. It showed excellent results in the treatment of injuries and joint diseases. Shu Yin said that although this drug does not work immediately, it allows you to heal 10 times faster than with regular treatment in a hospital. Everyone present, hearing this, was truly delighted, but could not believe their ears. The judges also began to discuss it actively and with interest. Fane said that the only downside of this drug was that the price for its effect was life. He asked how they dare to sell a drug that extracts human potential. Shu Yin heard his words and became very angry. He said if Fane doesn't have proof, he better stop talking nonsense. Other people also started shouting at Fane and saying that Shu Yin's medicine had saved many lives while being cheap and available to ordinary people. Fane was furious and said that this was really stupid on their part. He demonstrated his medicines, which he managed to prepare with the help of a divine cauldron. He said that it was exactly the drug he had prepared. Fane said that this drug can cure the very root of the disease that left your past body, after which he gave it to his patient and told him to take the medicine. The man looked carefully at the pill, but was a little unsure if he should take it because it looked quite menacing. But he dared and still swallowed her. When the pill was in his mouth, he was overcome with strange sensations. The man felt incredible warmth, and sweat poured from his face. He took off his jacket. There were tears of joy in his eyes, and he said that for the first time in many years, he was finally warm. He began to wave his hands joyfully and thank Fane for such medicines. Shu Yin said that Fane did have some skills, but he would still be the winner because Shu Pharmaceutical always destroys its competitors. Fane smiled and asked him, "Does Shu Yin think that he really won today and achieved his goal?" He only smiled at him in response. Fane said he had more to say. He said that he had already said that the Shu Yin drug stimulates the human body and sacrifices its future potential. But in the future, the consequences were difficult to estimate. Shu Yin said that before accusing him, Fane should provide evidence. He said that his suspicions were unfounded, and even modern analysis methods could not predict the side effects. Fane smiled and said that it didn't matter because there is one test that can confirm it. Shu Yin agreed to take the test and prove that his drug was safe. Fane said that if he believes that it is impossible to determine side effects with modern methods, then perhaps because of this, he is not worried about the results. And he said that Shu Yin missed something. Even if modern methods cannot determine this effect on humans, they can determine the effect on other organisms. When Shu Yin heard this, he began to panic. Fane said if the drug had a lot of stimulant effects, it must have had a lot of dangerous ingredients, and added that only one trial was enough for it to become clear to everyone. Some of those present began to doubt Shu Yin's drug because he was already not so sure. Fane said that this study was very simple. All you had to do was take a mouse and give it this drug for a while. And if his calculations are correct, then in an hour these animals will be destroyed due to the artificial aging caused by this drug. Shu Yin immediately got confused. The judges started asking him if it was true. Meanwhile, Mojan was up to something. He stood close to Fane and watched him closely. He seemed to want to attack stealthily. A poison needle appeared from his sleeve. Fane immediately sensed danger, but this was expected for him. He just smiled and didn't mind because the opportunity to teach Mojan came to him by itself. He immediately pounced on him, aiming a needle. Fane lit up with the fire of rage, and Mojan's hand immediately exploded. He started screaming in pain. The people around did not even understand what had happened, but looked at him in confusion, asking what was wrong with him. Shu Yin was very angry and thought that everything was not going according to plan. Fane looked at him and asked with a smile, did he do something wrong? He asked him, was he so clumsily trying to prevent the inspection? Shu Yin began to shout that this is a delusion, but he is not afraid of any checks. The judge said, if everything is like that, they can start. Shu Yin realized that things were bad and everything was going to hell. 3 hours later, a laboratory technician approached one of the judges and said that the results had been received. He said something in his ear. Fane looked at Shu Yin sternly and confidently, waiting for the results. The judge announced that he would now inform everyone about the results of the research. He said that the experimental mouse was destroyed by artificial aging. People who took this drug began to scream from fear and say that they do not want to die young. Shu Yin did not know what to answer. He blushed. Sweat was dripping from his face. Fane sighed and asked what else could be said. Shu Yin began to laugh evilly. He started shouting that everything was fine with his medicine. He poked his finger in the seat and said that he had been bribed. Fane looked at him and said that his ability to strike back was simply amazing. The judge said that based on the principles of honesty and justice, Shu Yin must prove that they were bribed. And if he has no evidence, he will not like the consequences, the judge answered sternly. All the people in the hall began to shout and demand Shu Yin to prove his accusations. He turned to Fane and asked what about his evidence. They brought him a cage in which there was a mouse. They said that it was the same animal on which the experiment was conducted. A man who took Shu Yin medicine immediately ran up to this mouse and said that the color and smell were appropriate, and this mouse was destroyed because of this medicine. The judge said that now everyone has seen everything and now he can announce the results. He said that Fane Lin wins this round. The other people immediately started throwing trash at Shu Yin and telling him to get away, accusing him of poisoning them with his medicine. Shu Yin was destroyed, and he didn't even have the strength to resist it. A woman runs up to him and calls him a scoundrel, asking what will happen to her child now. It was over for him as well as for his company. Of course, he blamed everything on Fane Lin. He thought that all this was because of him, and he decided to spoil his life. He clenched his fists and was shaking with hatred. Shu Yin immediately attacked him with his fists. Fane said he was a real fool, and dealt him a powerful blow in response to his attack. Shu Yin barely survived after everything. He fell to the floor and began to curse him. Shu Yin said that he will not be able to escape from the payment, but he will definitely get to him. Fane said that these were 2 loud threats for the ant, and his hand flew straight to his throat. He grabbed his neck and squeezed it hard. He began to beg Fane to let him go because he could not breathe. Fane once again said that he is a fool, a brazen liar, after which he threw it on the floor as if it were useless. Mojan immediately began to worry about his master, which he once again pretended to be. He ran up and started pitying him, asking if everything was all right with him, and instead of thanks for the excitement, he received a blow in the face. Shu Yin told him that he was real trash. Mojan began to make excuses and said that he had warned that the drug had serious side effects, but Shu Yin himself insisted on using it. He began to shout at him and ask how he dares to make excuses. He yelled at him and blamed him for all his troubles. Huaifei was incredibly happy and ran up to Fane to hug him. She hugged him vaguely and said that he was simply incredible. Fane smiled and ordered her to let him go already. She even felt sad when he broke out of her arms. Fane was immediately approached by Ching and Selena to congratulate him on such a lightning-quick victory. Ching said that she wanted to congratulate the winner. Fane proudly replied that such events are just children's games, and he does not take them seriously. She said that maybe it was just a game for him, but the others were delighted. Hui Fei approached them and offered them all to have dinner together, adding that she would treat them. Fane said that he was actually hungry and promised to join them as soon as he said goodbye to Lishan. Lishan was also delighted with his performance and congratulated him on his victory. Fane said that he was very grateful to him for this and apologized and said that it was time for him to go. It happened the next day at the office of Juyin Pharmaceutical Company. On the computer screen, someone was reading an article about the fact that yesterday it became known that the company's drugs caused serious side effects. And in connection with this, a criminal case was initiated against the owners, and the company's shares were also seized. Shuyin angrily threw the computer off the table. He wanted to put all his efforts into destroying Fainlin. A secretary came to him and said that a person had come and asked to meet with him. He angrily began to shout that this person should be sent to hell, but he does not want to see anyone. The secretary said that this person could help him. He calmed down and listened carefully, after which he asked the secretary to invite her to his office. Then some old man came into the office accompanied by Mojan. He thought, will this old man be able to finish off Fane? Mojan introduced this old man to him and said that it was a snake demon. He said that he was an immortal cultivator who had reached the level of Dun Su. Shu Yin was very impressed by this, and he asked about it again. He asked, did this person really possess such power? He immediately asked Mojan how he knew such a powerful master. He said that once upon a time he saved his life, but it was by accident. Mojan said that now he was in his debt. Shu Yin immediately became very polite and asked the master to sit down. He said he promised Mojan to help them in their case. Shu Yin said that he needed his help in destroying one person. He asked if it was an ordinary person or an energy cultivator. Mojan said that this person was an energy cultivator, and his development was at the foundation stage, so he was much weaker than a demon Asmian. The master asked if it was true that this person was less than 30 years old. Mojan said it was true. He smiled and replied that it was good. His face became somewhat mad, but he said that he would be able to solve this problem tonight. Shu Yin said that he is very grateful to him for this, but he will pay him 5 million. After which he gave him a photo in which Fanlin was depicted. Demon Snake said he didn't think it would cause any problems for him, but he would do the job with ease. Then left the office, leaving Shu Yin alone. He was extremely pleased, and shouted that today is the last day of Fane's life. He laughed out loud and couldn't wait for it. Meanwhile, the friends were relaxing at a local restaurant. They celebrated loudly and enjoyed the evening. It seems that Hui Fai even overdid it a bit and fell face down on the table. Ching caressed and patted and said that a similar girl took over. She said she would take her home. Fane said that they had a good time. It's time to go home too. He casually left the restaurant and wanted to take a little walk. Suddenly, he felt that someone was following him with the help of a spiritual sense. This feeling came from the alley near the restaurant. He went to the direction where the enemy energy was coming from to check what it was. Its effect increased as it approached, until suddenly a powerful energy attack flew at him, but Fane was able to dodge easily. The blow caused a powerful explosion behind him. Fane asked if he was following him with a spiritual sense from the restaurant itself. The serpent demon said that Fane was a skilled cultivator if he could spot it. Fane asked him why he needed it. He tapped his stick on the ground and said that he didn't need to know because he was going to destroy him now. A bunch of snakes immediately appeared under Fane's feet and wanted to bite him. He looked at them curiously but was not even scared. The snakes immediately pounced on him, trying to bite into his skin and release their venom. Fane smiled and said that in this world the concentration of spiritual energy is quite low, and reaching Dunsu's level was a good achievement. Demon Snake immediately pounced on him with the words that he will destroy him. Snakes were around Fane and wanted to sting him. Fiery energy rose around him, and he just laughed at this energy cultivator's attempt to harm him. Fane said it was just pathetic tricks on his part. The snakes around him immediately dissolved, and the snake demon was extremely surprised by this. Fear and incomprehension appeared on his face. He charged again and demanded that Fane surrender under his onslaught. Fane held out his hand and fired a burst of energy at him like a cannon, and seized his staff and broke it in half. Demon Snake was very shocked by this and screamed in shock. Fane put up 2 fingers and said it was his turn. He lifted it into the air and began to spin it around him. He couldn't move, but he didn't understand how he was doing it. Then he saw a powerful flash of energy in front of him. A huge spark of fire was approaching him, after which she hit him and he flew away for a dozen meters. This flash haunted him and dealt him painful blows. He was badly burned and fell to his knees in front of Fane. Fane asked him if this was all he was capable of. He began to shout that this cannot be and asked Fane where he got the power of nirvana. Suddenly he looked down, after which he fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Fane said if he wants to be released, he should tell who hired him. He was horrified, even afraid to look up, and said that it was Mojan. Fane said it was very good. He said that he should keep his eyes open, and in the next life not every stranger can be underestimated. Whereupon Fane snapped his fingers, and the snake demon dissolved in flames. Fane was enraged, but was not going to let go of his attackers and enemies. He went on his way, leaving only a pile of ashes from the demon serpents. The next day, Shuyin was waiting for the results in his office. He sat quietly and sneered as he waited for news of Fane's death. Suddenly Mojan came into his office. He jumped up happily and asked him if Fane had been destroyed. He shook his head sadly. He asked confused why it hadn't happened yet. Mojan said Demon Snake was gone all night, but he still hasn't returned. Shuyin anxiously asked him if he destroyed it. Mojan said that this possibility should not be ruled out. Suddenly the ceiling in his office exploded and a man appeared from there. He was very scared but did not understand what was happening. Mojan also shook his head in confusion. His secretary was nailed by a piece from the ceiling and was lying on the floor. Fane appeared in front of them. He approached them and said that Shuyin himself asked to be destroyed. Shuyin fell to the floor in terror. He was shaking with fear and he begged Fane to spare him. Fane asked him if this was his company's office. He fell at his feet and began to say that he would give him everything Fane wanted. Fane just smiled in response. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him above him. Fane said he wanted his life and asked Shuyin if he could give it to him. His hand began to tighten like a pincer. Shuyin was shaking and panting. Mojan fell to the floor and screamed in terror. He said that things were bad and he shouldn't have gotten involved trying to get out of the office. But suddenly Fane unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. He asked if Mojan was going to run away because he wouldn't let him. He hugged his legs and said that these were all Shuyin's orders, so he himself had nothing to do with it. He began to get something and say that he is ready to pay for his life with a prescription for medicine. He gave Fane this recipe and asked him to just let him go. Fane snatched this recipe from his hands, and after reading it, I realized that it was a recipe for Dao Yun's pill. This pill made it possible to accelerate the understanding of the Tao. He said that if Fane spared his life, this recipe would be his. Fane said that it was indeed a good thing, but he had his doubts. A horrified Mojan asked what doubts he was talking about. Fane said that he will be destroyed anyway, after which he immediately struck him with a powerful, fiery blow. In an instant, Mojan was reduced to ashes. He said that it was a payment for betraying Huaifei, and that he wanted to stay alive. Whereupon Fane held up 2 fingers, and in a moment Nick left the office as unexpectedly as he had appeared. There was a strong thunderstorm outside. On this day, the farewell procession for Shuyin was taking place. His body lay motionless while the rain showered him with its drops. Many people gathered at the funeral, including his parents. His father said that he would definitely take revenge for him. He could not believe that his son was no more. He immediately understood that their destruction was caused by the hands of a master who had reached the level of Dunsu. When his mother heard this, she was very surprised. His father said that she cannot worry, but he will get justice. He said that he would have to ask his grandfather for help. The next day, Fane was on his way to the university. Suddenly he heard someone shout his name. It was Huaifei. He immediately recognized this voice because he could not confuse it with anyone else. She happily greeted him, calling him brother. He tapped her forehead with his finger and said that they are already late, but they have time for the lecture. Other students saw them and said that there was a real chemistry between them. Huaifei put her arm around him and they walked to the lecture together. She said if they are late, then you should hurry. She asked him if he could teach her how to make medicine. He said that she should first master the techniques of her sect and then think about such things as preparing medicine. She was a little offended by him. Suddenly a guy holding a bouquet of flowers entered the audience. He turned to Huaifei and said he bought it for her. And suddenly he saw that she was sitting with some other guy, after which he immediately threw this bouquet on the floor. He started shouting and asking her who this guy was. She hugged Fane and said that this guy's name is Bai, and he wants to make her his girlfriend. He knocked on the table and began to ask me why she needed this smurf. He said that Fane was a beggar and would not be able to give her anything. Bai said that he is the heir of the family from Shanzan and has power and strength unlike this scumbag, pointing a finger at Fane. She said that she didn't care who his family was and in general he was a slob and an idiot. He began to get angry with her and asked why she called him that. He tried to attack her, saying that she can't talk to him like that. Fane easily stopped him and grabbed his arm. His hand immediately went weak and began to shake. He screamed frantically in pain and begged to let him go. Fane kicked him, but he flew 10 meters away. His friends immediately ran up to him and started asking if he was okay. He began to shout and ask them why they were still standing and ordered them to attack him. These guys immediately pounced on him with their fists and immediately took off after their friend. Fane shook off the dust and took a few steps towards Bai. He was terribly frightened and told Fane not to approach. Fane moved closer and grabbed him by the collar. He said that he absolutely did not care what family he was from. Bai thought that this is such a humiliation, he will definitely destroy him, Fane. He said that Bai would stay away from Huifei in the future, after which he threw it on the floor like garbage. He said that Fane will definitely pay for his insolence, after which he took off with his friends. Huifei thanked Fane for protecting him. She said she had to warn him that this guy would take revenge and Fane had to be careful. He said that she could not worry about him. She said that he was the heir of the Bai family, and this was a family of cultivators, so he should really be careful. Fane said that, on the contrary, it is interesting. Someone on the street punched a tree out of anger. It was Bai. He still couldn't calm down after what happened between him and Fane. Suddenly someone came up to him and asked why he was calling him. This man asked, is it in order to show how he knows how to fight with trees? Bai said that the matter was that someone humiliated them in the family and asked what they should do. It was his brother. He asked furiously who it was. He replied that it was Fainlin. He warned his brother that he was also a cultivator. His brother said they had to go and find him. Fane and Huifei had just left the university. Fane immediately felt that someone was approaching him charged with negative energy. A young man in a suit approached him and asked if he was Fainlin. Fane answered in the affirmative. He said that he had heard rumors that he had dared to insult his family. Fane said he wasn't rude, he just acted that way when he encountered trash. Bai's brother was overpowered by Luit, and he offered Fane a fair fight, considering that he was also a cultivator. Fane happily agreed to this. After these words, Brother Bai immediately disappeared like lightning. He landed in the backyard of the college. His body began to burn with flames, and he said that Fane would pay for everything now. He rushed to attack him and shouted that if Fane learned a couple of techniques, it does not mean that he can behave so brazenly. Fane smiled and said he understood. A barrier immediately appeared in front of him that stopped his attacker. He was very surprised when he encountered him, after which Fane blasted him with a shockwave and immediately knocked him away. He landed on his feet and didn't even lose his balance. He appraisingly looked at Fane and said that it was not bad. He reached into his pocket and took out a note. It was a spell scroll that he immediately used against his opponent. It was a chain spell that was supposed to neutralize his enemy. The Fane immediately seized the great magical chains. He said that even those who have achieved the strengthening of the foundation are not able to break these shackles. Fane calmly looked at him without resisting. Then he stomped his foot loudly and the ground split open under his feet. All at once the chains were torn into shunts. He was very surprised when he saw it. Fane calmly raised his finger and some energy began to emanate from him. It seems he also decided to demonstrate his spells, after which he ordered this force to attack his rival immediately. He was immediately tied with this red ribbon which resembled a very long scroll. He could not believe that such powerful magic was used against him. Fane approached him while he sat bound on the ground. Fane called him an ant and said that he made him very upset. Fane said that he was a cultivator who had just reached the base level, yet dared to attack him. Fane said that he was no match for him, after which he ordered the magic scroll to squeeze his body even harder, causing him to scream wildly. Vit lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Fane said that he would only teach him a lesson this time, but if he dared to bother him again, he will destroy him without any pity for him. After which he immediately dissolved into the air, leaving his opponent lying unconscious on the ground. He lay and repeated his name Fainlin in a weak voice. It was the next day at the Bai family estate. The head of the Bai family was sitting on a chair. A man ran up to him and started apologizing. It was Shu Yin's father. He said that he was helpless and apologizes for it. The head of the Bai family told him to shut up and behave normally. He took out some papers and said that this is the information he managed to collect. He looked carefully at the papers, after which he threw them on the table and ordered him to disappear from his sight. He bowed and said that he was grateful to him for everything. He saw before him the sons of Bai as he was leaving. He was very surprised when he saw their condition, and thought what could have happened to them, but decided that it didn't matter because his main goal was to avenge his son. Their father asked what else happened. Suddenly he raised his eyes and saw what they looked like. His eldest son was covered in bandages like a mummy. He started shouting and asking who did this to them. Shanzan was afraid of his father's reaction and said that he was beaten yesterday, and he asked his brother to help. He was immediately hit hard in the stomach. He did not understand why his father was beating him. Bai Sr. called him trash and said it was all because of him. Suddenly an old man appeared behind him. It seems that he was their elder. He asked why he was beating his grandson. He said that this boy caused himself serious problems, as a result of which Xiao suffered greatly. The old man replied that he understood everything. He approached his grandson and asked him what happened. He said that it was all the fault of one scoundrel named Fainlin. His father thought that I was familiar because he had just read it in those documents that the head of the medical sect gave him. He showed Fain's photo to Sun Yu, asked, "Is that him?" He started shouting that it was exactly him and that Fain insulted their family and beat him and his brother. His grandfather said that Xiao was one of the best of his generation, and how did this young Fain manage to defeat him? Shanzan said that apparently Fain had reached the peak of base level and maybe even higher. Grandfather could not believe that at such a young age it is possible to reach such a level. He said that the heavens were kind to him because as soon as he appeared, he met a young man with enormous potential. The grandfather ordered his son to send several official messengers and let them invite this Fain to him. He said that he understood everything who would carry out his order. Meanwhile, in his suite at the hotel, Fain continued to cultivate and meditate. It was quite a difficult training for him. His aura did not yet allow him to go to a new level, and he had to invent something for this. Suddenly, he felt the sharp approach of alien energy. The next moment, he was surrounded. Strong cultivator messengers appeared before him. One of them asked if a person named Fainlin. Fain asked them what they needed. The man replied that Bai Qi, the head of their family, was inviting him to his place. Fain smiled and said that he remembered this name because it was the family members whom he has been beating lately. This man immediately pounced on him and said that if he does not want to leave in a good way, they will force him. Fain immediately jumped out the window, leaving his attackers with nothing, and they immediately rushed after him. The real pursuit of energy cultivators has begun. Fain moved with incredible speed, but they could barely catch up with him. The chief of them managed to catch up with him, but he asked if Fain thought they would let him go. He just laughed back at him. Fain said he was wrong if he thought he was running away. He was actually leading them to their place of destruction. The man started shouting that he was just a brazen snitch. He immediately ordered his men to line up. Fain immediately found himself inside the magic circle. He tried to get out of it, but the chains of hell immediately flew after him. Fain recognized this spell as a dragon formation. The man said that he understood everything correctly. He raised 2 fingers and laughed, saying that it will be fun, then immediately summoned an electric dragon. They were very frightened when they saw this majestic dragon in front of them. Fain immediately ordered him to attack them. The chief started shouting that they should retreat. But it was already too late, and lightning discharges began to shoot them. This powerful attack immediately neutralized them. They fell to the ground like birds struck by lightning. This man took out some kind of artifact and pointed it at Fain. Fain said he was afraid it wouldn't work for him. He began to shout and ask Fain where he got such powers from, and how could he have such powerful techniques. Fain said if he doesn't believe him, then he can show him his powers one more time. He again called Fain a snot and said that he had already played. He took out some huge sword, and his eyes turned black as night. From summoned his strongest power. It was the crystal falcon that immediately rushed to attack Fain. He said that this technique was too pitiful against him, after which he summoned his fiery phoenix and sent him to deal with the falcon. 2 superpowers raced to destroy each other. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion that illuminated the sky with a bright light. This man was extremely shocked because his strongest spirit had been destroyed. Immediately after that, the fiery phoenix pounced on the man. He still couldn't believe it, and put out his sword to somehow defend himself. The phoenix in flight turned into a jet of fire that fell on the man. When the smoke cleared, he tried to get out of the crater that remained after this impact. Fain smiled and pointed a finger at him and said that everything is over. A huge palm of fire appeared above him. He wanted to swat him like an insect. When he saw, he opened his mouth wide and began to scream out of fear. He held out his hands in an attempt to stop this attack. It was extremely difficult, but he put all his strength into it. It was so heavy that he began to go underground. His henchmen tried to regain consciousness to help their leader. while he fought with all his might against this incredible force that fell upon him. His assistants joined him, and they created a protective barrier around them. But the power of the Fane was mightier, and nothing came of them. Eventually, there was another powerful explosion. Fane waited for the smoke to clear to make sure his enemies were destroyed. He saw his attacker lying face down on the earth. When Fane approached him, he raised his head to look at his executioner. Fane said that they were just 4 pitiful masters of the foundation stage. He said that all attempts to shackle him were simply ridiculous. The man began to shout that Fane was not at the level of the foundation. Fane said it was. This man fell on his knees at Fane's feet and began to beg for mercy. He said that he was wrong and would give him all his elixirs and weapons in exchange for his life. Fane said if he destroys it, Tu Rong will get it all. His fiery hand rose above the master's body, followed by an extremely powerful fiery wave attack that turned everything in its path to ash. His enemies instantly burned and turned to ashes. Seeing this, the master was extremely shocked and was overcome with the greatest fear in his life. He was all pale, he was shaking with fear, and he told Fane that he would tell him a great secret if Fane would spare him his life. Fane smiled and said that he was listening carefully. He said that an ancestor of the Bai family named Shou was in town, and he ordered them to bring him Fane so that he could use it as his new body. Fane looked at him carefully and asked how he wanted to do it. He said that the Patriarch was a magical weapon that allowed to destroy souls. Fane remembered that such weapons were not often found in his past life, but this Bai family was still quite interesting. Fane asked what level the Patriarch possessed. The master replied that his level was still at the Dunsu stage. He thought it was a pretty good level, but it looks like Fane will have to prepare, or he might not be able to handle him. Fane asked where Bai Qi is now. The man was happy that for this information, Fane would save his life and said that he was in a local hospital, after which he once again asked to let him go. Fane smiled and said he would let him go, after which nailed his chest with a fiery beam through and through. He felt incredibly strong pain, and these were his last sensations in this world. He said that he cannot let go of those who attack him. The only way that awaited them was a journey to another world. Fane was in high spirits because now new challenges and accomplishments awaited him. The first thing he had to do was get to the local hospital. It was a local hospital of the capital. Shanzan was there with his older brother at the time. He asked him for forgiveness and said that it all happened because of him. Kei said that it was okay, but everything was in order. But it was his own fault because he was too insolent. Suddenly someone started clapping their hands. They immediately looked towards the entrance of the ward where a man was standing. His face was covered by a shadow. He smiled and said that it was very touching. Shanzan got angry and started shouting, asking who this bastard is. Fane stepped out of the shadows and revealed his face, asking if that was what he had told him. He was seized with horror. He began to ask why Fane Suju had come and why he was still alive, because his grandfather had sent people for him. Fane said to continue the story because he was very interested to listen. Kei was very frightened and asked if it was the boy, because he only heard a voice and could not see through the blinds. Fane began to slowly approach them. They were overcome by a real panic, but they thought that he would finish now. Kei tried to get up from the bed to run away, or at least defend himself. Fane raised a finger to the game and let them know it was futile to resist. Kei was caught again by a ribbon of fire. Shanzan started yelling for him to let his brother go. Fane gave him his murderous glare, and he was immediately thrown back and pressed against the wall. Fane grabbed Kei like a weak kitten. He dragged it with him as he left, said Shanzan, who told his patriarch to come to the forest on the outskirts of the city, and warned him that otherwise he is not responsible for the consequences. Shanzan immediately ran home and asked his grandfather to save his brother. Shou was extremely angry and ordered his grandson to shut up. He told him to tell everything again, but calmly and clearly laying out everything on the shelves. He said that Fane Lin broke into the hospital and took his brother. He was overcome with boundless rage. He began to laugh wildly and said that it turns out that 4 of his masters could not take him. Shanzan said that according to Fane, if he wants to save his brother, he must convince his grandfather to come to the forest on the outskirts of the city. Shou had a crazy smile on his face and said that this Fane Lin is just incredible. He immediately called his assistants and said that it was necessary to gather people. After some time, 3 masters appeared in his office and asked what he wanted. He said that one firecracker named Fane Lin appeared and destroyed 4 of their comrades. The woman smiled and said that he seems to be a brave little fellow and they haven't come across such for a long time. Another man asked what was required of them. He said that this person kidnapped his grandson. A bald big man holding a big spear said that they would definitely kill him for that. He began to shout, calling them fools, and said that they should take him away alive. The bald big man said that he understood everything, and that they would bring him, after which they immediately dissolved in the air and flew towards the forest. Shaw got up quickly and got ready to go somewhere. He said that it would be better if he followed them. Meanwhile, in the local forest on the outskirts of town, Fane was bored while waiting for Shaw, and K.E. stood nearby tied up. He closed his eyes and listened to the terrain. But I already felt the approach of strong energy. The masters were already there. Suddenly the bald man felt the approach of a heavy and dangerous energy. He ordered his friends to get ready. They were almost hit by a strong flow of destructive energy, but he managed to block it, creating a protective barrier with which he covered himself and his comrades. The woman said that they should go further. They carefully moved through the forest while they were covered by the barrier. Suddenly they realized that they had left the forest and found themselves in some other place. The warrior monk said that maybe it was the effect of the illusion that they got into. She asked what they should do now. She evoked Buddha energy. He wanted to ask him for advice on what to do in such a case. The fiery Buddha tried to dispel the spell, but it looks like it was maroon. The woman began to laugh and say that this Buddha is too worthless. The other master looked around and listened warily. Meanwhile, the Buddha was trying to clear the aura of illusions. Suddenly, the bald man saw something and shouted loudly. It was another powerful attack that this time he managed to block again with his Buddha Fanet. The flow of this power was extremely powerful, and he could barely contain it. He asked his friends to help him because he couldn't cope. The female rocker used the power of her magic snake to hold back this attack. The master also raised his hands trying to stop this attack. They made incredible efforts to stop this force, but it was all in vain, and their protective magic shield eventually exploded. Fragments of stones and earth flew in different directions. The woman began to curse the monk and began to ask why the protective shield exploded and harmed them. He replied that he himself did not understand how this could happen. Suddenly they saw that someone had landed from the sky. They were shocked when they saw this person, but they couldn't believe that this young man was able to impress them alone. He smiled and asked why they were still alive. The woman took out her magic whip and asked if it was the same Fainlin. He asked why the Bai family had sent them, if they were treating him so condescendingly there. After these words, he was immediately whipped. She flew into battle and shouted that she would finish him now. A huge snake appeared in front of Fane and flew at him with its huge mouth open. He smiled and said that it was too cheeky of her. He put his hand out in front of him and created a protective shield, easily stopping this attack. Fane's aura was red-hot like metal. He asked her if that was all she was capable of, and said that now it's his turn to play. The sky above them immediately became cloudy, and lightning began to strike from it. Also, phanetums of dragons appeared in the sky. They flew towards the masters, trying to attack them. One of them started shouting and asking what the hell this is. Fane pointed his finger at them and ordered the dragons to destroy. They raised their arms above themselves in an attempt to defend themselves. The monk was terrified and said that he should defend himself. The dragons hit them like a lightning strike from the sky, and there was an explosion. The smoke after the explosion cleared, and Fane saw in front of him shocked monks who were lying in the crater and trying to regain consciousness. He was again surprised to see them still alive. Suddenly he felt the danger of being attacked by someone. A huge fiery beast tried to attack him. He was surprised and thought, who could it be? Suddenly he saw Sho coming out from behind the trees. He said that it is quite rare to meet such a strong young cultivator. He smiled and said finally he appeared. He asked if Fane thought he would hide, and added that such young men as he never know when they are on the verge of destruction. Fane gave him his disdainful look. He asked mockingly, "Does the old man who has one foot in the grave dare to threaten him?" Fane asked if he was right to call him a pitiful old man. His eyes immediately turned red with rage, and he started shouting at Fane, calling him an insolent scoundrel. A magical skull appeared in his hand. The old man was filled with a strong and dark energy, and above it hung a cursed bone banner. Fane said that he deserved to be destroyed for using such a magical weapon. He said he wanted to succeed, and why not destroy a bunch of worthless people for it? The Fane immediately flew to attack a pile of dead skeletons. The old man said that with this banner in his hands, he could easily finish off Fane even if he was at Ning Wen's level. Fane asked him if he really thought so. He immediately summoned his fiery phoenix to repel this attack. Fane was furious and wanted to ask the old man for using dark magic. The pile of dead people immediately crumbled under the pressure of the Phoenix force. He mockingly looked at the old man and asked if this is all you are capable of, after which he folded his arms in a battle sign. The White Panther immediately appeared next to the Phoenix. The old man continued to stand with the banner in his hands, and the spirits of a dragon and a turtle appeared behind him. He said that Fane would not be able to hit him with a seal of 4 runes. He told Fane not to think that if he managed to repulse his attack once, he would do it again the next time. He summoned the dead again, and this time they were together with the dragon and the turtle. When they reached the Phoenix and Panther, there was a massive explosion. The old man stood and laughed. He enjoyed his superiority. But suddenly something made him pleasantly surprised. The Phoenix grabbed his dragon in its talons like a snake falcon before devouring it. When Fane saw his reaction of surprise, he calmly told him that he should look more carefully. But it was not just a seal made of 4 runes. He began to cry frantically. He said that these were 4 divine runes. Fane pointed his hand at him and said with a smile that the old man had a similar education, then dealt him a powerful blow, knocking the banner out of his hands. The old man flew down and screamed in pain. It fell to the ground and another explosion occurred. He sat by the tree in despair and asked how this could happen. Fane approached him and said that everything was over. The old man hatefully asked him who the hell he really is. Fane answered him that there was simply no need to contact him. Suddenly the old man began to smile and call Fane a fool. His spirit unexpectedly flew out of his mouth. Fane was very surprised when he saw that the patriarch had left his body. It immediately began circling Fane. His spirit moved with great speed, trying to enter his body. He cackled and said that if he could absorb his original spirit, he would take his body. A true Fane spirit called him trash. He magnified himself over him as a waste who wanted to spoil his aura. He was incredibly shocked when he saw this. The old man shouted that Fane was a powerful reincarnation. Fane immediately grabbed his hand. He squeezed his worthless little spirit and said that in the next life he would not so recklessly climb into someone else's subconscious. He began to squeeze him hard, trying to crush him, and he screamed frantically. The old man realized that he had only one way left. A ring appeared near his hand. Fane called his cleansing bell and said that all these attempts of the old man were in vain. He began to fill the bell with energy, and it began to crack and was about to explode. When the bell exploded, its shards flew straight into the old man's spirit and tore it to pieces, after which he vanished into thin air. In the real world, all that was left of him was an old, worthless body. Fane exhaled and smiled. Suddenly something surprised him, but he looked down at his body again. The old man had some kind of fiery artifact lying near his chest. It was the same ring he wanted to use. Fane put it on his finger, but he said that it was a good ring, looking at it on his hand. It was a spatial ring, and Fane assessed its contents. He said that with these resources, he would be able to break through to the next level and reach the Dunsu stage. And as for the existence of the Bai family, there was no longer any need for it. A flame appeared in his hand, after which he burned Shaw's old body. Shanzan was nervously pacing the room back and forth. He said that it had been a long time and there was still no news. His father was also waiting for news, but obviously something bad could happen. He watched his son pacing the room, annoyed. Suddenly he stopped shouting at him and told him to sit down and not annoy him. He said he was just worried about his brother and grandfather. His father said that his grandfather's level of development was extremely high, and he would be fine. Suddenly Fane appeared in the middle of the room and asked if he was so sure about it. He stared at him in confusion and fear. Shanzan also recognized his voice and was incredibly frightened. He towered over them and gave them a burning look. His father asked if it was the same Fanelan. Fane began to smile cheerfully and said that he was right. He asked what happened to his father. Fane said that he understood everything correctly. He cheerfully informed him that he had been destroyed. Suddenly he was seized with a strong pain in his chest and began to cough loudly. Fane wanted to burn everything here to the ground. He said that the Bai family is a tangle of snakes, and they used human lives to create the bone banner. So today he will destroy them for that, Fane said menacingly. He ordered his spirits to attack them immediately. Red-hot balls immediately flew into them like a rain of fire. Everything began to explode and collapse, destroying every living thing that was on the territory of the estate. Shanzan shouted that they needed to run for their lives. They ran to the exit, but immediately there was a big explosion that stopped them, was thrown away by a shockwave, and they flew a dozen meters away and fell heavily on the floor. Fane calmly said that they would not be able to escape. The fireballs continued to rain down on them. They understood that their end would come. Eventually, Fane conjured an actual tornado of fire. Destroying everything around him, he dissolved into the air like a ghost. Fane used his Fanetum to destroy the entire Bai family. He watched their house burn while enjoying his work. Something suddenly caught his attention. In the middle of the fire in the estate, something exploded as if a flood of air escaped from there. This indicated that there was something under the estate. Fane immediately flew up to the manor and channeled his strike force through a passage in the floor. There were stairs leading to the basement. He was immediately interested in this, because this basement could hide some treasures. He conjured fire by creating a small torch, after which he sent them ahead of him so that they would light his way. He found himself in the long corridor leading to the great door. From it was a large, massive door of ancient oak. Fane opened them and found himself still in the one great cellar. There were some wooden boxes inside. He came closer to examine everything carefully. Opening one of them, he saw that an ancient sword was lying there. Fane took this sword and unsheathed it to assess its blade. The sword was sharp and glittered in the light. Fane looked at him suspiciously and asked himself how he could be. Suddenly he saw the engraving on this sword. It was Shi Huangdi's sword, but he wondered how it could appear in the Bai family. He took out the spatial ring that he had taken from Shaw and placed it in the spatial hiding place. Since this sword possessed enormous potential, it could not be left here. But there were other boxes that were worth checking. He opened one of them and saw a rare artifact there. It was a great find because it was a star stone. There was one more box left, and Fane hoped it would not disappoint him. When he opened it, he saw that there was a sphere of fire inside. This time, it was the 1,000-year-old Ichiyang fruit that was the most important ingredient for making Dao Yongdan, and he could make a lot of money from it. Fane decided that the Bai family was indeed very pitiful to sit on such treasures and remain so weak. The next day, Fane was already in class. His shot Hui Fei. She was in high spirits as usual. He asked her why she was so happy. She said that according to rumors, some mysterious master destroyed the entire Bai family yesterday. She said that this family finally lost their vigilance and met their fate. Fane thought if she knew who this mysterious master was, she would pass out from rapture. While he was talking to her, someone called him. It was Qing. She asked him to help. He saw that she was in a bad mood and decided that something had happened to her. They decided to take a walk in the forest and talk a little. She asked him if he could do her a favor. Fane asked what exactly they needed. She said she had to go away for a few days, and she wanted him to look after her sister Selena. He smiled and said it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly a woman armed with a knife attacked them. She brought the blade of the knife to Qing's throat. This woman ordered her to immediately return the jade pendant. Qing asked her who she was. She said that she would not repeat it again and gave her the pendant. Fane said that he was even offended that he was not even paid attention to. He was able to easily stop the attacker and grab her arm. She told him to let her go as it was their personal matter with Qing. Suddenly another knife appeared in her free hand, and she immediately tried to attack Fane. He stuck out a finger and easily stopped the blade of the knife, after which it burst and crumbled like glass. He looked into her eyes and sternly asked who sent her. She did not want to tell anything, and was silent. Fane said if she didn't want to do it well, she would have to be forced to talk. He almost broke her arm, and she said that her name was Yuko. She was a member of the Qing family from the city of Shilin, and if he harmed her, she would face very serious problems. Fane said that the first thing you hear is what is the last name. But Qing knew who he was talking about. She told Fane to stop. Fane looked at her in surprise as she asked to let her go. He asked if she was sure about it. Qing replied that she also somehow belongs to the Qing family from the city of Shilin, and Yuko happens to be a blood relative. But these were their family problems. Fane sighed and said that he understood everything, then let her go. She began to threaten them and say that everything is not over yet, after which it rose into the air and disappeared. Qing held a pendant in her hand. She looked at him and asked if this kogo was so important to her family. Fane asked if this was the kogun they were talking about. She answered sadly that it was so. Fane asked to see it and held out his hand for her to give it to him. It was a fire pendant wrapped in a dragon. He said that this pattern was familiar to him, but he had seen it somewhere. He asked why they needed this pendant. She sighed and said that this is a difficult question. He smiled and said that Qing could talk about it when she was ready. She thanked him for his understanding. He replied that there was no problem, and she could contact him at any time. Meanwhile, in a room at one of the local hotels, Yuko was furious that her plan had failed. She considered Fane an abomination, and no one had beaten her even as a child. She said that she would never give up the jade, which was associated with the secrets of her family. A man entered her room. He saw that his lady was confused by something. It struck him. He said that it looks like she lost a Ching. She turned to him and asked what he was doing here, calling him uncle. His name was Creed. He said that the head of the family knows that she went here to meet Ching. She said that it does not bother her. He said that the head of the family wants her not to embarrass herself and return home immediately. Hearing this, she exploded with rage and asked why they believe that she exposes herself to ridicule because she is trying for the common good. Creed said that there were reasons why their ancestors decided that it should be this way, but they should not interfere in it. She told him to go home and told his father to send someone to help her because there was some guy who was bothering her. He sighed unhappily upon hearing her words and turned around and said that he understood everything. She continued to sit unhappily on the couch and waited for him to leave. She decided that she would make Fain Lin regret her actions, but no one could hurt her anymore, not even Ching. The office of the Apocalypse Association was located on the top floor of this skyscraper. One of the men was looking at the results of the research on which they had recently spent a lot of effort. He smiled and said that these Chinese were really extraordinary. A woman entered the office and addressed the researcher. His name was Sabiel. She asked him if he had learned the secret of the Chinese fighters. He was happy when he saw her and said that he had great news. It was Selena's sister Ching. He said that he did not expect to see her today. She told him not to try asking her out again. He said she was too cruel. After which she asked if he was able to succeed in the study of the Chinese, and added that the genetic experiment of the Imperials was already close to completion. He scratched his head and said that research takes time. She said that he is a fool and that the company gave him time and money and there was still no progress. He took out his notebook from his pocket and said that she should look into it. Selena looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. He said that the secrets of the cultivation of Chinese fighters were described here. He said that the main problem was that their warriors could not possess their true chi. She said that she understood everything and ordered him to continue his research. It was Fain's room. As always, he trained and continued to improve. Suddenly, he felt a breakthrough. He was seized by an energy unknown to him until now. He felt as if he had turned into the center of the universe. He said that another degree was achieved. Suddenly, someone knocked on his room. He came and opened the door. It was Selena. She was wearing a beautiful black evening dress and asked how he was doing. He smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She asked, "Is this how he always treats beautiful girls who come to visit him and doesn't even invite them inside?" He smiled and said that he kindly invited her to enter. They sat and did not know what to talk about. Fain asked her what important business had brought her to him. She replied that she wanted to ask him for help. Fain said that she should just say what he needs. She handed him the notebook she had received from Sabil. He asked how long she had been interested in Chinese martial arts. She began to laugh and say that she had always been interested in them. Fain said that he did not expect this from her. He ran his eyes over the notebook and said that it was not suitable for learning Chinese martial arts. She looked confused and asked why. He explained that she had lived outside their country for a long time and was not familiar with their culture. Because of this, she would not be able to master these martial arts. Asked, "Is there no way to do this?" He said that everyone learns on their own, so it will be difficult to help here. After which he returned the notebook to her. She was unhappy and said that she was very sorry. After which she stood up and said that it was time for her to go. She glared at Fain with hatred and mentally called him a scumbag. After which she closed the door loudly and disappeared. Fain immediately understood that the purpose of Selena's visit was not so simple. After some time she left the hotel and took out her phone to call someone. She dialed a number and asked to send 5 new genetic fighters to her. She said if Fain Lin doesn't want it in a good way, she will do it in a bad way. That same night, Fain did not sleep. He stood by the window and looked into the night sky. In the distance, he saw something approaching him. In a moment, he realized that he was attacked by daggers. He managed to jump back, but they hit the wall behind him. Fain sat down and stared intently out the window. In a moment, some strange creatures appeared in front of him. They didn't even look like people on their heads. They had strange masks with tubes through which they breathed. Fain smiled and said that Selena can go out. She stood behind them, but said that she did not expect him to guess so quickly. He asked, had she decided to change tactics and go harder? She started shouting that he asked for it, after which she ordered her soldiers to attack. Fain immediately raised his hand and used a fire shield. These fighters were surrounded by red-hot flames, but they did not stop. One of them tried to break through the wall of fire to grab Fain, but nothing came of them. and in a moment they dissolved under the influence of the power of the Fane. Selina started screaming in horror and asking how it could be. She asked if these were the methods of martial artists. Then he approached her and pressed her against the wall. He gently touched her chin and asked for what purpose it had come to the country. She smiled and said that she would not tell him anything. Fane snickered in amusement. A fire appeared in his hand, but he asked, "Does she want to try it?" She started to stop him and tell him not to do this. He said if she does not want to be destroyed, then she must speak. She said she wanted to combine Chinese martial arts with genetically modified fighters. He was very impressed by this and said that even the barbarians were not capable of such a thing, and said that she should be destroyed for this. She begged him to stop and spare her, for which she would serve him. He stopped but said that she asked for herself. He touched a finger to her forehead and said that he put a spirit seal spell on her, and if she betrays him, she will explode and be destroyed. She was very scared because of this. He said that now she can go. She immediately flew out the window, leaving him alone. She flew through the air and didn't look so upset anymore. After which she started laughing. It seems that everything was not so simple. The next day, Fane left the hotel for a walk. A car stopped in front of him. Lishan came out of it. He looked at Fane and said that he seems to be in a good mood. Fane asked him what he was doing here. He said that he came to help because his old friend's granddaughter is sick with an unknown disease. Lishan continued and said that no one knows what it is, so he came to ask him to examine her. Fane said that he would do it without any problems. They arrived at Lishan's friend's estate. They got out of the car and went to the house. The owner came out of the house and politely greeted his guests. Lishan also greeted him. The man's name was Quan. When he saw Fane, he asked who this young man was. He said that this is the master whom he invited to heal his daughter. He said that Fainlin was a local healer and martial artist. Mr. Quan was very happy about such a visit. He told them to follow him, and they went through the entire villa. Suddenly, Fane heard a beautiful melody and asked who was playing the zither. He said that this game was beautiful, but the melody was sad. Mr. Quan sighed heavily. He said that it was his daughter playing and added that she has been suffering from an unknown disease since childhood, and he lost count of the number of doctors he invited to cure her, but it was all in vain. Walking a little further, they saw a girl sitting and playing a musical instrument in front of them. All was a beautiful woman in a pink kimono. Quanxia approached her and said that they had guests. He introduced Fane to her and told her that he was a brilliant doctor. She went to meet them to say hello. She asked if it was the war or if he was so young. Lishan said although he was young, his skills were simply incredible. She said that she did not want to be the person who would create a problem for him, but Fane said that she cannot worry and he will definitely cure her. He began with a routine examination and touched her arm. Fane felt an extremely cold chi absorbing her energy. He asked her if it was true that she began to feel cold when she was 14 years old. She answered him that it was so, and asked if there was any way to help her. Fane said that there was a way, but it was quite difficult. Suddenly, 3 men appeared next to them, and the eldest of them said that treatment is not only the ability to talk teeth. Fane looked meaningfully at this old man. She ran up to this man. Then it turned out to be grandfather. He said he found a brilliant doctor for her. He introduced 2 men to them. One old man named Dr. Mon, along with him was his young disciple, Wang Yu. She greeted them politely. Wang Yu decided that she was very pretty, and he would like to have her as a girlfriend. The doctor asked, disgruntled, "Who is that looking at Fane?" Lishan said that it was a brilliant doctor whom he had personally invited. Wang Yu began to shout that he was not a doctor because Fane was too young. Fane smiled and said why shouldn't he be a young doctor, and remarked that it seemed like Dr. Mon only taught his student how to be clear. After these words he attacked Fane with his fists, but his teacher Dr. Mon immediately stopped him and told him to calm down. He looked at him displeased. Mon asked, does Fane have such incredible skills that he was invited to heal the master's daughter? Fane said that his skills were average, but they were hundreds of times better than Dr. Mon's. He was displeased and began to shout at him, accusing him of impudence. He turned and prepared to leave, saying that if they already have a brilliant doctor, then he will not interfere with them. Yuko's grandfather started to stop him and tell Dr. Mon to compare himself to the young man. Yuko said that she has something to say about it all. She said that Dr. Fainlin has already examined her, and now Dr. Mo can also do an examination, but at the end they will compare whose diagnosis turned out to be more accurate. Mon gladly agreed to do everything. They sat down at the table, but he checked her pulse. He said that her body was cold, but she had not received effective treatment for a long time. He said that the disease had settled very deep in her body, and now it will be difficult to get rid of it. She looked at him with a meaningful look, but he smiled and said he knew the secret. He said that with the help of this method, you can expel the cold from Miss Kuhn's body. Mr. Kuhn asked what herbs they would need for this and added that he would immediately order them to be obtained. He said that it would take 1,000-year red fruit, fire spirit herb, and dragon ginseng along with his acupuncture technique to heal her. He said if this is true, he will now give the order to get all these materials. Suddenly someone stopped him. Fane said they needed to stop immediately. Wang Yu started yelling, "What the hell is Fane allowing himself and what is he doing?" He calmly said that Mr. Kuhn of course can do as the old swindler says, but only if he wants the death of his daughter. Mr. Kuhn looked at him alarmedly and asked what he meant by this. Dr. Mon also said that he was very interested. Fane replied that if he is so ignorant, who will explain everything to him now? Fane said that Miss Kuhn didn't just have a cold body, it was a yin body. Wang Yu displeasedly began to shout and ask what kind of yin body this was because he had never heard of such a thing and accused Fane of just making it up. Yuko's grandfather asked if there was a way to cure him. He said that they could easily do it if they could guide Miss Yuko on the path of development. He said that she should become a practitioner. Wang Yu started mocking him again and saying that Fane had read these fantasies in books. Suddenly, Mon gave him a powerful blow and told him to shut up. He looked at Fane and mentally asked himself if this guy was one of the legendary practitioners. Then he asked Fane if he was a cultivator. He said that meanwhile his aura was swimming with rage. Mon saw his true nature and immediately got incredibly scared. Yuko was also very impressed by this. Mr. Kuhn also looked at the greatness of the fiery phoenix with delight. Wang Yu seems completely speechless. Dr. Mo began to laugh loudly. He said that he was too blind to see such greatness in front of him, after which he began to apologize. Fane smiled back. So snapping his fingers, he created a small spark of fire. He called him Lord Lin and asked to save Miss Yuko. He said that he would definitely do it. She asked him if it was true that if she started training with Fane, her yin body would heal. He smiled and said that everything will be like that. She fell to her knees and said that she was greeting her teacher as a student. Suddenly her aura also lit up with fire. Fane said that there was no need for this and ordered her to get up. Her grandfather said that the teacher was a second father and that etiquette should be followed. But Fane disagreed and said it was useless. He told them to order their servants to get the 1,000-year snow ginseng dragon spirit herb and the red 1,000-year fruit. He said that they will definitely get everything immediately. Mr. Kuhn immediately ordered the butler to get all these herbs and deliver them to Mr. Lin immediately. After some time, all the necessary herbs were already collected. Meanwhile, Fane walked their garden and waited for the delivery of materials. The Kuhn family's butler said that everything was collected. Fane meanwhile took out his spatial ring and said it was very good. His divine cauldron appeared immediately in front of them. He sprayed the fire and threw all the herbs into the middle, and began the process of preparing the medicine. A magical flame erupted from the cauldron. Dr. Mon was shocked and said that he had only seen such things in pictures of ancient scrolls. Fane continued to prepare the medicine. Some time passed, and a pill jumped out of the pot. Fane immediately picked it up and handed it to Yuko. He said that it must be accepted, after which he will give the following recommendations. He said that after taking these medicines, the cold qi in her body would no longer cause her pain. She immediately swallowed it with joy, whereupon Fane began the rite of initiation. He folded 2 fingers and touched her forehead. A powerful burst of energy immediately appeared around them. I sleep soundly. The process of forming and transforming her energy for cultivation has begun. Fane said she should memorize the sequence and repeat it on her own. She said that she understood and remembered everything. It was immediately possible to notice how the energy of cold began to fight with fire. This burning cold energy did not want to leave her body, but she fought. Kuhn ran up to Fane and anxiously asked what happened to his granddaughter. He said that you should not worry, but everything is coming right. Suddenly there was another surge and cold energy erupted all around, because there is so much of this energy that it overwhelmed everyone around. Fane told everyone to leave and used his powers to quell the powerful cold aura. He exhibits a barrier to protect everyone around. Lishan said that it seemed that this cold had accumulated for many years, and its power was incredible. Fane tried to gently warm Yuko. He touched her and told her that she should continue the purification. She was fully focused and said she would see things through. Everyone was amazed that such a powerful qi was in the middle of the whole girl. A real infernal dance was raging around her, where ice and fire intertwined in a diabolical waltz. Suddenly everything ended, and only a thick vapor remained in the air. She got up and joyfully ran to her grandfather. He was extremely surprised when he saw her, because he had not seen a smile on her face for a long time. He began to hug her joyfully and asked if she had recovered. She said that everything is fine now. She said that now she feels that the cold has stopped destroying her body, and now, on the contrary, fills her with strength and energy. He said that he could not believe that after so many years she managed to heal. Wang Yu said that Miss Yuko looks like a fairy now. Mon immediately hit him with another powerful blow. He finally told him to shut up. The Kun family was very grateful and kept thanking Fane. She also expressed her gratitude to him and called him a teacher. He said he would stay for a few days to give her instructions. She thanked him again and said that it was just wonderful. Her grandfather was also over the moon with happiness. After a few days, Yuko continued to practice. During this time, Fane was constantly watching her and monitoring the process. Suddenly, someone came up to them and called Fane. It was Mr. Kun. He said that this young man from the Qin family came here. Ta asks him. Fane was very worried when he heard the surname Qing. This boy said that his name is Feng Qing, and that before his sister disappeared, she left a letter. He said that she asked to give this letter to Fane in case something happened to her. Fane carefully opened the letter. It was written there that she thanks him for all the help he gave her, but she will try to repay him for all his kindness in the next life. Fane was filled with a terrible rage, but he asked where she had gone before disappearing. The boy said that she wanted to visit the cemetery of her ancestors. He told Feng to take him there immediately. He picked it up, and they immediately rose into the air and rushed at great speed in the direction of the cemetery. They landed on one big mountain. He pointed with his finger to the place where the ancestral cemetery was located. Fane told him to detail the place. They came closer and saw in front of them the stairs guarded by two stocky guards. One of them stopped them and said that they cannot enter here. The boy looked at him sternly. Suddenly the guards recognized him as young Feng Qing. Another guard asked Feng how he dared to bring a stranger to these sacred lands. Fane decided that these two could get information about Qing's location. Like a bolt of lightning, he jumped from his place and turned into a real shadow. The guards began to receive powerful blows without even understanding where they were coming from. He beat them so hard that they fell to the ground. He stepped on one's chest and asked where Qing went. He could barely answer that she went to the tomb of her ancestors. Fane told the boy that they had to go there. They approached the tomb, which was guarded by a large stone door. Fane asked in confusion why the door was closed because it was usually always open. Fane told the little one to go away, but he was going to knock them out. He summoned his mighty red dragon and it flew into the concrete door. This door was unusual. It was also protected by a powerful energy shield. Fane was very surprised as he realized that the protective shield covered the entire mountain. He asked the little one if there was another way to enter the middle. He said that it was possible to enter with the jade pendant of the Qing family or the sword of the Bai family. Fane asked him where the Bai family got the key to their ancestors' tomb. Feng said that this sword was left to them by their ancestors. He asked if they were afraid that the descendants of the Bai family would use the sword to enter the tomb. He said that they would not be able to enter, because there was another door inside that could only be opened by a descendant of the Qing family. Then he sighed sadly. He said that unfortunately the Bai family was recently destroyed and the sword disappeared. The jade pendant was also missing. Fane used his spatial ring to get the sword of the Bai family, and asked the boy if this is the sword he is talking about. Feng was extremely impressed by what he saw, and said that it was him. Fane said that they were lucky that he fell in with him. Fane immediately drove the sword into the concrete wall. Feng realized that Fan Lin was the same mysterious person who destroyed the Bai family. The sword worked like a key, and the concrete door opened loudly. Fane and Feng waited until they were fully open to enter. He told the little one that they could come in. They immediately went to the middle. Meanwhile, the ancestral tomb was Qing. She was very cold and tired, and fell to the ground without strength. Suddenly, she heard a loud sound that attracted her attention. She tried to get up, but twisted her leg, and felt a lot of pain and remained sitting. Some strange people appeared near her. It was Yuko and her uncle. She smiled and asked why Qing didn't run away. Qing didn't ask why she was so obsessed with this pendant. They began to approach her menacingly. Qing meanwhile asked what secrets the family was hiding. Yuko said that she shouldn't know this, but since Qing will be destroyed today, she tells her these secrets. She said if you put a pendant to a stone statue of an ancestor, you can get an inheritance. Qing anxiously asked her, does she want to get immortality? She screamed and said even if she was destroyed today, she would rather destroy this pendant than give it to Yuko. She immediately grabbed her by the throat and pressed her against the wall. and then threw her away, and Ching fell heavily, hitting the ground. Yuko looked at her with a mad look, and said that the inheritance of the ancestors will be hers, and said that Ching would join their fallen ancestors today, after which she abruptly drew her dagger, and pounced on Ching, saying that she was saying goodbye to her. Ching Licha closed her eyes and covered herself with her hands, preparing to strike. Suddenly a shield appeared in front of her, which blocked this attack as Yuko hit it like a wall. Confused, she asked what else it was. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice that scared her very much. Fane said that you should not be so nervous because it was only him. Ching was incredibly happy to see him. Yuko's uncle was very surprised that he did not feel his approach. Yuko displeasedly asked him what he was doing here. Fane immediately noticed that Ching was in a very serious condition and she needed immediate help. He gave her the medicine he had at hand. She immediately felt much better and had strength. Yuko started screaming and saying that Fane is going to spoil the mood again. He said that once he had already let her go, but this time he would finish her off. Fane told her that she was possessed and would have to deal with her because of it. Suddenly her uncle grabbed her by the arms and flew away with her. She was very impressed by this, but did not understand why she was running away. He shouted that you should not contact this man because he was very dangerous. The pendant was still in their hands. They ran to one of the doors, Fane following. He smiled and said that they were real fools. Ta ordered Ching to stay here while he did something. She said she would wait for him here. Fane went to the door. It was closed. He put out his hand and tried to press them. Under his pressure, the door immediately exploded. But Fane carelessly made his way to another part of the tomb. Meanwhile, Yuko and her uncle were running as fast as they could. He said that they were in town. In front of them appeared the mark of a star that shone brightly in the darkness. He said that it was the same place, but in front of them was a statue of an ancestor. He said to put the jade pendant in the center of the magic circle and then use his blood to get the inheritance. She did so by placing the pendant in the middle of the star. The tag immediately flared up with an even brighter light. An earthquake started in the middle of the tomb. Fane also immediately felt the super powerful energy. She had already made an incision on her hand to perform the ritual, after which she sprinkled the pendant. A demonic essence immediately burst out of him. Another burst of powerful energy, and she fell onto her back. Her uncle began to laugh joyfully and say that they had succeeded. Then he appeared. Fane was already nearby and approaching the epicenter of dark energy. He immediately noticed a very sinister smell that could not be missed. He saw a huge demon in front of him. Fane was very surprised when this creature appeared before his eyes. This demon immediately pounced on him. He realized that it was Yuko. She controlled this creature. Also, she laughed as if a mad grandfather said that this is the inheritance of ancestors. Suddenly she saw Fane and looked at him with hatred. She smiled and said that he was very on time, after which she ordered the beast to destroy Fane. The monster immediately let out a loud roar. A very strong and ominous energy was coming from him. He immediately rushed to find his victim. Suddenly Yuko became very angry. Her uncle saw this and was very afraid for her. There was a powerful explosion in the middle of the tomb. Yuko fell to the floor. Fane understood that this beast was extremely dangerous, so it was very important for him to strike first. He gave him a very strong fire attack, and he stopped even for a moment. The beast began to growl loudly in pain, after which he became even more enraged when he saw his attacker. He raised his claws and immediately jumped towards Fane. Fane expected his return blow and was ready. The beast jumped and the cave began to shake as if an earthquake had begun. Fane managed to dodge and jumped back, dodging his attack, and immediately used a star seal spell. It was an extremely powerful attack that Fane carried out, targeting the beast's head with the words, "That it will now be destroyed." The beast let out a loud cry again, opening its mouth wide and as if it began to absorb the energy contained in the attack that Fane inflicted on it. After he completed the absorption, he glared at Fane. He was very amazed and could not even believe that the beast had done this. After which he opened his mouth. Ta wanted to release the energy of Fane's attack into himself. A powerful beam of energy hit Fane, but he managed to dodge and the beast destroyed the wall that was behind him. Fane summoned a fire dragon and ordered him to attack the beast immediately. He was very surprised when he saw a fiery monster in front of him. The dragon killed his body and squeezed hard. The animal screamed in pain and could not escape. Fane continued to gather energy to launch another attack, and then made a powerful swing that sent out a shockwave. The beast loudly continued to cry, trying with all its might to break free from the dragon's embrace. But before the shockwave reached him, he let out a loud sob, and a red and black liquid spewed from his mouth, after which he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Fane had to spend a lot of energy to neutralize this monster. He thought that this was the most difficult battle since his rebirth. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Yuko's loud laughter. He stood before the face of the beast with his back to Fane. He smiled and thanked Fane for destroying Yuko. Fane said that he did, and thought that his earnest purpose was only to remove the seal. He said that he understood everything correctly, and thanks to Fane, he will now get Yuko's body. He angrily looked at him and said that he could not cope without him on his own. Fane asked him if he had lured him here on purpose. He said that everything was exactly like that. He asked how he was sure that he would come to rescue Ching. He replied that, of course he studied his habits, but he knew that love and justice are not empty words for Fane. So he was sure that he would come here knowing that Ching was in danger. He asked, even with all that in mind, how did he know Fane would be able to defeat the beast? Fane said that if the beast destroyed him, his plan would fail. He said that there was nothing wrong with that, but he could have waited a couple of years. He asked, why is he fighting so desperately for her body? He said that it was all for revenge, traitors from the Ching family. Fane asked in surprise what treason he was talking about. He began to tell that in the era of war and chaos, the ancestors wanted to restore the glory of the Qing emperor. His ancestor became aware that there was something interesting in the emperor's tomb. A demonic beast was sealed there. Ancestors from the Qing family, Shilin family, and representatives of the imperial family entered the tomb and removed the seal. But when the work was done, the other two were afraid that his ancestor would become too powerful and united to destroy him, and then destroyed the rest of the family as well. He said what they didn't know was that a few of their kind had survived and even remained to serve the Qing family. And now, after many attempts, they had finally succeeded, he said with hateful triumph. He said that was the end of the story. Then he touched the beast, and an electric charge flew out of his hand, which was supposed to bring him to consciousness. His eyes turned red, and he rushed to attack Fane with the words that, now you can destroy him too. The beast had awakened and was now obeying Creed. Suddenly Fane saw a strong flash that blinded him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Creed's body and that of the demonic beast merged, and they were now one, after which he immediately rushed to attack him. Creed shouted as the power of his anger filled him. He let his claws in, trying to latch onto Fane's body. While Fane dodged his attacks, he jumped all over the cave trying to catch him, continuing to laugh loudly like a mad demon. This time, fighting this monster was much more difficult than when he obeyed Yuko. He launched a powerful energy attack at the place where Fane had just been, but missed. Fane created an energy sword and launched a wave attack, but managed to grab this stream of energy in his paws. He said that Fane was too weak for him, and wanted to throw his attack at him. Fane was quite exhausted, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He told the demon to try something else. Suddenly a pentagram appeared above his head. He looked up. He began to laugh loudly. Fane tried to create an impenetrable barrier around him, but Creed clawed at it, trying to tear it apart. And so it happened. It simply exploded in his hands and crumbled into pieces. He said it was all nonsense and told Fane to try something else. He looked at him and still did not know what to do. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the magic circle which was still in front of the stone statue. Fane decided that in this case, he could only be destroyed by what created him, after which he smiled as he looked into Creed's eyes, and flew away from him, luring the demon behind him, heading towards the pentagram. He felt that something strange was happening and asked Fane what he was doing. Fane stood in the middle of the magic circle. He thought that it seems he managed to guess. When Creed saw this, he was scared and told Fane not to do this. He tried to give him an energy shot to drive him out of the magic circle. Fane raised his finger and said that he had fallen into his own trap. He began to cry loudly and frantically, asking how this could happen. The dark energy around him began to twist and turn into chains. After a moment, the magic circle bound him in shackles. He tried with all his might to throw up, but it was too strong for him. Fane looked at him and laughed loudly, calling him a fool. He started yelling at him, calling Fane a scumbag. Fane continued to mock him and call him dumb. He resisted and said that when he gets out of here, he will definitely finish him off. He said that he does not have enough abilities or strength for this. Suddenly his body began to swell as if he had been pumped with air. He began to shout loudly and say that even if he had to explode, he would take him with him. Fane looked at him sternly and it stopped immediately. He asked him in confusion how he did it. Creed continued to shout that it was impossible. Fane said that he was too far from him, calling him a stupid boy. He cast a spell, and magical scrolls began to circle over Creed, dealing heavy damage to him. Fane pointed his hand at him and said if he wants to break in, he will help him in this. The next moment there was a powerful explosion. His body was covered with smoke, but it was possible to notice that the place where he was lying began to be filled with a red-black liquid. It was torn to pieces, and pieces of his body flew all over the cave. Fane watched his last flushes of life intently, his head still seeming to be conscious while the rest of his body was destroyed. Suddenly Fane saw that his body was trying to regenerate. He said that it was quite interesting and suggested that he try something else. Fiery swords appeared above him and began to circle above him with great speed, after which he sent them to attack the remnants of the demon. These swords immediately flew and began to dig into his flesh. They flew at lightning speed and rammed into his demonic body, which they tried their best to regenerate. Fane said that it was a sword alignment spell, but it was capable of destroying the body and even melting the primordial spirit. He looked at the demon sternly and told him to enjoy himself. He was in extreme pain as his own body would not allow him to be destroyed but only continued the torture. He cried out in pain and begged Fane to just destroy him. He said that of course he would destroy him, but not now. The swords continued to slash at his body. It was thrown in different directions, and he was completely exhausted. Fane walked over and stepped on the demon with his foot. He began to beg him to spare his life, and he would tell him his secret way of merging with animals. Fane sneered at him and said that he was not interested in it, after which he directed his hand at him, from which a deadly flame shot out. He began to burn his body while he screamed in pain and terror. He was still regenerating, so he couldn't pass out and feel all these torments. Ching ran to him across the entire cave. She ran and stopped behind Fane. She worriedly asked him if he was okay. He smiled and said that everything was fine. Suddenly, Yuko regained consciousness and was even able to stand up. She was in shock, but could not understand how this could happen. She looked quite strange and confused. Ching asked Fane what was wrong with her. He looked at Yuko with disgust and said that he almost forgot about her. He suddenly found himself behind her while she watched her uncle Creed burn, and struck her, knocking her out immediately. Fane told her to get some rest. Ching saw some creature burning in flames. She asked in horror, "What is it?" Fane explained that it was Yuko's bodyguard, Creed. Ching asked how he turned into such a monster. Fane sighed and said it's a long story. In the end, while they were waiting for the destruction of Creed, Fane told her the whole story. Ching said that it turns out that all this time they were pawns and in his hands. Fane said she was right, but there was no inheritance here. Ching turned to Fane and said to give him what he deserves. He said he would be happy to do it. He continued to ward in the flame and began to shout that here you really were a legacy. Fane was interested in this because it was unlikely that he would lie on the edge of his life. He stopped the fire, and he fell to his knees trying to catch his breath. Fane bade him speak and tell all. He said that it is necessary to hang the sword and pendant on the Emperor's belt with this, and then he will receive the inheritance. Creed said that he gave Fane what he wanted and asked to let him go. He looked around and saw that there really was a place on the statue where the sword and the pendant had to be inserted. Fane said if he lied to him, then his destruction would be endless. He placed the artifacts on the statue. The statue of the ancestor began to burn with energy and seemed to come alive. Then his spirit escaped from him and looked sternly at those who dared to wake him up. Fane and Ching watched this closely. He asked who they were and why they disturbed him. Ching knelt before him. She said her name was Ching and she was an heiress from the 78th generation Ching. The spirit asked how many years have passed and sighed sadly, after which he ordered her to stand up, calling her his child. Then the spirit noticed Fane and sternly asked him who he was. He politely greeted him and said that his name is Fainlin and he greets the great emperor. The spirit immediately felt his power and understood that this young man had a very powerful development. He told Fane that having reached this level of development in the era of declining spiritual energy, he could be called a son of heaven. He smiled and thanked him for the compliment. The spirit of the emperor asked what happened to the beast that was sealed by him. Fane pointed to Creed and explained that the beast was released by this person who later merged with him. Creed fell on his knees before him and began to call him his ancestor, begging for mercy. The emperor looked at him with rage and said that if such evil people appear among the heirs of the emperor, they must be punished. After these words, a huge green dragon appeared next to him, but he ordered all the dragons to destroy Creed. He began to scream in terror, clearly not expecting such a decision from an old relative. He ordered the dragon to attack, and a terrifying beam of destructive energy fell on Creed. The emperor withdrew his hand and the attack stopped. Ching asked the emperor why he did not immediately destroy that beast. He gave a small laugh at his granddaughter's naivety. but he explained that in those days he sought to develop and remain eternally young. But the ancient beast broke the seal and broke free, and he and his ministers fought him in a fierce battle. The beast was seriously wounded, but in that battle, he didn't even have the strength left to finish him off. Therefore, it was necessary to seal it again in the space where it was. Fane curiously asked him what space he was talking about. The emperor said that from the very beginning it was part of the Kyushu continent, and at that time no one knew that the beast emperor could live there. It was the same one he had never been able to destroy, the emperor said sternly. Fane said that he understood everything. The emperor told and said that the beast continues to learn and the seal will soon be destroyed. Therefore, the task of its destruction now falls on Fane's shoulders. Fane bowed and said that in his current state he was not ready for this task. The emperor said to approach him and accept his inheritance. Ching looked at him in confusion. She didn't expect such an elation. The emperor touched her with his finger. A powerful energy fell on her. She felt great pain and screamed. Fane was frightened when he saw this and asked the emperor if it was an inheritance. He tried to stop him, but the emperor closed him in energy traps. The emperor told him not to worry, but he hates mean methods. Ching fainted, and while he continued the rite of inheritance. Then she fell to the ground. The emperor said that he would rather disappear between heaven and earth than continue to exist like this. Then he touched Fane, who still didn't understand what he was doing. He told Fane that he was an interesting boy, and before disappearing said that he wanted to give him something. Everything around Fane lit up. He felt filled with incredible power. He sat in a meditative posture to cultivate the gifted energy. An incredibly powerful force was coming from him. He smiled and said happily that he had reached his peak, and told the emperor that he had given him too much. Ching was also in the process of cultivation. Fane looked at her a little worried. A mighty dragon appeared behind her. Fane thought that even he didn't know what was happening to her, and now even he wasn't sure if she would stay the way she was. She had a mark on her forehead and a new outfit. Fane was very impressed by what he saw. Suddenly she came to her senses, and when she saw him, told Fane to immediately kneel before her, because an ordinary person cannot look directly at her. Suddenly an energy sword flew into her throat. It seems she was frightened by the surprise, and he could have destroyed her in a moment. But she started to laugh and the sword stopped. Ching laughed and said she can't joke anymore. Fane closed his eyes and told her to say it again, but this time more respectfully. She said she just wanted to tease him, but didn't know he was so serious. Ching continued to laugh at him. Fane said that he thought that her body passed to the emperor. Ching said that her noble ancestor would never do that. She began to flaunt her robe and say that she was delighted with it. Fane said that indeed she looks very beautiful, and now Ching is like a real empress. She hugged him and told him that he made a good observation and that she was appointing him as her general. Fane said he didn't mind, but asked her to dispense with those imperial things. She said that they were now on the lands of the empire and she was their owner. Fane said that it seems like the Qing emperor is still influencing them. She said that when she accepted the inheritance, she saw the lives of her ancestors before her, and learned a lot from them. Fane looked meaningfully at her. He asked her if she even knew roughly where the Beast Emperor was sealed. She said that of course she knows, but it was in Shuda. Fane said it was great and offered to get out of here. Suddenly she took his hand and asked him to wait. Qing said that they still haven't inspected her ancestors' treasury. Vaughn asked with surprise, "Is there still a treasury here?" She said that such tombs always have them. Qing said that there were many treasures in such a huge empire. Fane already imagined how he would find a bunch of artifacts there that he would need in the future. He suggested that she go immediately and look around. Tsing said that she would gladly take him to this place. They went through the tomb to another part of it. Eventually they found themselves at a large door. Qing was now a powerful cultivator and used her energy to open them. She looked happily at Fane and then invited him to come in. When they went inside, they saw in front of them an incredible amount of various treasures, gold, and artifacts. She was delighted and told Fane that he could take anything he wanted. She began to laugh and say that this gold was her capital to take over the world. Fane slapped her across the forehead and told her not to talk nonsense. She began to complain and say that she also wanted to be an empress. He asked her if these were the treasures she was talking about. She asked him, "Are there not enough of them?" Fane waved his hand and said it was a waste of time, and he left. She said that he doesn't understand jokes at all, but there was something better here. She was able to interest him, and he stopped. They got to some secret room and Qing said they were there. She said that the most valuable treasures are here. Suddenly Fane suspected. He said that it looks like her ancestors were those jokers, but he said if you hit this wall. This will activate a hidden mechanism that will release a cloud of arrows at the violator. Fane held his hand up and immediately caused all traps to disappear and all protective charms to dispel. Ching sighed and said that he has no sense of humor at all. Fane looked at her and said that after accepting the inheritance, her character changed a lot. She haughtily replied that she did not feel it at all. Fane invited her to go inside. When they entered this room, they saw many weapons on the walls, and various interesting things that made them wonder. Fane immediately turned his attention to the golden cauldron standing in the middle of the room. He felt that he was not easy at all. He channeled his cleansing energy into it, and tried to test the preparation of medicines on him. A green pill jumped out of the cauldron. He offered it to Ching, who said that it smelled very nice. He said it was a heavenly fix pill. Ching asked curiously what she was doing. Fane explained that it is best suited for practitioners who have just gained strength. It not only improves development but also helps strengthen the foundation. He gave her Ching. She thanked him. He said that there is no reason why this pill should be hers. Suddenly he saw another passage to the mountain and offered her to examine that place as well. It was a strange place in which there were drawn swords in the floor. Ching turned her attention to one of them and asked what such a damaged sword was doing here. Fane said that it was actually quite interesting. He came up and grabbed the handle, trying to pull it out. When he touched it, there was a surge of dark energy. But Fane said that he could not pull it out, he said, feeling his chi begin to be absorbed by this sword. Fane said if he likes his chi energy, then he will feed him plenty. He channeled a bunch of his energy into the sword, whereupon the sword gave way and Fane was able to wrest it from its pedestal. He raised it above him. He said that this sword is a real treasure. Ching asked if this meant that a lot of money could be recovered for him. Fane absorbed all the energy that flowed from the sword. He said that it was better to leave this sword to him, and he could find a good use for it. Ching said it's no problem and she doesn't mind. She pointed to some crystals that sparkled brightly in the middle of the room, and invited Fane to examine them as well. She pointed to all these treasures and said it was all for Fane. He asked her if she doesn't want to leave something sitting. She said that they were in vain for her. Fane said that in that case he would take everything, then took out his spatial ring and began to take the treasures. After he finished they went back. Yuko still lay unconscious in the tomb. Ching walked over to her and snickered, after which raised her in the air. Fane asked her if she would take her with her. She sighed and said that she would have to because she is still a member of the family. Feng was still waiting for them outside the tomb. He was very worried about them but wanted to find out how they were doing as soon as possible. Suddenly he saw a portal in front of him, and was very frightened when a woman fell out of it. Then he saw in front of him Ching Ya, who was wearing a new imperial outfit and seemed to have become a cultivator. He was very surprised by this. He was pointing his finger at her but could not say a word. She asked the disdainful one what he needed. He began to shake Fane's hand and ask what happened to his sister, calling him his son-in-law. Fane smiled and said, "It's a long story." Suddenly her eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked about her son-in-law. She began to shout that he should not talk nonsense because Fane was no son-in-law. Fane sighed and said that it was definitely not him. Fane tapped Fane on the shoulder and asked why he didn't want to admit it, because he was so worried when he found out Ching was in trouble. When she heard about it, she all lit up and asked if it was true. He scratched his head and said that, of course she is his teacher, but he should help her if something happens to her. She wanted to say something but remained silent. She seemed disappointed by this. Suddenly she heard a voice in her head telling her that she was an empress. This evil spirit said that now that she had received his inheritance, did they still need someone's consent? Ching mentally began to say that she does not want to force him, but she wants real feelings. The evil spirit said that if he himself did not want to go to her, then he would have to be tied up. But he started saying again that she is now the empress. She said that now she really is an empress there. She can take whatever she wants. Fane saw that something was really wrong with her and asked how she was feeling. Her hand flew to the side of his face. She took his chin and directed his gaze into her eyes and said that from this moment, he was hers. But he waved it off and said he didn't want her to make a scene. She was overcome with rage. But she said that she was not making a scene, but simply said that now he belongs to her. Fane told her that she was under a spell. She started shouting that it was not true. Suddenly Fane raised his hand and froze it, saying he was sorry for that. Her dragon appeared near her and she was very angry. The dragon immediately charged at Fane. Feng shouted at her to stop and come to her senses. The dragon immediately wrapped around Fane's body and began to squeeze him. Ching broke free from his ice chains and said that he was now hers. She came and hugged him, saying that he will not be able to escape from her arms. Suddenly Fane was behind her and carefully hit her on the head. She immediately lost consciousness. He picked her up gently. He said that the development has accelerated very sharply and the mind cannot cope with it yet. Feng was frightened and asked what happened to her. He was very worried and asked Fane why she became like this. He said she was possessed by an inner demon. He asked when she would wake up or stay the same. Fane reassured him and said that nothing bad happened and she just needed a few days to master her power. He immediately calmed down and said that it was great. Fane returned to the Kun family while Yuko was doing her meditation training. She immediately felt a strong energy approaching and was even a little worried. She worriedly asked who it was. Fane appeared among the bushes and said that it was him. She was very happy because he came back. Fane said that he is very proud of the fact that she trains hard even when he is not around. He said that he was going to make a medicine and asked her to pass it on to everyone so that he would not be disturbed. She said that she would certainly fulfill his request. Yuko asked him what kind of medicine he wanted to create. He said it must be the cancellation pill. She excitedly asked him and said that he said that these medicines were used to reach the level of Sendai, so it was an elixir that weakened the effect of heavenly punishment. She was in awe of his abilities, after which she said that she would not disturb him and left. Fane wanted to do it in one of the remote rooms of the estate. He used a spatial ring to get all the necessary materials. A golden cauldron appeared before him, which he took from the Qing's treasury. He raised his hand and said it was time to start. Meanwhile, Qing was lying in bed sleeping while Feng sat next to her. Suddenly, she started coughing and woke up. She barely opened her eyes. Feng started shouting that his sister had woken up. She got up from the bed holding her head and asked where she was. Fane said that she was in her room and asked if she remembered how she attacked Fane. She was extremely surprised by this, and holding her head said that the last thing she remembers is how he refused her, and then she fell into an abyss. Suddenly her gaze changed. She told Fen if he tells anyone about it, it's the end of him. He promised her to keep her mouth shut and not tell anyone. She said that it was good, but she would take his word for it. He said Fane advised her to take the pill they brought from the tomb. Suddenly someone entered the room. It was an old man, but he was very happy when he saw that she had woken up. It was her father, but she was also happy for him when she saw him. He said that it is very good. She asked him what happened. He sighed heavily before speaking. He said that the elders found out that she received an inheritance, and they are forcing them to give it to them. When she heard this, she was immediately seized with a terrible rage. She immediately turned into a demon and said that they should try to take it away. Her father was extremely affected on his feet. They asked her to calm down and pull herself together. Suddenly she came to her senses and was able to control herself. She seemed to have a demon in her fist. She apologized to her father and said that she still can't control herself. He said that it's okay and that he understands everything, after which he patted his little daughter on the head. He smiled and said that she really grew up. Meanwhile, Fane continued to prepare the medicine. In the end, he found himself with a blue pill in his hands. He said with satisfaction that everything is ready. While Yuko was training, she smelled a very delicious smell, and immediately realized that her teacher had just finished preparing the medicine. Not only she came to this smell, her grandfather and the butler were also there. She waved at her grandfather and greeted him. He didn't expect to see her. She asked him what he was doing here. He said that he smelled an incredibly pleasant aroma, but it turned out that it was coming from Fane's room. Suddenly the door opened and Fane himself stepped out. He held in his hand the aroma of which spread throughout the estate. Yuko was extremely impressed by this. Fane was surprised to see many people gathered around his room. Yuko's grandfather asked what he was doing here. He said he made some pills for Yuko. He was happy and said that in this case he apologizes for disturbing him. Fane said that he was her teacher and should help her develop, after which he gave those pills to her. She thanked him profusely for that. He asked if they wanted anything else. He said no, but most likely he lied, after which he left, leaving Fane and Yuko alone. They looked meaningfully in his direction. Fane said these pills help clear the mind and focus to increase training results. She was very happy about it and thanked him. Fane decided to use a remote location on a mountain in the forest to completely purify the sword and cauldron. An incredibly powerful energy was coming from him. The sword flew through the air and cut through the sky. The energy around him was incredibly powerful and destructive, and it took a lot of effort to absorb it. But Fane could do it. The boiler was also thoroughly cleaned. Fane drew his sword and began to slice through space with it. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion in the shape of a red star. He stopped. The purification was complete, and all the energy of these artifacts was absorbed by the Fane. It allowed him to get to a new level. Silence and peace reigned around him. Fane exhaled and completed the ritual. He got up and was about to leave the place. Suddenly he heard a strange voice. He said that he could not believe that at such a young age he was able to reach the level of Sendai. Fane looked around and saw a strange creature in front of him. It was some kind of red devil he was hanging in the air. His hair was red and broken. Chains hung from his neck and limbs. Fane asked him who he was and where he came from. He said he was the spirit of this artifact and his name was Juan. He began to circle around him like a bored insect. He said that Fane suits him and will make a good host. He said that this is an artifact, you belong to him, and why is there another bonus in the form of Juan? Fane said he had checked the boiler before and there was no spirit there. He said it was because he was injured and asleep. Fane asked him what then had awakened him. He put his little hand on his shoulder and said that he was able to recover thanks to Fane. He pointed to his sword and said that it was now also his spiritual artifact. Juan said it's not bad, but he still has room to grow. Fane asked him ironically if he really thought so. He said that Fane cannot worry, but he will give him instructions. Fane struck him with a finger and he flew away. He immediately began to complain about Fane's cruelty. Fane was not up to this little devil. Vaughn raised the sword in front of him to get a better look at it. He said that now it really was a spiritual weapon. He began to absorb the surrounding energy again, and said that he would also take the boiler with him. Juan started screaming and asking him to stop. Fane asked what he needed from him anyway. Juan said he wanted to see the outside world, so he asked Fane to please not push him back into the cauldron. Fane refused him, and he was very surprised by this. He wrapped his little hands around his leg. He promised that he would not disturb him. Fane pulled away from his leg, brought him closer and asked if he would not disturb. Juan began to assure him that there would be no problems from him. Meanwhile, it was the meeting hall of the Qing family. An old man sat at the head of the table and said the Qing should give them their inheritance. Another man knocked on the table and said that the elder was right. Others also started shouting that this was an opportunity to strengthen them. Suddenly, Qing and her father entered the meeting room. He really didn't want to meet those insolent old men. They also looked at him with displeasure. One of the elders quietly and angrily said that he was no longer looking to see them here. He began to demand that they immediately give them the inheritance of their ancestors. Qing just started arguing, as her father covered her mouth and did not let her continue. He said that his daughter received the inheritance of her ancestors, and of course she will pass it on to her family. One of the elders started shouting and demanding that she should do everything immediately. Qing later restrained her anger. Because of their insolence, her father said that there was no point in rushing, and besides, they did not give up on it, and she would immediately do it as soon as she mastered it. But they did not want to compromise and demanded that everything be given to them immediately. The husband shouted and said that otherwise her father would remain the head of the family. Qing could no longer hold back, and turned into a demon again. She said they were a pitiful bunch of old stinkers. She said that the ancestor gave her the inheritance and that meant that he decided that she was worth it. After which she waved her hand, and the table at which the elders were sitting shattered into pieces. They were shocked by this, but you did not expect such strength from her. She said it was a warning to all of them. And next time, instead of the table, will be their heads. After which she told her father that they were leaving. Fane, meanwhile, sat on the mountain and enjoyed a peaceful night. Suddenly, he thought about something and sighed heavily. Juan asked him what happened and why he was sighing. Fane said that there is nothing special, it's just time, and it's very fast. Juan said that Fane speaks as if he has lived for hundreds of years. Fane said it didn't matter and asked the kid where he got his injuries. He jumped on his shoulder and said that it was also quite a long story. Fane said they have time and he can tell. Juan said that his last host was Lu Yun, the head of Shenji Academy. Fane looked at him suspiciously and said that he had never heard of such an academy before. He thought about it and said that probably such an academy no longer exists, and said that it is not surprising because quite a few years have passed. He continued his story and said that back then, the human race was fighting for survival with many races of monsters and monsters. Fane asked him, and what happened next? He said that then a war broke out between humans, demons, and beasts. This war shook the whole world. In the end, the humans won, sealed the beasts, and destroyed all the demons. Fane continued to listen to his story with interest. Juan said that he actually has a suspicion that the enemies may return, so Fane needs to train harder. He replied that he cannot worry. He is able to protect this place. He smiled and secretly asked him if there were any brothels left in this world, after which he immediately received a powerful blow. He flew high into the sky and started shouting at Fane, calling him an insolent boy. Fane said that he was already tired and was leaving, and Juan flew to catch up with him. Meanwhile, the ruins slept to the sounds of the night. A creature knelt down and addressed its master. He said that the seal is starting to weaken. His master asked his subject if it was true. Then he burst from his throne and began to laugh and said that after how many years he would finally be able to enjoy delicious human flesh again. His servant stood before him as he made speeches about his glorious return. His servant was shaking with fear, and he said that he congratulates his master on this. The demon emperor gripped his mace. He said that he should give it to the soldiers so that they could prepare. He said that he would certainly carry out his order. It was the morning of the next day, and Yuko woke up to the warm morning rays. Suddenly she saw a car that arrived at their estate. A young man came out of it with a large bouquet of flowers. She was dissatisfied and asked him what he was doing here. He immediately knelt before her and began to ask her to become his girlfriend. She replied that she was not going to do that, after which she slammed the door in his face. He began rambling and saying that he really likes her very much. This painting was watched by Fane and his new little friend. Juan asked him, "Is this girl really his student?" The master smiled and nodded in response. The little demon said it was a very good choice. Fane said haughtily, "If he has already taken her as a student, then she is certainly beautiful in her own right." The young man continued to knock on the door and was already exhausted. Suddenly he heard someone mocking him. He angrily began to shout and asked them, "What is so funny?" Fane said they just saw something funny. The young man ran up to Fane and, grabbing him by the collar, began to threaten him. Fane asked him what was wrong with him. He seemed angry and said that Fane did not dare to mock him. After that, he struck him, but of course he missed. Fane immediately grabbed his arm and broke it, after which he gave him a kind kick in the ass. But he immediately rolled away from the house. He fell to the ground and started breathing hard. He began to shout, "If Fane is so cool, let him wait. He will lead someone out." Fane looked at him sternly. So this situation was not the first time. He went to the door of the house and calmly knocked on the door. The door suddenly opened and Yuko's scream was heard from there. She screamed for him to finally take it away. Fane and Juan were a bit stunned by this reaction, but she saw that it was her teacher and grabbed her head. She began to apologize and say that it was not addressed to him. He smiled and said he knew everything. She asked him where he came from. Fane told her not to worry and that while he was here no one would bother them. She smiled happily and said that Fane had been very kind to her. They returned to their garden where Yuko continued her cultivation training. Suddenly they heard some screams. Someone broke into the estate and shouted at her grandfather to get out of the way. Fane offered her to go and see what was going on there. She asked him if she should go too. Fane went to the front building and saw an old man standing by the door and the guy he chased away. This old man shouted at Yuko's grandfather and asked why he was not reacting to what had happened. He asked him to explain everything in more detail. He began to say that he once promised that their grandchildren would marry. He rolled his eyes and said that they talked about it once, and it was a drunken conversation, but they couldn't be taken seriously. It seems that he did not expect such a turn. Yuko appeared behind them and happily greeted her grandfather. He also congratulated her and said that he did not expect to see her here now. The old man thought that his advisors were right when they suggested that his grandson marry her. He pushed her grandfather away and said that she had already grown up to be such a beauty. Her grandfather said that this old man's name was Qingwu, and he began to complain and ask why he was being presented so disrespectfully. Yuko greeted him politely. Fane also mingled with everyone present. Yuko's grandfather was very happy to see Fane and happily introduced him to the uninvited guests. Old Qingwu turned red and started shouting that this was the reason his grandson got hurt. He started yelling at Fane and accusing him of beating his grandson, and he would make him pay for it. Yuko's grandfather began to calm him down and tell him to calm down, because Fane Lin was his honored guest. But he pushed him away. He didn't want to listen to anything. He said he would deal with him right here and now. The gentleman smiled and invited him to start immediately. The old man immediately pounced on Fane and said that he would now finish off the insolent scoundrel. He tried to kick Fane, but it dissolved in the air in front of his nose. But in a moment he was already behind him and asked if this was all he was capable of. Fane was 1,000 times faster than the old man. Todd just mocked him, calling him an old man. He threw blow after blow at him, but could not even get close. Suddenly Fane snapped his fingers, and the old man was immediately paralyzed. He asked Fane what he had done. Fane smiled and told him to just calm down. He could not move and told him not to do. Fane must stop it immediately. Yuko's grandfather said that Fane was his granddaughter's teacher. He began to shout that he would never believe that his granddaughter was a student of this scoundrel. He also said that he knew that she was sick and could not learn martial arts. He said Fane healed her. He began to ask how he managed to do this, and was he really God if he was capable of such a thing? Grandfather Yuko said that to some extent it was possible to say yes. He called his granddaughter and asked her to show what she can do now. She raised her hand and a lotus flower immediately appeared above her. The old man was shocked and asked if it was true. He asked if Qingwu was convinced now. He said that now he believes them and asked to let him go. Fane warmed him with fire and immediately released him. The old man said that it was hard to believe that she really became a practitioner. He said that in that case he could no longer stay here and had to go there. Yuko's grandfather tried to stop him, but he intended to get away faster. Night fell in the windows of the Van Manor and the lights were on. The three of them were just having dinner together. Fane said that it would probably be a farewell dinner, and then he had to go. Yuko really didn't want Fane to go. He stroked her and said that he had already taught her what she needed to know, and her future path was now up to her. Tears rolled down her eyes, but she asked him not to go. But Fane shook his head, making it clear that he should leave her. He went to the door, leaving them alone. She promised herself that she would train with all her might so that she would be able to stand next to her teacher in the future. Fane left the manor and found himself in a dark street. Suddenly Juan appeared and asked him if he would just leave like that. Fane thoughtfully looked at the starry sky and said that it would be better this way. Besides, he felt that something very dangerous was approaching. It seems he was right, and in the light of the moon you could see the eyes of the demons. The Demon King was already in freedom. He said that he didn't expect to be able to enjoy human flesh right after he got out of his prison. He stopped by the nearest human settlement to feed himself. One of the villagers saw this monster sitting next to the young man. He rushed at him with a rake and shouted for him to go back to hell. The monster only laughed when he heard his threats. He swung his club and struck the man with it. The next day, Fane sat in his room and passed the time reading a book. Suddenly he heard a knock on his door. He was surprised because it was still quite early. But who could need him at such a time? He opened the door and was surprised. In front of him stood Qing in her usual outfit, but she looked the same as before all the events that happened to her. He asked her what she was doing here. She also answered him a question, asked what he had. Wasn't he happy to see her? Fane replied that of course he was happy and offered to enter. She went inside his room and they sat down on the couch. She meekly looked at him and thanked him for everything. Fane said that these were trifles, but he should not be thanked. He asked her what she still wanted. She straightened her hair and smiled, saying that she had completely forgotten. Her look became very serious and she asked him if he watched the news today. Fane said he hadn't seen it yet and asked what happened. She showed him the news on the phone and said that on the outskirts of one village there was an attack on residents and several people were eaten there. Fane said that there was nothing interesting about it, but such news does not surprise him. She said that she thought so at first, but then she saw a paw print and realized that something was wrong. Fane immediately asked her what kind of print it was. She said that she suspected that this village was attacked by monsters. Fane asked if it could be monsters, because now there is no energy in the world to spawn them. She asked him what if it had happened earlier. Fane immediately remembered the red moon he had seen the day before. He asked if she meant to say that her ancestral seal had weakened, and that some monsters were able to escape. She said that she understood. Although it is unlikely, it is better to check it. They visited a village that was on the edge of the city. Everything there was in a very bad condition, and many buildings were destroyed. Qing and Fane looked carefully at everything, trying to find any clues. Juan said that there is a very powerful evil aura here. Fane sternly said that there really were monsters here. Juan also clearly felt the presence of this energy. Suddenly he saw something and said to Fane, "Do you see the camera?" They began to look there too. He said that it must be checked. They went deep into the village to take a closer look. The Qing asked him where he was going. He said he wanted to look into everything in more detail. She told him to be careful. He smiled and said he would try. He came up and saw some ruins in the middle of which was a huge portal. Juan said that it looks like there is a beast right now. Fane looked at the place where Juan pointed. The Emperor of Monsters immediately felt that a person with spiritual energy was approaching him. He prepared his mace and set out to meet her. Juan began to panic and scream that this monster is approaching them. Fane said that it is on the contrary good, but he will be able to save time on his search. The image of a monster appeared in the thick fog. He stood right in front of Fane and called him young and fresh meat. Juan looked at the monster and said that he is a pretty little animal. Fane also evaluated it from head to toe and said that it seems that there is nothing special here. Juan should at least laugh and say that this monster looks quite tasty, but it is not possible to increase development at the expense of it at high levels. Fane told him to shut up and explained that his powers work differently. He said that this monster would be suitable for his female student. Fane was immediately happy and said that it was true. But the monster did not seem to understand into whose hands he had fallen. He told Fane to be a good boy and went straight to his mouth. Fane began to laugh and say that the monster must not understand who he's talking to. He started swinging his mace and threateningly approaching him. He swung his weapon at him and called Fane an insolent snitch. The mace was already almost at his head. The monster laughed and said that this was exactly what he deserved, because no one dared to look down on him. He stood and nonchalantly aimed his mace at Fane's head, probably expecting that he would not even flinch. Fane let out a small laugh. His fiery energy immediately shot out, and he asked the monster if that was all he could do with his bat. Fane's hand immediately rose above the monstrosity. The monster said that this weapon is his treasure that has accompanied him for hundreds of years, and he will finish him off with it. Fane finally told him to attack because he was tired of talking to him. The monster began to growl loudly and immediately pounced on Fane. Suddenly he abruptly turned into a rabid boar and immediately rushed into battle. But as he approached, something struck him very strongly. Fane held out his hand and calmly stopped him, asking where he was going. Juan said it's okay to play with him. Fane smiled and said that indeed they had already lingered here. He struck the boar with a powerful kick, and it immediately fell to the ground. The boar did not expect such a powerful and strong blow from a person. He fell among the stones and could not even get up. He started calling Fane an old monster. He said that he was wrong, and that he was not an old monster at all because he was only 20 years old. He said that who would have thought that during his imprisonment the human race would give birth to such geniuses as Fane. Fane asked him how he managed to free himself from the imperial seal. He said that he was just a soldier sent by his lord to explore the land. Fane asked him how many other prisoners like him there were. The monster asked him if Fane wanted him to betray his kind. He said he would never do it. Juan said he didn't think the seal was really broken. Fane said fine and immediately burned the monster. Ching appeared behind him. He asked what she was doing here because he said to wait for him. She said that she was very worried about him but was afraid that he would not return. Did he destroy all the monsters already? She asked. He smiled and said that the deed was done. Meanwhile, a bunch of monsters were sitting in some cave and waiting for something. Among them was a purple elf who used magic. There was also a girl who looked like a fox. She asked what happened. She asked him about the wild boar monster that went out to gather information and did not return. Suddenly they felt an earthquake and it greatly alarmed them. She fell to the ground and started screaming, feeling a very dangerous aura. The elf shielded them with his energy. He created a protective shield over them just in case. The fox girl began to say that it was a real horror. The elf began to quarrel and say that it was all because of the damn boar. She called him the Serpent Lord and suggested that she go and check things out herself. He told her that she could go but warned her to be careful. She said that she is always careful and can be trusted. Meanwhile, Fane used his power to strike the mountain where the monsters were hiding. Ching asked him if he managed to find anything. Fane said that there was nothing. She smiled and said that he destroyed everyone. Fane said that thanks to this boar, they will be able to increase her energy level in the evening. She asked him if she could invite anyone. He smiled and said why not, he wouldn't mind. She said that it's great, but they will have a good time. It was an evening at Fanelin's house. Yuko visited him and asked what happened. Fane said that today would help her increase her level of development. She asked, is it possible to increase the level not only by training? He said that it was, and it was very convenient. She said that it's just wonderful, but she can't wait. Ching brought her father to visit Fane and decided to introduce them. Fane greeted him politely. He invited them to sit down and have dinner together. She walked through the night city and thought that several hundred years had passed, and everything had changed so much. A fox girl found herself in the middle of a modern metropolis. A sports car driven by a young man suddenly stopped near her. He got out of the car and gave her a meaningful look. He said his name was Yan Fan and asked her if he could meet her. She was glad of such opportunities and decided that with the help of this young man, she would be able to learn more about the new world. Suddenly she pulled back and asked him how to know that he is a good person. He thought about the fact that she was quite stupid and could be taken advantage of. He said she could ask anyone about it, and they will tell her that he is a handsome guy. Suddenly someone took him by the shoulder, and he turned to see who it was, after which he immediately received a powerful blow to the face from some girl. He fell to the ground and began to ask what the hell she was doing. She said that she would not allow him to do this, and if he continued to misbehave, she would tell his grandfather everything. He didn't start arguing and said that he knows he was wrong and he won't do it the next time. She looked at him sternly and asked what next time he was talking about. He immediately began to make excuses and say that he meant that this would never happen again. She ordered him to get out immediately. Ta then immediately ran to his car, after which he got into it and immediately took off. The fox was unhappy because its source of information was chased away. Yuko asked the fox how she was feeling. She shed a couple of tears and told them not to worry. Yuko immediately decided to ask her that maybe she was not local. She started saying that she lost all her things when she moved to the city. Yuko smiled and said not to worry, but she can live with her, and made a surprised look and asked if it was true. The fox thought that she was lucky to meet such a kind girl, and that it would even be better. But she would be able to learn everything from her. She took her by the hand and followed her, saying that she would live with her until she found a job. She told Fane that this girl should live with her until everything gets better. Fane said it was good, after which they said goodbye. He stood and continued to watch the girls as they left. Juan said that this girl had the aura of a monster. Fane smiled and said that he saw it immediately. Juan asked him why he didn't do anything then. He explained that it is necessary to find their lair and then maybe there will be something valuable there, but he is being used by the girl as bait. Juan appreciated his cunning and said that Fane is a smart guy. While Fane was walking home, he was met by two more strange guys. They said they wanted to talk to him. He looked at them suspiciously. The first young man greeted him as if they were old acquaintances. Fane immediately told them that he did not know them. The young man introduced himself and said his name was Wei Cheng, and he was an advisor to China's Security Committee. Fane sternly told him that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The boy told Fane that he should not be in a hurry to give up on this conversation, but he should think carefully about everything. He said he was giving them only 1 minute. Wei Cheng said that he would like to invite him to work for the committee. He said he was sorry, but he was not interested in it. He immediately handed him a business card and said that they were in no hurry and Fane could think about it, after which he left them. Wei Cheng's assistant was angry and said that this guy was too arrogant. He said that Fane Lin could afford such behavior because he had a very powerful power. He began to shout that they were a government office after all, and that he was not afraid to become their target if he behaved so defiantly. Wei Cheng immediately ordered him to shut up. Fane looked at this business card again and smiled wryly. Meanwhile, the girls were returning home. The fox was already asking Yuko if that guy was her fiancé. Yuko started to worry and said no because he was her teacher. The fox said that he looked too young for a teacher and that he must have been very strong. She said it was true, but he was really very strong. Followed them at this time. Suddenly they felt a powerful energy that passed through them. Someone's powerful attack appeared in front of them, similar to a red star. Yuko told her new friend to be careful. This thing wanted to hit them, but Yuka managed to put up a shield. Then they saw a witch coming down to them. She said that the girls had a good reaction. They asked who the hell she was and why she attacked them. She said that she was a crazy person and attacked people. She said she wanted to feed on them and suck all their entrails to the bones. Yuko said that she takes on too much. The Red Witch immediately flew to attack them. She also did not stand still and decided to use force to teach the witch. Yuko fired a stream of attacking lotuses at her. The witch immediately tried to dodge this attack, but she underestimated her and quickly caught up with her. A powerful beam of energy hit her directly in the spine. She flew away and felt that she could not overcome these girls just like that. She rushed to attack them again, this time with all her strength. Yuko just smiled at her attempt. The witch tried to stop Yuko's next attack, but she was unsuccessful. But she met it directly with her face and almost lost consciousness from its power. This powerful blow immediately threw her back several tens of meters, and the witch powerfully hit the nearest wall, destroying it with her body. After a while, they saw that there were already a bunch of monsters on the nearby street, one of which was holding a man in his hand. The monsters saw the girls fighting their witch. Yuko said that she will teach them all, but they better not get too close. But in a moment, they were surrounded by this great pack. Yuko asked in surprise where such a large number of ghosts and monsters came from. Meanwhile, the witch came to her senses. She pointed her finger at Yuko and said that she would beg for mercy. Fane appeared near them and asked the witch if she was sure about it. The girls were immediately covered by his huge, fiery dragon. This dragon towered over the monsters and began hissing menacingly over them, igniting flames around it. When the witch saw it, she was very surprised and frightened. Fane, surrounded by flames, approached them. The witches asked him who he was in a confused and frightened voice. He said that he is the person who will turn her into ashes. Animal fear appeared in the witch's eyes, and she understood that she had to get out. She got up from the ground and immediately ran as far as she could see. But Fane had no plans to let them go, so he raised his hand and directed a spell at her. The witch was immediately bound by magical chains and could not move. She was very frightened, and looking at Fane asked him to let her go, and promised that she would never do anything bad again. A sphere of fire appeared in Fane's hand, glinting menacingly with its light. He directed this sphere to attack the witch and said he could not let her go. Immediately there was a loud explosion and flames engulfed everything around, instantly turning it into ashes. It was one of the good hotels in town. A man was sitting in one of the rooms and coughing loudly. He began to curse loudly and say that his treasures had been destroyed. Meanwhile, Fane approached Yuko and said that all the monsters and ghosts were destroyed. She happily ran up to him to hug him and said he was incredibly cool. Fane tried to calm her down, saying that she was exaggerating. He took a step back to avoid her embrace, and she even fell face down on the ground because of it. Fane told the girls to follow him. Yuko said that she trusts her teacher and happily follows him. The fox would have other thoughts. She felt that this guy was very dangerous and she should run away from here. Yuko approached her, seeing that she was delaying, and offered her to go with them. Suddenly Fane also turned to the fox and said, if she doesn't want to be destroyed, then she better go with him. Thunder struck her speech and she was very scared. The fox understood that she had no choice, and sadly followed them. Fane took them to his home and said that they had better stay here today. Yuko was very happy about this and said that she would gladly agree. She told the fox that they should get to know each other better, while she would go and prepare a room for them. The fox didn't want to talk to Fane or be alone with him because he might find out her secret. But she pretended not to mind and agreed, after which Yuko left the room, leaving them alone. Fane immediately created an impenetrable barrier around them that prevented their conversation from being heard. He looked at her sternly and told her to confess where their lair was. She was very scared, but she did not expect that he would move so sharply to this topic. At first she pretended that she did not understand what he was talking about. But Fane showed with all his appearance that he was not going to play games with her. She felt incredible pressure from him, which affected her. Tears even appeared in her eyes from this depressed feeling. She immediately assumed her true form and turned into a fox. With tears in her eyes, she said that their lair was not far from the village where they were looking. Fane looked at her sternly again and asked how she dares to lie to him. He put his hand over her, and she was extremely frightened, saying that she is not lying. But their lord has a treasure that allows him to hide from the search. She said that it was precisely because of this that they could not detect them then. He was standing very close to her and had his hand on her head, after which he ordered her to remove all the excess. Her fox ears immediately disappeared from her head. At that moment, Yuko just returned to the room. The barrier immediately disappeared, and the fox assumed its human form. Fane said he just saw something on her head and decided to remove it. He decided to leave the girls and went to another room. The fox was incredibly happy that he spared her life, but Fane mentally told her not to say anything or he would destroy her. He also mentally conveyed to her that her life is now in his hands, after which he told the girls to rest and he too would go to sleep. The next morning the shopping street was already quite crowded, with local residents going about their business. That morning, Yuko and the fox went shopping to buy new clothes. They happily chose their new outfits and enjoyed their time. Fane thought that the only thing the immortal god was afraid of was women shopping. Suddenly, he felt the presence of a dark energy that immediately pointed to its source. In front of Fane stood an old man with a cold aura coming from him. He looked at him suspiciously and assessed his abilities, especially since this man's presence in this shop was strange. Yuko saw that something caught Fane's attention and she asked him what happened. He said that it was not important, but these were little things that should not be ignored. She said that they have already chosen everything and now they can return. He was very happy that he no longer had to go shopping and said that this was great news. He sighed heavily and said that this torment was finally over for him. He once again looked at the place where the man was standing, but this time he was gone. They were returning home through the crowded streets of the city. Fane carried shopping bags while the girls left and gossiped about something, suddenly stopped and told them to do the same. Yuko excitedly asked what happened. He asked them, "Do they not feel something strange?" And indeed the whole city suddenly fell into silence and not a single sound was heard. At that moment, that strange man whom Fane had seen near the store appeared in front of them. He directed his harsh gaze directly at them. Fane was not confused and asked this old man what his problem was. He started shouting at Fane and saying that Fane destroyed his treasure. Fane asked him was he lord of those worthless ghosts. He shouted that this was exactly the case and threatened Fane that he would pay for it with his life. A whole bunch of ghosts and monsters immediately appeared in front of him. He raised his hand in front of him, and with the help of fiery energy, everything began to burn and explode around, destroying the evil. The old man began to scream in terror. He asked where he got such strength. He asked the old man if this was all he was capable of. But he directed energy blades at the old man to teach him. He immediately tried to block his attack with his dark charms. Their energy weapons clashed in midair, which caused a very loud and powerful explosion. The old man said that with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat this young man because he was too strong, and it looks like he will have to use his strongest technique. The terribleness of this technique consisted in the fact that for it is worth sacrificing one's own life. He began to shout and say that he was calling on the ferocious beast to respond and destroy this snorer. A portal appeared near him, from which the terrible mouth of some demonic beast appeared. The beast's mouth was immediately followed by a paw armed with sharp claws. It was a multi-headed monstrous dragon whose main purpose was the destruction of all living things. He is channeled into his terrible energy. Even the fox was very scared and shouted that this monster was very scary. She said that now the end will come. And in fact, this monster looked very dangerous. The girls hid behind Fane and expected him to come up with something. Fane smiled and said that he thought there would be something terrible here, but it turned out to be a small snake that he would quickly deal with. The dragon said that he was the demon king who destroyed the heavenly fortress. Fane looked at him scornfully and said he doubted it very much. He began to rage and asked him if Fane had decided to humiliate the demon king. He began to shout loudly and say that now he will be destroyed for this. Fane calmly waited for the monster to make its first move to attack. He raised his finger, and a fiery energy burst out of it. Fane said that these were too loud words for such a weak creature like this demon, after which energy burst out of his hand like a hot, sharp iron, aimed directly at the dragon's paws, and even managed to cut off several of his claws. The gentleman looked at him and said with a smile that he would now know his true power. The demon began to shout that Fane was only a pitiful human being, and that he would suffer before his destruction. The dragon pounced on him and began breathing all-consuming demonic fire. But Fane put up a protective shield in front of him, and all his attacks turned into steam. Suddenly a certain Chan appeared in the sky and began to pour out his contents directly on the demon. Fane was surprised at all this. He looked and didn't understand what was going on at first. It was Juan. He smiled playfully, showing his small canine. He sat on Fane's shoulder and said that he knew this demon. His name was Ayanami, and his breath was as smelly and foul as before. Fane said that it was Yamatano, a beast from Japanese mythology. Juan was very surprised to hear this from him. He said that Fane is wrong and doesn't know history well, and how much trouble this demon did during the time of the Great Yun. Juan said that then Yun took his head off with an axe and then he fled to the barren lands. The demonic dragon started screaming for him to shut up immediately. Juan said whether he says it or not, the fact is the fact and he can't change it. The dragon was completely enraged by this and began to rage even more. Fane pointed his hand at him, intending to strike him with a powerful blow to silence him. The demon immediately saw his attempted attack and was very scared because the previous attack had dealt him good damage. Fane raised his hand to the mountain, and a powerful explosion occurred near the demon's head. A small fiery yin and yang sign appeared next to him. This symbol flew towards the demon with incredible speed. It towered over the dragon and transformed into a huge, powerful symbol that seared the demon with its light. This symbol caused a very strong pressure on him, and he even began to sink underground. I don't know what it is. The demon started shouting and asking him how he dared to destroy the avatar of the Demon King. He raged and said that only Fane would wait, and soon he would appear for him in the flesh. Fane said if he dared to set foot on the ground again, he would finish him off again, then sent a bunch of energy swords at him. The sharp blades of these swords hung in the air right above his heads. Fane raised his hand and loudly ordered them to execute the demon. The swords immediately flew down, aiming at the monster's neck. He began screaming wildly from the pain the energy blades inflicted on him, calling the humans disgusting creatures and telling them to expect the Demon King's revenge. The dragon began to writhe wildly, destroying everything around it. The girls were extremely impressed by the power of Fane. The fox also could not believe that this person was so powerful. Suddenly Yuko saw her fox ears and was very surprised by this. Fane turned to her and said that she was a demon after all. Yuko was very angry with her because she lied all the time. The fox was very ashamed, but she did not know where to go. Yuko approached her and asked why she lied to her. She was desperate and said she didn't want to lie, but Yuko picked her up herself. Yuko really didn't like lies and started screaming and calling the fox a rascal. But Fane stopped her and said that they should not destroy her as they might still need her. He said that he would teach her a special technique. From this moment, the fox's life would be in her hands. And then he touched her forehead and everything around started to glow. A mark appeared on Yuko's forehead, and she had never experienced anything like this before. She smiled and thanked him sincerely for this opportunity. Vika again approached the fox and looked sternly. She pointed 2 fingers straight to her forehead. The fox was very surprised by this, after which she fell to the ground and her body began to shake. Yuko said that from now on the fox will become her slave, and if she plans something bad or tries to betray her, she will die. With tears in her eyes, she said that she understood everything. Fane told her to cover her ears as someone was approaching them. It was again those 2 guys who gave Fane a business card. He looked and saw them and asked what they were doing here. They greeted each other and said that they had detected strange aura fluctuations coming from this place and had come here to investigate. Fane said that he thought their devices were wrong, but there was no strange aura here at all. One of them started shouting that Fane was lying to them and told him to tell the truth. Fane looked at him very sternly, for he could not bear such contempt, especially from such scoundrels as they. They immediately felt his rage on themselves. They themselves began to sway gently. Fane asked him who he thought he was to have the nerve to threaten him. He started yelling for Fane to stop using his abilities immediately. But it became even worse for them, and they fell to their knees, covering their ears and eyes. His boss was very sorry that he brought this fool with him, and because of him they could both be destroyed now. He ordered him to shut up immediately and take his words back. He turned to Fane and said that they were wrong, and asked him to give them another chance. Fane left them and said that this should never happen again. He breathed a sigh of relief and said that, of course, no one else will do this. He and the girls left them sitting on the ground and went off on their own. He immediately struck him hard across the face. He began to complain and ask him why he hit him. He said that because of him they were almost destroyed. But if you don't have the strength, you can't behave so brazenly. He sighed and said that he understood that he was wrong. His boss said that just because they can't do anything to him doesn't mean no one can. They just need to find the right person. He asked him, "Does he mean the senior who is currently training alone?" He said that he believes that his unique abilities will help to understand this case. He confirmed his assumption and said that the elder was even ready before he left for solitary training. He said that everything was true and invited them to come to him and talk. He was very happy and decided that it would really work. They approached one of the local houses. When they knocked, a young man opened the door for them. He said they were from the security committee and were looking for Jen. The boy informed them that his master said that he did not want to see anyone today, after which he slammed the door in front of them. He began to shout that they were behaving too defiantly, and that this should be reported to the management immediately, because the old man was completely insolent. He told him to finally shut up. Suddenly a strange shadow appeared in front of them, and asked how they could talk like that. She scared them very much, but they could barely stand on their feet from fear. They fell to their knees and felt the great pressure that the creature was exerting on them. The creature said that even their master could not behave so insolently when meeting him. This power was so powerful that they even began to feel sick. The creature said that it looked like they were looking for their own death. Suddenly a person appeared in front of him who covered them with his shield and was able to save them. This man apologized to this creature and said that it was his fault because he did not teach them discipline well. The monster said that this time he would make an exception and spare them. He breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. He looked displeased at the boy who was still shaking with terror. He made a strange same pods, and from those immediately came a heavy energy that destroyed them from the middle. They began to thank this man, calling him their teacher. Meanwhile, Fane and the girls returned home again. He took out some pill and told Yuko that she should eat it. He said that he also wanted to give her 2 treasures. In one hand he held a sword, and in the other outfit it was necessary for attack and defense. He also promised that with this, she would become much stronger. She smiled and thanked him sincerely for these gifts. He said that it was not worth it because it was a trifle. He said that now she should return home and train hard because he feels that there were hard times ahead, and in such times strength was the most important thing. She said that everything is clear and will try her best to achieve improvement. Suddenly a snake appeared at the entrance to the room. She said she could smell a fox coming from inside. Then the snake turned into a lord. He grabbed the door handle to open it and see what was inside. Opening the door, he looked inside and saw that on the bed was a fox, which was extremely surprised when it saw him and screamed out of surprise. He made a sign for her to be quieter, but said that she should not be afraid because it was him. She felt a sharp headache and wondered why he had come. She began to worry because he did not know that she had betrayed them, and then decided that he must have come to destroy the monster. He asked her if she had learned anything important. She said that the modern world was filled with strong cultivators, and they were led by people they had never even heard of. He said it was a good job and they can use their chance to return to the world. He said that they could leave, and he would personally see to it that she was rewarded. She said she's sorry, but she can't go back with him because if she stays among the people, she can play a big role and continue gathering information. He decided that it made sense, and if there were old monsters hiding among people, then she should continue tracking. He said that in that case he would leave her here, after which he immediately dissolved into thin air and left her alone. She breathed a sigh of relief when he left. Suddenly, Yuko appeared behind her and sternly asked her who she was talking to. Yuko held the sword in her hand. The fox asked her how she ended up here. She brought the sword to her throat and looked sternly into her eyes. She ordered her to explain everything immediately, but not to lie. The fox asked to remove the sword, and she will tell me everything. She said that her leader, Vin Vin, wanted to learn new information from her, but she did not tell him anything. Yuko happily said that she wouldn't dare to do that. The next day it happened at the gates of the college, just as Fane wanted to attend the lectures. He saw a crowd of students who had gathered and were looking at something carefully. A guy was passing by him and Fane asked him what was going on. Did something interesting happen? He said that people from the security committee want to come to them and check their faculty for knowledge. This guy asked him, "Isn't he happy to hear this news?" He also said that they can teach them energy cultivation and they can even become immortal. Suddenly another guy appeared next to them and said, "Even if you are a genius in medicine, you are just an ordinary mortal, but no one compares to real energy cultivators." He began to complain and call him haughty and asked who he was to talk to him like that. This guy said that a scumbag like this fat man doesn't deserve to know his name. He immediately attacked him with his fists because of the insult. But this insolent young man seized him by the hand and asked the boy with glasses how he dared to attack him, after which he gave him a powerful blow in the face and another kick directly in the stomach. The fat man asked him to stop beating him, but he enjoyed his advantage. Fane turned to the bully and told him to be more merciful, and then he would forgive him. He looked at Fane and asked who he was to apologize. He immediately tried to hit him, but his punch missed when he tried to hit Fane. He said what a piece of trash he had to kneel in front of him. Fane was too fast, but he couldn't even keep up with him. He was very impressed with his strength and asked how he does it. Fane pointed in his direction in his hand. On the tip of his finger there was a star. He clenched his fist and ordered him to kneel. A heavy energy immediately fell on the boy and he could not stand on his feet. He began to say that Fane did not understand whom he was attacking and that his father was not someone to be contacted. Fane said that his life now belonged to him, but he still allowed himself to be so arrogant. He began to scream as Fane kissed him right on the head with a hand, after which he left him lying on the ground and left. He helped the guy up and said that they had to go. That guy was asking them to help him. He was on his knees and could not get up, crying loudly and begging to let him go. Other students began to discuss that it was a young gentleman from the Gen family, but they did not understand what had happened to him. He asked what they had decided, but when he can free himself, they will definitely regret it. Hearing these threats, they immediately ran away, leaving him alone. He was filled with hatred for everyone and wanted immediate revenge. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, this man was following some strange artifact and said it was a disaster. An employee of the security department came to him and asked what happened and what made him so upset, but did not answer anything and continued to stand and look at this strange artifact. When he saw what the matter was, he ran up and asked how the teacher managed to destroy the inheritance. He immediately hit him on the head with a broom and shook his head and said that it was none of his business. He asked what prediction he saw was the karma so strong that even the immortal weapon was damaged. He carefully looked at him and said that a disaster was waiting for them. He scratched his head and asked what disaster he was talking about. His teacher said that he should not think about it, and all that is required of him is to go around the academies of the country and choose talented students. He said that he would definitely take care of it and do his job to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, In the middle of the cave was the Serpent Lord. Suddenly a portal appeared in front of him, and a boar's head appeared from there. He uses some magic to contact his emperor. He said that he had good news, and according to their intelligence, there were no great masters left in the city. He said that this is great news, and soon this land will become their property. He said he wanted to congratulate His Highness. The emperor said that soon the seal will be destroyed, but he must meet his king. He bowed and said he couldn't wait to see him on Earth. Fane decided to go to the sports field to see how the selection of students for the role of cultivators is going. What he saw there immediately plunged him into boredom. The guy he saved was also with him. He began to rejoice and say that it was very cool that Fane decided to try his hand at it. But he said that he was absolutely not interested in it and he was just passing by. Suddenly the same hooligan appeared near them and addressed them. He was in some strange outfit. Fane looked at him and snickered. He began to squirm and say that he had become a cultivator so they should be good boys and kneel before him and ask for forgiveness, and maybe he would spare them. The guy in the glasses was overcome with indescribable rage. He believed that this Gen was no better than the others, but still he could not compete with him in strength. He was shaking with rage, but he restrained himself because he could not show him anything. The plan put a hand on his pulse to calm him down so that he would not do anything superfluous. Fane told him not to give up and maybe he has talent too. He sighed sadly and said that in the eyes of other people he was just trash. The person conducting the selection invited another student from the queue. It was Laquan. He raised his hand and joyfully shouted that he was ready. Fane decided to encourage him and told him to go and show what he is capable of. Jen began to sneer and say that this bastard will never be able to show anything. The master who conducted the test said that he should close his eyes, concentrate and touch the stone. Laquan listened to him and tried his best to concentrate. Suddenly the stone lit up in his palm, and a huge fiery phoenix appeared above him. The master who conducts the selection was simply shocked when he saw it. Laquan even shed tears of happiness and surprise. He couldn't believe what had happened. He radiantly ran up to Fane and began to shout that he had a talent for development. He said that Laquan is really a genius, but he should not forget about training. Laquan turned to Jen and asked how he was now, since he was also a genius cultivator. Jen was incredibly angry, but he asked, "What the hell is a genius cultivator?" He still considered him trash and said that he wasn't that arrogant, and said that compared to his teacher he was nothing at all. He was shaking with rage, but he could not understand where this fat man got his sacred body. Other students also ran up to him and began admiring him and saying that he was simply incredible. Fane enjoyed the sight because it was all thanks to him. When Jen returned home, he was extremely angry and smashed everything around him. Someone entered his room and asked what was the matter. It was the guy who worked in the state security department. He said that one guy who had just become a cultivator, together with his friend, dared to publicly humiliate him. He said if it was a weakling who hadn't yet learned to develop, then he would help him teach them a lesson. The next morning they returned to the college. He said that one of them is studying in a parallel class. He said to call them here. Jen replied that he would do it now. He turned to Laquan and ordered him to immediately drag his fat ass to him and take his friend with him. He sternly looked at him and said that he would come now. He approached them and asked what they needed. Jen asked unhappily why he came alone, and then said that it doesn't matter, but he will deal with him first. He asked his teacher to hold it for him through cultivation. Streams of energy immediately directed at Laquan, who was thoroughly frightened, but did not know how to act. This force immediately bound him by the hands and feet, but he could not move. Jen was very pleased because now his victim could not resist, after which he began to beat him with his fists and said that this awaits everyone who dares to offend him. Fane saw through the window what was happening and became incredibly angry. Xianzhen continued to beat him and enjoyed the process, saying that he was going to finish him off. He fired another blow but missed, and Laquan suddenly disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. Fane grabbed him by the arms and pulled him out of the hooligan's clutches. He asked Laquan if he was okay. He wiped his face and said he was alive. Jen began to point his finger at Fane and say that this is the guy he was talking about. He realized with horror that it was Fane. He said that the world was tight and that he plans to deal with it today. He began to shout that he wanted to settle scores with him, both old and legs. Fane also recognized him and asked what this fool was doing here. He immediately summoned his energy to attack with it. A moment later, a powerful beam of destructive violet light flew towards Fane. Suddenly, Laquan covered him with his body and said that he would not allow his friend to be hurt. But Fane immediately pulled him away because it was very dangerous. and stopped this powerful attack by putting his hand in front of him and setting up a defensive field. He was very impressed that Fane was so strong. Fane stopped this attack and said that it was very primitive. He was very angry and decided that he would have to use a forbidden technique. He raised his hand up to perform the spell. A purple pentagram appeared in the sky above him, in the center of which was the sign of yin and yang. Such a pentagram also appeared under his feet, and he called someone to help him. Suddenly a huge demon appeared behind him. He looked very threatening and dangerous. Fane smiled and said that it was already more interesting. He began to be filled with the power and energy of this demon. He said that the power that fills him will help him tear Fane to pieces. He transformed into a beam of violet light and rushed to attack his enemy. Fane managed to jump away from this powerful attack. He was very impressed that he managed to dodge his attacks and ordered him to fight him face to face. Fane smiled and said he would do as he wished. He immediately flew into the next attack, trying to hit him in the head, until suddenly he faced a wall of fire that was waiting for him. Fane put out just one finger to stop his powerful blow. He asked. Perhaps he hadn't eaten much cereal, so he decided to tickle him like that. All the words irritated and angered him immensely. In the next moment, many blows flew at him, and he shouted that he would destroy him. But Fane's speed was incredible, and he was behind him in a flash, and grabbed him from behind by the neck and squeezed it tightly, then powerfully dropped his face straight to the ground. He even broke the concrete road with himself, but shouted that Fane let him go, otherwise he would regret it very much. He answered him that he never regrets anything. He pulled out a scroll from his pocket and tore it open. He began to laugh and say that he had summoned someone, and Fane remains to wait only for his death. He said that he would even be interested to see who would come to destroy him. A red flash appeared in the sky, after which something landed loudly on the ground. When the smoke cleared, Fane saw a man in front of him. It was a teacher, that arrogant guy. When he saw him, he said that he wanted to ask him for help, calling him a teacher. Fane quietly said that no one can save the one he wants to destroy. This man shouted "Ta" and asked him to stop. But it was too late, and this guy just exploded in Fane's hands. All that remained from him were red sprays that flew across the site. This man was extremely impressed by this, and even frightened. He asked what the hell he was doing. Fane asked him what he didn't like. He asked him in confusion why he destroyed him. Fane was already very angry, and asked the master if he had decided to teach him something. The master began to say that he had done nothing to him, but Fane destroyed him just like that. He smiled and said that this guy had provoked him not for the first time and even tried to destroy him, so why should he feel sorry for him? He began to shout that Fane would pay with his life for the destruction of his student. He immediately summoned many fiery energy swords which he directed at the master. He said if he moves he will be destroyed immediately. When he saw this, he realized that Fane was a monster, but did not understand where he could get it. He immediately gave up and began to say that he was wrong and apologized to him. Fane said that he sometimes wants to fight. Then he doesn't want to, and asked him if he was mocking him. He began to say that Fane was young but possessed such incredible skills and said that he was no match for him. He said that he was already tired of this chatter about who gave him a powerful blow. Fane wasn't going to let him go or show him mercy. He did not expect that he would still decide to finish him off, but he still managed to put up a protective barrier, after which, using all his dexterity, he dodged. Fane just smiled as he ran away. He landed next to Laquan, who was extremely surprised that Fane was so strong. He was delighted and said that he was extremely cool. Fane said that these are small things. He sternly looked at Jen and asked what to do with him. He said that he has to solve it himself, but he has to remember that revenge is an internal demon that can hinder development. He asked if he could destroy it. Fane asked if he really wanted it. His look was harsh and merciless, but he said yes. Fane raised his hand and created an energy sword in the air, after which Laquan handed it to him. He took it and said he was grateful to him for it. Xianzhen saw this and was very frightened, after which he began to beg him to spare his life. He said to give him at least one reason not to do it. He began to say that he could give him a lot of money if Laquan spared him. He said that he was going to become a cultivator and that money was of no use to him. Here he was ready for anything to survive, and said that he could even give him his sister. He asked him whether he is ready to give up his sister for the sake of his miserable life. He said that a woman does not matter, that she is only a tool for marriage. Laquan looked at him with disgust and said that he is a real waste. He looked at him with a pleading look in his eyes and asked if he would now leave him alive. He swung his sword at him and said, "Can such a monster as he be left alive, willing to give up his own sister for his life?" Laquan hit him, saying who was going to hell. After he struck him with the sword, he disappeared somewhere and nothing remained of him at all. and some kind of black liquid was flowing from the sword. He looked at Fane and thanked him for everything. He said he could keep the sword for himself. After which Ta turned around and went about his business. Laquan asked him to wait, turned to him and asked what happened. He said that he helped him a lot, but he would like to thank him and treat him to dinner. Fane told him that he had better train to survive the coming disaster. He looked at him in confusion and asked what disaster he was talking about, but Fane had already left. Meanwhile, the horrified master returned to his home. His student met him and said and laughed that the teacher's clothes looked as if he had been caught by his lover's husband. And then he asked alarmedly if he had been beaten. The master exhaled heavily. He did not calm down and asked the teacher, did he guess and she caught him red-handed? He barely mustered the strength to answer something, but asked his student if he looked like the kind of person who would run away from the husband of his mistress. His student said that in general it is so. He asked him to tell what happened in the end. He closed his eyes and sadly said that he was destroyed. He got scared and asked who it was about. He said that he didn't know how it happened, but his friend provoked a young man whose cultivation level was extremely high, and in the end said that this man destroyed Ho. He asked if Fane Lin had the name of this monster he was talking about. The teacher, surprised, asked him how he knew him. He closed his eyes and said that from the beginning they wanted to recruit him, but he added that Ho was too high-minded then, and because of that they had trouble, and he would not be surprised if this time, too, he was to blame for his own downfall. His teacher asked what kind of delusion it was, but he could hardly be guilty of it. He said that Fane Lin had already forgiven him several times. The master said that maybe he was right, but Ho might have gone too far and used cultivation for his own interests. But in the end, he was his disciple, said the master. He said that he shouldn't particularly regret it, because his family will not put up with it, especially his grandfather. He asked his teacher to tell him more about how Ho was destroyed at the hands of the Fane. He said that he will be interested to see if Fane has enough strength and abilities to survive Chi family's revenge. He said he didn't know if it would be right. He said that it is not for nothing that they say that a wise monkey watches while tigers fight. Meanwhile, the Chi family learned that Ho had been destroyed. His grandfather was the first to hear the news. He called his son. A man ran into his office and asked what his father wanted. He said to immediately find out information about who destroyed his grandson. He said he had already sent people to investigate. Meanwhile, Fane was walking through the streets of the city and saw several men quarreling. The old man in the yellow kimono told the bald man that he would teach him. Suddenly they saw Fane and felt that he had extremely strong and powerful spiritual power. As soon as he approached them, they immediately began to bow to him. He asked in confusion what was the matter with them. They asked him if he had a teacher. Fane shook his head to make it clear that he didn't. This old man told Fane if he worshipped him as his teacher, he would give him all that was left of his ancestors. Fane looked at him and sternly replied that he was not interested in it. The bald man tried to take this grandfather's hands away from him, but said that he was too insolent an old man. He bowed to Fane and said that he felt a deep connection with the Buddha and could help him. He told them to fall away from him, after which he turned around and continued on his way until they started fighting again. In a moment they saw Fane dissolve into thin air. The old man in the yellow kimono said it was all his fault, but if he hadn't fought, they wouldn't have lost him. The bald man hit him between the legs and said that on the contrary, he was to blame for this. They began to fight again and gathered around them many spectators. His informant ran into old Che's assistant's office. He immediately asked if it was possible to find out anything. He held the report in his hands and said that they managed to find out everything. He began to quarrel and ask how this scoundrel dared to destroy his son. His father came to his office after learning that the information had appeared. He said that they managed to find out the name of the killer. He began to shout and ask him what he was waiting for. After all, someone must be sent immediately to finish him off. He replied that he had already arranged everything and all that remained was to wait. It was a college dormitory. Everything was calm. Laquan was sleeping sweetly in his bed. Someone tried to get in through his window. It seems it was an assassin hired by the Chi family to take revenge on Ho. The killer saw his victim in his mouth. He was holding a small knife. He walked up and swung the knife at Laquan. He just woke up and opened his eyes to see a knife blade flying at him. Laquan managed to jump back and the killer hit the knife right into the bed. He put on his glasses and started yelling and asking him who the hell he was. But he didn't answer. Then he attacked again. But Laquan was not confused and quickly dodged, after which he immediately jumped out of the open window, and with incredible speed Despite his weight, he began to run away, killed himself, was left with nothing, and only looked at the back of his victim while he flashed his heels. Laquan ran into the nearest alley to hide. A mysterious killer with a knife followed right behind him, but wanted to cut off his path. But when he entered the alley, he saw that there was a dead end, but Laquan was nowhere to be seen. He said he didn't expect this fat man to run so fast, after which he immediately disappeared as unexpectedly as he appeared. Meanwhile, Laquan opened the lid of the dumpster to make sure he was gone. He climbed out of the dumpster, shaking off the dirt to return back to the dormitory. The next morning, Fane came to class. Suddenly, he felt that someone was approaching him and trying to grab his back. He walked away and saw that it was Laquan. He was very disturbed and confused about something. Fane asked him who he was. He said he was Laquan and asked if he had forgotten him. Fane said that he remembered now and asked him why he was like that. He wanted to come closer to tell everything, but Fane stopped him because it stank. He shouted that he was very glad to find him, but last night someone broke into his room and tried to kill him, but he hid in a garbage can to save his life. Fane immediately took out the phone and said that he needed to call someone. He dialed the number and began to wait for an answer. A car immediately drove up to the college. Ching got out of the car. She looked simply stunning. She smiled and greeted Fane, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She pointed her finger at Laquan and asked if he was the same fat friend he told her about. He said that everything is so and asked her to take him under protection for a while until he arranges everything. She asked him if he knew who was behind it. He said that it was difficult to guess them, but this is probably the Chi family. When she learned that name, she told Fane to be careful. He asked her if she knew anything about this family. She said that of course she knew because she was now the head of the Ching family. He told her to give him information and he understood what this family represented. She said that it was an ancient family of cultivators. He said that it was not a problem, so why should he worry about them because he had already killed many ancient families? The master smiled and said that one of them was the Bai family. Ching said that it was wrong to compare them because the ancestors and elders of the Chi family were quite gifted. He said they'd look into it, but they'd probably all be the same trash as everyone else, Fane said scornfully. He told Laquan that he was following the teacher's son and she would protect him. He was very pleased with this and thanked for the help. When Ching saw who she would have to protect, she said that Fane gave her a difficult job. He smiled and said that they are still friends and should help each other. She said that in the end it didn't matter, but she agrees to be a babysitter for a while. He told Laquan to get in the car and Ching would take him to a safe place. He happily agreed and jumped into the Jeep. They got into the car and drove away while Fane watched them leave the college grounds. Suddenly a young man approached Fane and greeted him. He asked him what the matter was and what he needed. He said that his master wants to invite him to dinner. Fane saw that this invitation was from the Che family. He happily accepted it. He was very interested to know what they had prepared for him. They approached the entrance to a large restaurant. The young man who handed him the invitation invited him to come inside. In the middle, he was awaited by pretty female waitresses who cheerfully greeted him. They stood around him and bowed to their guests. Fane immediately rated this service and said that it is quite good. The young man said that Fane was an important guest and would be treated with respect. He invited him to go further as he was already expected. He went inside and saw that some people were waiting for him there. A certain grandfather was sitting at the head of the table and probably wanted to tear him apart with his gaze. A disgruntled couple sat next to him, and another man, his look was not very friendly either. This guy came up to his master and said that he brought him. Old Chi thanked him and said he could be free. Fane sat down at the table and cheerfully greeted them. He told them not to even say that they just invited him to dinner because he still wouldn't believe it. Suddenly the man jumped up and started shouting at Fane, calling him a fool. He said that now Fane can't even dream of getting out of here alive. The old man sternly ordered him to sit down and calm down. He obediently obeyed and did not even dare to look up. He asked Fane if it was him who destroyed their grandson Ho. Fane cheerfully replied that it was him. He furiously asked him why he did it. He nonchalantly said that he was just looking for death, but he helped him in this. He said that it was good that he would at least admit it. But now Fane had two options, either to be destroyed or to be invited as an elder of their family. He said that he was giving Fane a choice. His son jumped up again and started shouting at his father that he did not agree. He sternly looked at him and ordered him to sit down. He began to say that this person destroyed his grandson. He asked him, does he dare to doubt his decisions? He lowered his head and said that of course not, but in the end everything will be as he decides. He looked at Fane again and asked him if he had made up his mind. Fane laughed out loud and said that he would choose the third option, which would be to destroy them all. He said it meant that Fane had chosen his own destruction, after which immediately blew up. A strange sphere appeared in his hands that accumulated energy from the outside. Fane was immediately seized by this power and bound by his hands and feet. The spirit of a huge dragon appeared above him and wanted to tear him apart. The monster rushed at him and the power of dark fire burst out of its mouth. Fane, on the other hand, also opened his mouth, and as if the dragon fired back, neutralizing this attack. He asked them if this was all they could show off. The old man said that he underestimated them, but he would get away from them so easily, after which the old man said that they were leaving. They rose and went away, leaving Fane to sit alone. He asked them, "Where are they in such a hurry because they have not yet appreciated his strength?" He pointed his fingers at the mug that stood next to him. A little water flew out of it, and later she turned into a terrible dragon that attacked the Chi family. The man who was with them immediately prepared for this attack. This water dragon tried to attack, but he had already put up a protective shield and wanted to repel this blow. But the water dragon broke through his defenses with ease. He was extremely amazed and realized that his power was useless against this magic. He was able to jump back, and a woman ran up to him. She asked if everything was okay with him, but he suddenly had a red liquid come out of his mouth. The old man immediately understood that despite the young age of this boy, he possessed an extremely powerful force, and he did not know what to do with it. He asked Fane what he wanted. He spun the glass on his finger and said that it was nothing special. He was just curious how highly they would rate their lives. The old man asked him if he was not afraid that they would take his life with them to the next world. He invited them to see if they had enough abilities for this. The old man began to laugh and say that he was a hero, but they already understood it, after which he removed the ring from his finger and threw it to Fane, who deftly caught it. The old man looked at him sternly and said that they were leaving. Fane thought that this family was indeed very rich because there was a lot of good in this spatial ring. The Chi family returned home in full. The old man's son shouted. Ta could not calm down, asking his father why he paid him. He gave him a powerful slap to calm him down and shut up. He began to shout that they were trying to save their lives, and asked his son if he was in a hurry to be destroyed. He asked, couldn't the four of them overcome him? He sighed and said that they wouldn't even get to see his moves before he finished them off. His son shouted that he could not believe it. He said there was nothing they could do. Their only option was for someone powerful to join them. His son asked if he had any omens. He told him to calm down, but he will take care of it. Fane left the restaurant and walked around the city. Suddenly he saw a fox standing alone. He approached her and put his hand on her shoulder, asking what she was doing here. She got scared and asked him what he was doing here. He asked her, "Can't he just walk here?" She started laughing and saying that of course he can do whatever he wants. Fane asked her again why she was not at home then. She said to buy Mrs. Yuko, but she got lost on the way. Fane started asking her how she could get lost since she was a demon. She said that among the demons there are also those who do not understand well in a new area. Fane sighed heavily and couldn't believe that she was so defenseless. He told her to follow him, but he would take her home. But she suddenly stopped and wanted to say something. He looked around and looked meaningfully at her, after which he smiled and said that on the way they would stop somewhere for lunch. She was very happy when she heard this. He told her to follow him, but he knows one good place. He brought her to a local restaurant where they had a delicious dinner together. She said that it was incredibly tasty. She had never eaten anything like that. And when they were returning home, they came across the Serpent Lord. He smiled and said that the fox is a real good man. After all, she worked well and brought food with a thin skin and tender meat. She thought that the Snake Lord clearly does not understand what he is talking about, because Fane is not the kind of person who can be his dinner. Fane began to be furious that this demon was talking about such terrible things. He said that there is nothing unusual in this. He was a demon, and people were their food. Fane continued to play the role and asked her confused if she was a demon too. She thought that he was already overplaying. The snake immediately rushed at him, saying that he could not wait to taste his flesh. She started screaming out of fear. Fane grabbed him by the throat and said they demons were too dumb. He was very frightened when he felt such incredible power and asked him who he was. Fane told him to try to guess himself. He said that Fane is the person who was on the mountain. Fane, holding his hand by his throat, said that he still had some brains. He looked at the fox and asked how she dared to betray them and talk to people. She started screaming and saying that she didn't do anything and doesn't understand how this happened. Fane squeezed his throat even harder and he could no longer resist. He said that there was no point in resisting because the forces were at completely different levels. He asked him for mercy, but said that he could also become his spy. Fane asked him why he needed him because he was too ugly. And then he simply dissolved it in his hand, and the demon was destroyed. All that was left of the snake in his hand was a small purple ball. He gave it to the fox and said it was time to go home. She smiled and said she didn't mind. Meanwhile, the old Che went to some tomb in the mountains. He sat on his knees and asked to be seen. A large stone door opened and an old man came out. He said his name is Nian and he greets his ancestor. He excitedly asked what brought him here and asked him to get up. He thanked him and looked sadly into his eyes. The old man saw his despair and asked what brought him here and why did he disturb his meditation. He said that there is one young man with a very high level of development who destroyed his grandson and wants to destroy their entire family. The old man was immediately furious and could not believe it. He began to shout and ask how this could happen, but the reputation of their clan is no longer worth anything. He said that 200 years have passed since he left the world, and since then a lot has changed. He said that he understood everything and agreed to go with him. A car drove up to the house. Ching and Fane came out of it. She was holding his hand. A young man saw them and was very surprised. His name was Ling. He saw how she was hugging a young guy. He thought, who else is this and why does he allow himself to touch a woman he likes? Ching saw this young man's look and said that they don't know each other that well and ordered him to call her by her full name, otherwise her boyfriend might misunderstand. After hearing this, he was very angry but restrained his emotions. He said that he is glad to welcome them to the club. In fact, there was only one thought in his head, and that was how to get rid of Fane, while he smiled nonchalantly. Suddenly, Ching started asking him what he was doing here. Is he really following her because he unexpectedly appeared here after she moved? He said that he came here specifically to meet her, and adding that they had arrived early because the auction had not yet begun, he suggested that they go and play on the first floor until it began. She asked Fane what he thought about it and if he wanted to go and play. He said he didn't mind and would be happy to play. They came to the gambling hall. There were already many people there. He said that it was too loud here and offered them to go up to the hall on the second floor. Ching asked Fane again what he thought about it. He said that for him there is no difference. She said that in this case they agree. The second floor was also quite crowded. Ling turned to Ching and asked her what she wanted to play. She started laughing and saying whatever Fane chooses. He smiled and said that it is not necessary to play, but they can just watch. Ling asked him what was the point of going to the casino and not playing. He said that, for example, he was very interested to know how lucky he was. He said that he was very grateful to him for his care, but he really didn't care about such things. He offered him the following terms. If he wins, it's his win. If he loses, he'll pay Ling for his loss. Ching said if he offers such good terms, why wouldn't they accept? Fane said that in this case he would not mind trying his luck. Ling asked him in that case he wants to play. Fane suggested starting with something simple. He turned to the girl who worked in the casino and told her to exchange some chips for Mr. Fainlin. After the chips were received, they approached the gaming table. Fane asked her what the minimum bid was. She said that since they were in the VIP room, the minimum bid was 10,000. He smiled and said that in that case they would start there. Ling asked if it wasn't too small a bet, and said that it was unlikely to bring any satisfaction. He said that everything is fine and he has always been quite lucky, so this should be enough. Ling began to laugh and say that Fane was quite cocky. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that Ching, on the contrary, really likes his confidence. He immediately became furious because he understood that Fane was trying to touch him. He turned to her and asked what they were going to play. Ling turned to the croupier and said that this young man wanted to play. He smiled and gave her the sign. She imperceptibly nodded her answer and said that Fane can make his bet. He put the chip on the table and said that he chooses more. She said it was a good choice and started rolling the dice. When the dice fell on the table, she would say it was 1, 2, or less. Ling smiled and said that it seems his luck was not as great as he thought. Fane smiled and said that it was a small thing because they hadn't even started yet. He placed another chip and said loudly that he was choosing more. Ling laughed and said if Fane was really sure of his luck because the dealer hadn't even started rolling the dice yet. Fane entered Azarth and told them to begin immediately. He continued to sneer, and again said that luck had turned away from him, but Fane smiled and said that he was wrong because he won. They looked at the gaming table and really saw that now the victory was his. All the dice showed his bet. Ching joyfully began to shout that they had won. Ling displeasedly looked at the croupier and thought that it was impossible. Fane asked why they were so sad. The croupier continued to shuffle the dice, and again the gain was on the side of Fane. He smugly looked at Ling and said that he had warned that luck was on his side. Half an hour later, Fane won a huge pile of chips. Ling was very excited, but didn't know how to explain to his family that the person he took them to the casino won how much money. He turned to Fane and said that it looks like today is his lucky day. He looked at him and said that they have a great casino. He could not stand it and began to shout something back at him. He told Fane to finish, otherwise there will be no consequences. He smiled and defiantly asked what was waiting for him. Some people came to the table and saw that someone had won a lot of chips. He invited Fane to play him one-on-one. He smiled and said it would be easy. Ching approached him and reminded him that the auction would start soon. He looked at her and said that she cannot worry because it will end quickly. A man came into the casino to whom everyone paid attention. The visitor looked at him carefully and said that he did not expect the fool to invite Zhao Shun. Ling greeted him and said that he was grateful that he had come to them. He said that he could not refuse such an invitation. Fane told them to hurry because he still had a lot to do. Zhao Shun turned to Fane and asked if he was in such a hurry to part with his money. Fane said that they will see who will be the winner. Ling said that Fane does not understand who is in front of him because Zhao Shun is a holy player. Zhao Shun began to laugh and said that Mr. Lin seemed to be very self-confident. He said that it was time to talk and suggested that they finally play. He immediately grabbed Bones and started shaking the glass. He placed it on the gaming table and invited Fane to make his bet. He smiled and was in no hurry to pronounce it. He smiled and said that he bet all his money on 3 sixes. Everyone present in the hall was shocked because Fane wanted to bet 100 million. Zhao Shun smiled because this bet was too daring. Especially when he was rolling the dice, he decided that all of Fane's past winnings were a fluke. He loudly placed the glass on the gaming table. And when he picked it up, everyone was extremely amazed. People shouted in delight but could not believe that there were really 3 sixes. Ling was also in shock. He didn't know how this could happen. Zhao Shun had never seen such a thing. He was sure that he would throw out 1, 2, and 3. He said that Mr. Lin was a true master and invited him to play again. He said that this game was too boring for him because it was very easy for him to guess. He left. Ta told them to transfer all the winnings to Ching's account. Suddenly he was met by a security guard and said that it seems that he is tired of living because he allowed himself to cheat in their institution. He asked why she decided he was cheating and if they had any proof. He asked, does he mean that they can't leave even after they win? He said that he won too many times in a row, but each time he bet more. Fane said they were pathetic tricks and they just didn't want to pay them their winnings. Suddenly Ling turned to the guard and ordered to exchange chips for Mr. Lin. He himself already hated him but promised to finish him off. Ching and Fane went to the auction and took their seats. The host of the auction was a woman with purple hair and she was already presenting the first lot. Her assistant brought out some strange black pumpkin on a tray. Fane immediately felt a powerful energy from the entire artifact. Ching asked him why he was so interested in this thing. He asked her, is she not able to use her spiritual senses to assess objects and artifacts? She tensed and concentrated to appreciate the thing. She herself was immediately able to see the energy that filled this thing. Ching looked at Fane in surprise and said that this thing was filled with life and asked him what it was. He said that it was a spirit bottle, so it could absorb spirits and turn them into various useful potions. Ching was very impressed by this and asked what kind of fool could put such a valuable thing up for auction. Fane explained that these people simply do not understand what they are selling. The auctioneer said that this lot belongs to the Qi family and its initial price was 100,000. Suddenly Ling came on the stage. Ta said that sorry, but this lot was chosen by Mr. Zhuan and he asked to bid for it and its price was 1 million. Some people wondered and asked what was so special about this river that it interested Mr. Zhuan so much. One man said if this lot was exhibited by the Qi family, then this thing was worth it. Ling said that the host can finally hit with a hammer and he will take this bottle for himself. She began to tap the hammer and count down. Suddenly someone raised his hand and offered a price of 10 million. Ling started shouting at Fane in displeasure and saying that Mr. Zhuan had asked him to buy this item. Fane smiled and said that he was hearing about this gentleman for the first time, but he really liked the bottle, but he wants to buy it. Ling started shouting and saying that they will see who will pay more for her, after which he loudly announced the new price of 20 million. Fane calmly called the new sum 50 million. Ling was extremely angry when a man stopped him and told him to take the bottle, and Mr. Zhuan would deal with him after the auction. Ling calmed down and agreed to let Fane take the bottle for himself. He smiled and thanked Ling for his generosity, as he first let him earn money and then use it to buy this treasure. Ling was so angry that he even felt sick. The auctioneer never dared to sell this lot, and Fane asked her why she was waiting because no one was bidding more, after which she announced the countdown and said that this thing goes to the young man for 50 million. Ching said if that's all he wanted to buy, then they can go now. Fane agreed with her and said that he was tired too. Suddenly, the door of the hall in which the auction was held opened, and an old man appeared there. It was the same Mr. Xuan. Ling was very happy to see him. He began to say that Fane would now be doomed for choosing to appropriate Mr. Xuan's treasure. Fane said that he was ready to give him this thing if he dared to take it from him. Ching started to laugh and tell him not to say that, and let the old man save his face. Ling began to sneer and say that those were too loud words, and added that they would see what Mr. Xuan would do with them. Ling approached Xuan and said that he was very happy to welcome him to his establishment. Xuan sternly asked him if he had fulfilled his order to buy back the thing he needed so much. He said that he openly declared to everyone that Mr. Xuan wanted to buy this thing, but one boy intercepted it from him by offering a huge amount. Xuan asked sternly who dared not take him seriously, and he was very curious to look at this audacious man. Ching started laughing and told Fane that he showed this grandfather what he wanted. Fane held a spirit bottle in his hand and smiled as he looked at the old man. Ling began to say that this was the same ungrateful scoundrel and asked him to teach him a good lesson. Fane said he can't wait for it. He looked at Fane and asked where he had so many dreams to bring out. Suddenly he understood everything, and the truth was revealed to him. He couldn't believe that it was the same Fane Lin. Even the whole family gave in to him in the confrontation. He immediately smiled and said that there must have been a misunderstanding. Ching quietly asked in Fane's ear, does he know him?